Chapter 747. The Coercion from Four Great Super Sacred Clans. At this moment, Ling Yong and Ling Ji were engulfed in an acute sense of tension and helplessness. Feeling the penetrating gazes of the 8 formidable beings from the super sacred clans, Ling Yong pondered briefly before speaking. Esteemed elders, my ancient Ling Hong sacred clan has no intention of subservience to any super sacred clan. Thus, we fear we cannot acquiesce to your request. Upon the utterance of these words, the grand hall fell into an eerie silence, as an invisible pressure permeated the atmosphere, rendering even the air significantly heavier. After a prolonged pause, a humanoid figure adorned in azure and gold robes, possessing a somewhat refined demeanor, set down his teacup and began to speak slowly. Ling Yong, we have come personally, thus extending due respect to your ancient Ling Hong sacred clan. Do you now intend to refuse our goodwill? Ling Yong, upon hearing this, hurriedly replied, "It is indeed an honor for my ancient Ling Hong sacred clan to receive your esteemed presence. However, we are acutely aware of our limited strength and fear we cannot meet your expectations. Should we disappoint you, we would be filled with trepidation. I beseech your understanding." Witnessing Ling Yong's persistent refusals, the expressions of the 8 formidable beings grew increasingly grim. Ling Yong, are the conditions I offer still unsatisfactory? If your ancient Ling Hong sacred clan were to submit to my ancient Qing Yun sacred clan, even the other top 10 super sacred clans of the East would not dare to trouble you. This would alleviate many tribulations for your ancient Ling Hong sacred clan. The humanoid figure in azure and gold continued. Hearing these words, Ling Yong's face reflected both gratitude and a sense of dilemma, while his heart seethed with indignation. To submit to your ancient Qing Yun sacred clan would likely bring even more troubles to our clan. The top 10 super sacred clans are not to be trusted. They may appear virtuous, yet they secretly drain the lifeblood of countless sacred clans in the entire Eastern Spirit region. Should we yield to these 10 super sacred clans, our clan would be irreparably doomed, leaving us with no chance of resurgence. Contemplating this, Ling Yong spoke once more. The generous conditions you propose have indeed stirred great excitement and humility within us. However, our clan's feeble strength and scarce resources may not satisfy your esteemed expectations. Upon hearing Ling Yong's words, the 8 formidable beings were not foolish. They could clearly discern the ancient Ling Hong sacred clan's reluctance to submit to any of the super sacred clans. At that moment, the 2 ethereal beings manifested a disdainful snort, and a faint pressure enveloped Ling Yong and the other members of the ancient Ling Hong sacred clan, delivering a direct threat. Ling Yong, refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a penalty. If I must compel you to submit to my ancient Ling Su sacred clan, will you acquiesce or resist? Should you choose to refuse, beware that your clan's future sacred son may never ascend to the realm of the undying Star Master. Listening to the blatant threat from the ancient Ling Su sacred clan's formidable being, both Ling Yong and Ling Ji were filled with unbridled anger, yet dared not express it, opting instead for silence to convey their resolve. Observing Ling Yong's silence, the ancient Ling Su sacred clan's formidable being continued. By submitting to our clan, your ancient Ling Hong sacred clan would only need to contribute 10,000 top-quality, undying sacred Xian pills each era. Such simple terms grant you our protection. Why can you not agree to submit to us? Moreover, our clans share the same surname Ling. Should your clan submit to my ancient Ling Su sacred clan, you may one day have the opportunity to transform into my ancient Ling Hun clan. Ling Yong, contemplate this well, for it is your clan's singular chance. Before Ling Yong could respond, a middle-aged man clad in golden robes interjected with a solemn voice. Ling Ji, Ling Yong, and the others are of my human lineage. Our 3 major human superpowers have yet to voice their opinions. You, as a member of the ancient Ling Su sacred clan, possess no right to threaten our human forces. Immediately following, the sole enchanting woman among the 8 formidable beings spoke in a subdued tone. Brother Huangfu is indeed correct. This matter originally pertains solely to our human race, yet your ancient spirit Su sacred clan seems to have extended its reach far too excessively. Upon hearing this, the spirit Ji emitted a disdainful snort and remarked, "Humph, Among the top 10 super sacred clans of the Eastern Spirit, your three human races are the most hypocritical. For the sake of maintaining a facade, you refrain from engaging in overt acts of plunder. However, behind the scenes, your acquisitions likely rival those of the ancient demon sacred clan. Among the top 100 super sacred clans of the Eastern Spirit, those demon sacred clans have always remained loyal to the ancient demon sacred clan. Yet, it appears that your three human races, despite being the most powerful super factions, lack the prestige within the top 100 human super factions that the ancient demon sacred clan enjoys among the numerous demon sacred clans. Not a single human faction is willing to voluntarily submit to you. How amusing. However, there are indeed some foolish divine beasts and star beast clans that are willing to submit to you, but they're the crucial blood sustenance cultivated by the other top 10 super sacred clans, making it impossible for you to succeed. Qinghan, Huangfu Yi, Xing Yuling, what my clan cannot obtain, you shall not achieve either. The spirit Ji articulated extensively, extending no semblance of courtesy to the other three major human super factions. Qinghan and the other 6 human powerhouses fixed their steely gazes upon the spirit Ji, their expressions darkened. Had it not been for their comparable strength, they might have already resorted to violence. In that moment, the oppressive aura emanating from the 8 powerhouses seemed to solidify the entire Grand Hall, overwhelming many ancient Spirit Hong sacred clan experts behind Ling Yong and Ling Ji, causing them to kneel in agony as they struggled to bear the immense pressure of the 8 8th-tier Immortal Star Master Realm experts. Meanwhile, Ling Feng was preparing to lead the elders of the Lei family toward the Grand Hall of the ancient Spirit Hong sacred clan. Upon reaching the exterior of the hall, not only the Star Thunder Guard, but even the elders of the Lei family sensed the presence and pressure of 8 8th-tier Immortal Star Master Realm powerhouses. 8 8th-tier Immortal Star Master Realm powerhouses. Could it be that someone has arrived before us? Lei Xingli said, frowning deeply. Yet his cultivation level prevented him from discerning the situation within the hall, leading him to convey a glance to the Star Thunder Guard. Shortly thereafter, through the Star Thunder Guard's investigation, Ling Feng became aware of the identities of the powerful figures within the hall, promptly kneeling on one knee in salute and beseeching Elder Lei Xingli for assistance. Elder, the 8 powerhouses within our clan's Grand Hall hail from the 3 major human super factions among the top 10 super sacred clans of the Eastern Spirit and the ancient Spirit Su sacred clan. They are pressuring our ancestral patriarch to submit to them. I implore you, esteemed elders, to intervene. At this moment, Ling Feng's expression was one of profound gravity and anxiety. He understood that the patriarch would never submit to any of the top 10 super sacred clans. Should he offend those 4 super sacred clan powerhouses, the ancient Spirit Hong sacred clan would be in dire peril. Upon grasping the situation within the hall, Lei Xingli assisted Ling Feng to his feet and spoke in a solemn tone. Fear not. They have yet to make a move against your clan's powerhouses, and with our clan's presence, they pose no threat to your ancient Spirit Hong sacred clan. Hearing Elder Lei Xingli's assurance allowed Ling Feng to exhale slightly, though he remained exceedingly tense. Meanwhile, Elder Lei Xingli and the other Lei family elders bore furrowed brows. From the top 10 super sacred clans, and now 4 super sacred clans at once. How shall we address this? Are we to reveal our identities before them? Lei Shenkai communicated in a grave tone. The elders of the Lei family began to ponder, for they had certainly not anticipated encountering 4 powerhouses from the top 10 super sacred clans of the Eastern Spirit within the ancient Spirit Hong sacred clan, leaving them momentarily at a loss for how to respond. Chapter 748, Imprisonment. A moment later, Elder Lei Xingli transmitted his voice solemnly. Our knowledge regarding the 10 supreme sacred clans of the Eastern Spirit is still quite limited. Now that we have encountered these 4 formidable sacred clans, they may be able to furnish us with a wealth of information. Hearing Elder Lei Xingli's transmission, the other elders of the Lei clan nodded in agreement. If they could glean valuable insights from the mouths of these powerful representatives of the 4 supreme sacred clans, it might save them considerable time in their inquiries into the Eastern Spirit's top 100-star zones. Moreover, with 3 major human clans present in the hall, if they could gain knowledge of their secrets, the Lei clan might even manage to subjugate them, achieving a most advantageous outcome. Upon seeing that the elders of the Lei clan were in accord, Elder Lei turned to the group of Star Thunder Guards with 9th-tier Immortal Star Lord strength and instructed, confine and seal the cultivation of those 8th-tier Immortal Star Lords to prevent them from self-detonating. Yes, one of the Star Thunder Guards nodded, and with a wave of his hand, an invisible force of perfect spatial origin immediately enveloped the entire continent of the sovereign level. Before the 8th-tier Immortal Star Lords could react, their forms were instantly restrained, their powers sealed, rendering them utterly immobile. As the 8 powerful beings were confined, the oppressive aura within the ancient Linghong sacred clan's hall dissipated in an instant. This sudden turn of events left Ling Yong and Ling Ji in a state of bewilderment, their expressions betraying profound fear. What was happening? Had yet another elder powerhouse descended? Just as Ling Yong and the others were grappling with their confusion, Ling Feng, accompanied by the Lei clan elders, appeared in the hall. 2 ancestors, esteemed elders, are you all unharmed? Ling Feng approached Ling Yong and the others, his expression laden with concern. Upon witnessing the sudden arrival of Ling Feng alongside numerous unfamiliar powerhouses, Ling Yong immediately became wary. We are fine, Ling Feng. What brings you back? Who are these individuals? Ling Yong inquired through thought. Responding promptly to the inquiry, Ling Feng introduced, I humbly report to the ancestors. These esteemed elders hail from the ancient imperial clan of the Lei family. By chance, I encountered these venerable predecessors and was fortunate enough to accompany them back to the ancient Linghong sacred clan. The ancient imperial clan. Could they truly belong to the quasi-ultimate imperial clan? Ling Yong gazed intently at Ling Feng, his voice rising in astonishment. Ling Feng nodded gravely, the power and resources demonstrated by the Lei clan dispelling any doubts he might have had regarding their identity. However, Ling Yong and the others furrowed their brows, their eyes filled with skepticism as they cautioned, Ling Feng, be wary of deception. There are no quasi-ultimate imperial clans in the Eastern Spirit Star Zone. They may be attempting to deceive you. Ling Yong's caution was not unfounded. Elder Lei Xingli and the others were merely at the 5th tier of the Immortal Star Lord level, making it hard to believe they were indeed from a quasi-ultimate imperial clan. Moreover, Ling Yong and his companions had never heard of any quasi-ultimate imperial clan existing within the Eastern Spirit Star Zone. If the claims were not fabrications, it would suggest a premeditated scheme with ulterior motives towards their ancient Linghong sacred clan. Noticing the doubts expressed by Ling Yong and the others, Lei Xingli waved his hand, signaling for 10 Star Thunder Guards to enter the hall. As the 10 9th-tier Immortal Star Lords appeared, their formidable presence left Ling Yong and the others in shock. 10 9th-tier Immortal Star Lords. How could this be? Are they truly from a quasi-ultimate imperial clan? Astounded, Ling Yong and the others hastily approached, bowing respectfully as they asked, we humbly greet you, esteemed elders. May we inquire about the purpose of your visit to our ancient Linghong sacred clan? Seeing the gravity of the situation, Ling Feng quickly stepped forward to explain, fearful that his ancestors might inadvertently offend the Lei clan elders. Even if they could not submit to the imperial Lei clan, it was imperative not to provoke them. Ling Feng had witnessed firsthand over 100 9th-tier star extremity powerhouses aboard the starship, and he sensed that there were even more terrifying presences lurking therein. In the entire Eastern Spirit Star Zone, even the combined might of the top 10 sacred clans could not contend with the imperial Lei clan. Ancestors, we must not offend these esteemed elders, Ling Feng urged. As time passed, after Ling Feng's explanation spanning a quarter of an hour, Ling Yong and the others gradually transitioned from skepticism and doubt to sheer astonishment and anxiety. Turning to the Lei clan elders, Ling Yong bowed deeply, stating, I, Ling Yong, ancestor of the ancient Linghong sacred clan, humbly pay my respects to the esteemed elders of the imperial clan. We were previously unaware and may have caused offense. We ask for your forgiveness. Seeing the respectful demeanor, Lei Xingli and the other Lei clan elders were not the type to hold grudges. With a faint smile, they replied nonchalantly, no harm done. We are merely operating under concealed identities in the Eastern Spirit Star Zone. Our visit to your ancient Linghong sacred clan was suggested by young friend Ling Feng. We did not anticipate your clan would have guests. We hope we are not intruding. Upon hearing this, Ling Yong's expression suddenly tightened as he cast a quick glance at the 8 powerful beings from the 4 supreme sacred clans. Noticing their immobility and terrified gazes, it was clear they had overheard the conversation. Should they allow them to leave, not only would the ancient hidden imperial clan Lei's information be exposed, but their own ancient Linghong sacred clan would also face significant trouble. Esteemed elders of the imperial clan, these 8 powerful beings hail from the 4 supreme sacred clans. They are now aware of your identities. If we let them go, the news of your presence in the Eastern Spirit Star Zone will undoubtedly spread like wildfire. However, should we eliminate them, it would likely bring considerable trouble upon our clan. Ling Yong expressed his concerns. Elder Lei Shengli approached the 8 powerful beings, inquiring slowly. Among the 10 supreme sacred clans of the Eastern Spirit, your ancient Linghong sacred clan has sent 4 representatives. What is the purpose of the 3 major human clans and the ancient Ling Su sacred clan in coming here? Ling Yong pondered for a moment before responding. To answer the elder, they seek to subjugate our ancient Linghong sacred clan. Oh, what conditions have they proposed? Elder Lei Shengli continued to question. Every epoch. We are to contribute over 10,000 7th grade immortal sacred Xian pills, 100,000 7th grade immortal sacred medicinal kings, along with other resources, in exchange for their protection. Ling Yong replied promptly. Upon hearing this, the expressions of Elder Lei Shengli and the other Lei clan elders shifted noticeably. I had presumed that subjugating a power required offering resources and treasures. It seems that the subjugated party is the one required to contribute. As human beings, refining pills, crafting artifacts, inscribing talismans, and cultivating various grades of sacred herbs should not pose any difficulty. To compel other sacred clans to submit and contribute vast amounts of precious resources and treasures. How were you any different from the ancient demon sacred clan? Elder Lei Shengli fixed his gaze upon the several human powerhouses, speaking in a grave tone. Though the 8 powerful beings remained bound and their powers sealed, they still retained their 5 senses and could hear Elder Lei Shengli's words. They looked at him with eyes that seemed to convey much. Noticing this, Elder Lei Shengli instructed the Star Thunder Guards to lift the restrictions on their heads, permitting them to speak. Once they could voice their thoughts, Qinghan was the first to respond. Indeed, you speak the truth, but to refine an ordinary immortal sacred Xian pill requires thousands of years, let alone cultivating a 7th grade immortal sacred medicinal king, which demands millions or even tens of millions of years. The time consumed in refining immortal sacred Xian pills would be even longer. As for crafting artifacts and inscribing talismans, those do not require time. If all our time were wasted on such tasks, how could we find time to cultivate and aspire to the pinnacle of the perfect origin of the great Tao? Do you claim to descend from an ancient imperial clan? Have you not pillaged other forces for resources and treasures? If resources were sufficient, why would we, the strongest human forces in the Eastern Spirit Star Zone, find ourselves in such a plight? In the Eastern Spirit Star District, the law of the jungle prevails, where the strong prey upon the weak, and survival is reserved for the fittest. Our kind is not engaged in overt acts of plunder. Rather, we have shown exceptional mercy to the other clans by allowing them to submit, which is the most generous gift we could offer. Had we chosen to emulate the ancient Demon Sage clan, they would have been reduced to mere slaves beneath our might, much like the oppression seen across the Star District. Forever deprived of hope. Upon hearing these words, Elder Lei Shengli did not offer a counterargument. For the truth of the matter was evident. This was indeed the current state of the Eastern Spirit Star District. However, if the Lei clan aspired to seize control over the entire region, it was imperative that such rules be altered, and the dominance of the 10 great superclans be dismantled. This is the paradigm established by your 10 great superclans, the elder declared. I am aware of your ambition to transcend the limits of the supreme path, which is why you resorted to such acts of plunder, seeking to exploit the resources of the Eastern Spirit Star District to achieve your breakthrough. Yet, this ambition is ultimately futile. To attempt to ascend beyond the supreme realm with resources and treasures of the path is rooted in your own avarice. Having said this, Lei Shengli was unwilling to listen further to their justifications, commanding the Star Thunder Guards, imprison them. After a nod of acknowledgement, the guards swiftly took the 8 formidable individuals away from the Grand Hall. At that moment, Lei Shengli and his companions turned their gaze towards the powerful members of the ancient Spirit Hong clan. Chapter 749, Hidden Perils. The ancient powerful figures of the Spirit Hong clan, including Ling Yong, lowered their heads, refraining from making eye contact with the elders of the Lei clan. If even the 8 strong from the 4 great superclans could be imprisoned, how could they, as members of the ancient Spirit Hong clan, dare to provoke them? They felt compelled to remain silent. Observing their demeanor, Lei Shengli cut to the chase, stating, "Let me be frank. We have indeed come to subjugate your ancient Spirit Hong clan. However, upon encountering the pressure exerted by the 4 great superclans on you, I commanded my people to extend assistance. The 8 individuals from these clans are now imprisoned by my clan, and if the 4 great superclans were to discover this, your clan would undoubtedly be implicated. You now face 2 choices. Either submit to the Lei clan or confront the wrath of the 4 great superclans. I trust you will make the right decision." Upon hearing this, the expressions of Ling Yong and the others grew grave. The disappearance of the 8 strong from the 4 great superclans would be an impossible situation for them to explain. Furthermore, how many in the Eastern Spirit Star District had encountered the Imperial Lei clan? Those who had met the elders of the Lei clan had already yielded to them. leaving no one willing to advocate for the ancient Spirit Hong clan. The supreme imperial dragon of the Lei clan was elusive. Should the four great superclans pursue this matter, it would be the ancient Spirit Hong clan that would suffer. As Ling Yong and the others pondered their predicament, Ling Feng hurriedly conveyed the account of the Lei clan's subjugation of the ancient golden-winged rock beast clan and the ancient dragon-elephant divine beast clan. Upon learning that these clans had received substantial resources and treasures from the Lei clan, including time-space artifacts, Ling Yong and the others began to reconsider their stance. Nevertheless, they harbored concerns, for they had never encountered a 7th-grade time-space artifact. Given the nature of these treasures, they were likely exceedingly rare. What if the Lei clan no longer possessed such artifacts? Nonetheless, submitting to the Lei clan would still yield considerable resources and protection, ensuring the safety of the ancient Spirit Hong clan, even without time-space artifacts. After a brief contemplation, Ling Yong and the powerful members of the ancient Spirit Hong clan reached a consensus. Thus, in the Grand Hall, dozens of strong figures from the ancient Spirit Hong clan, including Ling Feng, knelt down, with Ling Yong and Ling Yi also taking a knee, respectfully proclaiming, "We, the ancient Spirit Hong clan, pledge eternal allegiance to the imperial Lei clan, vowing to uphold this oath without betrayal." Seeing the ancient Spirit Hong clan submit, a hint of a smile finally graced the stern face of Lei Xingli. After imprinting the clan leader's servant seal into the eternal holy souls of Ling Yong and the others, he spoke with satisfaction, "Rise now. With your submission to the Lei clan, the safety of your ancient Spirit Hong clan shall be assured under our protection." Once Ling Yong and the others stood, Lei Xingli cast a glance at Ling Feng and continued, "Ling Feng must have informed you that upon submitting to my imperial Lei clan, you will not only receive a plethora of invaluable cultivation resources, but will indeed also be granted a precious time-space artifact." Upon hearing this, Ling Feng immediately knelt, a serious expression on his face as he pleaded, "Senior, I spoke out of turn. I beseech you to punish me." Seeing Ling Feng voluntarily kneel, Lei Xingli nodded. The information regarding time-space artifacts was classified. No one was permitted to disclose it lightly, even among the members of the Lei clan. Leaking such information could incite chaos throughout the Eastern Spirit Star District, a burden not easily borne. Nevertheless, Ling Feng's revelation to Ling Yong and the others was understandable, as they were his ancestors, and the ancient Spirit Hong clan was indeed on the brink of danger. This act could be seen as a rescue for their clan and a significant aid to the elder of the Lei clan. Gazing at Ling Feng, Lei Xingli spoke sternly. To carelessly divulge information regarding time-space artifacts is a grave offense. If it were to spread, your entire ancient Spirit Hong clan would face dire consequences. Although this is your first transgression, I must still impose punishment. Do you have any objections? Ling Yi wished to intercede on Ling Feng's behalf, but was halted by Ling Yong, who understood that the elder's actions were not solely punitive but also served as a warning to all members of the ancient Spirit Hong clan. As a subordinate force of the imperial Lei clan, if they could not even control their tongues, what use would they be to the Lei clan? Ling Feng solemnly replied, "As a junior who has erred, I shall accept my punishment without complaint." "Very well. Thus, Ling Feng shall be confined in the Lei domain for 10,000 years as punishment," Lei Xingli declared in a resonant tone. A Star Thunder Guard stepped forward and swiftly escorted Ling Feng away from the ancient Spirit Hong clan. The Lei domain, situated within the starship, was a place where the elders of the Lei clan tempered their bodies. Ling Feng's confinement there was also intended to refine his physique and enhance his potential. However, the thunderous refinement process was indeed excruciating, and even the elders of the Lei clan seldom dared to endure it for long. Once Ling Feng was taken away, Elder Lei Xingli turned his attention back to Ling Yong and the others, slowly stating, "In truth, Ling Feng was correct. Upon submitting to my clan, you will indeed be rewarded with a wealth of rare cultivation resources and treasures, and the information regarding 7th-grade time-space artifacts is genuine." The subsequent process would mirror that of the ancient golden-winged rock beast clan and the ancient dragon-elephant divine beast clan. Upon witnessing the vast array of 7th-grade resources and treasures, as well as the time-space artifacts, Ling Yong and the others were filled with exhilaration, expressing their gratitude profusely. Their loyalty to the Lei clan surged, and their respect for the elders of the Lei clan deepened considerably. Had it not been for the presence of the Lei clan elders, they would have been eager to arrange numerous marital alliances, even welcoming male disciples into the imperial Lei clan. Once the initial excitement subsided, it was time to address the pressing matter at hand. The 8 strong from the 4 great super clans had been imprisoned by the Lei clan, effectively erasing their presence in the Eastern Spirit Star District. It was only a matter of time before the 4 great super clans became aware of their disappearance. The 8 formidable beings from the 4 supreme holy clans have come to subjugate the ancient Spirit Phoenix clan and cannot linger for an extended period. Should they fail to return to their respective clans for an extended duration, or if no news reaches them, the four supreme clans are bound to harbor suspicions towards the ancient Spirit Phoenix clan. The information regarding the ancient Demon clan remains incompletely investigated. And now with the capture of 4 additional strong beings from the supreme clans, the elders of the Lei family find themselves in a state of helplessness. Their purpose in venturing to the Eastern Spirit's 100-star region was to gather intelligence on the major supreme clans, which might precipitate an early conflict between the Lei family and the ancient Demon clan. Chapter 750, A Sudden Turn of Events. After extensive discussions with the ancient Spirit Phoenix clan, the elders of the Lei family have finalized numerous matters. The imprisonment of the 8 powerful individuals from the 4 supreme clans will undoubtedly trigger an inquiry from them, and with the involvement of the ancient Demon clan, 5 of the top 10 supreme clans in the Eastern Spirit will likely take action. Consequently, Lei Xingli and the other elders may need to temporarily abandon their investigations in the Eastern Spirit's 100-star region. Their objectives are too significant, and remaining in the area for too long may lead to detection. Once the scrutiny from those 5 supreme clans eases, they can return to continue their inquiries. Naturally, the forces subdued by the Lei family, including the ancient Spirit Phoenix clan, are protected by at least 5 9th-tier Immortal Star Lord-level Star Thunder Guards, ensuring their safety. Furthermore, should the Lei family be discovered, there would be no need for concealment. While relaying news back to the Lei family, the elders can serve as the vanguard, directly overwhelming the entire Eastern Spirit Star region. Once all arrangements are solidified, Lei Xingli and the other elders depart from the ancient Spirit Phoenix clan, heading towards the star regions beyond Eastern Spirit 100. After witnessing the departure of the Imperial clan starship, the ancient Spirit Phoenix clan remains momentarily dazed, filled with excitement, yet profound anxiety. We must now prepare to face the inquiries and investigations from the 4 supreme clans. Are we all ready? Ling Yong inquires solemnly of the ancient clan's powerful members behind him. Patriarch, we are fully prepared. Regardless of how the 4 supreme clans investigate, they will find no trace, one of them responds. Nodding in acknowledgement, Ling Yong feels reassured. Time swiftly passes, and a year later, the 4 supreme clans in the Eastern Spirit's top 10 sense that something is amiss. In the 9th star region of the Eastern Spirit, within the domain of the ancient Star South clan, numerous powerful beings convene within a grand hall. Did not Yu Ling and her companions venture to subjugate the ancient Spirit Phoenix clan? How has it been a year with no word? One queries. Indeed, even if the ancient Spirit Phoenix clan resisted subjugation, they should not have lingered outside for this long. Could they have encountered trouble? This remark silences the hall momentarily. However, moments later, a middle-aged figure scoffs, asserting, "Humph, who in the entire Eastern Spirit Star region would dare to challenge the powerful of the ancient Star South clan?" Moreover, Yu Ling and Hong Xian are both mid-tier 8th-tier Immortal Star Lords. How many dare to provoke them? At this juncture, an elder gazes at the communication holy decree in his hand, a frown creasing his brow as he states, "The vitality soul tokens of Yu Ling and her companions remain intact, indicating they have not faced formidable foes. Yet their silence may suggest they have encountered unforeseen circumstances. Impossible. Given the personalities of Yu Ling and Nan Hongxian, they are likely indulging themselves somewhere, utterly disregarding the likes of you, old man. I believe we need not concern ourselves with them. They will return when they feel inclined." The individual dismissively exits the hall, prompting nods of agreement from the others. Patriarch, I too believe this matter need not provoke excessive worry. Even if they were to confront a 9th-tier Immortal Star Lord, they could activate the Immortal Soul Command for assistance. Since they remain unharmed, I shall return to my training. With that, he vanishes in a flash. Following his departure, several others take their leave, and the remaining powerful beings exhibit little concern. Patriarch, rest assured, Yu Ling and her companions will return. Whether it takes a century or a millennium, they can only remain within the Eastern Spirit Star region. Even if they seek out mysterious realms, it will require at least 10,000 years. It has barely been a year, so there is nothing to worry about. The elder appears somewhat persuaded, and the worry in his eyes gradually dissipates. Very well, then let us disperse. With the failure to subdue the ancient Spirit Phoenix clan, we must devise alternative strategies for those resources and treasures. Indeed, soon, the hall is once again devoid of life, the ancient Star South clan returning to tranquility. Meanwhile, in the 7th star region of the Eastern Spirit, within the ancient Golden Radiance Dao Court, a solemn elder clad in golden robes declares, "It has been a year, and Huang Fu Yi and the others have yet to return." Huang Fu Cheng, journey to the ancient Spirit Phoenix clan in the Eastern Spirit 86 star region and urge Huang Fu Yi and his companions, should they still have not subdued the ancient Spirit Phoenix clan, employ extraordinary measures. Yes, Patriarch. Huang Fu Cheng, receiving the command, immediately vanishes from the ancient Golden Radiance Dao Court, heading toward the ancient Spirit Phoenix clan in the Eastern Spirit 86-star region. Similarly, in the 4th-star region of the Eastern Spirit, the ancient Qingyan clan, having received no word from Qing Han and her companion, dispatches over 10 powerful beings to the ancient Spirit Phoenix clan for an inquiry. As for the 6th-star region of the Eastern Spirit, the ancient Ling Su clan resides within a vast, shadowy, and foreboding master-level continent, where a sacred hall radiating immortal soul power stands. Inside, a powerful being, entirely enveloped in holy light, bears a face marked by doubt and concern. Ling Ji has been at the ancient Spirit Phoenix clan for a year. Why has there been no word? The ancient Ling Su clan is uniquely special, lacking corporeal forms. They exist solely as spiritual entities, known as the Ling Su Soul Clan. This clan possesses an extraordinary ability, should any member face peril. The entire clan receives the memories of the fallen. Similarly, if a powerful member is imprisoned or restrained, others of equivalent rank will sense it shortly thereafter. This unique trait has allowed the Ling Su clan to rise as one of the top 10 supreme clans in the Eastern Spirit. Patriarch. The life-soul imprints of the ancestors Ling Ji remain intact, yet they have not communicated any information. I fear they may have been captured. The patriarch of the ancient Ling Su clan, Ling Yin, shakes his head, stating solemnly, "We have yet to sense their imprisonment. We cannot jump to conclusions. Let us wait a while longer." Just as Ling Yin finishes speaking, a perception resonates within his sacred soul sea. It is a distress signal, fragmented and intermittent, as if obstructed by a formidable force. Awakened ancestor Ling Tao. It appears Ling Ji and her companions have encountered a mid-tier or greater 9th-tier immortal star lord. Within the hour, 2 formidable beings exuding terrifying auras from the ancient Ling Su clan instantaneously traversed the cosmic expanse, heading towards the Eastern Spirit 86-star region. Chapter 751. All is revealed. In the Eastern Spirit 86-star region. After a year, the ancient Linghong sacred clan had once again returned to its former tranquility. However, at that very moment, 2 terrifying auras abruptly tore through the void, descending upon the cosmic expanse outside the ancient Linghong sacred clan star region. In an instant, a dreadful pressure enveloped the entirety of the ancient Linghong sacred clan. Within the grand hall at the center of a Saint Lord-level continent, Ling Yong suddenly sensed the oppressive force, and his expression changed dramatically. He swiftly crushed the primordial order and teleported away from the hall. In the cosmic void, Ling Yong and other powerful members of the ancient Linghong sacred clan gradually gathered, amassing nearly 200 immortal star masters in mere moments. It was revealed that the esteemed Ling Yin and Ling Tao had arrived. I offer my respects to both seniors. What brings you to our ancient Linghong sacred clan? Ling Yong inquired respectfully. The younger generation of humanity, surrender to us the Ling Ji and Ling In of our clan, and I shall spare your ancient Linghong sacred clan from annihilation, Ling Yin declared, his voice resonating throughout the cosmic expanse. Simultaneously, an invisible pressure, infused with the complete essence of the sacred soul's grand Tao, bore down upon Ling Yong and the others, as if it could obliterate them in an instant. Yet, unbeknownst to Ling Yin, the souls of Ling Yong and every member of the ancient Linghong sacred clan bore the mark of Lei Daoqiong, a servant imprint. To threaten a clan possessing the imprint of a half-step dominator with mere pressure was an act of sheer folly. In a heartbeat, Ling Yin sensed something amiss, his expression shifting to one of terror. No, how could you possibly possess the servant imprint of a half-step dominator? As these words escaped his lips, all present in the cosmic void were left in stunned silence. How did he come to know of our allegiance to the quasi-ultimate Tao Imperial clan? What was happening? How did he uncover this? Ling Yong and the others were equally astonished and perplexed, their vigilance heightened. At that moment, Ling Yin was engulfed in overwhelming fear, as if he had encountered a terrifying entity. His sacred soul's grand Tao essence inadvertently stirred the servant imprint of Lei Daoqiong, triggering its protective power. An intangible binding pressure rendered both Ling Yin and Ling Tao immobile, preventing their escape. Amidst the confusion, Ling Yong and the others were instantly enveloped in a layer of golden light. Simultaneously, an immense phantasm of law slowly materialized in the cosmic void. As soon as this phantasm appeared, the boundless essence of the grand Tao retreated, as if bowing before a supreme being. A presence that transcended the essence of the cosmic grand Tao descended upon the starry expanse, causing even the fundamental forces of the universe to tremble in reverence. Ling Yin and Ling Tao were gripped by an overwhelming dread. The ultimate Tao power. How is this possible? The phantasm appeared unfamiliar, yet emanated an aura exceeding that of a peak 9th-tier immortal star master. Upon witnessing the colossal phantasm, Ling Yong and the others gazed upon it with profound respect. Is this the emperor ancestor? The half-step dominator of the Lei clan? Ling Yong spoke with reverence, leading all present from the ancient Linghong sacred clan to kneel in honor before the phantasm of Lei Daoqiong. We pay our respects to the emperor ancestor. As Ling Yong and the others paid their respects, 5 hidden star thunder guards from the ancient Linghong sacred clan revealed themselves, kneeling on one knee before the phantasm of Lei Daoqiong in deep reverence. Ling Yin could hardly believe his eyes, struggling to accept the presence of these 5 formidable beings, each exuding the aura of peak 9th tier immortal star masters. With the existence of these 5 formidable beings, even the entire ancient Ling Su sacred clan posed no threat to the ancient Linghong sacred clan. Had it not been for Ling Yin's inadvertent disturbance of the servant imprint within the immortal sacred souls of the ancient Linghong sacred clan, they would not have uncovered their secrets so swiftly. They certainly would not have discovered, in this eastern Ling star region, the presence of a hidden half-step dominator, likely backed by a quasi-ultimate Dao imperial clan. At that moment, a figure clad in golden robes instantly teleported into the cosmic void. Before Huang Fucheng could react, he was ensnared by a terrifying pressure. What is happening? Suddenly bound, Huang Fucheng felt a surge of panic. But soon his gaze fell upon the vast phantasm of law in the cosmic void. This is a half-step dominator. How could this be? Staring at the immense phantasm and its overwhelming aura, Huang Fucheng was filled with shock and fear. Before he could process his astonishment, over 10 figures instantaneously appeared in the cosmic expanse, only to be similarly seized by the terrifying pressure. What is that? This aura seems to surpass the essence of the Grand Dao. The ancient Qingyuan sacred clan's members gazed at the boundless phantasm with expressions of confusion and terror. At that moment, the phantasm of Lei Daoqiong raised its gaze toward the powerful beings of the 3 great sacred clans. Then, a magnificent voice resonated throughout the cosmic void, penetrating the immortal sacred souls of Ling Yin and the other powerful members of the 3 great sacred clans. It is the servant imprint. Now that you are aware of my presence, why do you still hesitate to reveal yourselves? As the voice reverberated, the servant imprint within the immortal sacred souls of Ling Yin and others seemed to explode with a radiant light. Who are you? This eastern Ling star region is under the dominion of my Tianyang Emperor clan. You have intruded recklessly and exposed my information. What is your purpose? With the voice of inquiry echoing across the cosmic void, an equally vast phantasm, radiant and suffused with a supreme yang aura, slowly materialized opposite the phantasm of Lei Daoqiong. Upon the emergence of this phantasm, the bindings on Ling Yin and the other 3 great sacred clan members were instantly lifted. Upon seeing this phantasm, Ling Yin and the other powerful members of the 3 great sacred clans were struck with fear, hastily kneeling in respect. We pay our respects to our master. The phantasm, claiming to be from the Tianyang quasi-ultimate Dao imperial clan, paid no heed to Ling Yin and the others. Instead, it fixed its gaze upon the phantasm of Lei Daoqiong, sensing an intense danger emanating from it. Chapter 752. Another quasi-ultimate Dao imperial clan. Far away in the eastern Ling 10011 star region, Lei Daoqiong had awakened from his seclusion, gazing at the phantasm of law manifested by the servant imprint. He contemplated the aura of the opposing phantasm. It was evident to him that the being behind the phantasm was merely a half-step dominator at the peak of the early stage. The Tianyang Emperor clan has controlled the entire eastern Ling star region for so long and amassed endless resources. It is time for them to relinquish their hold. I claim this eastern Ling star region. You have 2 choices. Take your affiliated forces and vacate the eastern Ling star region, or prepare for war. Having remained in seclusion for far too long, my esteemed Lei family can now seize this opportunity to showcase the unparalleled might of our imperial lineage. Upon hearing Lei Daoqiong's words, the ethereal projection of the Tianyang imperial clan opposite was incensed. A resounding voice reverberated through the boundless cosmic expanse, declaring, for countless epochs, the Tianyang imperial clan has governed the entirety of the eastern spirit star region. You, a mere nascent quasi-ultimate imperial clan, dare to covet our dominion. Such aspirations are nothing but delusions. If you wish for war, then let it be so. I shall witness the true strength of your imperial lineage. With that, the ethereal projection of the Tianyang imperial clan raised its hand, transporting Ling Yin and the others away from this realm, while its own projection gradually dissipated. Observing this, Lei Daoqiong glanced at Ling Yong and the others through the ethereal projection and gently advised, prepare yourselves well. A tempest will soon engulf the eastern spirit star region. War is inevitable. Upon hearing the admonition from the supreme being of their imperial clan, Ling Yong and the others were filled with exhilaration, responding with utmost respect. We shall faithfully heed the edicts of our imperial ancestor. Subsequently, Lei Daoqiong also dispersed his ethereal projection. As tranquility returned to the cosmic void, Ling Yong and the others, suppressing their excitement, swiftly retrieved their communication's sacred decree to report this matter to Elder Lei Xingli. After conveying all the pertinent information to Elder Lei Xingli, Ling Yong's expression grew solemn. To his astonishment, aside from our main lineage, the Lei family, there existed another nascent quasi-ultimate imperial clan within the Eastern Spirit Star region. Moreover, the ancient Qingyun sacred clan, the ancient Lingsu sacred clan, and the ancient Jinhuang Dao court seemed to be vassal forces of the Tianyang imperial clan. One could only wonder if all 10 of the super sacred clans in the Eastern Spirit were also subservient to the Tianyang imperial clan. If all 10 super sacred clans were indeed vassals of the Tianyang imperial clan, this impending conflict would be far from straightforward. After analyzing the situation in the Eastern Spirit Star region, Ling Yong, with a grave demeanor, led the formidable members of the ancient Linghong sacred clan back to the sacred master-level continent. This war pertained to the survival of their clan, and the ancient Linghong sacred clan must respond with all their might. Meanwhile, in the Eastern Spirit Star region 106, the elders of the Lei family, who were previously deliberating on subduing the next star region, suddenly received a message from the patriarch. We are to initiate hostilities immediately. The most formidable force behind the Eastern Spirit Star region is the nascent quasi-ultimate imperial clan, the Tianyang imperial clan. It seems that the 10 super sacred clans of the Eastern Spirit may all be vassals of the Tianyang imperial clan. How did we come to this direct confrontation? Have we been discovered? Lei Mingtsong questioned, bewildered. At that moment, Elder Lei Xingli also received a message from Ling Yong. After perusing the contents, Elder Lei Xingli sighed, explaining, "Alas, the escalation of this conflict is indeed our oversight. We had not anticipated that the ancient Lingsu sacred clan possessed such extraordinary capabilities to relay perilous information to their kin. The 2 ancient Lingsu sacred clan members we imprisoned conveyed news of their captivity, and when they threatened and questioned Ling Yong and the others, it inadvertently triggered the patriarch's command seal, resulting in this premature declaration of war." Upon learning of the reason behind the early onset of hostilities, Lei Mingtsong rose, stating gravely, "It was my suggestion to scout the top 100-star regions of the Eastern Spirit, and now, with this early declaration of war, I bear an irrefutable responsibility. I will personally return to the clan and seek the patriarch's pardon." Hearing this, Elder Lei Xingli smiled faintly, shaking his head as he replied, "Mingtsong, this matter does not rest upon your shoulders. All the elders present agreed to advance our exploration of the Eastern Spirit's top 100-star regions. If there is blame, it should not fall solely upon you, especially considering that the imprisonment of those 2 ancient Lingsu sacred clan members was under my directive. Moreover, the message from the patriarch clearly indicates that this war was intentionally initiated to provide our Lei family disciples with invaluable experience in the forthcoming conflict within the Eastern Spirit Star region. Our mission as elders has, in essence, been fulfilled." Despite Elder Lei Xingli's explanation, Lei Mingtsong remained somewhat skeptical. However, upon reviewing the patriarch's message as presented by Elder Lei Xingli, he began to accept the elder's words. Just then, a massive rift suddenly tore through the cosmic void outside the starship, followed by an overwhelming presence enveloping the celestial expanse. What is happening? Just as the Lei family elders wore expressions of concern, the figure of Emperor 98, wielding a colossal battle blade, emerged from the spatial rift and approached the forefront of the starship. Gazing at the enormous figure outside, whose aura eclipsed even that of a peak 9th-tier immortal star master, the elders of the Lei family felt an intense gravity settle upon them. Only the Star Thunder Guards remained unfazed, for they recognized this being as a newly ascended quasi-ultimate imperial puppet under their master's command, and a glimmer of anticipation could be seen in their eyes. At that moment, in the cosmic void, Emperor 98 raised his hand slightly in a gesture of respect and spoke in a voice rich with authority. "Esteemed elders of the Lei family, I, the Imperial Guard, am here on the command of the Lei family's imperial ancestor to escort you all back to the clan." Upon hearing this proclamation, the Lei family elders were momentarily taken aback, but they quickly regained their composure, their pupils narrowing in realization. Lei Mingtsong, astonished, stepped away from the starship and inquired of Emperor 98, "Imperial Guard? You are the Imperial Guard of our Lei family patriarch, a formidable being at the brink of dominion?" "Indeed," came the unwavering reply. Taking a deep breath, Lei Mingtsong bowed respectfully to the Imperial Guard, acknowledging his strength. Without further ado, Emperor 98 shielded the Lei family elder starship and tore through the void, instantaneously transporting them to the Eastern Spirit Star region 10,011. Concurrently, In the Eastern Spirit Star region 10011, the Lei family stood on high alert, with even the elder ancestors Lei Changming, Lei Chongquan, and Lei Chongha, who had been in seclusion, emerging to prepare for the impending battle in the Eastern Spirit Star region. Within a chaotic space, Lei Daoqiong's mind could encompass the entirety of the Eastern Spirit Star region, yet he could not detect the presence of the Tianyang imperial clan. However, through his probing, he discerned that the ancient Dragon Court and the Finscale Black Abyss clan were not vassals of the Tianyang imperial clan. The fact that these two super-sacred clans were not subjugated by the nascent quasi-ultimate imperial clan suggests they might possess unique qualities, perhaps rendering them impervious to such dominion. Regarding the Tianyang imperial clan, I currently know of only one being at the brink of dominion, with no further information available. There is no need for haste. As the war commences, the truth shall inevitably come to light. A resonant voice echoed throughout the chaotic space as Lei Daoqiong's gaze deepened, as if piercing through the endless chaos to glimpse the entirety of the Eastern Spirit Star region, including the hidden Tianyang imperial clan lurking in the shadows. Chapter 753, The War Commences. In the Eastern Spirit Star region 633, Elder Lei Daoqiong, upon learning of the war's early commencement, felt no discontent. Rather, he was extraordinarily exhilarated. His previously suppressed battle spirit ignited in an instant. Esteemed elders, since the war in the Eastern Spirit Star region has commenced, there is no need for further deliberation on how to subjugate those sacred clans. We shall forge ahead, employing force to suppress any and all sacred clans. Lei Daoqiong proclaimed with fervor. The other elders, upon hearing his words, also exhibited glimmers of excitement and battle intent in their eyes. Having endured for so long, they finally had the opportunity to showcase their prowess, and this war would serve as a perfect avenue to test their enhanced abilities. As they approached the Eastern Spirit Star region 550, Lei Daoqiong's eyes shimmered with anticipation and combat fervor. He donned his advanced Immortal Star Master armor, which accentuated his imposing presence, and with the aura of a late-stage 6th-tier Immortal Star Master, he resembled an unparalleled general ready for battle. The other elders were nearly prepared as well, with over 2,000 of them radiating an intense battle spirit, the aura emanating from their realms. Surpassing the 5th stage of the Immortal Star Master, caused the surrounding void to tremble. At that moment, the elders, including Lei Daoqiong, suddenly felt the starship come to an abrupt halt, forced by a terrifying power. What is happening? Could it be that the experts from the Tianyang Imperial clan have arrived so soon? Lei Daoqiong spoke gravely, as he and the other elders gazed into the cosmic expanse ahead. Their expressions became increasingly solemn, and they had even readied the Star Thunder Guards for action. Just then, a colossal rift in the void abruptly tore open in front of them, rendering the starship of the Lei family insignificantly small in comparison. Suddenly, from within that enormous rift emerged a formidable figure clad in imperial battle armor, wielding a massive sword. Prepare for battle, Lei Daoqiong commanded solemnly, his expression grave as he regarded the imposing figure exuding a terrifying presence. However, the Star Thunder Guards quickly interjected, Elder Lei Daoqiong. This individual is the Emperor's guard sent by our master, here to protect all the elders. Before Lei Daoqiong and the other elders could process this revelation, the colossal figure, now diminishing to a height of 10,000 zhong, offered a slight bow to the starship containing the Lei family elders. With a deep, resonant voice, he proclaimed, Elder Lei Daoqiong, the Emperor knows of your warrior spirit and has specially dispatched a Lei army for your assistance. With that, the figure gestured aside, revealing a massive Lei army emerging from the void rift, comprising 100,000 warships. As the fleet of 100,000 warships navigated out of the rift, thunderous proclamations resonated throughout the cosmic expanse from each vessel. Man 2, commanding 100 billion iron-blooded barbarian troops, awaits your orders, Master. Hu Feng, leading the Lei family's White Tiger Divine Beast Legion, stands ready for your command, Elder Lei Daoqiong. Lei Xianbin and Lei Xuanwu, commanding over 100,000 disciples of the Lei family, await your orders, Elder Lei Daoqiong. Yi Xiao and Yin Chun, leading the tens of billions of disciples from the Lei Thunder Academy, stand ready for your command, Elder Lei Daoqiong. As these figures emerged within the cosmic expanse, the Lei family elders could not help but recall familiar scenes. Lei Daoqiong and the other elders surveyed the arriving Lei army and disciples with satisfaction. Witnessing their disciples, each having broken through to the realm of immortal star masters, was a proud moment, particularly as his direct disciples, Yin Chun and Man Tu, had also ascended to the 4th tier of the immortal star master realm. Taking a deep breath, Lei Daoqiong stepped forward to address the assembly, his demeanor serious as he declared, Well, it is evident that the army and disciples of the Imperial Lei family are formidable. This battle will be the greatest our Lei family has faced since our inception. We may have to confront the entirety of the Eastern Spirit Star region and even a quasi-ultimate imperial clan, with life and death hanging in the balance. Are you all afraid? No fear, no fear, no fear. The resounding chorus echoed loudly, shaking the very fabric of the universe and causing the void to tremble. Then follow this elder to carve out a path for the Lei family. Kill, kill, kill. The battle cries reverberated powerfully, shaking the cosmic expanse and even reaching the distant Eastern Spirit 633 star region, millions of light years away. Such overwhelming energy fluctuations instilled fear and confusion among all the sacred clans within the Eastern Spirit 633 star region. What is happening? How can there be such terrifying battle intent and murderous aura? Are powerful clans attacking? Or have the formidable sacred clans from other star regions initiated a war among the sacred clans? Such a presence could not possibly originate from ordinary sacred clans. It likely stemmed only from the top 100 super sacred clans of the Eastern Spirit region. At that moment, the only forces aware of the conflict between the two quasi-ultimate imperial clans were the vassal forces of the top 10 super sacred clans and some factions loyal to the Lei imperial family. Additionally, super sacred clans like the ancient Spirit Hong were also privy to some information as they had been subdued by the Lei family. The impending war between the two quasi-ultimate imperial clans would likely affect the entire Eastern Spirit region. We, the sacred clans, could be embroiled in this conflict and must prepare early. We may even need to consider submitting to one of the quasi-ultimate imperial clans. As war loomed, there was little time for hesitation. Even if it meant aligning with the forces under the quasi-ultimate imperial clans, self-preservation became the priority. In an instant, many sacred clans across the Eastern Spirit region descended into panic, with even some of the top 100 super sacred clans unable to remain composed. The ancient golden-winged rock beast clan had already engaged in full-scale war with the ancient one-eyed netherwolf demon clan. The ancient dragon elephant beast clan and the ancient spirit Hong clan had also initiated conflicts with several super sacred clans. The ancient spirit Hong clan had surprisingly submitted to a quasi-ultimate imperial clan, and the old fellow Ling Yong had gained such substantial advantages without sharing any news with us. It seems that countless epics of friendship have paled in comparison to a quasi-ultimate imperial clan. Who do you think you are to compare yourself with a quasi-ultimate imperial clan? It was reported that among the top 100 super sacred clans in the Eastern Spirit region, the 3 super clans that had submitted to the Lei imperial family had received numerous precious rewards. In fact, the Lei family had dispatched several 9th-tier immortal star masters to oversee these super clans. Indeed, from recent conflicts, the heavenly evil ancient sacred clan, which had engaged the ancient Spirit Hong clan, suffered significant losses, with 3 immortal star masters falling within less than a day. What is the heavenly evil ancient sacred clan compared to the ancient one-eyed netherwolf demon clan? Their losses have been the most devastating. Not only were they besieged by the ancient golden-winged rock beast clan, but they also lost over 10 immortal star masters. Had it not been for the support of the ancient black-scaled python demon clan, the ancient one-eyed netherwolf demon clan would have surely faced annihilation at the hands of the ancient golden-winged rock beast clan. Upon hearing this, many powerful beings within the secret continent fell into a contemplative silence. Chapter 754. The 8 super sacred clans join the fray. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe the time has come for a decision. We cannot remain uninvolved in the war between the 2 quasi-ultimate imperial clans. Whether this conflict will be an opportunity or a calamity for us depends on each of your choices. As these words were spoken, dozens of powerful beings present began to deliberate. Suddenly, a powerful being from the Star Beast clan, crackling with lightning, spoke solemnly. I have long harbored grievances against the top 10 super sacred clans, who have hunted down numerous members of my clan over countless epochs. This grudge must be avenged. Therefore, I have decided to submit to the Lei imperial family, hoping we can avoid becoming enemies in the future. With that, the Star Beast clan warrior dissipated his form. Seeing this, the remaining attendees began to contemplate. At that moment, a female human warrior spoke up. Everyone, we all have some grievances with the top 10 super sacred clans and cannot submit to them. However, we are also unfamiliar with the Lei imperial family. Why not seek out Ling Yong for a discussion? Perhaps he would be willing to share information about the Lei imperial family. What does everyone think? After a moment of consideration, the powerful beings present nodded in agreement. Then, a powerful being from the Divine Beast clan suggested, how about this? The human warriors can approach Ling Yong, the Star Beast warriors can seek out Jin Yan, and the Divine Beast warriors can consult Xiang Lin Yuan. If we can gather some information about the Lei imperial family, submitting to them might not be a significant disadvantage for us. Agreed. Since there are no objections, let us not delay further. Making a choice sooner will be most beneficial for us. After the powerful beings present nodded in agreement, they dispersed their incarnations. And the once hidden continent of the Saint Lord level returned to tranquility. As time gradually elapsed, within just a few days, the entire Eastern Spirit Star region, under the dominion of two imperial clans, ignited the flames of war among the subordinate forces. Led by Elder Daoqiong, the forces of the Lei clan surged forth, crushing all in their path, advancing from the Eastern Spirit 633-star region towards the top 10-star regions. Simultaneously, in the Eastern Spirit 5,000-star region, an Imperial Guard tore through the void and arrived before the ancient sacred formation of the Star Prison Barrier, which had isolated countless epochs of the Eastern Spirit Star region. The Imperial Guard merely uttered a single word, his tone low and resonant: shatter. Though his voice was gentle, the terrifying energy it contained shattered vast expanses of the void. And the ancient sacred formation of the Star Prison, which had sealed off a significant portion of the Eastern Spirit Star region, was instantly reduced to countless fragments. The guardians of the Star Prison Barrier were likewise obliterated alongside the formation. In that fleeting moment of destruction, the top 10 Super Saint clans within the Eastern Spirit Star region sensed the shift. The ancient Dragon Court would not partake in the war of the Eastern Spirit Star region, nor would it involve itself in the conflict between the two imperial clans. And the frigid-scale Black Abyss Ancient clan also showed no interest in the imperial strife. Thus, they paid little heed to the shattering of the Star Prison Barrier. However, the other 8 Super Saint clans responded with far more indignation at the barrier's destruction. In the first star region of the Eastern Spirit, the ancient Blood Devour clan had gathered the ancestors of the other 7 Super Saint clans. Within a grand hall, at least 30 powerful beings sat, all of them at the 9th tier of the immortal Star Lord realm, their overwhelming presence rendering the atmosphere stifling. The Star Prison Barrier has been shattered. It seems that we have no room left for negotiation with the Imperial Clan Lei, spoke an ancestor of the ancient Xingyan clan, Qingli. What is there to negotiate with the Imperial Clan Lei? Since war has been declared, we must not hold back, though we may not be their match. Dealing with their subordinate forces is well within our capabilities, replied Shuiji, a formidable member of the Blood Devour clan. The ancient Spirit Hong clan harbors 5 9th-tier Immortal Star Lords from the Imperial Clan Lei. And it seems the ancient Golden-Winged Rock Beast clan and the ancient Dragon Elephant Divine Beast clan also possess several 9th-tier Immortal Star Lords from Lei's clan. We cannot afford to underestimate other clans. Ling Yan cautioned gravely. Hearing this, the other powerful beings nodded, yet their expressions remained unconcerned. If Lei's 9th-tier Immortal Star Lords are stationed in other clans, their demise will be even swifter. Our master, the Tianyang Imperial Clan, possesses unfathomable power. The sudden emergence of the Imperial Clan Lei will surely not withstand the might of the Tianyang Imperial Clan. Their downfall is merely a matter of time, stated an ancestor of the ancient Anhu clan, and Xiao, with confidence. At this moment, the strongest and most powerful member of the ancient Blood Devour clan, Shueta, solemnly declared, "Enough, the war has commenced. Let us reveal the strength of our 8 Super Saint clans to all within the Eastern Spirit Star region. As for the clans unwilling to submit, you all know what must be done." He understood. Annihilating clans is my favorite pastime. The thrill of slaughtering sentient beings is truly exquisite, exclaimed the ancestor of the ancient demon clan, Yao Shang, as he conjured a palpable aura of slaughter with his fingertips, his eyes brimming with excitement and anticipation. At this juncture, Shuetuo rose, his expression grave, and proclaimed, "The order from the Tianyang Imperial Clan is clear. This war is not only to showcase the might of the Tianyang Imperial Clan and our 8 Super Saint clans, but also to seize all resources within the Eastern Spirit Star region. Not even the corpses of the powerful shall go to waste. Furthermore, we must contribute 80% of all spoils to the Tianyang Imperial Clan, with the remaining 20% divided among ourselves. The more one kills and seizes, the more one shall gain." Upon hearing this, the other 7 Super Saint clans' powerful beings hastily took their leave, their expressions betraying a hint of urgency. Watching them depart, only 7 powerful members of the ancient Blood Devour clan remained. A faint smile graced Shuetuo's lips as he murmured after their exit, "Let the slaughter commence. The more blood spilled, the better. If countless lives are extinguished, perhaps I shall shatter that barrier and ascend to the rare realm of half-step dominion. At that time, aside from the Tianyang Imperial Clan, my ancient Blood Devour clan will also rise to become a quasi-ultimate Imperial Clan, a supreme entity above millions of clans beneath the Tianyang Imperial Clan in the Eastern Spirit Star region." His chilling, maniacal laughter reverberated throughout the Grand Hall, as countless legions of the ancient Blood Devour clan, reeking of blood, stood poised, ready to launch an assault on any other Super Saint clan. Chapter 755, The Terrifying Might of the Imperial Clan Lei's Forces. In the cosmic sea of stars, waves of terrifying battle remnants, capable of shattering the very fabric of the universe, surged forth, causing the starry expanse to convulse and tremble. In the Eastern Spirit 633-star region, Lei Daoqiong led the Lei clan's forces, comprised of powerful beings above the immortal Star Lord realm, to engage in a cataclysmic battle against nearly 40 Saint clans within the Eastern Spirit 633-star region, totaling around 5,000 immortal Star Lords. These 40 clans were all vassals of the 8 mightiest Super Saint clans of the Eastern Spirit Star region, with the Demon clan and the Human clan boasting the largest numbers, alongside various ancient beast and exotic beast clans. United, their might was fearsome. Within the seemingly endless expanse of the cosmic sea, the battle of tens of thousands of immortal Star Lords wreaked havoc, fracturing the very void. A torrent of perfect Tao source powers surged within this cosmic sea, as various immortal sacred techniques, secret arts, and inherited skills erupted into view. Injuries were frequent, and carelessness could lead to immediate annihilation, resulting in death and the extinguishing of one's path. The terrifying waves of battle reverberated through the boundless cosmic sea, reaching the Eastern Spirit 633-star region and instilling profound fear and panic among the other Saint clans. At this moment, outside the Eastern Spirit 633-star region, the Lei clan's 100 billion iron-blooded barbarian army, nearly 1 billion white tiger divine beast troops, and a vast number of disciples from the Thunder Dao Academy, all boasting power above the immortal Star Lord realm, along with several million immortal Star Lords, surrounded the entire Eastern Spirit 633-star region with an overwhelming might. The remaining dozens of Saint clans within the Eastern Spirit 633-star region, witnessing such a terrifying spectacle, cowered within their respective Saint Lord level continents and star regions, trembling in fear and daring not to make a single move. Just then, a slightly trembling yet resolute voice reached the Lei clan's army. I, the ancient Bingqi clan's ancestor Bingyan, am willing to lead the entire Bingqi clan to submit to the imperial clan Lei. An elder clad in ice-blue robes, accompanied by nearly 100 immortal Star Lords, appeared before the Lei clan's forces, their expressions tense, beads of sweat on their foreheads revealing the weight of their decision after much deliberation. Among the Lei clan's forces, the non-combatant elder Lei Run sat cross-legged atop a celestial deer beast, observing the assembly of the Bingqi clan's powerful beings. He turned to a nearby Thunder Guard, exchanging a knowing glance. The Thunder Guard nodded and swiftly approached the assembly of Bing Yin and his companions, his formidable immortal divine sense penetrating the sea of immortal souls of the 100 or so powerful beings. Under the scrutiny of the Star Thunder Guard, Bing Yin and the others were gripped by fear, yet dared not show any resistance, allowing the guard to conduct their inspection. Once the examination concluded, the Star Thunder Guard turned to nod at Elder Lei Rin. Without uttering much, Elder Lei Rin directly infused the servant seal of Patriarch Lei Daoqiong into the immortal sacred souls of all the immortal Star Master Realm powerhouses present, including Bing Yin. It would not be long before the seal of Lei Daoqiong would manifest within the souls of all those of the Ice Qi ancient sacred clan bloodline. Having submitted to my imperial clan, the Lei family, let this elder observe your prowess, Elder Lei Run remarked slowly, gazing at Bing Yin. Most of the immortal Star Master Realm powerhouses from the numerous subordinate forces of the 8 major super sacred clans in this star region have already departed for the cosmic star sea battlefield. You should know what to do next. Upon receiving the elder's approval for the Ice Qi ancient sacred clan submission, Bing Yin and the others felt an overwhelming sense of excitement. Understanding the elder's words immediately, Bing Yin hastily knelt on one knee, his expression filled with reverence as he pledged, I comprehend, and I shall lead the army to annihilate all remaining powerhouses of those several sacred clans within the star region. Elder Lei Run, satisfied, nodded in approval and casually tossed him an immortal sacred ring. These resources and treasures have been prepared for you by this elder. Should you perform well in your task, greater rewards will await. Catching the immortal sacred ring, Bing Yan's face lit up with joy as he responded. I shall not disappoint the imperial clan and the elder's expectations and guarantee the flawless completion of the mission. Seeing the imperial clan elder wave his hand, Bing Yin respectfully bowed once more before taking his leave, leading the strong members of the Ice Qi ancient sacred clan back to their sacred lord level continent. After a brief moment following their departure, Elder Lei Run addressed the Lei family army beside him. Commence. There are a total of 39 sacred clans within the sacred lord level continent. Spare not a single one above the Star Monarch realm. Understood. The soldiers of the army responded in unison, dividing into 39 squads, each comprising billions of soldiers and nearly 100,000 immortal Star Master Realm powerhouses. advancing towards the sacred Lord-level continents of the 39 sacred clans. With a thunderous roar, the formidable Lei family army effortlessly shattered the defensive barriers of the 39 sacred clans' sacred Lord-level continents, breaching them in an instant. Within those continents, the once prepared sacred clan armies, numbering in the trillions with powerhouses above the Dao Lord realm, were instantly overwhelmed by the terrifying number of Immortal Star Master realm powerhouses from the Lei family army, their fighting spirit evaporating into sheer panic. The once cohesive formations disintegrated, and chaos and fear infiltrated the ranks of the sacred clan armies. How is this possible? How could we, with our own strength, possibly contend against the Lei family's imperial army? I do not wish to die. I refuse to become a vassal of the ancient Star South sacred clan. I am willing to surrender. Please, mighty imperial clan, spare my life. I will be eternally grateful and serve the Lei family. In an instant, chaos erupted within the sacred clan armies upon witnessing the Lei family's forces. Though they had previously been unafraid of death, they were now gripped by terror, their eyes reflecting an ardent desire to survive. Should they recklessly attack, they would only be crushed into dust by the Lei family army, their efforts likely to create no ripple whatsoever. Yet, even if these sacred clan armies refrained from attacking, the Lei family army would not let them off the hook, for these clans were mere vassals of the 8 major super-sacred clans, and their loyalty and reverence towards them would not be easily swayed. Moreover, the Lei family warriors were not known for their mercy. Those marked for death would indeed meet their end. A second-tier barbarian general of the Immortal Star Master realm led billions of barbarian troops, directly obliterating a sacred Lord-level continent of the demon sacred clan, where countless trillions of demon soldiers fell victim to the onslaught of the barbarian army. With billions perishing each moment, the Lei family army's brutal advance, coupled with a palpable atmosphere of slaughter, pervaded the entire East Spirit 633-star region, sending shivers down the spines of the other sacred clans, who cowered within their own sacred Lord-level continents, too fearful even to release a breath of energy, let alone scout the battlefield. Many squads of the Lei family army, after annihilating the sacred clan forces within the sacred Lord-level continents, plunged into the depths of the Star region, commencing a ruthless slaughter against the Star domains of the 39 major sacred clans. However, the Lei family army focused solely on eliminating those above the Star Monarch realm, entrusting the subjugation of those below to Bing Yan's ancient sacred clan. This one-sided war unfolded swiftly, concluding in a mere 3 days, when Elder Lei Daoqiong severed the head of the last 6th-tier Immortal Star Master Realm demon sacred clan powerhouse and crushed the demon's sacred soul. The war in the East Spirit 633-star region came to a definitive end. Chapter 756. The decision of the ancestors of the 8 major super-sacred clans. Standing amidst the cosmic star sea, Lei Daoqiong surveyed the battlefield, relieved to see that all the Lei family elders and disciples were alive and largely unscathed. Nodding in satisfaction, everyone, swiftly account for the battlefield. Lei Daoqiong commanded loudly. Understood. The elders and disciples of the Lei family complied, quickly gathering the corpses of the other sacred clans scattered throughout the cosmic star sea. The remains of Immortal Star Master Realm powerhouses, including those of demon clans, ancient beasts, and exotic creatures, were akin to treasures, invaluable for crafting immortal sacred elixirs and forging immortal sacred talismans. Although the Lei family warriors held little regard for the bodies of human powerhouses, they still had many sacred clans under their banner to support, making the remains of these human powerhouses a precious resource worthy of bestowal. Once the Lei family warriors had cleared the battlefield of all corpses in the cosmic star sea, they departed from its depths, returning to the cosmic starry sky. At this juncture, the slaughter of the strong within the 39 vassal forces of the 8 major super-sacred clans in the East Spirit 633-star region was nearly complete. Only those at the Dao Lord realm and below remained, all of whom had been enslaved by the Xianxia ancient sacred clan. The East Spirit 633-star region marked the Lei family's inaugural battle, resulting in a decisive victory without any unforeseen events, achieved through overwhelming force. After the war concluded, the other sacred clans within the East Spirit 633-star region were left in stunned silence, unable to comprehend the situation on the battlefield, fearful of falling victim to the imperial Lei family's wrath and facing annihilation. In the cosmic starry sky, Bing Yan, bearing slight injuries, stood in utmost reverence before Elder Lei Daoqiong and Elder Lei Ren, among other Lei family elders. Bing Yan, you have performed admirably in this task, Elder Lei Ren remarked, producing an immortal sacred ring and presenting it before Bing Yan. This is your reward. Guard the East Spirit 633-star region diligently and report any developments to the Star Thunder Guard. Do you understand? Your subordinate obeys. Bing Yin promptly knelt, his demeanor exceedingly respectful as he responded. Casting a glance at the East Spirit's 633-star region, Lei Daoqiong turned and made his way towards the starship. Set sail. On to the next star region. As Elder Lei Daoqiong's voice resonated throughout the Lei family army, all soldiers in the starry sky responded in unison, understood, before orderly proceeding towards the warships. Once the Lei family army's nearly 100,000 warships were prepared for departure, they tore through the void, heading towards the next star region. Observing this scene, Bing Yin called out, "I bid farewell to the Imperial clan, wishing the Imperial army victories without fail and triumphs unending." His voice echoed across the cosmic starry sky, and soon the Lei family army's warships departed the East Spirit's 633-star region. The war continued unabated, growing fiercer as they advanced, with each star region fortified by even greater strength and an increasing number of vassal sacred clans serving the 8 major super sacred clans. However, the forces of the Lei family continue to exhibit an overwhelming momentum, cutting through hundreds of star regions and delivering an unparalleled shock to the entire Eastern Spirit star region. The relentless slaughter of the Lei family has reverberated through the ranks of the 8 great super clans under the Tianyang Imperial clan. The fact that the Lei family's army boasts nearly 10 million immortal star lords and over 100 billion immortal star monarchs is utterly astounding. The cultivation of such a formidable force must have required an immense expenditure of resources and treasures. It seems the Lei family of the Imperial clan is far from ordinary. Xing expressed gravely, his tone laden with concern. Within the Grand Hall, the powerful figures of the 8 super clans wore somber expressions, their previously confident gazes now replaced with apprehension. 10 million immortal star lords. This number likely matches the combined total of immortal star lords across all the clans in the Eastern Spirit Star region. And even the Tianyang Imperial clan may fall short. Ling Yin remarked quietly, already deep in contemplation. Humph, this battle is indeed vexing. Those super clans pose no threat to us, and outside their territories, there are actually 9th-tier immortal star lords from the Lei family. To force those super clans into submission is simply impossible, Yao Shang added, his demeanor equally grave, as he had never encountered such a formidable predicament before. The expressions of the other super clan patriarchs, including Shui Tao, were similarly grim. The prospect of coercing the other super clans into servitude was now out of the question. If the Lei family continued to obliterate our vassal forces in other star regions, it would greatly deplete our own strength. A glint of shrewdness flashed in Huang Fusang's eyes as he proposed, "I believe we should gather all the powerful beings from our vassal clans across the other star regions. Perhaps we can still engage the Lei family in battle, and with the support of the Tianyang Imperial clan, we may stand a chance." Upon hearing Huang Fusang's suggestion, the various patriarchs fell into deep thought. If we were to assemble all the powerful beings from our vassal clans, we might muster over 4 million immortal star lords and nearly 100 billion immortal star monarchs. The other clans with star monarchs and above could likely contribute tens of billions more. This contingent should be sufficient to at least withstand the Lei family's forces. Buying time for the Tianyang Imperial clan's support, the ancient patriarch of the Southern Sacred Clan, Xing, also calculated. The other super clan patriarchs nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Shui Tao narrowed his eyes, contemplating for a moment before stating solemnly, "In that case, let us follow the suggestions of Huang Fusang and Patriarch Xing. Notify all vassal clans across the star regions to gather all their armies and powerful beings above the star monarch level, transporting them to the ancient battlefield in the Eastern Spirit Star region. There, we shall confront the Imperial Lei family in a decisive battle." With a plan in place, the 8 super clans began their operations, fervently relocating a multitude of sacred clan armies to the ancient battlefield. In that moment, they spared no expense, pouring countless resources into their soldiers. As the great battle commenced, each sacred clan produced mountains of resources and treasures, filling numerous storage sacred rings to the brim, forming small hills. Among these were countless sacred herbs, sacred pills, sacred liquids, and even an overwhelming number of immortal sacred talismans and artifacts. These resources and treasures had been amassed by the 8 super clans over countless epochs through their plundering across the Eastern Spirit Star region. Now, as the battle unfolded, their very survival hinged on these offerings to their armies. The movements of the 8 super clans quickly caught the attention of the Lei family. In the Eastern Spirit Star region, 532, Lei Daoqiong and the other Lei family members observed that the land and star domains of the vassal forces of the 8 super clans were now devoid of any beings above the level of Heaven's Great Master. Witnessing this scene, Lei Daoqiong refrained from ordering the Lei family army to strike. Annihilating them outright would be a waste. Instead, enslaving these sacred beings would unlock their true potential. It seems those 8 super clans are not devoid of intelligence. They have managed to gather all their vassal forces and relocate them to the ancient battlefield in the Eastern Spirit Star region, evidently intending to confront our Lei family army in a final showdown. Lei Xianxian remarked slowly, gazing into the cosmic expanse. Lei Daoqiong's eyes brimmed with martial fervor as he declared, "This is fortuitous. Rather than dealing with them one by one, we can engage in a grand battle." The powerful members of the Lei family were filled with the spirit of combat. They had remained dormant for far too long, having cultivated within the time-space sacred hall for countless epochs. Now was the time to test the might of the Lei family army. Chapter 757, Journey to the Ancient Battlefield. The 8 great super clans had successfully transported all their vassal forces' sacred armies and powerful beings to the ancient battlefield in the Eastern Spirit Star region. The Lei family army no longer needed to eradicate the vassal forces of the 8 super clans one by one. As for the sacred forces from other star regions that wished to submit to the Lei family, Lei Daoqiong assigned this task of subjugating other star region clans to the Tianyu ancient sacred clan, arranging for 109th tier immortal star lords of the Xing Lei Guard to provide protection. After all, it was most fitting for the Tianyu ancient sacred clan, which was not participating in the war, to aid the Lei family in subjugating the sacred forces from other star regions. Returning to the Eastern Spirit Star region 10011. The Lei family army led by Lei Daoqiong and the elders, having been transported by the Imperial 99, arrived back at the Lei family. Witnessing the profound transformations occurring within the Lei family, Lei Daoqiong and the elders were filled with astonishment and exhilaration. If the previous Lei family army had already satisfied him, the current state of the Lei family was nothing short of astonishing. The Lei family army likely represented only 1/10,000th of the entire Lei family's combat strength, not even accounting for those on the cusp of the Dominator realm. In the chaotic space, Lei Daoqiong's thoughts scanned the entirety of the Eastern Spirit Star region and swiftly located the ancient battlefield. This ancient battlefield was situated in a mysterious locale on the left side of the Eastern Spirit Star region, with a battlefield scope comparable to that of the entire Eastern Spirit Star region. Moreover, its cosmic intensity could even withstand the full-force clashes of peak 9th-tier immortal star lords. Yet, the pressure within this ancient battlefield was overwhelmingly terrifying. Only those above the Star Monarch level could barely survive, while only those above the immortal Star Monarch realm could disregard the pressure within the ancient battlefield. With the decisive battle set to unfold in the ancient battlefield, there was no need to devastate the entirety of the Eastern Spirit Star region. The 8 great super clans had indeed found an opportune location for the Lei family. Lei Daoqiong mused, his gaze penetrating the endless cosmos to behold the ancient battlefield. At this moment, on the outskirts of the ancient battlefield, the 8 great super clans were actively transporting vast numbers of sacred armies into the ancient battlefield, their ranks swelling into the trillions. The multitude of demons, demon beasts, ancient beasts, and exotic creatures was boundless. The gathered tide of beasts could even crush the cosmic expanse of the Eastern Spirit Star region. At this juncture, Lei Daoqiong also spotted some cultivators from the Tianyang Imperial clan, numbering only in the thousands at the Immortal Star Lord level, with merely 500 being high-ranking Immortal Star Lords. However, he did not observe any military forces from the Tianyang Imperial clan. It seemed they truly did not regard the Imperial Lei family with much seriousness. After merely observing for a brief moment, Lei Daoqiong withdrew his gaze. He chuckled softly. "Once I locate the Tianyang Imperial clan, I shall personally witness their true capabilities." With that, Lei Daoqiong called out to the chaotic space, "DE." In an instant, DE appeared within the chaotic space. "At your service." Upon seeing DE, Lei Daoqiong commanded, "Convey my imperial decree. All sacred armies of the Lei family's vassal forces above the Star Monarch level are to set forth immediately for the ancient battlefield. Furthermore, mobilize the formidable Star Thunder Guards, comprising 1,000,000 high-tier immortal star lords, along with 10 imperial guards, to promptly advance to the ancient battlefield and establish a secure base for my Lei family's legion. Additionally, prepare the esteemed ancestors and the revered elders of the Lei family, for once the Star Thunder Guards have secured the military station at the ancient battlefield, the Lei family legion shall proceed forthwith, ready to commence the decisive battle at any moment." "Understood. I shall make the necessary arrangements at once." Upon receiving the command, DE bowed respectfully and departed the chaotic space. As Lei Daoqiong's orders reached the Lei family and all affiliated factions, the entire Lei family and their allied sacred clans were poised for action. Simultaneously, the Tianyu ancient sacred clan, having subjugated numerous ancient sacred clans, star beast tribes, and divine beast clans across various star regions for the Lei family, gathered their legions, prepared to fight for the Lei family at a moment's notice. In the Eastern Spirit Star region, the Hongyu ancient sacred clan and the Tianlu Star Beast tribe assembled nearly 100 billion sacred clan legions of star lords and above in the vast expanse of the starry sky outside the star region, all standing in readiness, fully equipped for battle. Through a millennium of cultivation and development within the temporal holy temple, the strength of the Hongyu ancient sacred clan and the Tianlu Star Beast tribe had augmented at least 10,000-fold. At that moment, a colossal rift suddenly tore open in the cosmic starry sky before the two sacred clan legions, and a terrifying aura emanated from the void. Soon after, an imperial guard, towering 1,000,000 zhong, emerged from the rift. The entire sacred clan legion of Hongyu ancient sacred clan and Tianlu Star Beast tribe gazed in awe at the imposing figure radiating such a fearsome presence, and they immediately knelt in reverence, exclaiming, "Hong Qian pays homage to the emperor. We pay homage to the emperor." The trillions of sacred clan soldiers bowed in unison, their voices resonating throughout the cosmos, filled with fervor and respect. Observing this, the Imperial Guard's voice boomed with authority, "Hongyu ancient sacred clan and Tianlu Star Beast tribe, I summon you to be transported forthwith to the ancient battlefield. We obey your command." Hong Qian and Lu Mingtian replied respectfully, then rose gracefully and led their respective sacred clan legions in an orderly fashion towards the colossal void rift. Meanwhile, nearly the entire Eastern Spirit Star region experienced similar happenings, as the Imperial Guards personally escorted all sacred clan legions from other star regions directly to the ancient battlefield. In the ancient battlefield's starry expanse, a boundless universe lay scattered with remnants of shattered star region barriers, and many devastated star regions devoid of all life. It was evident that the ancient battlefield once constituted a part of the Eastern Spirit Star region. This ancient battlefield spanned nearly half of the Eastern Spirit Star region, illustrating the sheer terror of the battles that had transpired. Countless star regions lay in ruins, nearly obliterated. Such a battlefield could only be the result of the Great War that engulfed the entire Eastern Spirit Star region, or perhaps even the conflict of quasi-imperial Dao clans. At this juncture, the Lei family's million high-tier immortal star lords from the Star Thunder Guards had already claimed half of the ancient battlefield, while the other half was occupied by the Tianyang Imperial clan and the other 8 super sacred clans along with their allied forces. Currently, these 8 super clans were continually transporting endless sacred clan legions, even recruiting 9th-tier Dao lords and half-step star monarchs, utilizing boundless resources to forcibly elevate them to first-tier star monarchs, thus directly integrating them into the sacred clan legions heading to the ancient battlefield. The sacred clan legions of the Lei family's vassal factions were also pouring into the ancient battlefield, yet the Lei family only required combatants above the Star Lord realm. Consequently, the number of sacred clan legions amassed by the Lei family paled in comparison to that of the 8 super clan vassals, even falling short of 1/10,000th. However, the number and strength of the Lei family's vassal sacred clan warriors far surpassed those of the 8 super clan vassals. Moreover, among the top super clans in the Eastern Spirit, nearly 40 super clans were subservient to the Lei family, ensuring that the number of immortal star lords within the Lei family's vassal legions overwhelmingly eclipsed that of the 8 super clan vassals. Additionally, the quantity and quality of resources and treasures were not even comparable. All soldiers within the Lei family's vassal sacred clans wielded exquisite gear and weapons of the same realm. Even sacred talismans could be supplied in almost limitless quantities. The treasures for recovery and healing were of immeasurable value, including precious divine liquids or immortal divine liquids, and even numerous divine marrow pills or immortal divine marrow pills crafted from diluted sacred marrow or immortal sacred marrow. These invaluable treasures could be life-saving at critical junctures, equipping all warriors of the Lei family's sacred clan legions with at least 3 lives unless they were struck down instantaneously. During this period, neither of the 2 imperial clans initiated combat. Both continued to transport their sacred clan legions into the ancient battlefield. The final confrontation was on the verge of eruption. Chapter 758. The Tianyang Imperial Clan finally appears. After a month of continuous transportation, the 8 super sacred clans had amassed countless sacred clan legions of star monarchs and above in the ancient battlefield. While the Lei family's vassal forces were fewer in number, they had still gathered hundreds of billions of sacred clan soldiers above the Star Lord realm at the ancient battlefield. On this day, both the 8 super sacred clans and the Lei family ceased their transportation of sacred clan legions to the ancient battlefield, and the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, charged with the fervor of impending battle. In the heart of the ancient battlefield, an imperial guard of the Lei family, manifesting a colossal form of billions of zhong, stood resolutely at the center of the battlefield, wielding an immense quasi-imperial Dao greatsword. Behind him, the ethereal manifestation of the imperial figure loomed large, visible to all present in the ancient battlefield, exuding an overwhelming imperial might that pressed down upon the sacred clan legions of the Tianyang imperial clan. The thousands of immortal star lords from the Tianyang imperial clan wore grave expressions as they beheld the terrifying figure at the center of the battlefield. The Lei family has even deployed a half-step dominator realm powerhouse. Should combat commence directly, we stand no chance, exclaimed Yang Ao, a ninth-tier immortal star lord of the Tianyang imperial clan, his voice heavy with foreboding. That imperial figure from the Lei family is likely awaiting the arrival of our own imperial figure. If our ancestral emperor does not appear, this war could linger indefinitely, analyzed Yang Ao Tian, another ninth-tier immortal star lord. At that moment, the Tianyang imperial clan's warriors bore expressions of deep concern. They dared not initiate battle nor retreat in fear, rendered immobile in a state of stalemate. The strength of the Lei family's imperial clan is formidable, even exceedingly so. We must not underestimate them, remarked a higher-ranking member of the Tianyang imperial clan, promptly dispatching an imperial order for reinforcements. Recognizing that the sacred clan legions of the Eastern Spirit Star region were no match for the Lei family's forces. Indeed, Elder Yangxing, we shall relay this message to the imperial clan at once, stated another Tianyang imperial clan warrior, who then swiftly teleported away from the front line to communicate with their imperial clan. At the forefront of the Eastern Spirit Star region, billions of light years away from the first star region, lay a mysterious domain shrouded in chaotic energy. This expanse was vast, comparable to a tenth of the Eastern Spirit Star region. Yet, delving deeper into this chaotic realm revealed that it was not the cosmos as one might expect, but rather an immense continent. The sovereign of this boundless land was none other than the Tianyang imperial clan. It is precisely due to the shroud of chaotic energy that even the formidable Lei Daoqiong could not ascertain the whereabouts of the Tianyang emperor clan. Surrounding the Dongling Star region is an expanse enveloped in various mysterious and unknown celestial phenomena, all cloaked in chaotic energy. Thus, it is entirely reasonable that Lei Daoqiong was unable to conduct any probing at this time. At the heart of this enigmatic continent, atop a towering mountain of majestic grandeur, stood an opulent palace of colossal proportions, emanating an extraordinarily rich aura of supreme power. Even within a radius of billions of kilometers around this magnificent mountain, an overwhelming pressure reigned, dissuading even the mightiest peak of the ninth-tier immortal star lord from approaching even slightly. Suddenly, a terrifying wave of pressure erupted from within the grand hall, followed by a cacophony of furious roars. Where did this emperor clan of the Lei family emerge from? Daring to wage war against our Tianyang emperor clan? We have dominated the Dongling Star region for countless epochs. What qualifications does the Lei family possess to engage in battle with us? Thundered an imposing elder of considerable stature, his body radiating a searing force of supreme energy, as if ready to topple the entire palace. Your Excellency Yang Yan, please quell your anger. If the Lei family wishes to challenge our Tianyang emperor clan, let us demonstrate the might of our lineage, spoke a relatively youthful and composed figure who bore the title of emperor within the Tianyang lineage. Indeed, Your Excellency Yang Shu speaks wisely. We have remained in obscurity within the Dongling Star region for far too long. It is time to remind the myriad holy clans of our formidable reputation. This speaker was none other than Yang Huan, the second-ranked half-step dominator emperor of the Tianyang emperor clan, emerging from the ethereal projection conjured by Lei Daoqiong. If it is a decisive battle, our Tianyang emperor clan must exert its utmost effort. Aside from Yang Shu, who is tasked with guarding our quasi-supreme realm, I shall gather 80% of our strongest warriors and legions, and we shall personally lead the charge to the ancient battlefield to confront the Lei family in a fight to the death. Yes, as the imperial edict was issued, the formidable warriors and legions of the Tianyang emperor clan commenced their assembly across the endless continent. Within a mere month, a terrifying army of the Tianyang emperor clan had gathered at the periphery of the endless continent, poised and ready to venture forth to the ancient battlefield. Before long, as two immense rifts in the void appeared at the edge of the boundless continent, two towering figures materialized before the chasms. After a brief inspection of the imperial legions, Yang Yin and Yang Huan's resonant voices reverberated throughout the entire army. The Lei family, oblivious to their own mortality, dares to challenge our Tianyang emperor clan. Warriors, heed my command. We shall march to the ancient battlefield and vanquish the Lei family. Inspired by the resounding decree, countless warriors of the imperial legions ignited with fervor, their battle spirits soaring, and a terrifying bloodlust emanated from them as they roared in unison. Follow the emperor, eradicate the Lei family. Kill, kill, kill. The echoes of their battle cries reverberated throughout the vast expanse of the Tianyang Emperor clan's quasi-supreme realm, as if imbued with an unparalleled might, poised to crush the entirety of the Dongling Star region and even obliterate the Lei family. Sensing the overwhelming battle intent and murderous aura emanating from the Tianyang Emperor clan, Yang Yin and Yang Huan hesitated no longer. Their voices deepened in urgency. At once, we shall embark. With Yang Yan's command, the entire army of the Tianyang Emperor clan surged forth, organized and synchronized, soaring towards the colossal rift in the void. In an instant, the legions plunged into the rift, directly transporting themselves to the ancient battlefield. At the moment the Tianyang Emperor clan's army set its plan into motion, Lei Daoqiong, concealed within the chaotic space, sensed a disturbance. His eyes, capable of piercing through the endless chaos, fixed upon the shrouded domain of the Tianyang Emperor clan. I have finally located them. This is indeed the residence of the Tianyang Emperor clan. Lei Daoqiong's gaze penetrated through the chaotic veil, revealing the endless continent of the Tianyang Emperor clan and the half-step Dominator Emperor guarding it. Chapter 759. The decisive battle commences. As Lei Daoqiong was probing the quasi-supreme realm of the Tianyang Emperor clan, he was suddenly detected by Yang Shu, who was stationed there. Who dares to spy upon our Tianyang continent? Yang Shu's furious voice boomed, and in an instant, he appeared at the edge of the Tianyang continent. Traversing the chaotic energy that enveloped the stars, his immense quasi-supreme perception sweeping across the entirety of the Dongling Star region. Yet, despite searching diligently, Yang Shu could not uncover the identity of the intruder, nor could he even pinpoint the location of the Lei family's domain in the Dongling Star region. Who could it be that has discovered our Tianyang continent? Could it be a half-step dominator from the Lei family? Yang Shu pondered, his expression growing grave. To this day, the identity of the Lei family remained an enigma to the Tianyang Emperor clan, and it appeared that they had now been exposed. Finding no trace of the intruder, Yang Shu returned to the Tianyang continent. However, unbeknownst to him, several unexpected guests had already made their presence felt. Lei Daoqiong, accompanied by several imperial guards, silently traversed the starry expanse shrouded in chaotic energy, concealing their presence as they approached the Tianyang continent. Upon laying eyes on the vastness of the Tianyang continent, Lei Daoqiong was taken aback. He could hardly fathom such a massive expanse existing amidst the cosmic void. Even if this continent were a quasi-supreme realm, it was still a tenth the size of the entire Dongling Star region, a feat that even Lei Daoqiong found challenging to replicate. Furthermore, the difficulty of elevating a saintly master-level continent to that of a quasi-supreme realm was significantly greater. Indeed, the Lei family had yet to possess a single quasi-supreme realm. Otherwise, Lei Daoqiong would not have remained in the chaotic space for so long. The creation of a quasi-supreme realm is an arduous endeavor, and now, with a ready-made quasi-supreme realm before him, the hidden Lei Daoqiong began to contemplate the potential of the Tianyang Emperor clan's domain. With this newfound perspective, Lei Daoqiong commenced his investigation of the quasi-supreme realm, remaining undetected by Yang Shu's return. In the ancient battlefield, as Yang Yin and Yang Huan led the Tianyang Emperor clan's legions into the fray, the overwhelming imperial might and terrifying battle intent not only astonished the 8 major superclans and their subordinate legions, but also left the Lei family's allied legions in a state of surprise. Tens of millions of Immortal Star Lord legions and trillions of Immortal Star Lord legions. Was this the true power of the Tianyang Emperor clan? The entire ancient battlefield reverberated with the shock of the allied legions. The imperial might and strength displayed by the Tianyang Emperor clan instantly uplifted the morale of the 8 superclans and their subordinate legions, while the momentum of the Lei family's allied legions diminished by 20%. Seeing this, the leading imperial guard of the Lei family brandished his colossal sword, exuding a terrifying imperial presence. In the next moment, the cosmic fabric behind him was rent asunder, revealing a vast rift in the void. In the wake of this spectacle, the legions of the Lei family emerged in an orderly fashion from the chasm, led by the 3 ancestral figures, Lei Changming, Lei Changquan, and Lei Changha. Their auras were nearing the threshold of half-step dominator, and if this battle concluded favorably, it was likely that all 3 of the Lei family ancestors would achieve that esteemed rank. Behind the 3 ancient ancestors of the Lei family stood a legion formed by the elders and disciples of the Lei clan, numbering in the tens of millions, all of whom were at the Immortal Star Master realm. Although the majority were of the lower tiers within this realm, their collective might was not in the slightest diminished when compared to the imperial army of the Tianyang dynasty. Following the Lei family's legion were thousands of divine beast legions, with the billion-strong dragon legion led by Longqing descending upon the battlefield. Their immense dragon forms radiated an overwhelming dragon might, instilling fear in every demonic and ancient beast present on the primordial battlefield. Additionally, there was the 100 billion Titan Ape Legion, led by Titan, whose colossal presence caused the very ground to tremble, creating fissures in the ancient battlefield and eliciting terror from the void-dwelling behemoths. The billion-strong Phoenix Legion, commanded by Feng Qingwu, unleashed a terrifyingly searing aura, warping the very fabric of the cosmic expanse above. There were also legions of White Tiger Divine Beasts, Xuanwu Divine Beasts, and Dragon Elephant Divine Beasts, among countless others, each exuding an immense pressure that surpassed the limits of the immortal Star Monarch realm. The sheer scale and ferocity of these legions made both Yang Yin and Yang Huan's expressions grow serious. They believed this was the end. Yet from the vast void rift emerged an unending stream of auxiliary legions from the Lei family. The Lei family boasted trillions of battle-hardened warriors above the Star Master realm, countless branches of the Lei Dao Academy, and nearly 100 billion disciples and elders of the Academy, all forming an indomitable force. This staggering number of powerful beings amplified the momentum of the Lei family's auxiliary legions several-fold, while the morale of the Tianyang dynasty's vassal forces plummeted by approximately 50%, with even some beast legions at the Star Master realm exhibiting signs of panic. Faced with such a formidable legion from the Lei family, even the spirit of the Tianyang dynasty's forces faltered slightly. What kind of entity is the Lei family to possess such terrifying strength? One elder of the Tianyang dynasty exclaimed in astonishment. As the decisive battle loomed, the conflict was inevitable. No one could waver in their resolve. Any hint of cowardice would be met with execution. The voice of Emperor Yang Huan reverberated throughout the ranks of the Tianyang dynasty and all its vassal legions. At that moment, the battle intent of both the Lei family and the Tianyang dynasty reached its zenith, the clash of their wills capable of shattering the very cosmos. Stepping forward, Yang Yin addressed the imperial experts of the Lei family, his voice resonating with authority. Since we have revealed ourselves, does the Lei family still wish to remain hidden? His commanding tone bore the weight of intimidation. If the Lei family possessed only one emperor, regardless of the might of their legion, victory would undoubtedly belong to the Tianyang dynasty. However, just as Yang Yin spoke, two more imperial guards tore through the void, descending upon the ancient battlefield. Their towering forms, exuding the aura of mid-phase half-step dominators, bore down upon Yang Yin with overwhelming force. Upon witnessing the arrival of these two formidable beings, both Yang Yin and Yang Huan could not help but narrow their eyes, their expressions turning grave. Yet Yang Yin, known for his fiery temper, was undeterred. Even in the face of two mid-phase half-step dominators, he was determined to engage in battle. Since we are here, let us clash in the chaotic void. With that declaration, 5 imperial experts tore through the cosmic fabric, instantly vanishing into the chaotic void, leaving the ancient battlefield behind. Once the emperors departed, the armies of the two imperial families were poised for conflict, exchanging little more than a glance before they surged forward as two terrifying torrents, colliding with one another. Chapter 760, The Battle of Supreme Beings at the Half-Step Dominator Realm. The forces of the two imperial families, alongside billions of vassal legions, clashed in an instant, resulting in the demise of countless Star Master Realm beasts, crushed beneath the tidal wave of this horrific legion collision, their bodies reduced to mere powder. As the battle erupted, the Lei family legions advanced with a crushing momentum, ruthlessly slaughtering the endless tide of beasts from the Tianyang dynasty's vassal legions. However, the sheer number of demonic beasts flooding from the Tianyang dynasty's auxiliary legions was staggering, akin to an inexhaustible deluge, rendering the slaughter an unending task. Meanwhile, the powerful beings of both imperial families above the immortal Star Master realm engaged in a deeper cosmic sea of battle, where the intensity of their combat was even more terrifying. Every strike had the potential to shatter the very void of the cosmic sea, with various immortal sacred techniques and secret arts appearing resplendent. Yet each blow could obliterate vast stretches of cosmic space spanning thousands of light years. A multitude of immortal sacred talismans detonated, and the assaults from immortal Star Master artifacts cleaved through the cosmic sea, with the battlefield rapidly engulfing the entirety of the ancient arena, as if this conflict sought to utterly shatter the ancient battlefield itself. In the boundless chaos of the void, 5 colossal forms, towering 1 billion feet high, stood resolute amidst the chaos, exuding an overwhelming aura of supreme power, their energies colliding violently, dispersing a significant portion of the chaotic mist. At this moment, Yang Yin radiated like a blazing sun, transforming into waves of intense heat that surged toward the two Lei family imperial guards. The terrifying force of the ultimate sun's path instantly morphed into massive flaming meteors, akin to celestial bodies, hurtling toward the imperial guards. The two imperial guards, unperturbed, maintained their composure. One of them shimmered with an endless array of terrifying lightning, coalescing into a tempestuous sea of chaos amid the void. With a glint in his eye, the Imperial Guard unleashed a barrage of colossal lightning spears, each capable of piercing through star domains, directly targeting the blazing meteors. The magnitude of both assaults was immense and fearsome, each blow potent enough to devastate a significant portion of the eastern Ling star region. With deafening crashes, the meteors collided with the gigantic lightning spears, unleashing a cataclysmic wave of energy that rippled outward through the endless chaos. The collision of these two formidable forces released energy so potent that it cracked the very fabric of the chaotic void, creating ripples across the chaos. Such a fearsome battle was beyond the capacity of even the 9th-tier Immortal Star Master realm to comprehend. The residual force from a half-step Dominator-esque conflict could obliterate countless 9th-tier Immortal Star Masters, showcasing the absolute disparity between perfected pathways and quasi-supreme realms, an inconceivable gulf. The battle between Yang Yin and one of the Imperial Guards commenced, each unable to gain the upper hand. Yet every strike from the half-step Dominator was imbued with unfathomable energy, compelling even Yang Yin to remain vigilant. In the meantime, Yang Huan had chosen to confront another Imperial Guard at the peak of the early half-step Dominator realm, harnessing the might of the blazing sun's path. He radiated an aura akin to a scorching sun, infusing the chaotic void with an overwhelming heat. In mere moments, the majority of the surrounding chaos ignited into flames, transforming into massive three-legged golden crows ablaze with the essence of the blazing sun, racing toward the Imperial Guard with ferocious speed. The fiery three-legged golden crows, propelled by the intense flames, tore through the chaotic void like streaks of crimson fire, targeting the Imperial Guard. The Imperial Guard, upon witnessing this, felt a chilling aura envelop him, freezing large swathes of the chaotic void in an instant with the extreme cold of his icy path. As the blazing three-legged golden crows surged into the frozen chaos, they shattered vast expanses of the solidified void, yet ultimately, they were halted in their tracks. The terrifying power of the frigid extreme path relentlessly suppressed Yang Huan's colossal three-legged golden crow, which had been forged from the blazing sun's extreme path power. These enormous three-legged golden crows seemed almost sentient, roaring furiously, struggling fiercely, and unleashing bursts of blazing sun extreme path power in a desperate attempt to break free from the chaotic void, solidified by the frigid extreme path power. However, both powers being of the extreme path, for a moment, neither could gain the upper hand. Observing this, Emperor 299 raised his hand, summoning gigantic swords of frigid extreme path power that quickly coalesced, then cleaved through the chaotic space, aimed directly at the three-legged golden crows and Yang Huan. At that moment, Yang Huan had also coalesced a subsequent attack, an immense and terrifying inferno forged from an abundance of extreme path power. Witnessing millions of frigid extreme path swords descending upon him, Yang Huan hesitated not, urging the colossal inferno to crush through the chaotic void toward Emperor 299. The inferno, forged from boundless blazing sun extreme path power, was overwhelmingly immense and terrifying. If it were to explode, it could potentially annihilate the entire eastern spirit star region. When the frigid extreme path swords struck the colossal inferno, they merely managed to slightly impede its velocity and stir up a wave of horrific collision aftermath. Yet they could not diminish the inferno's terrifying offensive momentum. Noticing this, Emperor 299 calmly drew the quasi-extreme path imperial weapon, a heavy sword, from his back. With the quasi-extreme path imperial weapon in hand, Emperor 299's aura surged dramatically. The next moment, he raised the heavy sword and struck down upon the immense inferno. A tremendous blade of icy radiance slicing through the chaotic void, directly cleaving the colossal inferno in two, with a resounding crash echoing through the chaotic void. The immense inferno was severed before Yang Huan's astonished gaze. Upon being sliced in half, the vast inferno's coalesced extreme path power became unstable, erupting violently. The catastrophic explosive energy swept through the surrounding chaotic void. Even the central void spanning billions of light years shattered under the inferno's dreadful explosion. Had it not been for the chaotic void's rapid restoration abilities, this single explosion could have devastated large swathes of chaotic void. If battle were to rage across the entire eastern spirit star region, the residual shockwaves from this inferno's explosion could obliterate half of the region, rendering it as lifeless as an ancient battlefield, devoid of any surviving sacred races. As the explosive aftermath dissipated, Yang Huan and Emperor 299 clashed once more, this time engaging in a brutal melee. The two colossal quasi-emperor physiques, towering millions of feet high, collided fiercely within the chaotic void. Despite their immense stature, Their speed was astonishing, rendering their combat akin to instantaneous movement, with each punch and kick imbued with boundless quasi-extreme path might. Each clash shattered vast expanses of chaotic void, causing the endless chaotic energy to temporarily refrain from approaching. For a time, neither could gain the upper hand. Simultaneously, Yang Yin and another Imperial Guard known as Emperor 199 were locked in an equally fierce battle, making it exceedingly difficult to discern a victor in this endless chaotic void amidst this semi-dominion realm conflict. Yet, within this chaotic void, there remained an Imperial Guard from the Lei family who had yet to engage. The outcome remained uncertain. Chapter 761, The Battlefield Situation. In the ancient battlefield, the clashes among the various sacred race legions were exceptionally intense and brutal. Within the cosmos of the ancient battlefield, the endless tide of Star Lord-level beasts surged forth like cannon fodder, charging heedlessly toward death. The sacred race legions affiliated with the Lei family formed battle formations, ruthlessly slaughtering the myriad beasts, including those of the demon race, ancient beasts, and other exotic creatures. However, the beasts within these tides were not to be underestimated. Fully aware of their impending demise, they charged toward the Lei family's sacred race legion and detonated themselves. A multitude of terrifying self-explosive energies also affected several sacred race legions of the Lei family. Though they would not perish immediately due to the disparity in realms, they became vulnerable to the stealthy assaults of the immortal Star Lord-level beasts hidden within the tides of the Tianyang Imperial family's affiliated sacred races. In a moment, casualties were incurred on both sides of the two Imperial families' affiliated sacred races. Nevertheless, from the overall situation of the ancient battlefield, the Lei family's affiliated sacred race legions continued to dominate the Tianyang Imperial family's forces. Additionally, due to the absolute disparity in the number of sacred symbols and immortal sacred symbols, many of the stronger members of the Tianyang Imperial family's affiliated sacred races were falling one by one. In contrast, the Lei family's affiliated sacred race legion members would not easily perish unless ambushed by vastly stronger opponents. Thus, their casualties remained minimal. However, the continuous wave of beast tides from the Tianyang Imperial family's affiliated sacred races, charging toward death, ignited fierce determination and bloodlust among the demon sacred races, prompting them to launch reckless assaults. Consequently, the ancient battlefield grew even more brutal, with the casualties of the Lei family's sacred race legions gradually increasing. Yet, the disparity in strength was too great. Even as many powerful beings from the demon sacred races recklessly attacked, they ultimately met their demise. Akin to moths drawn to a flame. From a vantage point overlooking the entire ancient battlefield in the Eastern Spirit Star region, one could clearly discern the Lei family's affiliated sacred race legions advancing with overwhelming force toward all the sacred race legions of the Tianyang Imperial family. If the current situation and pace continued, it would not be long before the Tianyang Imperial family and all its affiliated sacred races faced utter defeat. On another front, the Cosmic Star Sea battlefield served as the primary arena between the two imperial families. The vast expanse of the ancient battlefield's Cosmic Star Sea was filled with immortal Star Lord-level strongholds, each finding their respective adversaries. The Lei family engaged in battle with the Tianyang Imperial family, unleashing the terrifying combat prowess of over 100 million immortal Star Lord-level warriors, shattering vast swathes of the Cosmic Star Sea. Leading the charge for the Lei family, the ancestors Lei Changming, Lei Chongquan, and Lei Chongha had, with their absolute realm prowess, severely wounded nearly 10 ninth-tier immortal Star Lord-level warriors of the Tianyang Imperial family. Were it not for the 9th-tier immortal Star Lord-level warriors' formidable survival abilities, several of them would likely have already perished by now. The same was true across other realms. Eliminating immortal Star Lord-level warriors proved exceedingly challenging, especially when facing those fighting for their lives. Beyond the two imperial families, the Lei family's dragon race clashed with the ancient bloodthirsty ancient race, both possessing the bloodline of ancient ancestral dragons, resulting in a fierce and unyielding battle. The massive forms of countless dragon race divine beasts and ancient bloodthirsty beasts collided with such force that they shattered vast expanses of the Cosmic Star Sea. The overwhelming might of the dragon race divine beasts, coupled with the relentless slaughter of the ancient bloodthirsty beasts, enveloped large areas of the Cosmic Star Sea, causing ordinary sacred races to hesitate to approach the battlefield of these two super clans. Meanwhile, the Titan Great Ape Divine Beast clan faced off against the ancient Hanhu clan, both being colossal in stature and generating earth-shattering clashes. The ancient Dragon Elephant Divine Beast clan of the Eastern Spirit Star region had merged with the Lei family's Dragon Elephant Divine Beast clan and was now engaged in a frenzied clash with the ancient Xiaoxi beasts. The battle between the dragon elephants and the Qiushi beasts was equally cataclysmic, with the terrifying energies generated from their collisions compelling even some human and divine beast strongholds to refrain from confrontation. On another front, the Phoenix divine beasts were matched against the ancient demon sacred races, their phoenix flames possessing a formidable restraint against the ancient giant demons. As for the ancient Ling Su holy clan, they encountered the Thunder Beast clan of the Lei family, whose thunderous powers severely undermined the undying sacred soul force of the ancient Ling Su holy clan. Though initially formidable, the ancient Ling Su holy clan found themselves beleaguered in their confrontations with the Thunder Beast clan. Ultimately, the ancient Qing Yun holy clan, the ancient Jin Huangdao court, and the ancient Ling Nan holy clan, 3 of the 8 super clans of the Eastern Spirit, faced the formidable powers of the 10,000 Thunder Dao Academy. In the vicinity of the Eastern Spirit's 10011 star region, there exist nearly 1,000 star regions, housing over 1 million branches of the 10,000 Thunder Dao Academy, whose combined might of undying star master-level experts can easily overpower the 3 major human superpowers among the 10 superclans of the Eastern Spirit. Although the Lei family's high-ranking undying star master-level experts among their vassal clans are relatively few or even absent, they have countless star thunder guards with considerable combat prowess at that level. These guards not only ensure the safety of all Lei family disciples, but also confront the high-ranking undying star master-level experts of the Tianyang Imperial clan and all their vassal clans. Moreover, the entire ancient battlefield is shrouded in secrecy, with hundreds of Imperial guards concealed in the shadows to prevent unforeseen events. Were it not for the fact that this grand battle serves as a training ground for Lei family disciples and various legions, even a single mid-stage semi-dominant Imperial guard would be sufficient to crush the entire Tianyang Imperial clan and all its subordinate legions. As for Lei Daoqiong, he deemed this skirmish unworthy of his intervention, only granting his attention to forces of the second-grade quasi-ultimate Imperial clan level at most. The Tianyang Imperial clan, being a mere second-grade quasi-ultimate ordinary high-level Imperial faction, lacked the merit to warrant his engagement. As the war drags on, without an absolute turning point, it is unlikely to reach a conclusion, potentially extending for tens of thousands or even millions of years. Some conflicts can persist across countless epochs. Unless the semi-dominant realm experts of the Tianyang Imperial clan fall in battle, this war is unlikely to cease. After a substantial number of pawns have perished, the remaining conflict becomes a true test. It predominantly entails fierce clashes among equals, wherein swift eliminations are nearly impossible. Victory hinges on the abundance of survival resources and the superiority of weaponry. The mastery of the fundamental powers of the great Tao and the caliber of the cultivated techniques and holy skills often become the decisive factors in matters of life and death. Such resources and treasures enable the Lei family to dominate the Tianyang Imperial clan and all its subordinate forces. However, the cosmic expanse is enigmatic and full of opportunities, with some profoundly fortunate individuals emerging amidst the turmoil. Although this fierce battle remains at a stalemate, the scales of victory consistently tip in favor of the Lei Imperial clan. Chapter 762. The mysterious regions surrounding the Eastern Spirit Star Zone. The conflict has persisted for an extended duration, with the Lei family restraining the majority of their Star Thunder Guards' combat strength, and with merely 3 Imperial Guards deployed. They have engaged in a millennium-long battle against the Tianyang Imperial clan and their vassal forces. In the chaotic, void battlefield, for semi-dominant realm experts have clashed for millennia, leaving the endless chaotic expanse in ruins. Both Yang Yin and Yang Huan have sustained numerous injuries that will take a significant time to heal. Yet, the 2 Imperial Guards exhibit no signs of injury, their presence unchanged, save for minor damage to their Imperial vestments. At this moment, the 4 towering figures ceased their combat and instead entered a standoff. Breathing heavily, Yang Huan's expression grew grave as he conveyed to Yang Yin, "Your Imperial Majesty, this impasse is untenable." The 2 Imperial experts from the Lei family possess slightly superior strength, and their extreme Dao physiques are exceedingly formidable. Continuing in this manner will only lead to our exhaustion. Yang Yin, upon hearing this, was filled with indignation, yet found himself powerless against the 2 opposing Imperial experts. Even so, what viable solution do you propose for countering them? Furthermore, do not forget that the Lei family still has a mid-stage, semi-dominant realm expert yet to join the fray. Yang Huan's concern extended beyond this. He had not yet witnessed the Imperial expert who had previously manifested their Imperial avatar. "Your Imperial Majesty, I suspect that the Lei family harbors more than just 3 Imperial experts. Prolonging this battle will only further disadvantage our Tianyang Imperial clan. Perhaps we should consider a truce, relinquishing this Eastern Spirit Star Zone to the Lei family?" This was Yang Huan's carefully contemplated decision. He harbored no fear of warfare, but was apprehensive of potential hidden reserves from the Lei family. Lacking any hope for victory, he wished to avoid further losses. Upon hearing Yang Huan's words, Yang Yan's anger flared. Impossible. I shall never concede, unless the Lei family possesses a force capable of overwhelming me. Surrender is out of the question. Yang Huan, if you are afraid, you may return to the Tianyang imperial clan and replace yourself with Yang Shu. Together, we shall triumph over the Lei family. Upon finishing his declaration, Yang Yan charged fiercely towards the 199th imperial figure, exuding an overwhelming aura of victory and unyielding resolve. Witnessing Yang Yan's refusal to heed his advice left Yang Huan in a state of helplessness. Should he depart to replace himself with Yang Shu, their defeat would merely accelerate. There was nothing else to be done but await Yang Yan's defeat or the emergence of the Lei family's concealed imperial expert before devising a new strategy. In the ancient battlefield, after a millennium of conflict, the Tianyang imperial clan's subjugated vassal clans have seen their ranks of Star Monarch and Star Master level beasts dwindle to less than half. The casualties among Undying Star Monarch level experts exceed 1,000th, while the losses among Undying Star Master level experts remain at 1/10,000th. Nonetheless, this amounts to hundreds of billions of fallen Undying Star Monarch level experts and nearly 1 million Undying Star Master level experts. In contrast, the casualties within the Lei family's forces and their vassal clans have been significantly lower, with the mortality rate among Undying Star Monarch level and below experts being less than 1/10,000th of that of the Tianyang imperial clan. While nearly 10,000 Undying Star Master level experts have fallen, the situation remains far more favorable compared to the Tianyang imperial clan. Should the war continue, the advantages of the Lei family's forces and their vassal clans will become increasingly apparent. Throughout the millennium of conflict, not a single member of the Lei family has perished. If even one were to fall, it would spell absolute devastation for the Tianyang imperial clan. Amidst the ongoing battles between the two imperial factions, Lei Daoqiong, accompanied by several imperial guards, is investigating all the mysteries and unknowns surrounding the Eastern Spirit Star Zone. Beyond the eastern 12,000-star region lies an expanse of endless chaos, a realm into which even Lei Daoqiong dares not tread lightly, as if it harbors some forbidden secrets. At the forefront of the Eastern Spirit Star Zone, near the center of the Dao Yuan universe, lies the Tianyang continent, where the Tianyang imperial clan resides, a land approximately 1/10 the size of the Eastern Spirit Star Zone. Should the war conclude, whether through the subjugation or annihilation of the Tianyang imperial clan, Lei Daoqiong has resolved to claim this continent for himself, making it the territory of the Lei family. Through Lei Daoqiong's explorations, numerous mysterious locations have been uncovered in the vicinity of the Eastern Spirit Star Zone, each enveloped in dense chaotic energy that isolates them from the outside world. Only those with an Undying Star Master level of at least the 7th rank dare to venture into these enigmatic realms, and even they must exercise utmost caution. For delving too deeply into these mysterious areas could result in being consumed by the endless chaotic energy. There is also the risk of encountering hidden perils within these mysterious locales, leading to instant demise. Over the past millennium, Lei Daoqiong has explored dozens of these mysterious sites, probing the vast, unfathomable depths of their secrets. In most of the enigmatic realms explored by Lei Daoqiong, there appear to be various fortuitous encounters and treasures, some even reaching the level of quasi-extreme Dao opportunities. Lei Daoqiong has collected these treasures, not for his own use, but to bring back for the elders and disciples of the Lei family. Within these mysterious realms, he has also encountered numerous hidden dangers, some of which are exceedingly terrifying. Even ordinary early-stage semi-sovereign beings may find themselves in peril. While it may not necessarily cost them their lives, they could certainly suffer severe injuries. Throughout these enigmatic places, Lei Daoqiong has not discovered any living beings. Apart from some bizarre entities, there are no creatures of flesh and blood. This revelation struck Lei Daoqiong as peculiar, prompting him to meticulously investigate every mysterious location surrounding the East Spirit Star Zone. At this juncture, Lei Daoqiong, accompanied by more than a dozen late-stage semi-sovereign imperial guards, has ventured deep into a mysterious place known as the Imperial Ruins. Upon entering the Imperial Ruins, Lei Daoqiong sensed an overwhelming celestial pressure within, which even exerted a degree of suppression on semi-sovereign beings. Even he, at the pinnacle of the semi-sovereign realm, could only perceive the starry expanse within a radius of 1 billion light-years. The same applied to the extreme Dao domain. Should a high-ranking immortal star master enter this Imperial Ruins, they would likely be crushed by the terrifying force of suppression in a short span of time. After traversing trillions of light-years within the Imperial Ruins, Lei Daoqiong suddenly sensed something and instantaneously teleported towards a specific direction. The Imperial Guards hastily followed suit. Soon, In an area devoid of chaotic energy, Lei Daoqiong beheld an extraordinarily colossal being, humanoid in shape, its stature towering over 10,000 light-years. Adorned with four horn-like appendages reminiscent of dragon horns atop its head, possessing three purple-black pupils, a visage of pale violet, fangs protruding from its mouth, and its entire body enveloped in black-purple scales. Bone spurs radiating a chilling light sprouted from its back and arms, and a massive tail trailed behind it, exuding an imperial aura, yet devoid of any semblance of life. This was the corpse of a late-stage semi-sovereign being, but what manner of creature was this? Why have I never encountered such a being in the East Spirit Star Zone? Lei Daoqiong murmured, gradually drawing closer to the immense, unfamiliar entity. Chapter 763, The Corpse of an Unknown Semi-Sovereign Race. As Lei Daoqiong approached the body of the alien semi-sovereign entity, he could feel an exceptionally terrifying imperial aura emanating from the corpse itself, imbued with a potent essence of destructive extreme Dao power. Through his perception, he discerned that this unfamiliar semi-sovereign entity must have comprehended and cultivated the path of destruction during its lifetime. If it had fully grasped and mastered the path of destruction, it might have transcended to the true sovereign realm. While semi-sovereign beings can only wield the extreme Dao power they comprehend, their capabilities are significantly limited. Yet they are still immensely more powerful than the 9th-level immortal star masters, deserving of the title of Emperor Respect. To break through to the sovereign realm, one must thoroughly master a fundamental source of extreme Dao, transcending the constraints of the cosmic path and becoming an exalted existence above the primordial universe. Lei Daoqiong, already at the pinnacle of the semi-sovereign realm, has cultivated the chaotic extreme Dao source, which is the most challenging of all extreme Dao sources to comprehend and refine. Moreover, the chaotic extreme Dao source he has grasped is a fusion of over 10,000 extreme Dao sources, not a pure chaotic extreme Dao source. Yet it surpasses the latter in strength and is more difficult to control, rendering his path to breakthrough exceedingly arduous. Recognizing the difficulty of this endeavor, mere seclusion would no longer suffice for Lei Daoqiong to achieve a breakthrough. Thus, he resolved to seek out engagements. To secure the system's extreme Dao gift package reward, he decided to explore the mysterious realms surrounding the East Spirit Star Zone, hoping to yield fruitful results. System. Discovering the corpse of this late-stage semi-sovereign being from an unknown race should surely merit an extreme Dao gift package, or at the very least, several hundred fragments of chaotic extreme Dao sources. Lei Daoqiong inquired within his mind. This corpse of a late-stage semi-sovereign being represents the highest-tier treasure Lei Daoqiong has acquired in all his explorations of mysterious realms. The value of the corpse of a late-stage semi-sovereign being is even greater than that of ordinary extreme Dao source fragments, comparable to some exceedingly precious quasi-extreme Dao treasures. A notification chimed. Congratulations, host, for discovering the corpse of a late-stage semi-sovereign being of the Destruction Shura Emperor clan. Reward: 100 fragments of Destruction Extreme Dao sources. The reward has been placed in the system's space. Please check it at your convenience. Upon hearing the system's reward, Lei Daoqiong sighed. He had not harbored overly high hopes. Though the reward from the Destruction Shura Emperor clan was modest, it was better than nothing, and he had also identified the race of this late-stage semi-sovereign corpse, which was not without merit. Finding the corpse of a late-stage semi-sovereign being from the Destruction Shura Emperor clan was indeed a stroke of fortune, and thus the system would not bestow excessive rewards. However, at that moment, the system's voice resonated once more in Lei Daoqiong's mind. Ding. Due to the emergence of the Tianyang Emperor clan, the task of the East Spirit Star Zone's master has undergone alterations. Task 1. Subdue the Tianyang Emperor clan with absolute strength. Task duration: 100,000 years. Task reward: 1 extreme Dao gift package. Task failure penalty: the host and the entire family cannot leave the East Spirit Star Zone for 1 million years and cannot advance in cultivation for 1 million years. Task 2. In the name of the quasi-extreme Dao Lei family, become the master of the East Spirit Star Zone. Task duration: 100,000 years. Task reward: 5 extreme Dao gift packages. Task failure penalty: the host and the entire family cannot leave the East Spirit Star Zone for 10 million years and cannot advance in cultivation for 10 million years. Upon hearing this sudden change in tasks, Lei Daoqiong's heart swelled with excitement. He had waited for thousands of years, exploring mysterious realms for millennia, all for the sake of obtaining the system's reward of extreme Dao gift packages, and at last, he could breathe a sigh of relief. Subduing the Tianyang Emperor clan and becoming the master of the East Spirit Star Zone was entirely within the capabilities of the Lei family at present. However, the disciples of the Lei family and various legions still required training. After all, The endless tide of beasts under the Tianyang Emperor clan would provide ample opportunities to eliminate numerous monsters and other beast hordes, thus alleviating the burden on the East Spirit Star Zone. With ample time to complete the tasks, there was no rush. He could afford to wait for about 10,000 years. By then, the three ancestors, including Lei Changming, would likely have also broken through to the semi-sovereign realm. With this thought, Lei Daoqiong turned his gaze back to the colossal corpse of the Destruction Shura Emperor clan. Such a massive imperial body possessed by the Destruction Shura Emperor clan could only be rivaled in size and terror by the Titan Great Ape and the ancient ancestral dragon among the two divine beast races. With that, Lei Daoqiong produced a low-grade extreme Dao stone and sent it hurtling towards the corpse of the Destruction Shura Emperor clan. Under Lei Daoqiong's control, the low-grade extreme Dao stone sped forth as if traversing the chaotic void of the imperial ruins, disregarding the imperial might emanating from the corpse, and struck its arm directly. A resounding clang echoed, akin to the sound of metal clashing and flesh being pierced. As Lei Daoqiong observed that the arm of the Destruction Shura Emperor clan's corpse had been penetrated by the low-grade extreme Dao stone. The mere corpse of an imperial body was able to withstand my attack for a moment. What exactly is the origin of this Destruction Shura Emperor clan? Lei Daoqiong's expression grew slightly solemn, as he felt there was more to this unfamiliar corpse than met the eye. What manner of formidable being could possibly vanquish a late-stage half-step sovereign of the Destruction Shura Imperial clan? Even I would struggle to preserve the imperial body in such a pristine state, as if it had been slain with a single, decisive blow. With this thought, Lei Daoqiong began to meticulously examine the corpse of the Destruction Shura expert, seeking to uncover the fatal injury. Before long, Lei Daoqiong discovered an exceedingly minute hole at the center of the third eye on the face of the deceased Destruction Shura figure. In comparison to its colossal imperial body, the aperture measured a mere kilometer in diameter, yet it had penetrated straight through the entirety of its skull. Lei Daoqiong could even peer through the hole in the third eye to gaze upon the starlit sky beyond. At that moment, the energy emanating from the vicinity of the hole caught his attention. It was the sinister power of soul-devouring, an exceptionally malevolent force, indicating that the wielder of such power must have reached the pinnacle of the half-step sovereign realm. No wonder this late-stage half-step sovereign of the Destruction Shura had sustained so little injury. It appeared he had been ambushed by a master who had comprehended and cultivated the power of soul-devouring, resulting in the shattering of his imperial soul and his subsequent demise. Understanding how this Destruction Shura expert had met his end, Lei Daoqiong could not afford to be careless. Although the chaotic supreme path was the mightiest of ultimate powers, the soul-devouring path was insidiously treacherous, and those who wielded it were exceptionally adept at ambushes. Even a master of the destruction path had been swiftly eliminated by a surprise attack. One could only imagine the terror inherent in the soul-devouring path. Under such circumstances, even Lei Daoqiong had to treat the situation with utmost caution. Chapter 764, Remnant Soul. As Lei Daoqiong prepared to approach the imperial body of the Destruction Shura expert, a feeble yet forceful voice resonated through the chaotic void. Who dares approach? Depart at once, or face annihilation at my hands. With the utterance of these words, a wave of destruction path energies surged forth, crushing vast expanses of chaotic void as it advanced slowly towards Lei Daoqiong. Observing the slow-moving wave of destruction energy, Lei Daoqiong noted that, while it appeared formidable, it possessed only the might of an early half-step sovereign. At that moment, an imperial guard appeared before Lei Daoqiong and, with a mere gesture, unleashed a far more terrifying wave of annihilation path energy that stood in opposition to the oncoming destruction wave. The guard's annihilation energy effortlessly shattered the opposing wave and proceeded to press towards the imperial body of the Destruction Shura. Upon witnessing this, Lei Daoqiong's eyes gleamed with intrigue, and in the next instant, the entire chaotic void froze in time. Subsequently, time began to rewind, and the chaotic void was restored to its previous state. Acknowledging his master's intervention, the imperial guard bowed respectfully before retreating to the back. At that moment, the feeble voice echoed once more, this time laced with surprise. Time and space path energy. Which quasi-ultimate imperial clan do you belong to? I have never heard your name within the ultimate imperial realm. Noting the inquiry, Lei Daoqiong raised an eyebrow but refrained from answering. Instead, he expressed his astonishment. You still possess a remnant soul? After your imperial soul was ambushed by a master of the soul-devouring path, how did you manage to retain a fragment of your essence? Upon hearing this, the remnant soul was momentarily taken aback before responding with palpable anger. The soul-devouring path. Were it not for the treachery of the soul-devouring Ghost Tooth Imperial clan, how could this have transpired? I would not have been reduced to a mere remnant. The voice reverberated through the chaotic void, filled with fury and resentment, even tinged with boundless killing intent. Thankfully, before my demise, I unleashed all my destruction path energy to forge an imperial seal and embed it within that soul devourer's body. I am certain he is suffering greatly now, haha. Though there was a hint of satisfaction in his tone, it could not mask the underlying rage and frustration. The soul-devouring ghost-tooth imperial clan? What sort of realm is the ultimate imperial realm? The remnant soul's tone turned cautious upon detecting the human's bewilderment. You are not a sovereign from the ultimate imperial realm? From whence do you hail? What quasi-ultimate imperial clan do you represent? Gazing at the imperial body, Lei Daoqiong remained silent, scrutinizing it for an extended period without locating the remnant soul. You certainly know how to conceal yourself, but I possess myriad methods to compel your emergence. Lei Daoqiong mused internally, then spoke slowly. It matters not from which quasi-ultimate imperial clan I hail. What is important is that I can not only restore your remnant soul, but also heal the ultimate injuries of your imperial body. Upon hearing this, the remnant soul fell silent for a moment before inquiring, what is it you desire from me? You need only provide me with information regarding the ultimate imperial realm. Lei Daoqiong suggested with a hint of eagerness. The remnant soul contemplated for a long while before letting out a disdainful huff. Humph, how can I trust you? Your human race is notoriously cunning. Even if I divulge some information about the ultimate imperial realm, you may not possess the treasures required to heal my remnant soul and imperial body. Moreover, treasures capable of such restoration are exceedingly rare. I do not believe you would part with them. Humph, humans are all deceivers. I shall trust no one again. Noticing the remnant soul's evident disdain for humanity, it was clear that it had suffered deception at the hands of human cultivators in the past. Seeing this, Lei Daoqiong could only chuckle wryly and shake his head. With a serious demeanor, he asserted, you may not trust humans, but you cannot afford to distrust me. It is merely a matter of acquiring treasures to restore your remnant soul and ultimate injuries, and I am indeed capable of providing them. With that, Lei Daoqiong retrieved a Supreme Soul Condensation Emperor Sacred Pill, a Supreme Soul Condensation Emperor Sacred Lotus, and even 10 drops of Supreme Emperor Essence from his system space. These treasures should suffice to restore your imperial soul and heal your ultimate injuries. If you divulge all the information about the ultimate imperial realm, these treasures shall be yours. I am a man of my word. What say you? Upon seeing the Supreme Soul Condensation Emperor Sacred Pill, the Supreme Soul Condensation Emperor Sacred Lotus, and the 10 drops of Supreme Emperor Essence laid before him, the remnant soul could hardly believe its eyes. Such precious treasures, and the human offered them so casually. Without a hint of concern, was this a facade for whom? Humph, I still do not trust you, even if you possess these treasures. What guarantee do I have that you will actually hand them over after I reveal the information about the ultimate imperial realm? The cunning methods of your human race are endless. I shall not disclose any information. At this, Lei Daoqiong felt a surge of indignation. Which human quasi-ultimate imperial clan has tarnished our reputation so? Should I discover their identity, I shall ensure they learn a lesson in humility. Suppressing his anger, Lei Daoqiong regarded the imperial body of the destruction Shura expert and spoke solemnly. I merely wish to learn some information about the ultimate imperial realm. What exactly do you desire? Perhaps sensing the overwhelming aura radiating from the human, even more formidable than the half-step sovereign who had ambushed him, the remnant soul within the imperial body felt a flicker of fear. After a moment of contemplation, it cautiously asked, are you truly willing to bestow those treasures upon me for healing? Such treasures are immensely valuable. Each one could stir a tempest within the ultimate imperial realm. Will you truly part with them so readily? Upon hearing the inquiry from the other party, Lei Daoqiong fell into deep contemplation. Although these treasures were immensely precious, Lei Daoqiong possessed an overwhelming abundance of them. Following the distribution of rewards from the system, he had directly replicated billions of them, rendering them virtually inexhaustible. It was not merely 10 drops of Supreme Imperial Essence. Even if Lei Daoqiong were to cast 100,000 drops of Supreme Imperial Essence into the chaotic void, he would feel no remorse. However, the information regarding these treasures could not be disclosed. Thus, Lei Daoqiong slowly elucidated, the Tianyang continent, where I reside, is far too diminutive to assist me in transcending to a higher realm. Hence, I have ventured into the chaotic void of the imperial ruins to seek some fortuitous opportunities or perhaps to discover domains that surpass the Tianyang continent. As for these treasures, they are the fruits of my explorations over countless epochs across numerous mysterious realms. They now hold little significance for me. But if I can exchange them for information and the location of the Supreme Imperial Realm, it would indeed maximize their value. Upon hearing the explanation from the human powerhouse, the remnant soul within the imperial body appeared somewhat convinced, and a flicker of intrigue passed through its gaze. Chapter 765. Information on the Supreme Imperial Realm. Noticing that the remnant soul remained silent for an extended period, seemingly in contemplation, Lei Daoqiong resolved to stoke the flames further. If you remain unwilling to speak, then I shall have no choice but to extinguish this last fragment of your imperial soul. Your imperial body is a treasure in itself and could potentially allow my clan to break through with several half-step sovereign realm powerhouses. You must have witnessed my prowess. I am a pinnacle emperor revered in the half-step sovereign realm, adept in the mastery of the powers of time and space. With the backing of over a dozen half-step sovereign realm experts, locating the supreme imperial realm should pose little challenge. Upon hearing Lei Daoqiong's words, the remnant soul seemed to grow anxious, but more than that, it emanated a disdainful contempt toward the human powerhouse. Human, how audacious you are! While you possess great strength and command the powers of time and space, underestimating the supreme imperial realm would be a grave mistake. At this, Lei Daoqiong's pupils narrowed as he continued, unfazed. Oh, is the supreme imperial realm truly formidable? From your experience of being ambushed, I would surmise that your prowess in annihilating the Shura imperial clan must be rather meager. The remnant soul, incensed by the diminishment of its might, retorted, I, the annihilator of the Shura imperial clan, rank among the top 10 of several hundred quasi-supreme imperial clans within the entire supreme imperial realm. We are not to be compared with your kind. Let me enlighten you. Within the supreme imperial realm, there are no less than 10 quasi-supreme imperial clans that match your strength. My annihilator of the Shura clan stands on equal footing with your clan, and the soul-devouring Ghost Fang clan is merely slightly weaker than us. Furthermore, there are several quasi-supreme imperial clans within the supreme imperial realm that surpass my annihilator of the Shura clan. Most importantly, the supreme imperial realm is home to true supreme imperial clans, the epitome of existence. The remnant soul spoke with a tone imbued with longing, yet quickly became overtaken by a fierce dissatisfaction. I cannot accept this. Had I discovered the ambush by the soul devourer earlier, I would not be left with but this fragment of my soul. With my prodigious talent, how could I possibly be stymied here? Listening to the tone of despair, Lei Daoqiong felt a slight stirring of sympathy. However, the revelation that the supreme imperial realm housed hundreds of quasi-supreme imperial clans suggested that the internal dynamics there would likely be tumultuous. Moreover, the existence of beings transcending the pinnacle of the half-step sovereign realm, true supreme imperial clans with sovereign realm powerhouses, weighed heavily on his mind. In an instant, Lei Daoqiong's expression grew serious. If the supreme imperial realm contained only quasi-supreme imperial clans, he would have no fear. Yet, if true supreme imperial clans were present, then even with the multitude of pinnacle half-step sovereign realm imperial guards at his disposal, they would be akin to ants before genuine sovereign realm entities. I currently face a slight impediment to my breakthrough. The powers of the supreme realm across the entire Eastern Spirit Star region and the Tianyang continent are exceedingly feeble, and the source of the supreme path is scarcely evident. If I wish to command the chaotic supreme path and ascend to the sovereign realm, unless the system directly rewards me with the source of the supreme path or treasures containing it, I may indeed have to venture to the supreme imperial realm in search of my breakthrough. Contemplating this, Lei Daoqiong began to deliberate. If he were to complete the 2 tasks assigned by the system, he would receive 6 supreme imperial gift packs, the resources from which should enable him to ascend to the sovereign realm. However, the risks associated with daring to venture into the supreme imperial realm were considerable. While he harbored curiosity about the unknown supreme imperial realm, Lei Daoqiong would not place himself in peril. He would wait until he possessed sufficient strength for self-preservation before embarking on such an exploration. As for breaking through to the sovereign realm, he had ample time. Yet, acquiring more information regarding the supreme imperial realm would undoubtedly be advantageous for his future explorations. What manner of force are the true supreme imperial clans? They must be considered invincible within the supreme imperial realm. Lei Daoqiong continued to inquire. The remnant soul, perhaps realizing it had fallen into a trap, retorted angrily, Human, how dare you exploit my fury to extract information? You humans are indeed cunning and treacherous. From this moment forth, even if you extinguish this last fragment of my soul, I shall divulge no further information. If you seek death, you may continue your pursuit of the supreme imperial realm. Ha ha ha. That laughter echoed through the vast expanse of chaotic void, causing Lei Daoqiong to momentarily furrow his brow. Observing that the remnant soul of the annihilator of the Shura imperial clan had divulged so much, even forcibly invoking the power of annihilation had considerably drained its essence. Should it fail to recover, the remnant soul might slip into slumber. After some consideration, Lei Daoqiong concluded that the remnant soul posed no threat to him. However, if it were to fall into a deep slumber, he would have to seek out the information regarding the supreme imperial realm himself. Thus, Lei Daoqiong directly presented the quasi-supreme, grade soul condensing imperial sacred lotus before the imperial body. The remnant soul, on the brink of succumbing to its drowsiness, was taken aback to see that the human had indeed bestowed upon it a quasi-supreme, grade soul condensing imperial sacred lotus. Filled with trepidation, the remnant soul regarded Lei Daoqiong and asked in a solemn tone, "Human, what does this mean? Since you have shared some information regarding the supreme imperial realm, I shall honor my promise and provide you with a treasure to restore your soul," Lei Daoqiong replied, sensing the remnant soul's impending slumber. "If you wish to avoid falling into a deep sleep, it would be prudent to utilize the quasi-supreme grade soul condensing imperial sacred lotus immediately. I assure you, I would not take advantage of your vulnerability." As the remnant soul's consciousness grew heavier, it could no longer afford to hesitate. With its remaining strength, it summoned the quasi-supreme grade soul condensing imperial sacred lotus before it. Then the remnant soul began to absorb the energy of the soul condensing imperial sacred lotus, initiating the restoration of its essence. While absorbing the energy of the sacred lotus, the remnant soul felt compelled to express gratitude to Lei Daoqiong, saying, "Human, I thank you for your soul condensing imperial sacred lotus. However, restoring my soul will require considerable time. If you wish to learn more about the supreme imperial realm, come back in 10,000 years. With that, the remnant soul sealed off its perception entirely, dedicating itself to absorbing the energy of the sacred lotus to revive its essence. Seeing this, Lei Daoqiong understood that the remnant soul would need time to absorb the quasi-supreme grade soul condensing imperial sacred lotus and did not intend to linger. However, to prevent the remnant soul from escaping once it recovered, Lei Daoqiong deployed over 10,000 quasi-supreme grade void sealing imperial talismans and established numerous time and space sealing imperial arrays around the imperial body of the annihilator of the Shura clan. Such arrangements would ensure that even a pinnacle half-step sovereign realm powerhouse would be ensnared for an extended period, rendering escape impossible for the remnant soul. Upon completing these tasks, Lei Daoqiong cast a glance at the boundless chaos of the imperial ruins. Now that he had acquired information regarding the extreme Dao imperial realm, there was little left to investigate within this desolate domain. Consequently, Lei Daoqiong, accompanied by a contingent of imperial guards, retraced his steps back to the Eastern Spirit Star region. Chapter 766. The Power That Dashes the Hopes of the Tianyang Imperial Clan. After departing from the imperial ruins and returning to the Eastern Spirit Star region, Lei Daoqiong first attuned himself to the state of the ancient battlefield. Should the current state of affairs persist, this war could very well extend for another 100,000 years. The accumulated strength of the three esteemed ancestors, Lei Changming, Lei Chongquan, and Lei Changhe, remained insufficient, and numerous elders and disciples of the Lei clan still required further honing. Such a battlefield was the most suitable for their development. The extreme Dao imperial realm was formidable, without adequate strength. Even if the Lei clan entered, they would still require the protection of imperial guards to ensure that the Lei clan possessed sufficient means of self-defense. This war was an ordeal that every member of the clan must endure. With this thought in mind, Lei Daoqiong promptly returned to the Eastern Spirit Star region 10011. A decade of battlefield training should significantly enhance the capabilities of the elders and disciples of the Lei clan. Furthermore, the clan's myriad divine beast legions would not only display their might, but also gain invaluable combat experience while elevating their cultivation realms. Although this conflict would inevitably result in casualties among the vassal holy clans allied with the Lei clan, such losses would be but a fraction, less than 1/10,000th, of those suffered by the vassal holy clans of the Tianyang imperial clan. The Lei clan would not neglect those who survived from the ancient battlefield. After all, only through the trials of bloody warfare could the Eastern Spirit Star region flourish anew. The 8 super holy clans that had once plundered its resources, along with their vassal forces, must face retribution. This battle must see the annihilation of at least 60% of the forces from those 8 super clans and their subordinates. As for the Tianyang imperial clan, they must be made aware of the might of the Lei clan. Should any exhibit fierce resistance, they could be slain. Even the 3 imperial sovereigns of the Tianyang clan, if they remained unwilling to submit, could be directly eliminated. After all, the Lei clan had extended an opportunity. If they failed to seize it, they could not blame the Lei clan for their ruthlessness. Furthermore, this universe is inherently cruel, devoid of absolute rules or virtuous beings. As long as they do not infringe upon the Lei clan's bottom line or engage in the indiscriminate slaughter of innocents, the survival within the Eastern Spirit Star region under the Lei clan's dominion would herald a more prosperous future. Upon returning to the Eastern Spirit Star region 10011, Lei Daoqiong immediately entered seclusion, preparing to unlock the hundreds of quasi-extreme Dao gift packages rewarded by the system after numerous holy clans had submitted to the Lei clan. Just before the onset of the Great War, as time flowed steadily by, several millennia passed in the blink of an eye. In the ancient battlefield, the various holy clan legions under the Tianyang imperial clan had ceased to face beast waves from Star Master realms and below. However, over 80% of the immortal Star Lord realm warriors remained, while over 90% of the immortal Star Monarch realm warriors still persisted. This demonstrated the terrifying survival capabilities of those who had achieved perfect comprehension of the fundamental principles of the Tao. Despite the overwhelming might of the Lei clan's well-equipped legions in this vast and fearsome battlefield, these warriors managed to endure and fought for a millennium. Throughout these millennia, the elders and disciples of the Lei clan engaged in both combat and cultivation. Currently, the high-ranking immortal Star Lord realm warriors of the Lei clan were more than capable of overpowering their counterparts in the Tianyang imperial clan and all their subordinate holy clans. The number of immortal Star Monarch realm warriors had, in fact, doubled during these prolonged battles. The previously strongest ancestors, Lei Changming, Lei Changquan, and Lei Changha, had departed from the battlefield a millennium ago to return to the Lei clan and break through to the half-step dominator realm. Now, on the chaotic void battlefield, it was the newly ascended half-step dominators, Lei Changming, Lei Changquan, and Lei Changha, who engaged in combat with the Tianyang imperial clan sovereigns, Yang Yin and Yang Huan. Although the three faced off against two, they could only contend with Yang Huan, as they were no match for Yang Yin, who required the assistance of imperial guards to restrain him. At this moment, within the chaotic void battlefield, Yang Yin grew increasingly frustrated. While fending off the attacks of the three imperial sovereigns of the Lei clan, he raged, "The Lei clan, you truly have no shame. What kind of imperial sovereign strength is it for 6 of you to gang up on 2? Have the courage for a one-on-one duel." Upon hearing this, Lei Changming raised his hand, signaling for the others to halt. "A duel, are you certain?" Before Yang Yin could respond, the entirety of the chaotic void battlefield was torn apart by 2 terrifying rifts. In the next moment, 2 late-stage half-step dominator realm imperial guards appeared before Yang Yin and Yang Huan, their overwhelming imperial might causing both to tremble with trepidation. 2 late-stage half-step dominator realm sovereigns? How is this possible? So, the Lei clan has been hiding their strength all along. Realizing the truth, Yang Yin could no longer contain his rage, and a sweet taste surged in his throat, followed by 2 streams of blood trickling from his lips. Noticing Yang Yin's unstable aura, Yang Huan also felt a deep sense of unease. Gazing at the 6 imperial sovereigns of the Lei clan within the chaotic void battlefield, he failed to spot the imperial sovereign behind the law avatar he had previously encountered. It seemed that the strength of the Lei clan was far from what they had witnessed. They were merely witnessing the tip of the iceberg. Only now did Yang Huan comprehend that the Tianyang imperial clan had been played. From the very beginning, the Lei clan possessed the strength to annihilate the Tianyang imperial clan. Yet they had concealed their power, engaging in a prolonged conflict for thousands of years. Though Yang Huan was unaware of the specifics of the ancient battlefield, he was acutely aware that the losses suffered by the Tianyang imperial clan and all its vassal holy clans would be devastating. With this thought, Yang Huan felt a flicker of retreat in his heart. Facing the 6 imperial sovereigns of the Lei clan, he declared in a low voice, "We, the Tianyang imperial clan, are not your match. We concede. This Eastern Spirit Star region belongs to you. Allow us to depart." Upon hearing Yang Huan's words, Yang Yan's expression tightened, a flicker of reluctance flashing in his eyes. Yet, he said nothing, tacitly accepting Yang Huan's decision. To have him verbally admit defeat felt worse than death. However, after Yang Huan voiced it, he found it somewhat less painful. At that moment, a late-stage half-step dominator realm imperial guard spoke solemnly. "Concede? You Tianyang imperial clan have remained hidden for so long. You are still too naive. In our war with the Lei clan, your only choices are submission or death." With that, the imperial guard exuded an overwhelming imperial might, an absolute pressure that rendered Yang Yin and Yang Huan incapable of resistance. Each advancement in the half-step dominator realm represented a qualitative leap in strength, with the control over the extreme Dao power signifying a profound enhancement. To fight beyond one's realm was a challenge 1,000 times more arduous than crossing a chasm, achievable only with a quasi-extreme Dao imperial weapon of a higher tier. As they felt the terrifying imperial might of the sovereign, Yang Yin and Yang Huan, despite their anger, were also engulfed in fear and despair. They had spent countless epochs to ascend to the half-step dominator realm. If they perished, they would lose everything. As they pondered their situation, Lei Changming slowly spoke. "Let us propose this. If you can defeat the 3 of us, we shall allow you to depart and pledge to refrain from troubling your Tianyang imperial clan henceforth. What say you?" Upon hearing this, Yang Yin regarded the three early-stage semi-ruler realm emperors with a glimmer of hope in his eyes and inquired solemnly, "Do you truly mean what you say?" Lei Changming smiled faintly and nodded, while the surrounding imperial guards also echoed his gesture. Witnessing this, Yang Yin immediately acquiesced. "Very well. You have my word. Should you lose, you must not pursue our Tianyang imperial clan any further. Of course, however, if you are the ones to be defeated, you must unconditionally submit to our Lei clan." Upon concluding his statement, Lei Changming, along with his brethren Lei Chongquan and Lei Chongha, donned an entire set of top-tier quasi-ultimate imperial armor and wielded quasi-ultimate imperial weapons. Their expressions grew grave as they faced Yang Yin and Yang Huan, bracing themselves for the impending confrontation. Chapter 767, The Subjugation of the Tianyang Imperial Clan. As they beheld the three emperors of the Lei clan donning their formidable quasi-ultimate imperial gear and brandishing their weapons, an overwhelming aura of imperial might surged forth. The sheer intensity of their presence caused even Yang Yin to involuntarily flinch. The top-tier quasi-ultimate imperial armaments and weapons were indeed fearsome. Yang Yin glanced at the fiery red quasi-ultimate mid-tier imperial weapon he wielded, a treasure that had been the Tianyang imperial clan's pride, accompanying him through countless epochs. Yet now, in contrast to the three sets of top-tier quasi-ultimate gear and weapons before him, the brilliance of his fiery red weapon seemed to pale significantly. As for the quasi-ultimate low-tier spear held by Yang Huan, it appeared utterly dim, and the weapon's spirit within it conveyed a hint of trepidation to Yang Huan. Observing this, both Yang Huan and Yang Yan's expressions turned grave and disconcerted. "What merit do you possess to challenge us while clad in your top-tier quasi-ultimate gear? Have the courage to face us in honorable combat." Yang Huan, recognizing their disadvantage, was compelled to speak again. If their adversaries refrained from using such overpowering equipment, they might still have a chance. However, seeing that Yang Yin showed no inclination to act, Lei Chongquan could no longer contain himself. "Without even a set of top-tier quasi-ultimate gear, your Tianyang imperial clan hardly fares well." Yang Yan's eyes widened in fury. The implication of those words was a direct assault on his capabilities. Such an affront was unbearable for him, and he prepared to retaliate, only to be restrained by Yang Huan. "Emperor Yang Yin, they are intentionally provoking you. Should you strike, you will fall into their trap, and at that moment, we shall have no recourse for retreat." After hearing Yang Huan's reasoning, Yang Yin gradually regained his composure. Though he was impulsive, he recognized the gravity of the situation, which pertained to the very survival of the Tianyang imperial clan. Thus he chose to exercise caution. Seeing Yang Yin calm himself, Yang Huan turned his attention back to Lei Changming and his companions. "You possess top-tier quasi-ultimate gear and weapons, which is inherently unjust. If your Lei clan desires our willing submission, you must engage us in a fair battle, defeating us on equal footing rather than relying on such external might." Listening to Yang Huan's lengthy discourse, it was evident that they were simply unable to accept defeat. If the Lei clan wished for the Tianyang imperial clan to yield, they could easily dispatch 5 late-stage semi-ruler realm imperial guards to subdue them without such elaborate theatrics. Were it not for the necessity of Lei Changming and his brethren to battle semi-ruler realm experts to solidify their own realms, the two emperors of the Tianyang clan would have long been thoroughly subdued. After a moment of contemplation, Lei Changming replied, "Very well, we shall take turns battling you three. If you manage to defeat one of us, we shall spare the Tianyang imperial clan. This is our final concession, should you refuse. Do not blame the Lei clan for forcibly subjugating you." His words intensified the oppressive presence of the 4-star Thunder Guards, as if to indicate that should Yang Yin and Yang Huan decline, they would immediately strike to overpower them. Faced with the pressure of 6 semi-ruler realm emperors, even Yang Yin felt a surge of anxiety. Yang Huan deliberated momentarily, exchanging glances with Yang Yin. At this juncture, they had no other recourse but to engage in battle, seizing their final opportunity to avoid submission to the Lei clan. This was a matter of dignity for the quasi-ultimate imperial clans. Even if the Lei clan was exponentially stronger than the Tianyang clan, they must be compelled to earn their submission willingly. Otherwise, the pride of the quasi-ultimate imperial clans would prevent them from yielding to any quasi-ultimate imperial force. After a brief period of contemplation, Yang Yin and Yang Huan ultimately nodded in agreement. At that moment, Lei Changming raised his hand, signaling them to hold on. "Wait a moment. Do you not have another emperor among you? If we do not thoroughly subdue you, you may not willingly submit to our Lei clan. Therefore, let the three of you engage us together. If you can defeat one of us, the Tianyang imperial clan will remain as it was." Before long, a massive rift in the chaotic void tore open. The next moment, Yang Shu emerged from the rift, a look of terror etched on his face, followed closely by another late-stage, semi-ruler realm imperial guard. Upon Yang Shu's arrival, Both Yang Yin and Yang Huan were momentarily taken aback. The location of Tianyang continent was exceedingly concealed, even shrouded by boundless chaotic energy. Yang Shu's appearance signified that the Lei clan had located their Tianyang continent. Emperor Yang Yin. Emperor Yang Huan. The strength of the Lei clan is formidable. Our Tianyang imperial clan cannot contend with them. Yang Shu warned upon seeing them. However, upon encountering the 6 semi-ruler realm emperors standing in the chaotic void, his expression turned even more fearful. There are 6 semi-ruler realm emperors. Seeing the palpable fear in Yang Shu's demeanor, Yang Yin and Yang Huan's expressions grew even more solemn. Yang Shu, being inherently more composed than they, was terrified. Just how many emperor-level experts did the Lei clan possess? Yet, there was no time for further contemplation. After Yang Huan relayed the Lei clan's conditions to Yang Shu, the fear and panic in his eyes remained unabated. At that moment, Yang Shu seemed to embody a deep-seated terror, as if he had glimpsed an unspeakable horror that had permeated his very soul. Yang Shu, prepare yourself. This may be our final opportunity. Upon hearing this, Yang Shu suppressed the terror gnawing at him. Though visions of those deathly eyes haunted his mind, he forced himself to stabilize his spirit, retrieving his imperial weapon and preparing for battle. Seeing that the 3 emperors of the Tianyang imperial clan were now ready, Lei Changming turned to Lei Changhe, signaling him to engage in combat with the 3 emperors of the Tianyang clan first. Nodding in response, Lei Changhe, clad in his top-tier quasi-ultimate gear, radiated an aura that surpassed even Yang Yan's. With the advantage of his quasi-ultimate weapon, he anticipated that facing 3 opponents would pose little difficulty. As the battleground in the chaotic void became resoundingly empty once again, Yang Yin and his companions, armed with their respective quasi-ultimate imperial weapons, surged forward across the chaos, launching their assault upon Lei Changhe. In an instant, 3 terrifying forces of extreme Dao surged forth, crushing vast expanses of chaotic void as they bore down upon Lei Changhe. Observing the onslaught from the 3 emperor-level adversaries, one of whom was even a mid-stage half-step dominator, Lei Changhe's countenance remained grave, yet devoid of panic. His entire being shimmered with blue, frigid, thunderous Dao energy, and, bolstered by the enhancement of a top-tier quasi-Dao emperor weapon set, his might skyrocketed to the pinnacle of mid-stage half-step dominator. Sensing the overwhelming energy erupting from within, Lei Changhe wasted no time and immediately retaliated, sweeping his quasi-Dao emperor sword with swift precision. In the next moment, the chaotic void was cleaved asunder beneath the blade of his quasi-Dao emperor sword, unleashing a terrifying sword edge imbued with extreme cold, thunderous Dao energy, slicing through the chaos like a long line aimed directly at the trio of Yang Yin. The fearsome sword edge of extreme cold thunder clashed violently with the 3 intensely heated Dao attacks. In an instant, a series of horrifying explosions erupted, shattering vast swathes of chaotic void, revealing expansive realms of chaotic emptiness. Following such a cataclysmic collision, Lei Changhe pressed on without pause, charging directly at Yang Yin and his companions, unleashing an onslaught of unparalleled ferocity. The trio of Yang Yin, driven by the pride of the Tianyang imperial clan, fought with all their might, unwilling to become subservient to another. The battle raged on for nearly 5 centuries, and only after Lei Changhe severed Yang Yan's left arm did the trio succumb completely to him. 5 centuries later, having healed from his injuries, Yang Yin once again faced Lei Changhe, who severed his right arm, leading to yet another defeat for Yang Yin and his companions. 450 years later, when Lei Changhe's sword pierced through Yang Yan's abdomen, nearly cleaving him in 2, Yang Huan and Yang Shu were left in a state of near ruin, with 1 arm and 1 leg each severed. In such a dire state, the 3 were no match for Lei Changhe, and they were soon vanquished. 3 half-step dominator-level experts, including a mid-stage half-step dominator, fell to 3 early-stage half-step dominator opponents. Although the emperor-level experts of the Lei clan relied on a top-tier quasi-Dao emperor weapon set, their 1-against-3 struggle ended in failure, leading Yang Yin and his companions to accept their defeat wholeheartedly. Sitting back-to-back in the chaotic starry sky, bloodied and grievously wounded, their quasi-Dao emperor weapons reduced to tatters, the trio of Yang Yin gazed at the relatively unscathed emperor-level experts from the Lei clan. With no trace of anger left in his eyes, Yang Yin spoke in a slow, composed manner. "We have lost. The Tianyang imperial clan willingly submits to the Lei clan." Chapter 768. The True Extreme Dao Treasure. Once Yang Yin willingly submitted, Lei Changming and his companions nodded in satisfaction, feeling a sense of relief. Noticing the injuries of Yang Yin and his companions, Lei Changming retrieved 3 vials of mid-tier quasi-Dao emperor essence from his quasi-Dao emperor ring, presenting them slowly before the trio. At that moment, Yang Yin and his companions felt a sense of despondency, their pain almost forgotten, as their imperial bodies returned to their normal size of 100 zhang. However, upon seeing the diminutive jade vials before them, they exchanged puzzled glances before turning their attention to Lei Daoqiong. This is mid-tier Quasi-Dao Emperor essence, he explained. Each vial contains approximately 100 drops, and merely one drop is sufficient to heal all your injuries. Since you have submitted to our Lei clan, it is only natural that I take responsibility for your wounds. Upon hearing this, the trio was taken aback, hastily opening the vials to inspect their contents. They had never encountered mid-tier Quasi-Dao Emperor essence throughout countless epochs of striving to reach the half-step Dominator realm. The most precious treasures they had obtained were mid-tier Quasi-Dao medicines and a limited supply of mid-tier Quasi-Dao holy springs. Even the low-tier Quasi-Dao treasures they had acquired from numerous explorations in mysterious locales over millennia were exceedingly scarce. The combined worth of all the Quasi-Dao treasures within the Tianyang Imperial clan paled in comparison to these 3 vials of mid-tier Quasi-Dao Emperor essence. Indeed, Yang Yan's own mid-tier Quasi-Dao weapon was the clan's most prized possession, yet it still fell short when compared to the incomparable value of the essence, which was a true treasure for healing and survival, far surpassing the ordinary mid-tier Quasi-Dao weapons. Once Yang Yan and his companions verified the vial's authenticity, they promptly bowed respectfully to Lei Daoqiong, expressing their gratitude. Thank you, Emperor Lei Daoqiong, for your generous gift. Lei Daoqiong nodded, and then spoke gently. Release your imperial soul seas, and do not resist. Since you have submitted to our Lei clan, we shall naturally inscribe our servant's mark within your imperial souls. Understanding each other's intentions, the 3 nodded in agreement, feeling a sense of relief. Subsequently, they released their imperial soul seas, allowing Lei Daoqiong to inscribe the servant's mark deep within their souls. This mark, obtained by Lei Daoqiong from the system, had the capacity to subjugate even true Dominator-level experts. Should they entertain thoughts of rebellion, Lei Daoqiong could swiftly impose punishment, potentially obliterating their imperial souls and leading to their demise. No unexpected occurrences transpired, and after Lei Daoqiong successfully inscribed the servant's mark within the imperial souls of Yang Yan and his companions, he and his fellow Emperor-level guardians no longer regarded them with suspicion. Meanwhile, far away in the Dongling 10011-star region, within the chaotic space where Lei Daoqiong was sequestered in meditation, he suddenly heard the system's voice announce, "Ding! Congratulations, host, for subjugating the Tianyang Imperial clan. Task 1 complete. You have been rewarded with an Extreme Dao gift pack. Would you like to open it?" Slowly, Lei Daoqiong opened his eyes, his gaze penetrating the boundless chaotic void. Witnessing the scene of Lei Daoqiong and the 2 elder ancestors subjugating the 3 Emperor-level members of the Tianyang Imperial clan, he had originally thought that it would take a millennium to subdue the Tianyang Imperial clan, but to his surprise, Lei Daoqiong and his companions had accomplished the task ahead of schedule, with 3,000 years remaining until the 10,000-year mark. He pondered whether the powerful being from the Annihilation Shura Imperial clan within the Imperial ruins had awakened. After a moment's reflection, Lei Daoqiong decided to send a peak half-step Dominator-level guardian to investigate the Imperial ruins. 7,000 years prior, he had opened nearly 1,000 Quasi-Dao gift packs, yielding close to 1,000 guardians. Now, after 7 millennia, most of the guardians had ascended to the peak of half-step Dominator level. During these 7,000 years, due to the lack of manifest Extreme Dao source in the Dongling Star region and the absence of Extreme Dao treasures to assist him, Lei Daoqiong had been unable to master the chaotic Extreme Dao source, making no progress in his cultivation. However, within this chaotic space, nearly 7,000 epochs had elapsed. His realm had grown more profound, and the myriad forms of Extreme Dao energies associated with the chaotic Extreme Dao had reached a terrifying level. Additionally, during these 7 epochs, Lei Daoqiong had utilized the Quasi-Dao Source Emperor's heart, vast quantities of Quasi-Dao chaotic metal, or veins, and countless precious Quasi-Dao treasures to elevate numerous Thunder Guardians and Star Thunder Guardians to Quasi-Dao Emperor puppets, all of whom were subsequently renamed as Emperor Guardians. With the current number of half-step Dominator-level Emperor Guardians within the Lei clan, even if one were to combine all the half-step Dominator-level experts from the Extreme Dao Imperial realm, they would likely not amount to even 1/10 of the Lei clan's numbers, and this count was continually on the rise, with the strength of the Lei clan's Emperor Guardians also steadily increasing. Most importantly, after 7,000 years of warfare, many of the Lei clan's esteemed elders, through prolonged battles and the utilization of numerous precious resources, had elevated their cultivation to the pinnacle of 9th-tier immortal Star Lords. Moreover, numerous esteemed elders have approached the precipice of transcending to the realm of semi-sovereignty, including the venerable Elder Lei Daoqiong. It is anticipated that they will soon comprehend their respective ultimate powers, thereby achieving the breakthrough into the semi-sovereign realm. In a millennium's time, the imperial clan of the Lei family may very well augment its ranks with another 1,000 semi-sovereign emperors. Taking a deep breath, Lei Daoqiong felt a surge of excitement and promptly communicated with the system residing within his mind, instructing, "System, activate the ultimate gift package." Beep. The ultimate gift package has been activated. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 1 billion high-grade ultimate stones, 10,000 varieties of ultimate origins, 10,000 low-grade ultimate techniques, 10,000 low-grade ultimate imperial weapons, 100,000 low-grade ultimate imperial medicines, and 100,000 low-grade ultimate imperial pills. The rewards have been placed in the system space. Please check them at your convenience. Upon hearing the system announce the rewards, Lei Daoqiong immediately delved into the system space. As he beheld the treasures emanating an exceedingly rich aura of ultimate origins at the center of the system space, his heart raced with exhilaration. With over 10,000 varieties of ultimate origins, perhaps I could attempt to breach the sovereign realm. Should Lei Daoqiong succeed in transcending to the sovereign realm, he would face even the ultimate imperial clans within the ultimate imperial domain without trepidation. The strength of the Lei family is also on the rise. As long as such ultimate origins exist, the threshold of semi-sovereignty shall not be the terminus for the Lei clan members, but rather a stepping stone toward mastering the ultimate origins and becoming true sovereign emperors. Furthermore, once Lei Daoqiong achieves the sovereign realm, future ultimate gift packages may indeed yield genuine ultimate imperial puppets, thus equipped with the courage to confront the perilous unknowns of the Dao Yuan universe. Lei Daoqiong aims to establish the Lei family at the pinnacle of the Dao Yuan universe, even transcending it to explore the enigmatic realms beyond. Chapter 769, The War concludes. In the ancient battlefield, despite the 3 semi-sovereign emperors of the Tianyang imperial clan submitting to the Lei family, the conflict raged on unabated. After all, the 8 Super Saint clans and all their affiliated factions still boasted a considerable number of formidable warriors. The crucible of war sharpens the strong. Even among the 8 Super Saint clans, there exist peak 9th-tier immortal star masters who have approached the brink of transcending to the semi-sovereign realm. Even if the Lei family and the Tianyang imperial clan were to simultaneously declare an end to hostilities, it is likely that the 8 Super Saint clans would not acquiesce. The bloodthirsty warriors of the ancient Bloodthirst clan, mere steps away from semi-sovereignty, have become fervent in their quest for victory on the battlefield. They believe they understand that should they breach the semi-sovereign realm, they could alter the tide of the conflict. If they could use this war as a catalyst for their ascension, they would not only become quasi-ultimate imperial clans, but also liberate themselves from the dominion of the Tianyang imperial clan. Such immense temptation and opportunity lie before them. How could they possibly relinquish it? Although the number of immortal star monarchs among the 8 Super Saint clans and their vassals has dwindled to less than 60%, the Lei family's beast army and allied factions have only grown stronger, with their ranks of immortal star monarchs multiplying exponentially. While this instills fear, it cannot extinguish their fervent desire to ascend to the semi-sovereign realm. The war persisted for another 5 centuries. Nearly 1,000 peak 9th-tier immortal star monarchs from the Lei family's army had departed the ancient battlefield, having sensed the opportunity for a breakthrough. With the resources of the Lei family at their disposal, they were poised to transcend into the semi-sovereign realm. Additionally, within the Lei family's thousands of beast legions, nearly 2,000 peak 9th-tier immortal star monarchs felt the calling to breach the semi-sovereign threshold. Most of them had reached the zenith of their divine beast bloodlines, and, through intense combat, sustained injuries while consuming vast amounts of precious resources and treasures, endured the brutal realities of the battlefield, and faced life and death crises to finally grasp the opportunity for transcendence. In contrast, the number of vassals of the Lei family across the entire Eastern Spirit Star region who could sense the potential for breaking through to the semi-sovereign realm is pitifully scant, numbering only a few dozen. The path to transcending to the semi-sovereign realm is fraught with difficulty, and truly grasping even a trace of ultimate power is an arduous task. Presently, the ancient battlefield is home to nearly 1 billion immortal star monarchs, with high-tier immortal star monarchs constituting almost 1% of that number. The ranks of peak 9th-tier immortal star monarchs number in the hundreds of thousands, yet after millennia of warfare, it is only the Lei family, endowed with boundless resources, that can boast several thousand warriors breaking through to the semi-sovereign realm. Thus, it appears that the challenge of transcending to the semi-sovereign realm is infinitely more daunting than that of ascending to the 9th-tier immortal star monarch realm. Even now, among the Tianyang imperial clan and the 8 Super Saint clans, while numerous peak 9th-tier immortal star monarchs exist, only a handful have grasped the potential for such a breakthrough. However, even if they sense the opportunity, They are currently unable to leave the battlefield to pursue their ascension. The forces of the Lei family and their vassal clans are simply too numerous, trapping them in the ancient battlefield. Nevertheless, upon receiving this news, the ancestors of the Lei family, including Lei Changming, issued orders to deliberately allow those within the Tianyang imperial clan and the 8 super saint clans who felt the potential for transcendence to leave the battlefield, granting them the time necessary for their ascension to semi-sovereignty. As for the Tianyang imperial clan, over the course of several centuries, nearly all members have become aware that their clan has wholly submitted to the Lei family. The ongoing conflict persists due to the unyielding ambitions of the 8 super saint clans to fully establish dominance over the Eastern Spirit Star region. The Tianyang imperial clan must first allow the 8 super saint clans to feel a glimmer of hope before plunging them into despair. As the rulers of the 8 super saint clans, the warriors of the Tianyang imperial clan are acutely aware of their ambitions, as well as their tyranny, cruelty, and ruthless tactics. To cooperate with the Lei family, the Tianyang imperial clan's forces have remained on the battlefield. Furthermore, after receiving resources and treasures from the Lei family, no Tianyang warriors have expressed discontent with their submission. Instead, they have shown profound respect for the Lei family's warriors. Even in battle, they exert themselves even more vigorously to alleviate the pressure on the Lei family's warriors, thus achieving better training outcomes and gaining deeper insights into combat without risking harm to the Lei family's warriors. Simultaneously, the warriors of the Tianyang imperial clan have reaped significant benefits, with those who sense the opportunity for transcendence receiving rewards from the Lei family to facilitate their ascent to the semi-sovereign realm. In just a few centuries, the Tianyang imperial clan has added over a dozen semi-sovereign warriors, an achievement they had not accomplished across countless epochs, and one they had previously deemed unattainable. In the blink of an eye, another 1,500 years have passed. Within a mysterious saint-level continent of the ancient Bloodthirst clan, an extraordinarily terrifying imperial pressure erupted. An aura of bloody carnage, infused with ultimate power, instantly shattered the mysterious saint-level continent, rendering its formidable barriers utterly ineffective, which were crushed into countless fragments. I have finally transcended to the semi-sovereign realm. Is this the strength of a supreme being at the semi-sovereign level? How astonishingly powerful. The visage of Blood Tuo was grotesque, his expression brimming with exhilaration as he relished the prowess of his current half-step dominator realm. He felt as though he could devour the entirety of the Eastern Spirit Star region. The formidable power of the blood-devouring path was indeed terrifying. As long as this emperor continued to consume the blood of powerful foes, he would perpetually grow stronger. At that juncture, not even the Tianyang imperial clan or the Lei clan could stand against him. Blood Tuo's maniacal and dissonant laughter transformed into resonant echoes, reverberating across a vast expanse of the Eastern Spirit Star region, causing numerous neutral holy clans to tremble in fear. Simultaneously, within the star regions of the other 7 super holy clans, waves of immense imperial might surged forth. The 8 newly ascended half-step dominator realm supreme beings from these super holy clans unleashed their imperial auras and energies with reckless abandon, as if proclaiming to the entire Eastern Spirit Star region that they had ascended to quasi-imperial clan status, asserting their dominion over the region henceforth. Moreover, Blood Tuo and his allies were exerting pressure on the Lei clan and the Tianyang imperial clan, for with their 8 half-step dominator realm supreme beings, they believed they were now the rightful rulers of the entire Eastern Spirit Star region. However, little time elapsed before these 8 supreme beings, having just crossed into the half-step dominator realm, were forcibly taken to the chaotic void by several late-stage imperial guards. Within this chaotic expanse, hundreds of newly ascended half-step dominator realm powerhouses from the Lei clan had gathered. Their imperial bodies towered to unimaginable heights, exuding an aura of terrifying imperial might. Hundreds of half-step dominator realm figures gazed intently at Blood Tuo and the other 8 super holy clan leaders, their eyes filled with inexorable imperial pressure, as if they intended to crush them into oblivion. Hundreds of half-step dominator realm powerhouses? This is impossible. Blood Tuo's countenance turned ashen with sheer terror, the earlier joy of his ascension evaporating in an instant. The other 7 half-step dominator realm leaders shared his dread. They had believed that their newfound power would allow them to contend with the Tianyang imperial clan or the Lei clan, only to realize that what they had previously witnessed was merely the tip of the iceberg of the Lei clan's might. In the ensuing millennium, the hundreds of half-step dominator realm powerhouses from the Lei clan engaged in a cataclysmic battle against Blood Tuo and the other 8 super holy clan leaders. This titanic clash shattered the endless chaotic void, plunging Blood Tuo and his allies into unfathomable despair. Ultimately, After a millennium of relentless torment inflicted by the Lei clan's half-step dominator realm powerhouses, they succumbed to defeat, their demise in the chaotic void palpable and bitter. The fall of these half-step dominator realm champions ignited a fervor throughout the Eastern Spirit Star region, as vast cosmic primal pathways revealed themselves, voraciously consuming the quasi-imperial powers of Blood Tuo and the 8 super-holy clans. Following their demise, the ancient battlefield witnessed the collapse of the 8 super-holy clans and all their subordinate holy clan legions. With their half-step dominator realm powerhouses fallen, any further resistance became futile. Fear supplanted their battle spirit, leading to utter disarray as they were mercilessly slaughtered and enslaved by the Lei clan and its vassal legions. Thus, the Lei clan and the Tianyang imperial clan amassed the majority of the Eastern Spirit Star region's subordinate holy clan legions. After a protracted war lasting over 10 millennia, it was ultimately the Lei clan that brought the conflict to a close. Chapter 770, Rulers of the Eastern Spirit Star region. A century after the conclusion of the ancient battlefield's war, all vassal holy clan legions of the Lei clan spent 100 years scouring the battlefield for spoils. Many unengaged holy clan powerhouses sought their fortune in the ancient battlefield, hoping to acquire opportunities and treasures. Have you heard? Recently, a powerful being obtained a supreme treasure from the ancient battlefield. It's said to be a high-grade immortal star master artifact, worth an incalculable fortune. Rumor has it that this individual sold it for 300 billion top-tier star essence crystals. Is that so? If such a treasure truly exists, how could the vassal clans of the Lei clan not seize it? Surely you've been misled. A diminutive elder, sipping from a wine gourd, spoke with evident skepticism. Do not doubt me. I possess the latest information. Numerous desperate holy clan powerhouses have entered the ancient battlefield and secured 7th-grade treasures of the Dao level, which they subsequently sold for a plethora of precious resources. A finely dressed middle-aged man insisted earnestly, fearful of being disbelieved. Imagine the resources one could exchange for a 7th-grade treasure from the Dao level. Old man, do you not relish your wine? Why not venture to the ancient battlefield? If you were to seize an opportunity, you could acquire vast resources and indulge in even finer wine. The elder cast a sidelong glance at the man, shook his head, and continued to drink. Alas, while I do enjoy my wine, I have no taste for peril. The ancient battlefield is fraught with danger. Should I lose my life, I would have neither wine nor anything else. With that, the elder leapt from his seat, drinking as he departed the tavern. The others, witnessing this, resumed their discussions, ignoring him. At the edge of the ancient battlefield, countless adventurers gathered, most being above the immortal star monarch realm, with many even at the immortal star master level, though the majority were below the 4th tier. Shadows of those beneath the immortal star monarch realm were also present, cautiously positioned at the periphery, yearning for opportunities within the ancient battlefield. At that moment, the diminutive elder with the wine gourd arrived at the chaotic battlefield's edge, revealing himself as a 4th-tier immortal star master, ranking among the stronger figures gathered there. The elder was intrigued to see if the ancient battlefield truly harbored such treasures. Soon, as the barrier of the ancient battlefield opened, all cultivators surged forward into its depths, eager not to miss any opportunities. The elder vanished in an instant, directly entering the ancient battlefield. Inside, the ancient battlefield lay in ruins, with vast expanses of unhealed cosmic space. From the shattered void, wisps of chaotic energy seeped forth, intensifying the pressure within that segment of cosmic space. Additionally, the complete Dao source power within the chaotic battlefield surged with tumultuous chaos, making it perilous to absorb recklessly. Indeed, this battlefield, contested by 2 imperial clans and countless powerful holy clans, is formidable, the elder marveled. Yet, what treasures could possibly remain in such a battleground? The elder pondered as he began to explore the chaotic battlefield. After a considerable time, the elder found himself standing before a shattered immortal star master artifact, shaking his head in disappointment. If even the immortal star master artifact is in ruins, the intact treasures have surely been thoroughly plundered. Nevertheless, even a fragmented immortal star master artifact should fetch a considerable amount of top-tier star essence crystals, sufficient for me to enjoy fine wine for several years. As the elder collected the shattered artifact, the void before him suddenly fractured, releasing a potent aura. Is this a treasure emerging? Before the elder could comprehend, a flawless mid-tier immortal star master long sword slowly materialized from the rift in the void. Immediately following, the intermediate immortal star master artifact erupted with an intense phenomenon, manifesting a colossal ethereal projection of the immortal star master artifact within the vast expanse of the cosmos. The complete emergence of this intermediate immortal star master artifact revealed that this ancient battlefield indeed housed a treasure of extraordinary value. The elder, taken aback, dared not delay even for a moment and hurriedly rushed towards the newly manifested intermediate immortal star master longsword. The spectacle accompanying the emergence of the intermediate immortal star master artifact would inevitably attract numerous formidable beings. I must secure it post-haste. Braving the overwhelming aura of the artifact's emergence, the elder swiftly approached the shimmering long sword. Removing his wine gourd, he summoned the essence of the perfected Tao, and in an instant, the gourd expanded to a tremendous size. This seemingly unremarkable vessel was, in fact, an intermediate immortal star master artifact of great significance. Soon after, a terrifying force of attraction emanated from the gourd, wildly pulling at the immortal star master longsword. As the gourd continued to exert its pull, the intermediate immortal star master longsword was swiftly drawn into its depths. Realizing the presence of approaching powerful entities, the elder hastily stowed the gourd away and instantaneously teleported away from the battlefield's starlit expanse. Not long after the elder's departure, several formidable beings of the immortal star master realm arrived at the scene, gazing at the vanished treasure's manifestation and its absence. They understood that the newly emerged treasure had already been claimed by a powerful individual. Alas, this is not our fortune. Let us depart and seek elsewhere. With that, these powerful beings instantaneously teleported away from the battlefield's celestial realm. Meanwhile, in another segment of the battlefield's cosmos, the elder materialized from the starry void. His eyes alight with exhilaration and fervor. Cautiously surveying his surroundings, he proceeded to set up a concealment formation upon a fragment of a star region. Once all was arranged, the elder delicately retrieved the wine gourd, releasing the long sword he had just acquired, the intermediate immortal star master artifact. To think I would encounter a complete immortal star master artifact, exclaimed the elder. Indeed, my fortune is profound. As the elder prepared to examine the intermediate immortal star master artifact in detail, a sudden disturbance occurred. In the next moment, an overwhelming imperial might, accompanied by a colossal imperial avatar, slowly materialized before him, causing the elder to kneel in both confusion and fear. The imperial avatar gazed down upon him, its thunderous voice resonating. To the cultivator of the Eastern Spirit Star region. This is a boon and treasure bestowed upon you by the ruler of the Eastern Spirit Star region, the Lei clan of the imperial family. Remember, do not use it to slaughter sentient beings or commit acts of unwarranted murder. Do you understand? The elder's pupils widened, and he hurriedly responded with utmost respect. I understand. I am deeply grateful for the ruler's gift, and I shall certainly abide by the Lei clan's edicts, never to harm living souls or commit unjust killings. Should I transgress, I accept the Lei clan's punishment. The imperial avatar nodded in acknowledgement before gradually dissipating into the cosmic expanse, the overwhelming imperial presence fading alongside it. As the terrifying imperial aura vanished, the elder found himself drenched in sweat, momentarily lost in thought. It became clear that all treasures within this ancient battlefield had been prepared by the Lei clan, which had ascended to dominance in the Eastern Spirit Star region a century prior. No wonder a complete intermediate immortal star master artifact had emerged. Thus, the elder comprehended everything, his gaze now imbued with reverence for the Lei clan of the imperial family. Chapter 771. The True Path of the Imperial Puppet. Since the ascension of the Lei clan to dominance in the Eastern Spirit Star region, they have become an unparalleled force. Those once subservient to the Lei clan now enjoy greatly elevated status, even becoming coveted by many neutral clans. On the Tianyang continent, after assuming control of the Eastern Spirit Star region, Lei Daoqiong relocated the entire Lei clan and all their divine beast tribes to the Tianyang continent. The continent's vastness accommodates the Lei clan and its multitude of divine beasts comfortably. Most notably, the essence of the Tao is exceedingly rich within Tianyang, even displaying faint traces of supreme power, vastly superior to the Eastern Spirit Star region. Although Lei Daoqiong has the resources to modify the Eastern Spirit Star region, the fundamental cosmic essence cannot be altered. Following the Lei clan's dominion over the Tianyang continent, it was renamed Tsang Lei continent. Presently, the Tsang Lei continent has expanded its area more than twice that of Tianyang, with the essence of the Tao now 1,000-fold denser, aided by Lei Daoqiong's resources. Moreover, the previously scarce supreme power has been significantly enhanced, as Lei Daoqiong established numerous lower and mid-grade supreme stone mines across the Tsang Lei continent, providing adequate resources for all half-step Dominion realm imperial beings to cultivate normally. Additionally, the spatial integrity of Tsang Lei continent has greatly improved. Even peak 9th-level immortal star masters cannot tear or shatter its space. Thus, the conflicts among the indigenous forces of the former Tianyang continent pose no threat to the current Tsang Lei continent. At this moment, in the heart of the Tsang Lei continent, Lei Daoqiong sat cross-legged in the chaotic space he had forged. His aura was subdued, and apart from his imperial physique, it was nearly impossible to discern that he was a pinnacle half-step Dominion realm sovereign. There lingered a sense of impending eruption within his presence. Taking a deep breath, Lei Daoqiong reflected, mastering a single supreme essence is indeed a daunting task. Even for me, I have only mastered over 1,000 types of supreme essence, and the path to becoming a chaotic supreme sovereign remains lengthy. Presently, Lei Daoqiong could effortlessly transcend to the Dominion realm. Yet only by becoming a chaotic supreme sovereign could his power reach the pinnacle of that realm, a path fraught with challenges and time. Though he is yet to break through to the Dominion realm, his mastery of over 1,000 types of supreme essence equates to the third level of Dominion. Yet the quality of his mastery only matches that of the first level. Lei Daoqiong does not aspire to be an ordinary supreme sovereign. Even the sovereign of time and space does not pique his interest. His pursuit of the chaotic path requires mastery over myriad supreme essences, including 8 other paramount supreme essences. Only by achieving the status of chaotic supreme sovereign can Lei Daoqiong be invincible within the Dominion realm. Should he breach the Dominion realm through a sole paramount supreme essence, the journey to become a chaotic supreme sovereign would become exponentially more arduous, tenfold more so than it is now. Therefore, Lei Daoqiong refrains from advancing to the Dominion realm at this time. But he wonders if the resources within the supreme gift package might elevate him or even yield a true imperial puppet, which he eagerly anticipates. System. With my current power comparable to the third level of Dominion, the resources in the supreme gift package should be sufficient to produce a genuine imperial puppet, correct? Ding. The secrets of heaven are not to be disclosed. The resources within the supreme gift package are allocated randomly based on the host's strength. Please, host, be bold in your endeavors. Upon hearing the system's response, Lei Daoqiong sighed. It seemed he had grown too complacent in his seclusion, forgetting the system's enigmatic nature. This system excels in many aspects but revels in its air of mystery, and tasks are seldom presented, often requiring Lei Daoqiong to instigate them himself. It appears that a journey to the supreme Dao imperial realm is imperative, as I am eager to uncover the myriad mysteries and unknowns that this Dao metaverse harbors. However, before venturing to the imperial ruins to visit the formidable beings that annihilated the Shura imperial clan, Lei Daoqiong intends to first unseal the 5 supreme Dao gift packs that will bestow upon him the title of sovereign of the Eastern Spirit Star region. System. Activate all 5 supreme Dao gift packs. Ding. All 5 supreme Dao gift packs have been opened. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 1 billion top-grade supreme Dao stones, 10,000 varieties of supreme Dao origins, 100,000 lower-grade supreme Dao techniques, 100,000 lower-grade supreme Dao imperial weapons, 1 million lower-grade supreme Dao elixirs, and 1 million lower-grade supreme Dao pills. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 10 billion top-grade supreme Dao stones, 300,000 varieties of lower-grade supreme Dao techniques, 3 million lower-grade supreme Dao talismans, 3 million lower-grade supreme Dao elixirs, and 10,000 lower-grade supreme Dao formation secret tomes. Congratulations, host. You have received 100 billion top-grade supreme Dao stones, 100,000 pounds of lower-grade supreme Dao divine marrow, 100,000 pounds of lower-grade supreme Dao divine essence, 10,000 lower-grade supreme Dao chaotic metal mines, and 1 supreme Dao imperial puppet. The rewards have been placed in the system space. Please retrieve them at your convenience. Initially, Lei Daoqiong felt a twinge of disappointment as the first 3 supreme Dao gift packs yielded no supreme Dao imperial puppets. However, the last 2 gift packs provided him with a delightful surprise. Indeed, he had acquired genuine supreme Dao imperial puppets. The system's capabilities were truly remarkable. Even possessing such exalted entities, he couldn't help but wonder what other treasures remained undiscovered within the system. Filled with exhilaration, Lei Daoqiong hastily extracted the 2 supreme Dao imperial puppets from the system space. Within the chaotic realm, the 2 towering figures, clad in resplendent purple-gold imperial armor and wielding colossal purple-gold supreme Dao imperial swords, radiated the overwhelming aura of peaked sovereign-level dominance. Their imperial might was boundless, capable of exerting a faint influence even within the chaotic space Lei Daoqiong had forged. As he beheld the 2 supreme Dao imperial puppets, resembling the guardians of an unparalleled emperor, he realized that merely a hint of their sovereign aura surpassed the strength of numerous half-step sovereign-level beings. This was indeed the pinnacle of supreme Dao imperial puppets. A mere whisper of their imperial might could likely subdue thousands of half-step sovereign-level quasi-supreme Dao puppets. Through the presence of these 2 supreme Dao imperial puppets, Lei Daoqiong could gauge his own strength. At the 9th level of sovereignty, each level represented an entirely different realm, with a staggering disparity in power. Even the subdivisions within each level exhibited substantial differences in strength, attributed to the qualitative enhancement of Supreme Tao origins, which significantly bolstered one's prowess. With his current capabilities, he surmised that when exerting his full strength, he could contend with those at the pinnacle of the 3rd level of sovereignty. Mastery over 1,000 varieties of Supreme Tao origins was requisite for such power, and the ascent through the sovereign levels appeared to be even more arduous than he had anticipated. After a moment of reflection, Lei Daoqiong turned his attention back to the 2 Supreme Tao Imperial puppets. Since he had successfully summoned 2 of them, he decided to bestow them names, Lei Yu and Lei Su. Upon hearing their names, the 2 Imperial puppets promptly knelt in reverence. "Thank you, Master, for the names." Satisfied with their response, Lei Daoqiong nodded approvingly. Chapter 772, Journey to the Supreme Tao Imperial Realm. With the presence of 2 Supreme Tao Imperial puppets, Lei Daoqiong felt emboldened to embark on his journey to the Supreme Tao Imperial Realm. He intended to leave 1 puppet behind to safeguard the Lei continent and the Eastern Spirit Star region, while taking the other along to confront any potential challenges and obstacles that may arise within the Supreme Tao Imperial Realm. After careful consideration, Lei Daoqiong decided to assign Lei Yu to protect the Lei continent and the Eastern Spirit Star region, while Lei Su would accompany him to the Supreme Tao Imperial Realm. Furthermore, the opportunity to venture into the Supreme Tao Imperial Realm posed a significant risk. However, it also presented an invaluable opportunity for certain elders and disciples of the Lei family to undergo rigorous training. To advance to the half-step sovereign or sovereign realm, one must continuously engage in challenges, enhance their understanding, and swiftly grasp the opportunity for breakthroughs. Given the inherent risks, he would bring only 500 half-step sovereign elders and over 10,000 disciples from the Lei family. As for whether they wished to bring divine beast mounts, that decision would rest solely with them. At that moment, Lei Daoqiong sensed something extraordinary. The ancient dragon court turned out to be a quasi-supreme Tao clan, boasting 2 half-step sovereign-level dragon ancestors. However, they had been subdued by Long Ting and his dragon kin, which had, in turn, augmented the Lei family's collection of divine beasts. Additionally, the Finscale Black Abyss ancient clan, concealed within the Black Abyss, also housed a half-step sovereign-level Finscale beast ancestor. The Eastern Spirit Star region, so seemingly modest, concealed such formidable half-step sovereign-level beings. Truly a surprising revelation. Lei Daoqiong reflected that without the system, escaping the Dust continent would have been an arduous task, let alone traversing to the Lishui Star domain, the Eastern 10011 Star region, and the entire Eastern Spirit Star region. Only through relentless progress and breakthroughs could one aspire to explore broader horizons. In the chaotic realm, Lei Daoqiong felt a stirring within him, closing his eyes to delve into contemplation. In the blink of an eye, a century had passed in the Eastern Spirit Star region. Within the chaotic space, time had elapsed for over 100 epochs, and Lei Daoqiong finally concluded his meditation, his aura now profoundly restrained, revealing the significant progress he had achieved during this period. It was time to prepare for his journey to the Imperial Ruins, to have that annihilating Shura Imperial clan powerhouse lead him to the Supreme Tao Imperial Realm. With that thought, Lei Daoqiong swiftly returned to his human form and departed the chaotic space. The current residence of the Lei family was an immense paradise, sprawling across an area equivalent to 10 star regions, where the elders and disciples of the imperial family resided in their respective palaces and caves. Despite being a continent, it housed countless secret realms and domain spaces, capable of supporting vast populations of beings, and was also designed as a training ground for the Lei family. Within most of the Lei family's training grounds, there thrived the myriad beings and powerful entities of the 8 major sacred clans of the Eastern Spirit Star region and their vassal clans, providing plentiful opportunities for Lei family disciples to hone their skills. There were even numerous teleportation arrays facilitating the journey of lower-tier disciples to various secret realms and training grounds for cultivation. Upon returning to the most opulent and expansive patriarchal courtyard of the Lei family, Lei Daoqiong instructed the imperial guards to summon the elders and disciples of the Lei family. In one of the pavilions within the back courtyard of the patriarchal courtyard, Lei Daoqiong sensed that Mo Linger was engaged in her cultivation. Having advanced to the late stage of the 9th-tier Immortal Star Master realm, though still some distance from reaching the half-step sovereign realm. Meanwhile, Lei Xianping and Lei Yan were training within the trial secret realm created by Lei Daoqiong, accompanied by disciples Yi Xiao, Wen Haoyang, Lung Rui Yao, and Zi Shi. All of them exhibited commendable talents. Lei Xianping had become a 4th-tier Immortal Star Master, and Lei Yan had advanced to the 3rd tier. As for Lei Daoqiong's 4 disciples, they had all reached the pinnacle of the 9th-tier Immortal Star Master realm, merely a step away from the half-step sovereign realm. If the opportunity arose to journey to the supreme Tao imperial realm, it would be delightful to bring them along, ensuring that the expedition would not be dull. Before long, once the message from the imperial guards reached several elders and disciples of the Lei family, they rapidly assembled within the grand hall of the Lei family. Upon learning that the patriarch intended to venture to the vast supreme Tao imperial realm, the ancestors, including Lei Jingxian and Lei Taming, all emerged from their seclusion to send him off. The entire Lei family, stirred by the patriarch Lei Daoqiong's imminent journey to the supreme Tao imperial realm, concluded their training and gathered in the grandest plaza of the Lei family. In light of this, Lei Daoqiong convened a grand gathering of the Lei clan. This extensive imperial assembly lasted merely a month, during which Lei Daoqiong, accompanied by selected elders and disciples of the Lei family, as well as Lei Su and a multitude of imperial guards, made their way directly to the imperial ruins. As they ventured deeper into the heart of the imperial ruins, Lei Daoqiong soon sensed the faint yet unmistakable life force of a powerful being from the Destruction Shura imperial clan. Although it was weak, it confirmed that the Destruction Shura expert had survived, leaving open the possibility for a full recovery or even further advancement in the future. Upon disembarking from the starship and approaching the immense imperial body, Lei Daoqiong casually retrieved the previously set-up quasi-ultimate imperial talismans and formations. The elders and disciples of the Lei family aboard the quasi-ultimate starship gazed in astonishment at the colossal imperial form standing amidst the chaotic void. They had never witnessed such an enormous imperial figure before. Even the ancient titan apes and ancestral dragons of the Lei family paled in comparison to this Destruction Shura imperial body, which was a fraction of its size. Is this the Destruction Shura imperial clan? Such a massive imperial form is indeed terrifying. The elders of the Lei family, half a step away from the Dominion realm, were secretly astonished. If it were merely an ultimate law embodiment of such magnitude, they might not have been surprised. However, the sheer size of a quasi-ultimate imperial body prompted many elders to ponder the true extent of its power. At that moment, as if sensing Lei Daoqiong's familiar aura, the Destruction Shura expert unexpectedly opened its eyes. Yet, the central eye, which had been pierced through, had not yet healed, and the soul-devouring ultimate power still clung to it, rendering the already weakened Destruction ultimate source power incapable of dispelling it. Human, I, Xianxiafans, am grateful for your life-saving grace. If you wish to know the location of the ultimate imperial realm, I can personally guide you there. Noticing the instability in Xianxiafan's aura, it was evident that he had only partially regained his ultimate imperial soul, barely able to control his imperial body, let alone possessing a fraction of his former strength. His injuries were indeed grievous. Thus, Lei Daoqiong presented 10 drops of quasi-ultimate high-grade imperial essence and a quasi-ultimate high-grade imperial pill to Xianxiafans. Upon receiving such precious treasures from the human, Xianxiafans was taken aback, his eyes flashing with gratitude. He did not refuse, knowing that he needed these treasures to aid in his recovery. Human, my debt of gratitude is beyond repayment. If you have any commands in the future, feel free to summon Xianxiafans, and I shall do my utmost to resolve all obstacles for you. Hearing this, Lei Daoqiong smiled lightly. The once proud and unruly Xianxiafans, now willing to heed Lei Daoqiong's commands for the sake of life-preserving treasures, now bore a hint of respect in his gaze, demonstrating his gratitude for the restoration of his remnant soul. Then let us proceed to the ultimate imperial realm. Yes. Xianxiafans nodded in affirmation and consumed a drop of quasi-ultimate high-grade imperial essence, forcibly shrinking his imperial body to a size of 10,000 zhong. As he still needed to suppress the soul-devouring ultimate power at his brow, you need only follow closely behind me. Within a year's time, we shall reach the entrance to the ultimate imperial realm. Xianxiafans' imperial body was indeed colossal, and even after shrinking, it was several times larger than the starship. Therefore, he could only lead the way through the chaotic void. Subsequently, the starship of the Lei clan trailed behind Xianxiafans as they gradually ventured deeper into the imperial ruins. Chapter 773, Entering the Ultimate Imperial Realm. 1 year later, Lei Daoqiong and his companion starship followed closely behind Xianxiafans, traversing the vast and endless distances within the imperial ruins. What lies ahead? The elder Lei Daoqiong, accompanying them, gazed forward, his eyes filled with astonishment. Upon hearing his voice, Lei Daoqiong peered through the starship's window and beheld the scene unfolding in the chaotic void outside. In the chaotic void ahead, an endless surge of chaotic energy formed a colossal chaotic vortex, surrounded by terrifying tearing forces that emanated an energy so fearsome it seemed capable of shredding everything in proximity into fragments. Even the surrounding chaotic void was occasionally crushed, directly drawn into the vortex. This transformation rendered the area surrounding the chaotic vortex a realm of chaotic nothingness. Entering carelessly could lead one into the abyss of chaos, where even a late-stage half-step Dominion expert could face dire consequences. Could this be the entrance to the ultimate Imperial realm? Lei Daoqiong questioned, stepping away from the starship to approach Shuret Songfeng, his expression tinged with curiosity. Shuret Songfeng nodded, a hint of nostalgia in his gaze. For it had been long since he had returned, and he wondered how the destruction Shura Imperial clan fared within the ultimate Imperial realm. Indeed, this is the entrance to the ultimate Imperial realm. Its terrifying nature serves to deter quasi-ultimate Imperial clans from entering. Countless epochs have passed, with innumerable half-step Dominion experts locating this entrance, yet only a scant few have managed to survive and enter the ultimate Imperial realm. The chaotic void surrounding the edges of the vortex has consumed countless half-step Dominion experts. Even those at the late stage of that realm find it exceedingly rare to escape unharmed. Even the pinnacle of half-step Dominion experts entering the chaotic void face a perilous struggle for survival. Upon hearing Shura Songfeng's explanation, Lei Daoqiong could not help but furrow his brow. No wonder Shura Songfeng had shown no concern about him finding the entrance to the ultimate Imperial realm. If merely the entrance posed such danger, the perils within the ultimate Imperial realm were likely beyond imagination. Yet, such elaborate measures to prevent other half-step Dominion experts from the Dao Yuan universe from entering suggested that there must be secrets within the ultimate Imperial realm, or opportunities to grasp Dominion and ascend to the Dominion realm. At that moment, Shuret Songfeng took a moment to regulate his breathing, minimizing the injury at his brow, then turned to Lei Daoqiong and spoke in a solemn tone. Please stay closely behind me and refrain from wandering into any other areas. Lei Daoqiong nodded, glancing back at the starship to relay this information to Elder Lei Daoqiong. Immediately thereafter, 5 peak half-step Dominion Imperial guards appeared behind Shura Songfeng to address the dangers posed by the chaotic vortex. Lei Su remained aboard the starship, ensuring the safety of the Lei clan members. Once all preparations were complete, Shuret Songfeng slowly made his way toward the chaotic vortex, with Lei Daoqiong and the Lei clan starship closely following behind. The atmosphere aboard the starship grew tense, with all eyes fixated on the massive chaotic vortex. As they soon entered the chaotic vortex, Lei Daoqiong sensed the boundless chaos within, which imparted a slight sense of danger. Yet, it was merely a fleeting sensation. Had he possessed only the strength of a peak half-step Dominion expert, he might have genuinely faced peril. Closely trailing behind Shuret Songfeng, Lei Daoqiong's expansive perception enveloped the endless chaos, swiftly detecting a hint of unique ultimate power. This trace of ultimate power seemed to serve as a pathway, guiding those from beyond the ultimate Imperial realm into its depths. The ultimate power was remarkably solid yet incredibly elusive, unless one meticulously probed. Even a late-stage half-step Dominion expert would struggle to perceive it. Furthermore, within the vast chaos of the vortex, Lei Daoqiong discerned countless void fissures leading into the chaotic nothingness. The void rifts are exceedingly elusive, concealed within this boundless chaos, akin to traps awaiting their destined individuals. This interminable chaos is prolonged. For 10 days, the formidable Shuret Songfeng, accompanied by Lei Daoqiong and others, pressed forward before the scenery ahead finally shifted. Have we arrived? Throughout the journey, Lei Daoqiong had become thoroughly acquainted with the path leading into the extreme Dao Emperor realm. As long as he followed the guidance of a strand of extreme Dao power, he would encounter no peril from the chaotic void. Naturally, any Emperor-level powerhouse who has transcended to the Dominator realm would find that even the endless chaotic void could not hinder their entry into the extreme Dao Emperor realm. As Shuret Songfeng traversed what appeared to be a vortex of chaotic void, Lei Daoqiong promptly urged the starship behind him to follow suit. Upon emerging from the vortex, the vista before Lei Daoqiong transformed abruptly. Instead of the anticipated endless starry expanse, he was greeted by an immense, boundless continent. The extreme Dao Emperor realm is, astonishingly, a landmass. Lei Daoqiong was taken aback, pondering the sheer size of this extreme Dao continent, capable of accommodating hundreds of quasi-extreme Dao imperial clans, some of which even included genuine extreme Dao imperial lineages. When the starships of the Lei clan also appeared in the skies above this continent, numerous elders and disciples of the Lei clan were met with astonishment at the sight of the land ahead. Their astonishment deepened when they noted that Shuret Songfeng, who had forcibly diminished his imperial body to a size of 10 million zhong while in the chaotic void of the imperial ruins, had now further shrunk, reducing to a mere 1,000 zhong in size. Sensing this peculiar transformation, the Lei clan elders and disciples hastily disembarked from their starships, eager to engage with the continent of the extreme Dao Emperor realm up close. However, Upon leaving their vessels and entering the space of the extreme Tao Emperor realm, they were suddenly besieged by an overwhelming pressure. Under the weight of this terrifying force, the half-step Dominator elders swiftly acclimated, yet the disciples of the Lei clan, who had not ascended beyond the immortal Star Lord realm, found it unbearable. They plummeted to the ground like dumplings, creating cracks upon impact. Witnessing this spectacle, Lei Daoqiong shielded only Mo Linger and Lei Yan, allowing the other Lei clan disciples to fall unimpeded. After all, they would not perish, and it would serve them well to experience the spatial pressure of the extreme Tao Emperor realm. Given Lei Daoqiong's cultivation and strength, he felt no such pressure and thus remained oblivious to the plight of the immortal Star Lord disciples of the Lei clan. Nevertheless, the spatial intensity within the extreme Tao Emperor realm was indeed formidable. Even mid-tier Emperor-level powerhouses in the half-step Dominator realm would find it challenging to rend the fabric of space effortlessly. This formidable spatial intensity also significantly diminished combat efficacy, though it did not adversely affect their overall strength. Such terrifying spatial pressure and intensity merely served as a safeguard for the extreme Tao Emperor realm. Were the immortal Star Lords able to freely tear through space, a mere skirmish within the extreme Tao Emperor realm could leave a region in tatters. Before long, the extreme Tao Emperor realm could meet the same fate as the ancient battleground of the Eastern Spirit Star region, becoming a fractured shell of its former self. Chapter 774. Journey to the Destruction of the Shura Imperial Clan. As the Lei clan disciples adjusted to the spatial pressure of the extreme Tao Emperor realm, Lei Daoqiong's perception expanded wildly. He was eager to ascertain the true magnitude of the extreme Tao Emperor realm. As his sensory range grew increasingly vast, surpassing even the entirety of the Eastern Spirit Star region, he still perceived no boundaries, which only heightened his astonishment. The former Tianyang continent's size and area had already left him awestruck, and now, even the current Songlei continent paled in comparison to this extreme Tao Emperor realm, being but a fraction of its enormity. Whether the extreme Tao Emperor realm was birthed from the Tao Yuan universe or crafted by an extreme Tao Emperor capable of conjuring such a colossal landmass was truly a matter of terror. Lei Daoqiong felt a deep sense of awe, while he believed himself powerful. He could not conceive of creating a landmass even 1/10,000th the size of the extreme Tao Emperor realm. The Tao Yuan universe indeed harbors numerous formidable and mysterious facets, eagerly awaiting Lei Daoqiong's exploration, filling him with anticipation. Only when Lei Daoqiong's perception reached its zenith did he discern over 100 regions the size of the Eastern Spirit Star region. Within this vast expanse, he sensed merely 10 quasi-extreme Tao Imperial clans and countless third-grade or lower holy clans. This revealed the staggering scale of the extreme Tao Emperor realm and the multitude of races and beings that inhabit it. Such a number is indeed terrifying. Retracting his perception, within the spatial confines of the extreme Tao Emperor realm, Lei Daoqiong felt an extraordinarily rich presence of extreme Tao power. He even detected the faintest traces of extreme Tao essence. Though this essence was exceedingly weak, upon closer inspection, Lei Daoqiong could discern hundreds of varieties of extreme Tao essence. This must be the greatest opportunity within the extreme Tao Emperor realm, possessing a complete array of extreme Tao essences. Mastering even one could allow one to transcend as a dominator, ascending to the rank of Supreme Emperor Powerhouse. Lei Daoqiong felt a surge of excitement. Although he possessed a complete extreme Tao essence as a system reward, none of the half-step Dominator elders of the Lei clan could absorb it, save for himself. The system's bestowed extreme Tao essence seemed tailored exclusively for Lei Daoqiong. Perhaps only after he becomes the Chaos Extreme Tao Dominator would the members of the Lei clan be able to absorb the system's rewards and subsequently break through to the Dominator realm. At this moment, Shura Tsongfeng stood upon the land, awaiting, and he too was taken aback by the multitude of powerful beings aboard the starship, secretly astonished. Shura Tsongfeng had not anticipated that the human powerhouse who had saved his life belonged to such a formidable imperial clan. 500 half-step Dominator powerhouses, albeit all at the initial and mid-tier stages, would likely be unmatched by any quasi-extreme Tao clan other than the extreme Tao clans themselves in the entire extreme Tao Emperor realm. Even the Destruction Shura Imperial clan could rank within the top 20 of the extreme Tao Emperor realm, yet it possessed fewer than 500 half-step Dominator powerhouses, falling short of 1/5 of that number. What astounded Shura Tsongfeng the most were the 50-peak half-step Dominator powerhouses that had suddenly emerged from the starship. The sheer number of such formidable half-step Dominator powerhouses left Shura Tsongfeng somewhat numb. He even sensed that within that vast quasi-extreme Tao starship, there were undoubtedly many more half-step Dominator powerhouses. Just who was this human powerhouse? Bringing him to the extreme Tao Emperor realm, was it a boon or a bane? It was only at this moment that Shuret Songfeng began to contemplate the inherent risks. Such a terrifying quasi-extreme Dao clan could likely pose no threat to them, save for the true extreme Dao clans. He hoped they would not bring calamity upon the extreme Dao clan. Otherwise, I would become the greatest sinner in the entire extreme Dao Emperor realm. Shuret Songfeng silently prayed, wishing that the fears he harbored would never come to pass. Noticing that the human disciples needed additional time to acclimate to the spatial pressure of the extreme Dao Emperor realm, Shuret Songfeng slowly sat down to refine the high-grade Emperor Saint Marrow of the quasi-extreme Dao to heal his wounds. Time seemed to flow sluggishly. The passage of time within the extreme Dao Emperor realm appeared to be approximately 100 times slower than in the Eastern Spirit Star region. In other words, a year in the extreme Dao Emperor realm equated to a century in the Eastern Spirit Star region. However, for cultivators with nearly boundless lifespans, the passage of time seemed insignificant. What truly mattered was the elevation of their cultivation. 10 days later, the disciples of the Lei family have finally acclimated to the spatial pressures of the extreme Dao Imperial realm, enabling them to traverse the vastness of space for extended periods without compromising their combat readiness or prowess. Likewise, the formidable Shuret Songfeng has begun to awaken. Regarding Lei Daoqiong with utmost respect, master of time and space, should you find yourselves without a destination, I would be honored to accompany you to the Destruction Shura Imperial clan, thus allowing me to extend my hospitality. Although Shuret Songfeng is yet unaware of Lei Daoqiong's name, he recognizes the latter's profound understanding and mastery of the power of time and space, hence addressing him as the Master of Time and Space. Upon hearing this title, Lei Daoqiong graciously revealed his name, yet he found the appellation of Master of Time and Space quite fitting, as it may serve as his title within the extreme Dao Imperial realm. Once he ascends to the position of Chaos Supreme Sovereign, he might consider relinquishing this title. Until we identify a suitable base of operations, we may impose upon you, Sovereign Songfeng. Should we cause any disturbance, we shall take our leave, Lei Daoqiong spoke slowly. Shuret Songfeng shook his head, promptly responding, your words are excessive, Master of Time and Space. You have saved my life. Even if you were to reside indefinitely within the Destruction Shura Imperial clan, none would dare voice any objections. Moreover, as you are newly arrived in the extreme Dao Imperial realm, there are many taboos and regulations that you must swiftly comprehend. Within my Destruction Shura Imperial clan, we possess a wealth of information regarding the entire extreme Dao Imperial realm, which will facilitate your rapid acclimatization. Acknowledging Shuret Songfeng's remarks, Lei Daoqiong nodded. Recognizing the urgency of familiarizing themselves with the extreme Dao Imperial realm and locating a prime habitation to settle down. In that case, I extend my gratitude, he said. Shuret Songfeng nodded in return and then soared through the void in a particular direction. The disciples and elders of the Lei family quickly boarded their starship, following closely behind Shuret Songfeng and their clan leader. As Shuret Songfeng hovered in the air, he glanced at the Master of Time and Space, Lei Daoqiong, who effortlessly kept pace beside him, feeling a sense of astonishment. Master of Time and Space. The journey to the territory of the Destruction Shura Imperial clan spans 3 realms and will take approximately half a month. We will traverse through 3 quasi-extreme Dao Imperial clans. So please refrain from revealing your aura to avoid misunderstandings with the powerful sovereigns of these clans, Shuret Songfeng cautioned. Although the strength of the Master of Time and Space and his clan instilled no fear of any quasi-extreme Dao Imperial clan, it was prudent to avoid unnecessary troubles. For the battles involving half-step sovereigns are indeed formidable. Lei Daoqiong nodded in agreement. As long as the sovereigns of the quasi-extreme Dao Imperial clans did not provoke him, he would not instigate any conflict. Chapter 775. Division of Realms. Throughout the journey, Lei Daoqiong remained attuned to the peculiarities of the extreme Dao Imperial realm. The vastness of this realm was staggering. Even a mere fragment could rival an entire star region, housing hundreds of holy clans within. However, territories occupied by third-tier and lower holy clans were generally minuscule, with some barely exceeding the size of a star domain. Certain clans might possess only a single mountain peak as their domain, with each towering peak reaching a height of millions of zhong, potentially representing a holy clan's territory. The holy clans were spaced apart to prevent territorial disputes from igniting unnecessary wars. After all, the entirety of the extreme Dao Imperial realm was overwhelmingly expansive, with countless vast areas devoid of any holy clans. Some regions were exceedingly barren, lacking resources, and thus became desolate wastelands. Conversely, the realms hosting paradisiacal environments and rich resource havens were predominantly claimed by quasi-extreme Dao Imperial clans, leaving the lesser holy clans to occupy areas with only ordinary resources. Nevertheless, Certain locales within the extreme Dao imperial realm were perilously treacherous, akin to forbidden zones, where even half-step sovereigns dared not tread lightly. These included vast mountain ranges shrouded in chaotic energy, expansive lakes emanating mysterious auras, and towering mountains that seemed to stretch into eternity. Through Lei Daoqiong's perception, these areas were enveloped by the protective rules of the extreme Dao, rendering them imperceptible to half-step sovereigns. Some locations were even inaccessible, with only those at the emperor level above the sovereign realm capable of disregarding the extreme Dao rules and fully comprehending the secrets therein. Moreover, Lei Daoqiong sensed the presence of unique creatures akin to monstrous beasts, possessing massive physiques, devoid of any sense of community, and lacking significant intelligence, living solitary lives in those areas resembling forbidden zones. Remarkably, these extraordinary beings exhibited formidable strength, with the ones he detected boasting prowess comparable to half-step sovereigns. The regions inhabited by these creatures were often rich in precious resources, even including quasi-extreme Dao medicinal herbs. At that moment, perhaps sensing Lei Daoqiong's exploration of the surrounding area, Xianxiafans interjected, "Master of time and space, you must have gathered considerable insights. The extreme Dao imperial realm is vast and enigmatic, home to countless races and beings. Even quasi-extreme Dao imperial clans remain unaware of the true extent of the realm, yet we typically delineate territories using realms, which also help determine distances. Once you arrive at my destruction Shura domain, you should be able to gauge the distance of a realm more accurately. Additionally, the extreme Dao imperial realm harbors significant dangers. Beyond the quasi-extreme Dao imperial clans, there exist creatures known as realm beasts dwelling in areas cloaked by the extreme Dao rules. These beasts possess terrifying bloodlines and innate abilities, and upon reaching their zenith, they can command the power of the extreme Dao, becoming half-step sovereign realm beasts. Their strength is formidable enough that even half-step sovereigns approach them with trepidation. Nonetheless, these half-step sovereign realm beasts are treasures in themselves, and the places they inhabit are abundant in resources. Thus, it is not uncommon for half-step sovereigns to form teams and venture into the regions shrouded by extreme Dao rules to hunt these realm beasts and acquire valuable resources. Upon hearing Xianxiafans' introduction, Lei Daoqiong nodded in understanding. So these extraordinary beings are called realm beasts, and they are treasures in their entirety. I wonder what they taste like. As he gazed at the dozen or so realm beasts within the extreme Dao space inside him, Lei Daoqiong couldn't help but swallow hard, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. These realm beasts had been captured directly through the source of the time-space extreme Dao, seamlessly drawn into his internal space without causing any disturbance, thus eluding Xianxiafans' notice. He had originally intended to explore their potential as sustenance, and fortuitously, he had overheard Xianxiafans' enlightening exposition. At that moment, Lei Daoqiong detected an unfamiliar aura belonging to a half-step sovereign. Xianxiafans sensed it too and quickly warned, "We are nearing the border of the Tianmu imperial clan's territory. They are merely issuing a warning to other half-step sovereigns not to encroach upon their domain." Though the Tianmu imperial clan possesses only a handful of half-step sovereigns, their leader is at the pinnacle of this realm and remains formidable. Listening to Xianxiafans' anxious explanation, Lei Daoqiong couldn't help but chuckle. Did he appear to be a troublemaker? As long as he and the Lei family did not provoke them, he would remain more compliant than any other faction. Soon, under the watchful eye of the increasingly tense Xianxiafans, after 3 days of flight, they finally distanced themselves from the Tianmu imperial clan. Although they still had to pass through the territories of 2 more quasi-extreme Dao imperial clans, their trajectory remained significantly distant from those clans, alleviating concerns of inciting any conflict. In the following hours, Xianxiafans and Lei Daoqiong's group continued their swift flight, traversing one region after another, witnessing sights that rivaled those of forbidden zones. The members of the Lei family aboard the supreme extreme Dao starship were utterly astonished, gazing at the wonders and mysteries of the extreme Dao imperial realm, their hearts brimming with excitement. Particularly upon witnessing the colossal realm beasts, their expressions turned even more incredulous. Many of the more combative Lei family members felt an impulsive urge to engage in battle with these magnificent creatures. However, as they were still en route, they had to suppress this urge, reassured by the knowledge that they had already arrived in the extreme Dao imperial realm, with ample time ahead to confront the realm beasts. Soon, after half a month, the formidable Xianxiafans finally brought Lei Daoqiong and the others to the periphery of the realm of the destruction Shura imperial clan. Through Lei Daoqiong's calculations, the distance they had traversed equated to crossing 3 Eastern Spirit Star regions, which included the ancient battlefield and the Eastern Spirit Star region of Songlei continent. The distance of a single realm was comparable to that of 1 Eastern Spirit Star region, with each realm roughly the size of an Eastern Spirit Star region. The true magnitude of the entire extreme Dao imperial realm still awaited exploration by Lei Daoqiong and his companions. Their immediate priority was to swiftly locate a suitable residence for the imperial clan of the Lei family. At this moment, Xianxiafans came to a halt, casting his gaze towards the realm of the destruction Shura imperial clan, a flicker of familiarity and nostalgia passing through his eyes. After 36,500 epochs, Xianxiafans, have finally returned. Upon uttering these words, Xianxiafans emanated a tremendous aura, as if announcing his return to the entire destruction Shura imperial clan. Not long after Xianxiafans released his aura, several fearsome presences instantly teleported into view. Their appearances were similar to Xianxiafans, and under the spatial suppression of the extreme Dao imperial realm, their imperial physiques stood at around 1,000 feet tall. At this time, the foremost figure, a late-stage semi-master of the destruction Shura imperial clan, trembled slightly upon seeing Xianxiafans, disbelief evident in his gaze. "Be brother?" The other members of the Shura imperial clan were equally astonished at the sight of Xianxiafans, seemingly unable to fathom his presence before them. Chapter 776. Internal Strife Within the Destruction Shura Imperial Clan. Xianxiafans looked at the group, finally allowing a smile to grace his face. "Song Yuan, how has the destruction Shura Imperial Clan fared during my absence?" Upon hearing his name, Xianxiafans confirmed that his brother, Xianxiafans, was indeed alive. "Brother, you haven't perished. This is truly wonderful." Xianxiafans, filled with emotion, stepped forward, grasping Xianxiafans' arm, eager to lead him into the realm of the destruction Shura clan, entirely ignoring Lei Daoqiong and the massive warship behind them. Realizing this, Xianxiafans hastily interjected, "Song Yuan, wait. Allow me to introduce you to this esteemed time-space emperor." However, Xianxiafans appeared impatient, his expression urgent. "Brother, there's no need to discuss the time-space emperor. You must come with me back to the clan. A significant matter is unfolding within." Upon hearing that something major was occurring within the clan, Xianxiafans' brow furrowed with concern. He turned to Lei Daoqiong, indicating that introductions would have to wait, and then followed closely behind Xianxiafans as they swiftly traversed into the depths of the destruction Shura imperial clan's domain. The realm of the destruction Shura imperial clan was vast, approximately twice the size of Zhonglei continent, featuring numerous grand cities and sacred family residences, likely comprising the vassal forces of the destruction Shura imperial clan. After several teleportations, Lei Daoqiong and the others followed Xianxiafans to a sprawling mountain range, adorned with countless towering peaks. Even the smallest of these peaks soared to heights of 100,000 zhong, while the tallest, reaching into the clouds, appeared endless, resembling celestial pillars. These mountains seemed to serve as the sanctuaries of the destruction Shura imperial clan, each peak enveloped by powerful quasi-extreme Dao formations, making it nearly impossible for even a late-stage semi-master to breach their defenses. Atop the highest of these magnificent mountains stood an enormous purple-gold palace, radiating an incredibly dense aura of the extreme Dao. As Lei Daoqiong and the others followed Xianxiafans into the grand palace, they were suddenly met with the sound of heated arguments, instantly capturing Lei Daoqiong's attention. "Why must this golden essence imperial origin flower be reserved solely for you, Xianxiafans? I, too, am a late-stage semi-master and stand on the verge of breaking through to the pinnacle of such a realm. This golden essence imperial origin flower ought to be utilized by me. Xianxiaaudiobooks, it was I who discovered this golden essence imperial origin flower. And with the assistance of several late-stage semi-masters from our clan, I repelled the peak semi-master realm beast to seize this treasure. How dare you contest my claim?" Hearing this, Xianxiaaudiobooks grew furious, retorting loudly, "I had already discovered the golden essence imperial origin flower, but was thwarted by a peak semi-master realm beast, forcing me to bide my time. I never sought trouble with you, showing you a modicum of respect. Furthermore, just because you obtained a treasure does not guarantee your right to use it. Such a treasure is best suited for those on the brink of a breakthrough. If you have the ability, challenge me to a duel. Should you win, you may have the golden essence imperial origin flower." Xianxiaaudiobooks' expression darkened, barely containing his fury, as he struggled to suppress the overwhelming destructive energy within him. "If it's a battle you seek, I am not afraid." In an instant, their auras clashed within the palace, creating two waves of energy that threatened to overturn the entire structure. At that moment, a figure seated on a high throne, adorned in a purple-gold imperial robe, exuding an air of formidable authority, furrowed his brow. With a mighty hammer thudding against the ground, a commanding voice echoed, "Enough." The booming sound carried a powerful energy, dissipating the two competing auras and sending them both staggering backward. "It is merely a quasi-extreme Dao-grade golden essence imperial origin flower. It does not guarantee your breakthroughs. Why can't you two simply discuss this civilly?" In response, Shurat Songhai expressed his dissatisfaction. Emperor Qingwu, I rightfully acquired this golden essence imperial origin flower. Why should I negotiate with him? Shurat Tingyuan also voiced his displeasure. I was the one who discovered the golden essence imperial origin flower first. Had I not been unable to find an opportunity, you would never have had the chance. Once again, the two began to argue, leaving even Shurat Qingwu with a look of exasperation. Observing this scene, Shurat Songfeng and Shurat Songyuan exchanged glances, their brows furrowed. Lei Daoqiong, confused, transmitted a message to Shurat Songfeng. Is this the significant matter occurring within your clan? Upon hearing the question from the Time-Space Emperor, Shurat Songfeng nodded, responding, Indeed, quasi-extreme Dao medicines are exceedingly precious. Even late-stage semi-master emperors cannot use them directly. Each time a quasi-extreme Dao medicine is acquired, it must be submitted to the clan, which then decides who is permitted to use it. Typically, those who acquire quasi-extreme Dao medicines directly receive the right to use them, but this time, it seems there may be complications. After listening to Shurat Songfeng's explanation, Lei Daoqiong nodded in understanding, expressing his respect. After all, the Destruction Shura imperial clan did not possess the boundless resources of their Lei family, where concerns over resource contention were virtually non-existent. As he observed the two formidable emperors of the Destruction Shura clan contesting for a golden essence emperor flower, Lei Daoqiong intended for the elders and disciples of the Lei family to witness the preciousness of resources and treasures. Soon, a throng of Lei family elders and disciples surged into the grand hall. However, their diminutive figures failed to attract the attention of the Shura clan's powerful members. Their focus was entirely absorbed by the confrontation between Shurat Songhai and Shurat Tingyuan, completely oblivious to the influx of additional onlookers. Shurat Songfeng noticed the crowd but chose to remain silent, continuing to observe the escalating dispute at the center of the hall. Is this truly the grand hall of the Destruction Shura clan? Indeed, it is impressively vast. What could they be arguing about? It seems they are vying for a quasi-ultimate emperor medicine, which appears to hold significant importance for both of them. Oh, couldn't they simply share one each? Why must two individuals contend for a single quasi-ultimate emperor medicine? Could I persuade father to gift them another? Their quarrel seems rather intimidating. Lei Xianping shook his head. Sister, our parents have advised us not to meddle in others' affairs, and we must not flaunt our resources and wealth before outsiders unless we compel them to submit to us or to our father. Have you forgotten the lessons imparted to you? Upon hearing her brother's words, Lei Yian rested her head on the brow of a small celestial deer, her expression forlorn. Yet, watching the two giants squabble was dreadfully dull. Lei Yian glanced at her mother nearby and her father at a distance, unwilling to stir trouble. So she quietly remained perched on the back of the celestial deer, attentively watching. Chapter 777. The unexpected turn of events among the Lei clan, feeling a sense of tedium. Lei Xianping sensed that something was amiss. Observing the two powerful figures of the Destruction Shura clan embroiled in a heated argument, their faces flushed and waves of terrifying energy swirling about, it seemed as though a confrontation was imminent. In this moment, an idea sparked in Lei Xuanping's mind. He finally discerned the missing element. Casting a glance at his mother, Lei Xianping promptly produced an exquisite set of tables and chairs, inviting Mo Linger to take a seat. Appearing quite filial in his demeanor, Mo Linger, meeting Lei Xuanping's gaze and perceiving his thoughtful gesture, felt a sense of relief and settled down without further hesitation. Once his mother was seated, Lei Xianping retrieved a substantial quantity of 7th-tier immortal fruits and an ample supply of sunflower seeds. Mother, such a scene cannot be devoid of delectable treats. Only then will it not appear monotonous. Mo Linger regarded the items on the table, then glanced at Lei Xianping, who was busy preparing additional delicacies and could only shake her head in resignation. Meanwhile, Lei Yian, feeling bored, observed this scene and a glimmer of excitement flickered in her eyes. She hurriedly dismounted from the celestial deer and approached the table, her expression filled with delight. Brother, how did you know I was hungry? You've prepared so many delicious dishes, it's a pity there's no meat. Noticing his sister's desire for meat, Lei Xianping surveyed the grand hall, realizing that the Lei family occupied only a minuscule area and the Destruction Shura clan members remained utterly oblivious to them. With this in mind, he reasoned that indulging in some roasted meat would likely go unnoticed. After a brief moment of contemplation, Lei Xianping exchanged a knowing glance with Lei Yian. Wait here, I'll get you some roasted meat. With that, he extracted a sizable portion of mid-tier immortal beast meat from one of his immortal rings, slicing it into thumb-sized pieces with precision, before skewering them onto prepared purple bamboo sticks. In no time, he had assembled over 10,000 skewers of ancient beast meat. Once the preparations were complete, Lei Xianping procured a piece of golden flame wood, igniting it with the immortal golden flame before commencing the grilling process. As the skewers began to sizzle and emit tantalizing aromas, Lei Xianping transformed into a master chef, sprinkling a secret blend of exquisite spices over the ancient beast meat. As the savory scent wafted through the air, numerous Lei family members turned their gaze towards Lei Xianping, their expressions a mixture of confusion and astonishment. Can one really roast meat in this place? Witnessing this spectacle, Lei Xuanwu and others, who had been secretly indulging in sunflower seeds and sipping on immortal wine, ceased their pretense and, much like Lei Xianping, began retrieving various meats from exotic beasts and ancient creatures, starting to grill them right there on the spot. The entourage following Lei Xianping, including Yi Xiu and others, felt a pang of hunger as well. Strangely, since entering the ultimate emperor realm, they had experienced an unusual craving. At that moment, inhaling the appetizing aroma of Lei Xianping's grilled meat, they exchanged glances with their indifferent master and promptly produced high-tier ancient beast meat to commence their own grilling within the Grand Hall. Several Lei family disciples, possessing culinary skills, even went so far as to bring out an entire kitchen, commencing the preparation of various gourmet dishes. With each culinary creation, they would serve a portion to the table where Mo Linger and her companions were seated, allowing Lei Xianping and Lei Yan to dine in utmost comfort. Initially, some Lei family elders contemplated intervening to halt the actions of the younger disciples, but upon catching a whiff of the top-tier immortal wine, they too succumbed to temptation and joined in, mirroring the behavior of the younger generation. The ancient beast meat being roasted by the Lei elders consisted of that from the bloodthirsty beasts, all having reached the initial stage of half-step dominion. They savored the exquisite immortal wine while relishing the delectable dishes brought by the Lei disciples. In no time, the elders and disciples of the Lei family were thoroughly engrossed, enjoying the delightful spectacle of the two Destruction Shura clan emperors quarrel while relishing their meals. Meanwhile, Mo Linger observed the Lei family elders and disciples with a nervous expression, glancing anxiously at the powerful figures of the Destruction Shura clan. She could not help but send a telepathic plea to Lei Daoqiong. Shouldn't you intervene regarding the behavior of your elders and disciples? Do you think it appropriate for them to behave in such a manner within another's grand hall? Upon receiving Mo Linger's message, Lei Daoqiong turned his attention to the Lei family elders and disciples. Upon witnessing the festive scene reminiscent of a gathering, his lips twitched in irritation. Especially upon noticing the elders indulging in roasted ancient beast meat, his eyes narrowed with displeasure. How dare you feast without inviting me? It seems you no longer wish to savor the quasi-ultimate emperor wine. Lei Daoqiong conveyed his discontent to the elders, feeling a surge of anger. His frustration stemmed not from their indulgence in roasted meat and fine wine within the Grand Hall, but rather from their blatant exclusion of him. Upon being discovered by their clan leader, the elders felt a wave of embarrassment wash over them. In truth, they had intended to invite him, but the proximity of the clan leader to the powerful figures of the Destruction Shura clan posed a risk of exposure, which was why they had refrained from doing so. This decision was also made by Lei Daoqiong. You maintain your imperial form, and this food is trivial for you. However, if you were to return to your normal size, we would undoubtedly be discovered. Rest assured, there is plenty of ancient beast meat from bloodthirsty creatures. We shall reserve some for you. But shouldn't you allow us a taste of that quasi-ultimate emperor wine? Listening to his grandfather Lei Xingda's thoughts, a hint of helplessness flickered in Lei Daoqiong's eyes, yet he still declined. I would be willing to savor the quasi-ultimate emperor wine, but not at this moment. Its aroma is far too potent and could provoke anomalies. We shall indulge once we find a secure location. Although the Lei family elders longed for the quasi-ultimate emperor wine, they understood the importance of prudence and thus had to suppress their cravings. Observing the Lei family elders and disciples feasting on exquisite delicacies and sipping fine wines while thoroughly enjoying the quarrel between the two Destruction Shura clan emperors at the center of the hall, Lei Daoqiong swallowed hard. Discreetly veiling the aroma of the roasted meat and fine wine, he felt a stirring in his heart. Indeed, I have captured more than a dozen beasts at the threshold of the Dominator realm. It is the perfect opportunity to savor their essence. With this thought, Lei Daoqiong divided a fragment of his consciousness and entered the extreme space within his body where he confined these beasts. Observing the terror etched on their faces, he selected a particularly robust late-stage Dominator realm beast and transported it to another extreme space. Effortlessly, he ushered the beast into the netherworld, suppressing the ominous signs of its demise, and extracted the precious core, heart, bones, and tendons from its body. Only then did Lei Daoqiong commence the meticulous butchering of the beast's flesh. The beast's form was immensely grand, and Lei Daoqiong skillfully carved choice cuts from every part, amassing a towering mound of exquisite meat within the extreme space. Yet, astonishingly, the beast showed no signs of having been butchered, a testament to its colossal physique. Once the beast's flesh was prepared, Lei Daoqiong began the process of roasting it within the extreme space. The beast itself was a rare treasure, its flesh devoid of any repulsive metallic scent, and instead exuding an unparalleled and exotic aroma. Thus, the grilling of the beast's meat required minimal seasoning. Merely a layer of prime-grade Imperial Holy Spring essence applied during the roasting sufficed. This essence would not only enhance the unique fragrance of the meat, but also render it more tender. When the meat reached the perfect degree of doneness, a dip in the juice of prime-grade Imperial Holy Fruits would significantly elevate its flavor. Lei Daoqiong prepared several juices from prime-grade Imperial Holy Fruits, alongside a selection of juices from exquisite-grade Imperial Holy Fruits. Within the extreme space, the enticing aroma of the roasting meat made Lei Daoqiong's mouth water. He glanced at Shura Tsongfeng, who was now embroiled in a dispute within the hall of the Destruction Shura Empire, the argument having escalated from their previous contention to a cacophony among a multitude. Shura Tsungyuan, who had previously accompanied Shura Tsongfeng to this hall, had also joined the fray, vying for the right to utilize the prime-grade imperial medicine, the golden essence flower. As the powerful beings of the Destruction Shura Empire argued vehemently, they remained oblivious to the presence of Shura Tsongfeng, nor did they notice the members of the Lei family who were savoring fine delicacies in a corner of the hall. At that moment, Lei Daoqiong's eyes sparkled. His beast meat was finally ready. To avoid attracting Shura Tsongfeng's attention, he cautiously stepped back. Once he was entirely out of sight, he set up a formation to conceal his presence and scent. Then, he slowly retrieved the roasted beast meat from the extreme space and began to indulge in it. However, the aroma of the beast meat was incredibly rich, being from a late-stage Dominator Realm beast. And with Lei Daoqiong enhancing it with the prime-grade Imperial Holy Spring essence and the fragrance of the prime-grade Imperial Holy Fruits, the smell was irresistible. The formation he had casually set up to mask his scent proved utterly ineffective against the alluring fragrance of the beast meat, quickly drawing the attention of Shura Tsongfeng. What is that delightful aroma? Shura Tsongfeng turned to Lei Daoqiong, just in time to witness the sight of the Time and Space Emperor relishing the skewers. The aroma of the late-stage Dominator Realm beast meat, mingled with the essence of the prime-grade Imperial Holy Spring and the prime-grade Imperial Holy Fruits, caused Shura Tsongfeng to swallow hard. Your Excellency, the Time and Space Emperor, what are you doing? Realizing he had been caught indulging in the roasted beast meat, Lei Daoqiong offered an awkward smile and retrieved 10 skewers of colossal beast meat, presenting them to Shura Tsongfeng. Would you care for some? The freshly grilled late-stage Dominator Realm beast meat is quite delectable. Do not be shy. Staring at the 10 skewers of roasted beast meat held out by the Time and Space Emperor, Shura Tsongfeng found himself momentarily at a loss for words. He had intended to refuse, but the enticing aroma of the skewers was too compelling, and he instinctively accepted them, unsure of how to respond. Oh, well, thank you. Not at all, do try. Lei Daoqiong encouraged Shura Tsongfeng to sample the meat he had prepared, while he himself took a hearty bite of a skewer. Observing the Time and Space Emperor enjoying his meal with such gusto, Shura Tsongfeng also took a skewer for himself, savoring the succulent meat that was bursting with flavor. As a large piece of the roasted beast meat entered his mouth, enveloped in the juice of the prime-grade Imperial Holy Fruits, paired with the exquisitely tender meat, Shura Tsongfeng felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. He realized that this morsel surpassed any delicacy or treasure he had ever encountered. He had never tasted such delicious roasted beast meat before, and in that moment, he lost himself in the culinary delight. Seeing Lei Daoqiong so engrossed in his feast, Mo Linger shook her head in exasperation but decided to ignore it, as she too felt a pang of hunger and was eager to indulge in the delicious fare. As Shura Tsongfeng devoured piece after piece of the tantalizing beast meat, the rich aroma soon wafted throughout the entire hall. In the center of the hall, Shura Tsungyuan, who was bickering passionately behind Shura Tsonghai, suddenly caught a whiff of the delectable scent. What is that aroma? It is so fragrant. Instantly, several other powerful figures from the Destruction Shura Empire were drawn by the enticing smell, their anger dissipating as they began to seek out the source of the fragrance. Before long, as the aroma of the roasted beast meat permeated the hall, even Shura Tsonghai and Shura Tinyuan couldn't help but twitch their noses. What is that? Why do I detect the scent of prime-grade Imperial Holy Fruits, alongside the rich aroma of roasted beast meat? Their quarrel ceased abruptly, and following the scent, they spotted Shura Tsongfeng voraciously enjoying his skewers. Who is that? It seems to be Shura Tsongfeng. Shura Tsongfeng? Wasn't he supposed to be in the Outer Realm? Has he returned alive? I'm not sure, but I must admit, those skewers look incredibly appetizing. I wonder if I could have a taste? At that moment, nearly all the powerful beings of the Destruction Shura Empire turned their gaze towards Shura Tsongfeng and the skewers in his hands, swallowing in unison. Suddenly, Shura Qingwu appeared before Shura Tsongfeng, startling him, as he thought someone intended to snatch his roasted beast meat. Upon recognizing it was the Emperor Qingwu, he relaxed his guard, swallowed the meat in his mouth, and spoke with excitement. Emperor Qingwu, I have returned alive. Shura Qingwu nodded. It is good that you have returned safely. Is that roasted beast meat you have? Why does it smell so divine? Shura Qingwu's gaze fixated on the 5 remaining skewers of roasted beast meat held by Shura Tsongfeng, his intentions unmistakable. Upon hearing this, Shura Tsongfeng was either oblivious or protective of his food, showing no intention of sharing, instead proudly declaring, "Oh, indeed it is roasted beast meat. The texture is incredibly tender, and it appears to be coated in the juice of prime-grade imperial holy fruits. The flavor is exceptional." As Shura Tsongfeng boasted while indulging in the meat, Shura Qingwu and the others couldn't help but swallow hard. At that moment, Shura Tsongyuan and Shura Tsonghai suddenly had a realization and rushed toward Shura Tsongfeng, aiming directly for the skewers in his hand. "Brother, you've eaten so much. Save some for us." Caught off guard, Shura Tsongfeng, whose strength was still not fully restored, could only watch as the last 4 skewers of roasted beast meat were snatched from his grasp by Shura Tsongyuan and Shura Tsonghai. Upon witnessing the delectable roasted realm beast meat being savored by both Xiao Luo Tsongyuan and Xiao Luo Tsonghai, the formidable members of the Destruction Xiao Luo Imperial clan present could not help but feel a twinge of envy. Indeed, the preparation of this realm beast meat was nothing short of perfection. Moreover, it was accompanied by a rich juice extracted from the supreme grade Emperor's sacred fruits, a flavor that was truly exquisite. As Xiao Luo Tsongyuan and Xiao Luo Tsonghai indulged in their feast, their muffled critiques only served to exacerbate the salivary secretion of Xiao Luo Tingyuan and the others, who clenched their fists in anticipation. Chapter 779. The Overindulgent Strong Ones of the Destruction Xiao Luo Imperial Clan. Xiao Luo Tsongfeng, upon witnessing his remaining skewers of roasted realm beast meat being seized, looked at the gluttonous spectacle of Xiao Luo Tsonghai and Xiao Luo Tsongyuan without a trace of anger. Instead, a nostalgic smile flickered across his face. At that moment, Xiao Luo Qingwu, who had not partaken in the feast, suddenly noticed Lei Daoqiong and the numerous human powerhouses huddled in a corner. Observing the humans relishing their food, Xiao Luo Qingwu could not help but furrow his brow, a flicker of anger flashing in his eyes. "Tsongfeng, who is this?" Upon hearing the inquiry from Emperor Qingwu, Xiao Luo Tsongfeng promptly regained his composure and introduced, "I neglected to introduce everyone. This is my benefactor, the Time and Space Emperor, Lei Daoqiong, who saved my life in the Imperial ruins." The Time and Space Emperor possesses formidable strength and ranks among the top of the half-step dominators. After introducing Lei Daoqiong to the assembly, Xiao Luo Tsongfeng proceeded to introduce the many powerful members of the Destruction Xiao Luo Imperial clan present. Time and Space Emperor. This esteemed individual is one of the ancestors of our Destruction Xiao Luo Imperial clan, known as Xiao Luo Qingwu, with the title of Emperor Qingwu, a peak powerhouse at the half-step dominator realm. Once Xiao Luo Tsongfeng had completed his introductions, Lei Daoqiong nodded slowly. "I sincerely apologize for any disturbances caused during my visit to the Destruction Xiao Luo Imperial clan. I hope the esteemed emperors can forgive me." Seeing the courtesy extended by the Time and Space Emperor, Xiao Luo Qingwu and the others found it difficult to express their displeasure, though their expressions remained somewhat sour. "Fear not, for a guest is always welcome. We shall extend our hospitality. However, it is apparent that the Time and Space Emperor has observed that we are engaged in important discussions and are unprepared. I trust you will not take offense." In response, Lei Daoqiong casually retrieved a large number of roasted realm beast skewers from the supreme grade space, saying, "Emperor Qingwu, you are being too modest. I happen to roast a bit more than intended. Would you all care to partake? My culinary skills are rather average, and I hope the esteemed emperors will not find them lacking." As the Time and Space Emperor presented over 100 skewers of roasted realm beast meat, the enticing aroma and splendid appearance made Xiao Luo Qingwu and the others swallow hard. "How shameless!" Xiao Luo Qingwu exclaimed, feigning embarrassment. Yet his hands were already accepting the 100 skewers. The other powerful emperors of the Destruction Xiao Luo Imperial clan, seeing this, surged forward, eager to seize their share. Their gazes towards Lei Daoqiong now imbued with newfound friendliness. "Do not fight over them. There is plenty for everyone. Hey, Xiao Luo Tingyuan, why did you take 10 skewers at once? Can you possibly consume that much roasted realm beast meat? Hand over 5 to me. Get lost. Who says I can't eat that much? It's merely 10 skewers. I could easily handle 100 or even 1,000. You lesser cultivators should eat less. Be careful not to overindulge." In no time, the members of the Destruction Xiao Luo Imperial clan began to jostle for the food once again. Fortunately, Xiao Luoqing had already secured 30 skewers and swiftly retreated from the fray, or he too might have been swept into the chaos. However, this time, Xiao Luotsong Hai and Xiao Luotsong Yuan refrained from joining the fray. Observing the scene, Xiao Luotsong Feng, with a twitch at the corners of his mouth, turned to Lei Daoqiong and explained, "Haha, well, esteemed Time and Space Emperor, they are not usually like this. They may have become a bit too excited, combined with their simple nature, which has led to a loss of control. I hope you will not take offense." Watching the unfolding scene, Lei Daoqiong merely smiled faintly. "It is but human nature. I have witnessed this many times before and am quite accustomed to it. Moreover, there is no need for them to fight. I have ample realm beast skewers that cannot possibly be consumed in one sitting, allowing everyone to enjoy to their heart's content." With that, Lei Daoqiong produced over 10,000 skewers of roasted realm beast meat, placing them into a grand cauldron forged from supreme-grade imperial artifacts. Each skewer was adorned with 10 substantial pieces of meat, exuding an irresistible luster and fragrance, infused with the rich essence of supreme-grade emperor sacred fruits. The sight of the cauldron brimming with roasted realm beast meat was irresistible to Xiao Luo Song Hai and Xiao Luo Song Yuan, their mouths watering uncontrollably as they gazed longingly at Lei Daoqiong. Noticing their reaction, Lei Daoqiong raised his hand and declared, "Feel free to indulge. Eat as much as you desire. Should you find yourselves satiated, I also have supreme-grade emperor sacred spring to cleanse your palate, along with various supreme-grade emperor sacred fruits, which work wonders to alleviate any overwhelming flavors." As he spoke, 2 additional grand cauldrons appeared within the hall. One was filled with supreme-grade emperor sacred spring, while the other overflowed with a variety of supreme-grade emperor sacred fruits, exceeding 10,000 in number, ranging from low to high quality. Xiao Luo Tsongfeng and the other 2 stared wide-eyed at the 3 towering cauldrons filled with treasures, nearly causing their eyes to bulge out in disbelief. Is this even reasonable? The 3 of them could hardly believe their eyes, standing frozen in place, nearly forgetting their original intentions. Meanwhile, amidst their astonishment, the dozens of powerful emperors of the destruction Xiao Luo imperial clan at the center of the hall also took notice of the 3 grand cauldrons. In an instant, their previous frenzy ceased, replaced by expressions of utter disbelief. Yet, this state of shock lasted only a moment, as the powerful members of the destruction Xiao Luo clan quickly regained their composure, abandoning their previous competition for the roasted realm beast skewers, and the atmosphere in the hall turned unexpectedly tranquil. "I shall start with 100 skewers to sample the flavor. Only that. Not feeling hungry lately? I'll take 300 skewers." In no time, each member of the destruction Xiao Luo imperial clan quietly began to feast upon the roasted realm beast meat, each holding at least 100 skewers, with those unable to carry more simply storing them within their supreme-grade imperial rings. However, as the 30 or so powerful emperors of the destruction Xiao Luo imperial clan polished off the thousands of skewers in the cauldron, Lei Daoqiong replenished them effortlessly, as he could quickly prepare another 10,000 skewers in his supreme-grade space, and the supply of half-step dominator realm beast meat was virtually inexhaustible. Seeing this, Xiao Luoqing Wu ceased to hoard his share, no longer concerned about insufficient food, and immediately sent word for all powerful emperors of the Xiao Luo clan to converge upon the Xiao Luo Great Hall. Soon, over 60 more powerful members of the destruction Xiao Luo imperial clan arrived one after another. Though initially puzzled, as they approached the Xiao Luo Great Hall, they were greeted by the overwhelmingly rich aroma of roasted realm beast meat and the enticing fragrance of supreme-grade emperor sacred fruits. Upon entering the hall, without any exception, after being introduced to the Time and Space Emperor Lei Daoqiong, they eagerly indulged in the delicious roasted realm beast meat, with the supreme-grade emperor sacred spring and various supreme-grade emperor sacred fruits to cleanse their palates. None of the powerful members of the destruction Xiao Luo imperial clan wished to cease their feasting. This banquet lasted a full 3 days, until even Xiao Luo Tsongfeng could no longer partake, the energy from the realm beast meat and supreme-grade emperor sacred fruits leaving him propped against the wall, utterly unwilling to move. In that moment, Xiao Luo Tsongfeng suddenly recalled something, turning to Lei Daoqiong and inquiring, "Esteemed Time and Space Emperor, did you not just arrive at the extreme Dao imperial domain? Moreover, I did not observe you leaving at any point. How did you manage to slay this realm beast?" Upon hearing Xiao Luo Tsongfeng's question, Lei Daoqiong smiled lightly and replied, "Since I am the Time and Space Emperor, capturing a few realm beasts is merely a trivial task." Upon hearing this, the Azura Tsongfeng found it hard to believe that a beast from the boundary, at the late stage of half-step dominion, could be captured silently by the Time-Space Emperor. A sense of awe filled his heart, affirming the formidable prowess of the Time-Space Emperor. At this moment, within the Grand Azura Hall, The majority of the formidable warriors of the Annihilation Azura Imperial clan were slumped on the ground, allowing their bodies to naturally refine the immense energy from copious amounts of boundary beast meat and quasi-extreme Dao Imperial fruits. Only a few peak half-step Dominion experts from the Annihilation Azura Imperial clan, still able to consume more, had noticeably slowed their pace of devouring the roasted boundary beast meat. Gazing at the vast array of skewered roasted boundary beast meat in the great cauldron, seemingly endless, evoked a glimmer of helplessness and despair in their eyes. This was the most extravagant, delectable, and comfortable meal they had ever experienced, yet it was also the most despairing feast of roasted boundary beast meat. Chapter 780. The System Task upon arriving at the extreme Dao Imperial realm. As all the formidable warriors of the Annihilation Azura Imperial clan found themselves unable to eat further. Slumping within the Azura Hall, the elders of the Lei clan observed this and enlarged their imperial forms to about 1,000 feet. They had longed to savor the roasted boundary beast meat. Yet, their clan leader had consistently barred them from enjoying it alongside the powerful beings of the Annihilation Azura Imperial clan, even forbidding them from revealing their auras and cultivation levels, leaving them yearning for days. It was only after all the Annihilation Azura Imperial clan's powerful beings could no longer eat that Lei Daoqiong finally permitted the elders of the Lei clan to taste the skewered boundary beast meat he had prepared. As for the disciples of the Lei clan, they had entered a state of cultivation 3 days prior. The aroma of the quasi-extreme Dao Imperial fruit, imbued with energies surpassing the perfect Dao's essence, had captivated them, prompting them to enter a meditative state after they were well fed and inhaled its fragrance. Upon savoring the roasted boundary beast meat of the late stage of half-step dominion, many of the elders of the Lei clan could not help but widen their eyes, realizing that their 3-day wait had indeed not been in vain. In an instant, nearly 500 elders of the Lei clan, all at the half-step dominion level, began to indulge in the roasted boundary beast meat just as the Annihilation Azura Imperial clan had before. Meanwhile, as the elders of the Lei clan reveled in their feast, those of the Annihilation Azura Imperial clan, slumped on the ground or leaned against the walls, were left astonished. What kind of force possessed 500 half-step Dominion Emperors? The Time-Space Emperor had been brought back by Azura Tsongfeng. Thus, these half-step Dominion Emperors must belong to the quasi-extreme Dao Imperial clan of the Time-Space Emperor. Such a plethora of half-step Dominion experts could only imply that the Time-Space Emperor was indeed backed by a genuine extreme Dao Imperial force. Azura Qingwu and the other formidable beings of the Annihilation Azura Imperial clan exchanged thoughts telepathically, their eyes filled with astonishment. Could the extreme Dao Imperial clan truly be real? Wasn't that the supreme existence within the central domain of the extreme Dao Imperial realm? Yet, the Time-Space Emperor and these emperors had entered the extreme Dao Imperial realm from the outer Imperial ruins alongside Azura Tsongfeng. Could it be that we are overthinking this? We must not be careless. If they are indeed an extreme Dao Imperial force from beyond the realm, then the Time-Space Emperor is certainly not simple. Indeed, I share this sentiment. Although the aura of the Time-Space Emperor is that of a peak half-step dominion, I can't shake the feeling that he possesses an illusion of mastering the essence of the extreme Dao. In an instant, the expressions of many formidable beings within the Annihilation Azura Imperial clan grew solemn. Currently, the energy within me is overwhelmingly vast. Should the Time-Space Emperor and those numerous half-step Dominion Emperors make a move, we would likely have no means of resistance. Azura Tsongfeng, do you comprehend the true nature of the Imperial force you have brought back in the form of the Time-Space Emperor? Upon sensing the inquiry from Emperor Qingwu, Azura Tsongfeng quickly understood their concerns and responded telepathically. Esteemed Emperors, there is no need for alarm. The Time-Space Emperor is a benevolent individual, otherwise he would not have utilized the superior-grade soul-consolidating Imperial Lotus to save the last remnants of my soul. Nor would he have employed the superior-grade Imperial Essence to aid in my recovery and restoration of strength. However, I urge you all not to offend the Time-Space Emperor, for the Imperial force behind him is likely beyond our capability to confront. If you harbor doubts, you may sense the presence of those dozens of Imperial beings guarding the younger generation. They are all peak half-step Dominion Emperors. Upon hearing Azura Tsongfeng's words, all the formidable beings of the Annihilation Azura Imperial clan turned their gazes towards those few dozen Imperial beings clad in Imperial armor. The faint aura they exuded sent shivers through many of the Annihilation Azura Imperial clan's emperors. 50 peak half-step Dominion Emperors. Such a terrifying number of powerful beings could likely only be matched by a true extreme Dao Imperial clan. If this truly is an extreme Dao Imperial force, then the Time-Space Emperor is likely not merely a peak half-step Dominion. He may very well be concealing his true strength. Upon hearing this, many of the Annihilation Azura Imperial clan's warriors felt a weight in their hearts. and tension enveloped them. They speculated that if the time-space emperor were hiding his cultivation level, he might indeed be a true extreme Tao sovereign, a supreme emperor. The thought of having so shamelessly indulged in front of such a supreme emperor left them feeling a tinge of shame. Nevertheless, they were quite content to partake in the roasted boundary beast meat prepared personally by a supreme emperor of the late stage of half-step dominion, cultivating a sense of reverence for the amiable time-space emperor. At this moment, Lei Daoqiong remained oblivious to the thoughts of the formidable beings of the Annihilation Azura imperial clan. He merely wished for them to witness the strength of his Lei clan. However, to prevent excessive speculation from the Annihilation Azura imperial clan, Lei Daoqiong even instructed Lei Su to conceal himself among the disciples of the Lei clan, only revealing an aura of peak 9th tier Immortal Star Master. Currently, Lei Su sat cross-legged, feigning a state of cultivation, and had not been detected by the warriors of the Annihilation Azura imperial clan. Yet, what Lei Daoqiong did not realize was that he had already been regarded as an emperor-level figure by the Annihilation Azura imperial clan, even instilling a sense of reverence towards him. At that moment, Lei Daoqiong suddenly heard the system's voice resonate within his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for arriving at the extreme Tao imperial realm. Please prepare to receive your first task. Oh, to arrive at the extreme Tao imperial realm and immediately receive a system task. This realm is indeed extraordinary. Lei Daoqiong mused internally as the system's voice echoed once more. Ding! Triggered the extreme Tao imperial realm system tasks. Task 1. Have the Annihilation Azura imperial clan, who have already developed a sense of reverence towards you, actively follow you and the Lei clan. Task duration, 10,000 years. Task completion reward, 10 intermediate extreme Tao gift packs. Task failure penalty, for 100,000 years. Neither you nor the Lei clan elders and disciples brought to the extreme Tao imperial realm can improve their cultivation, nor leave the extreme Tao imperial realm. Task 2. Find an ideal residence suitable for the Lei clan to highlight their identity and status as an extreme Tao imperial clan. Task duration, 1 era within the extreme Tao imperial realm. Task completion reward, 10 advanced extreme Tao gift packs. Task failure penalty, you and the entire Lei clan, along with all affiliated forces, cannot improve their cultivation for an era. Upon hearing the 2 system tasks announced, a glimmer of excitement illuminated Lei Daoqiong's eyes. The 2 tasks, presented immediately upon entering the extreme Tao imperial realm, offered rewards of intermediate and advanced extreme Tao gift packs. It seemed that the extreme Tao imperial realm would indeed be a land of fortune for Lei Daoqiong and the Lei clan. However, the system's voice had yet to cease. Ding! An additional task has been assigned. Elevate the prestige of the Luai's family, a supreme imperial clan, in the realm of supreme emperors. Any quasi-supreme imperial clan that becomes acquainted with and familiarizes itself with the Luai's family will harbor a sense of reverence towards them. Upon achieving this, the host shall be rewarded with a grand supreme gift package. The greater the strength of the quasi-supreme imperial clan, the more substantial the rewards for the host. Furthermore, the realm of supreme emperors is rife with conflict and malevolent quasi-supreme clans. Should the host or any formidable member of the Luai's family vanquish a foe who provokes the Luai's clan or an evil half-step dominator, the host will receive a high-grade quasi-supreme gift package. The more powerful the half-step dominator defeated, the more generous the reward. Should the host annihilate an evil quasi-supreme clan, a grand supreme gift package will be bestowed, its quantity determined by this system. Lastly, the realm of supreme emperors is vast and mysterious. Any action taken by the host or the Luai's family, be it breaking through realms, comprehending the power of the supreme, or single-handedly overcoming a realm beast, may yield rewards from this system. The host and the Luai's family are encouraged to explore the realm of supreme emperors extensively. You shall reap unforeseen gains. Upon hearing the system's voice finally cease, Lei Daoqiong's eyes brimmed with astonishment. It appears I have indeed arrived in the right place within this realm of supreme emperors. Chapter 781. The Awe of the Destruction Shura Imperial Clan's Power. Ding! The Destruction Shura Imperial Clan has developed a sense of reverence for the host. A mid-grade supreme gift package has been rewarded. Ding! The host has slain a late-stage half-step dominator realm beast. A high-grade quasi-supreme gift package has been awarded. Ding! The host has captured 15 half-step dominator realm beasts. 15 high-grade quasi-supreme gift packages have been conferred. Listening to the sudden issuance of 3 rewards from the system, Lei Daoqiong could not help but draw in a deep breath. Though his exterior betrayed no emotion, his heart surged with excitement. He had not anticipated that merely capturing a few realm beasts would yield such rewards from the system. However, What astonished Lei Daoqiong even more was the reverence that the Destruction Shura imperial clan had developed for him. After all, it was merely a feast of grilled realm beast meat. Why had these powerful figures from the Destruction Shura imperial clan so swiftly come to regard him with awe? With a hint of confusion within, Lei Daoqiong turned his gaze towards the formidable members of the Destruction Shura imperial clan. Upon realizing the Time and Space Emperor was observing them, they hurriedly averted their gazes, even closing their eyes in a pretense of refining the vast energy within them. Yet, their expressions were evidently tense, and some bore an unmistakable trace of fear. Observing the expressions of the Destruction Shura imperial clan, Lei Daoqiong began to comprehend the situation. It seemed that Shura Xianfeng had likely conveyed something to them, coupled with the current display of realm cultivation exhibited by the elders of the Luai's family, leading them to mistakenly perceive him as a true Dominator-level emperor. Although Lei Daoqiong's strength had indeed reached the third level of Dominator, his realm remained at half-step Dominator. However, Lei Su was a legitimate peak Dominator-level emperor, and the current Luai's family was a true supreme imperial clan. To encourage the Destruction Shura imperial clan to voluntarily align themselves with him posed a challenge. Directly showcasing his strength could impart a sense of coercion, which would likely induce feelings of humiliation in a powerful quasi-supreme clan, even if they were to submit to a supreme imperial clan. For them to follow willingly, they must feel that their allegiance to the Luai's family would bring them immense honor and pride. Such heartfelt loyalty was paramount for the Luai's family. Contemplating this, Lei Daoqiong found himself at a loss as to how to fulfill this task. Nevertheless, with the task duration extending to 10,000 years, there was no rush. He could proceed at a leisurely pace, as the elders of the Luai's family began to feel somewhat satiated. Sitting cross-legged in the great hall to refine the immense energy within them, Lei Daoqiong decided to stow away the 3 massive cauldrons. The members of the Destruction Shura imperial clan could not help but feel a twinge of regret upon witnessing this. They had been too preoccupied with feasting to consider discreetly hoarding some high-grade quasi-supreme imperial holy springs and quasi-supreme imperial holy fruits. It seemed they had been too naive. Now that the 3 cauldrons were put away, they were uncertain if they would ever have the opportunity to savor such exquisite quasi-supreme imperial holy fruits again. Seeing the expressions of the Destruction Shura imperial clan, Lei Daoqiong couldn't help but smile faintly. He had intentionally stored away the cauldrons filled with grilled realm beast meat, high-grade quasi-supreme imperial holy springs, and quasi-supreme imperial holy fruits, with the aim of making them yearn for that feast. As long as they continued to crave it, their thoughts would linger on it, providing Lei Daoqiong with numerous ways to encourage their voluntary allegiance. Moreover, he possessed a plethora of treasures, with a vast array of consumables, including the quasi-supreme imperial wine he had personally brewed. If he were to present it, no half-step Dominator-level emperor could resist the allure of the quasi-supreme imperial wine. After a month of refining energy, the members of the Destruction Shura imperial clan were finally able to rise and move. They still had a considerable amount of energy to refine, necessitating a period of seclusion. Should they manage to refine all the energy they had consumed, their realms could potentially see significant advancement. The quasi-supreme imperial holy fruits presented by Lei Daoqiong were delectable, containing a rare essence of supreme power. And while their energy was immense, consuming a sufficient quantity could also enhance their realms. At that moment, after learning of some needs from the Time and Space Emperor, Shura Qingwu approached Lei Daoqiong with a smile, his eyes reflecting respect. The Time and Space Emperor has just arrived in the realm of Supreme Emperors. I presume you have yet to find a suitable place to settle. Our Destruction Shura imperial clan's dominion is vast, should the Time and Space Emperor not mind. You may temporarily reside within our clan. We shall ensure you and your imperial family find a prime location. Seeing the sincerity in the Destruction Shura imperial clan, and noticing the anticipation in their gazes, Lei Daoqiong pondered briefly before declining the offer. I appreciate the goodwill of Emperor Qingwu and your noble clan, but my imperial family consists of numerous elders and disciples, and I fear it may cause some inconvenience to the Destruction Shura imperial clan. Therefore, I shall refrain from imposing. Upon hearing this, Emperor Qingwu and the rest of the Destruction Shura imperial clan could not help but sigh. However, Lei Daoqiong continued, nonetheless, I have detected that there exists a vast area beyond the Destruction Shura imperial clan's dominion. I wonder if it is unclaimed? In response, Shura Qingwu eagerly explained, the Time and Space Emperor need not worry. As long as the territories are not occupied by quasi-supreme imperial clans, they are deemed unclaimed lands. Though some areas may harbor dangers, should the Time and Space Emperor wish to seize a prime unclaimed territory for you and your imperial clan, our Destruction Shura imperial clan will lend our full assistance. Upon hearing this, All the members of the Destruction Shura Imperial clan nodded in agreement, expressing their willingness to assist the Time and Space Emperor and his Imperial family. Acknowledging their offer, Lei Daoqiong realized he could not consistently reject the goodwill of the Shura clan. Otherwise, how would they feel comfortable visiting his Luai's family for food and drink in the future? To ensure the Destruction Shura Imperial clan could indulge without reservations, it was essential to encourage them to undertake some tasks for the Luai's family, allowing them to gradually develop a sense of allegiance. Then I shall trouble you all. Upon hearing the Time and Space Emperor's assent, the members of the Destruction Shura Imperial clan breathed a collective sigh of relief, smiles breaking upon their faces. As long as they could contribute to the endeavors of the Time and Space Emperor, they would still have opportunities to savor those high-grade quasi-supreme Imperial holy fruits and indulge in the exquisite quasi-supreme Imperial holy springs. At this moment, one of the peak semi-dominators from the Destruction Shura Imperial clan, Shura Qingyu, suddenly had a revelation. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he stepped forward to address the Time-Space Emperor, saying, "I happen to know of an unclaimed, exceptional cultivation sanctuary. There are at least 3 lower-grade extreme path stone veins there, rich in extreme path energy, comparable to what our Destruction Shura Imperial clan possesses. However, it occupies less than 1% of our territory and harbors at least 100 semi-dominator beasts." Upon hearing this, Lei Daoqiong's interest was piqued. "Oh, might I inquire if Emperor Qingyu could escort us there?" Noticing the Time-Space Emperor's intrigue, Shura Qingyu promptly replied, "Certainly. This unclaimed cultivation sanctuary is in close proximity to our Destruction Shura Imperial clan, and we can set off immediately." Lei Daoqiong nodded and instructed most of the elders and all disciples of the Lei clan to remain behind. He then took several dozen elders, including Lei Honggang and Lei Daoqiong, along with 30 Imperial guards, to accompany Emperor Qingyu for an exploration. Chapter 782, The Thunder Marsh Beast Forest. After Emperor Qingyu led Lei Daoqiong and the others away from the Grand Hall, the expressions of Shura Qingwu and the others turned serious. They had surmised the location Emperor Qingyu had mentioned. While it was indeed an excellent cultivation site, it was fraught with peril. Not only were there over 100 semi-dominator beasts residing within, but there were also other hidden dangers lurking. Prepare yourselves. If the Time-Space Emperor truly opts for that location, we must be ready for a fierce battle. The powerful members of the Destruction Shura Imperial clan nodded in agreement. They resolved that their assistance to the Time-Space Emperor and his clan was not merely a formality. Moreover, cultivating a good relationship with the Time-Space Emperor and his Imperial clan would undoubtedly benefit the Destruction Shura Imperial clan. Meanwhile, after several instances of instantaneous movement, Shura Qingyu brought Lei Daoqiong and the others to the edge of a dense forest. The towering ancient trees within the forest stood at least 10,000 feet tall, with the highest reaching into the clouds, seemingly touching the heavens, their tops invisible to the eye. Upon arriving at the forest's edge, Lei Daoqiong discerned that it contained an exceedingly faint trace of extreme path rules. Although there was some obstruction, even an average semi-dominator could easily probe its depths. As Lei Daoqiong sensed deeper into the forest, he discovered not only the dense woods, but also countless thunder marsh lakes, shimmering with various forms of lightning, presenting a rather perilous appearance. Additionally, Lei Daoqiong detected the presence of over 100 semi-dominator beasts, each with its unique appearance, claiming territories within the dense forest or around the thunder marsh lakes. The aura of these beasts was terrifying, with an astonishing 7 peak semi-dominator beasts among them, surpassing the number within the Destruction Shura Imperial clan. Due to the relatively small area, the beasts were not dispersed. If one were to engage a single semi-dominator beast, it would undoubtedly alert several others in the vicinity. Should the commotion escalate, attracting the ire of the entire 100-strong assembly of semi-dominator beasts, even the Destruction Shura Imperial clan would be unable to withstand their collective wrath. At this juncture, Shura Qingyu looked warily toward the expanse ahead and promptly introduced Time-Space Emperor. "This is the cultivation sanctuary I spoke of, known as the Thunder Marsh Beast Forest. It would serve as an excellent domain for our Imperial clan, although it is teeming with semi-dominator beasts, should you require assistance. Our Destruction Shura Imperial clan will wholeheartedly aid you in clearing the Thunder Marsh Beast Forest of all such beasts." Shura Qingyu spoke with great seriousness and enthusiasm, as if the mere utterance of Lei Daoqiong's request would compel the entire Destruction Shura Imperial clan to charge into the Thunder Marsh Beast Forest. Upon Lei Daoqiong's investigation, it was indeed confirmed that the Thunder Marsh Beast Forest was a sanctuary for cultivation, and it contained not merely 3 lower-grade extreme path stone veins. Hidden within the very heart of the Thunder Marsh Beast Forest was a medium-grade extreme path stone vein, a rarity even within the domain of the Destruction Shura Imperial clan. The value of a medium-grade extreme path stone vein far exceeded that of 100 semi-dominator beasts, being infinitely more precious. After all, lower-grade extreme path stones contained only a substantial amount of extreme path energy, whereas medium-grade extreme path stones encompassed a small quantity of extreme path source energy. The disparity between the two was akin to the difference between a semi-dominator emperor and a true, supremely exalted dominator emperor, a qualitative chasm, akin to a vast chasm. Should the members of the Destruction Shura Imperial clan discover the presence of a medium-grade extreme path stone vein within the Thunder Marsh Beast Forest, they would likely not recommend it to Lei Daoqiong. Instead, they would go to great lengths to claim the entire forest for themselves. Seeing Shura Qingyu awaiting his response, Lei Daoqiong shook his head and replied slowly, "They are merely semi-dominator beasts. It is unnecessary to trouble the esteemed members of the Destruction Shura Imperial clan. Moreover, the Thunder Marsh Beast Forest is indeed impressive and quite suitable as a temporary residence for my clan, the Lei clan. I sincerely thank Emperor Qingyu for this." Noticing that the Time-Space Emperor did not seek their assistance, Shura Qingyu refrained from pressing the matter. "You are too kind, Time-Space Emperor. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to command our Destruction Shura Imperial clan. We shall provide unwavering support in any endeavor." Lei Daoqiong nodded and signaled to return. He prepared to lead all the elders and disciples of the Lei clan into the Thunder Marsh Beast Forest. As for the semi-dominator beasts within, there was no need to exterminate them all. They could serve as the first line of defense for the Lei clan within the forest. In no time, Lei Daoqiong and the others, accompanied by Shura Qingyu, returned to the Grand Hall of the Destruction Shura Imperial clan. Shura Qingyu and the other powerful members were already in a state of readiness, as if poised to charge into the Thunder Marsh Beast Forest at any moment. Lei Daoqiong turned to Shura Songfeng and said slowly, "Songfeng Emperor, we owe our entry into the Extreme Path Imperial Realm to your guidance. The place Emperor Qingyu introduced is indeed a sanctuary for cultivation and remarkably suitable for my clan, the Lei clan. We shall remember the great favor shown to us by your Destruction Shura Imperial clan. In the future, feel free to visit us at the Thunder Marsh Beast Forest. I take pleasure in brewing some fine quasi-extreme path Imperial wine and would be delighted to host you. Additionally, should the Destruction Shura Imperial clan have any pressing matters, do not hesitate to inform us. The Lei clan shall provide our utmost assistance. Now that we have selected our residence, I shall not impose further. We must hasten to the Thunder Marsh Beast Forest to arrange the domain formations and construct our abodes. We bid you farewell." With that, the elders and disciples of the Lei clan, under the arrangements of the senior elders like Lei Honggang, all boarded their starship. Upon hearing this, Shura Qingyu and the other powerful figures couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Originally, they had hoped to gain some advantage during the assault on the Thunder Marsh Beast Forest. But considering the formidable strength of the Time-Space Emperor, that notion was swiftly extinguished. From this point onward, they would not even have the opportunity to act against the Thunder Marsh Beast Forest. Shura Qingyu exchanged a few pleasantries before bidding farewell to the Time-Space Emperor and the Lei clan starship as it departed. The opportunity to forge an alliance with a genuine extreme path Imperial clan slipped away right before their eyes. As for Shura Songfeng, he remained unfazed by the Time-Space Emperor's departure, as the Thunder Marsh Beast Forest was not far from the domain of the Destruction Shura Imperial clan. The gratitude that the Time-Space Emperor held for him granted him the privilege to visit the Thunder family at any time within the vast Thunder Beast Forest. If the Time-Space Emperor were indeed concealing his true prowess, revealing himself as a genuine Emperor-level powerhouse, we might have inadvertently missed an extraordinary opportunity. Su Luo Qingwu lamented. As a peak half-step sovereign, he was acutely aware of the formidable challenge that lay in achieving a breakthrough to the sovereign realm. He had yet to discern the opportunity to master the essence of ultimate paths, to further advance the Destruction Shura Imperial clan. It seemed that only the Imperial Thunder family could present them with a glimmer of hope. Chapter 783, Arranging the Ultimate Imperial Formation. Upon returning to the periphery of the Thunder Beast Forest, numerous elders of the Thunder family disembarked from their starship, gathering beside Lei Daoqiong. "Patriarch, is this the Thunder Beast Forest? The power of the ultimate paths is indeed quite palpable." Elder Lei Rinchi and others surveyed the boundless expanse of dense forest before them, merely taking a moment to sense its energy. As the domain of our Imperial Thunder family within the realm of ultimate paths, it is undoubtedly impressive. However, the multitude of half-step sovereign realm beasts within poses a considerable challenge. Eliminating them all would demand substantial effort and time. Lei Honggang had already readied himself for battle, and many elders of the Thunder family stood at the ready, awaiting a command from Lei Daoqiong to charge into the Thunder Beast Forest. Yet, Lei Daoqiong shook his head. They are merely some domain beasts. There is no rush to exterminate them. Let us observe their behavior for now. The elders of the Thunder family were taken aback by the Patriarch's words. Nurture over 100 domain beasts? Patriarch, That might prove somewhat difficult, wouldn't it? Although 500 half-step sovereign realm elders had arrived, the majority were at the initial stages of that realm, with only a handful being in the mid-stage. While the Imperial Guards were numerous and exceptionally powerful, mostly at the late half-step sovereign realm, the elders of the Thunder family needed to contribute as well. They required training and combat experience, lest their cultivation hold no meaning. Given the current strength of the Thunder family elders, even the 7-peak half-step sovereign realm beasts within the Thunder Beast Forest were beyond their capability to handle. Furthermore, attempting to suppress those domain beasts one by one within the Thunder Beast Forest was utterly unrealistic. Though the Thunder Beast Forest was vast, nearly equivalent to the size of hundreds of star regions in the Eastern Spirit Star Zone, it felt quite cramped for over 100 half-step sovereign realm beasts. Any minor skirmish would undoubtedly attract the attention of several domain beasts. Even though there were territorial disputes among half-step sovereign realm beasts, they displayed remarkable unity in the face of outsiders, resembling a quasi-ultimate imperial clan. Suppressing the multitude of domain beasts within the Thunder Beast Forest would indeed pose a challenge for an ordinary quasi-ultimate imperial clan. Yet, for Lei Daoqiong, it was merely a matter of lifting a finger. At that moment, Lei Daoqiong was within the system space, selecting a suitable ultimate imperial formation, essentially a domain grand array. As this was the inaugural domain stronghold of the Thunder family in the realm of ultimate paths, meticulous arrangements were imperative. The domain grand array must be a legitimate ultimate imperial array, although a low-grade ultimate imperial formation. Even an emperor at the 3rd sovereign level would find it exceedingly difficult to breach. The Lei Yuan 9 Calamities Imperial Array was perfectly suited for arrangement within the Thunder Beast Forest. Gazing at the profound secret tome of the Lei Yuan 9 Calamities Imperial Array, he noted that the resources required for its arrangement were abundant, necessitating genuine ultimate treasures. Most ordinary ultimate imperial clans could not even arrange such a low-grade ultimate imperial array. Soon, Lei Daoqiong comprehended the methodology for deploying the Lei Yuan 9 Calamities Imperial Array, and the ultimate treasures needed were merely a trivial matter for him. After preparing the necessary resources for the Lei Yuan 9 Calamities Imperial Array, Lei Daoqiong, under the astonished gazes of the elders of the Thunder family, vanished from their sight in an instant. Is the Patriarch going to personally suppress the half-step sovereign realm beasts within the entire Thunder Beast Forest? Should we offer assistance? I believe it's best not to complicate matters for the Patriarch. He surely has his reasons for taking action. Let us remain here and observe. The elders of the Thunder family were self-aware, recognizing that since the Patriarch had taken matters into his own hands, there was little left for them to do but wait. The scene shifted, and Lei Daoqiong found himself at the heart of the Thunder Beast Forest. This area was a vast expanse of flatland, inhabited by numerous relatively weak beings and domain beasts, while beneath the surface lay the most precious mid-grade ultimate stone vein within the entire Thunder Beast Forest. Surrounding this flatland in all 4 cardinal directions were a massive thunder ocean, an extensive mountain range, an expansive ancient wood forest, and a vast thunder marshland. Each of these regions was home to a peak half-step sovereign realm beast, all exhibiting formidable strength, their auras even surpassing those of Su Luo Qingwu and his companions. These 4 peak half-step sovereign realm beasts seemed to collectively occupy this mid-grade ultimate stone vein. The remaining 3 peak half-step sovereign realm beasts had claimed territories where 3 other low-grade ultimate stone veins were located within the Thunder Beast Forest, situated at a considerable distance from the central area. These 7 peak half-step sovereign realm beasts were precisely the reason the Destruction Shura Imperial Clan's emperor-level powerhouses dared not venture here. Truly, it was a territory befitting the peak half-step sovereign realm beasts, as it contained numerous treasures, including quasi-ultimate supreme imperial medicines. Lei Daoqiong was slightly taken aback, but did not dwell on it. Once the Lei Yuan 9 Calamities Imperial Array was properly arranged, all half-step sovereign realm beasts within the Thunder Beast Forest would be suppressed, forever confined to their territories, serving as perpetual training targets for the elders and disciples of the Thunder family. Having said that, Lei Daoqiong produced a plethora of ultimate treasures, including a mid-grade ultimate stone vein. Utilizing 2 mid-grade ultimate stone veins as the foundation for the Lei Yuan 9 Calamities Imperial Array would not significantly enhance its power, but would elevate the concentration of ultimate path essence throughout the Thunder Beast Forest. Once all the materials for arranging the Lei Yuan 9 Calamities Imperial Array were prepared, with a mere thought, Lei Daoqiong inscribed the array disk of the Lei Yuan 9 Calamities Imperial Array beneath his feet. As the array disk materialized and rapidly expanded to encompass the entirety of the Thunder Beast Forest, it instantly roused all the domain beasts within. Roar. However, before the multitude of domain beasts could express their fury, they were abruptly subdued by an overwhelmingly terrifying pressure of ultimate paths, rendering them immobile. Upon sensing that dreadful pressure, the anger in the eyes of those domain beasts morphed into sheer terror, their bodies trembling violently, as if gripped by the utmost fear. Lei Daoqiong merely suppressed the domain beasts without further concern, continuing to arrange the Lei Yuan 9 Calamities Imperial Array. A month later, as the skies above the Thunder Beast Forest erupted with boundless phenomena of ultimate thunder, a colossal domain barrier gradually enveloped the entire Thunder Beast Forest. The pressure emanating from the low-grade Ultimate Imperial Array immediately captured the attention of several quasi-ultimate Imperial Clan Emperor-level powerhouses from dozens of surrounding domains. What is happening? How can there be pressure comparable to that of an ultimate sovereign? Could it be the emergence of an ultimate treasure? Many quasi-ultimate Imperial clans, even those situated at considerable distances, began speculating and dispatched Emperor-level powerhouses to swiftly converge upon the Thunder Beast Forest, eager to uncover the truth of the events unfolding or to discern precisely which ultimate treasure had manifested. The closest powerful figures of the Destruction Shura Imperial clan were utterly astounded. Was that truly the legendary Extreme Path Imperial Array? Chapter 784, The Terrifying Might of the Time and Space Emperor. Witnessing the horrifying phenomenon of extreme path thunder above the Thunder Beast Forest, along with the overwhelming aura and pressure emanating from it, all the esteemed powers of the Destruction Shura Imperial clan, including Shura Qingwu, were left in a state of shock. This aura and pressure were unmistakably the authentic Extreme Path Imperial Array. The Time and Space Emperor was indeed a formidable, sovereign-level emperor. Shura Tsongfeng was particularly astonished. He had previously failed to recognize this truth and had mistakenly believed the Time and Space Emperor to be merely a peak half-step sovereign-level powerhouse. Almost all the esteemed powers of the Destruction Shura Imperial clan emerged from their seclusion, their eyes wide with astonishment as they beheld the Extreme Path thunder phenomenon in the sky. The Time and Space Emperor? No. Perhaps it would be more appropriate to refer to him as the Time and Space Great Emperor. Indeed, a proclamation was to be made to the entire Destruction Shura Imperial clan, instructing all esteemed powers and their clansmen to maintain a sense of reverence and respect towards the Time and Space Great Emperor and his clan, the Lei family, and to refrain from any disrespect towards them. Should anyone offend the Lei family or the Time and Space Great Emperor, they would be required to seek forgiveness from him. And if they failed to obtain his pardon, they would be expelled from the Destruction Shura Imperial clan. In a mere moment, this decree of the Destruction Shura Imperial clan garnered the agreement of over 100 esteemed powers and swiftly spread throughout the clan. At the same time, while the Lei Yuan 9 Calamities Imperial Array was still erupting with phenomena, several nearby quasi-extreme path Imperial clans, equally stirred, sent their esteemed powers toward the Thunder Beast Forest. In less than 10 days, several esteemed powers from surrounding quasi-extreme path clans traversed the distances between worlds and glimpsed the terrifying phenomenon of extreme path thunder above the Thunder Beast Forest from afar. It was a domain barrier. The power and extreme path thunder emanating from it were so formidable that this domain barrier must surely be a genuine extreme path Imperial Array. One emperor, whose essence resembled that of a celestial tree and whose colossal physique towered as if reaching for the heavens, gazed in astonishment at the distant phenomenon of extreme path thunder, exclaiming in a tone laden with trepidation. This emperor was none other than the Tianmu Emperor of the Tianmu Imperial clan, who had personally come to investigate this extraordinary spectacle. Clearly shaken by the might of the Extreme Path Imperial Array, in addition to the Tianmu Emperor, several peak half-step sovereign-level esteemed powers appeared at various positions around the Thunder Beast Forest. They observed the Extreme Path thunder phenomenon with palpable fear, daring not to approach even slightly, lest they disturb the Supreme Emperor within. The choice of a great emperor to establish a domain within the seemingly inconspicuous Thunder Beast Forest defied logic. Was he a newly ascended great emperor? Yet, that seemed implausible. Had such a powerful figure recently attained the sovereign level, the aura and phenomena of his ascension would have been perceptible. Moreover, should one break through to the sovereign level and become a great emperor, such news would spread across the surrounding realms, rather than being concealed. As half-step sovereign-level powerhouses, they were acutely aware of the temperament of esteemed powers among quasi-extreme path clans. Should they ascend to the sovereign level and become great emperors, it would be heralded across the realms, drawing all esteemed powers of the quasi-extreme path clans to pay their respects, thereby underscoring the supreme status and prestige of a great emperor. Yet, the great emperor responsible for the Extreme Path Array and its accompanying phenomena had merely claimed a modest Thunder Beast Forest, instilling a sense of fear and doubt in some esteemed powers. None of the esteemed powers who came to investigate suspected that it was a breakthrough by the esteemed powers of the Destruction Shura Imperial clan. as they did not sense the distinctive destructive aura characteristic of that clan, which Extreme Path clan, then, had chosen to establish a domain in the Thunder Beast Forest. A decision that seemed beneath their high status? Within the Extreme Path Imperial realm, there were numerous superior, unclaimed cultivation sanctuaries, many of which surpassed the Thunder Beast Forest in size, some even spanning multiple realms. Although some exceptional unclaimed sanctuaries were shrouded by Extreme Path rules, preventing half-step sovereign-level esteemed powers from entering and the half-step sovereign beasts within from emerging, for sovereign-level great emperors who could disregard these rules. Those lands concealed by Extreme Path regulations would serve as the optimal locations for establishing domains. After all, the Extreme Path rules served as the best barrier against half-step sovereign-level esteemed powers. The Extreme Path clans could exploit the vast resources within to flourish, their strength only growing. In that moment, all the visiting esteemed powers hesitated to depart, each harboring a desire to pay their respects to this Extreme Path clan. As time passed, a whole year slipped by in an instant. Establishing an Extreme Path Imperial array was inherently complex, especially when it encompassed such an expansive area, requiring a significant amount of time. While Lei Daoqiong was constructing the Lei Yuan 9 Calamities Imperial Array, dozens of peak half-step sovereign-level powers had already gathered outside the Thunder Beast Forest. These individuals hailed from quasi-Extreme Path clans within 100 realms, and upon sensing the Extreme Path aura and phenomena, they willingly traversed the distances to investigate further. After a year of meticulous preparation, Lei Daoqiong finally completed the Lei Yuan 9 Calamities Imperial Array. From a distance, a domain barrier shimmering with terrifying Extreme Path thunder enveloped the entire Thunder Beast Forest. As they sensed the dreadful destructive power emanating from the layers of Extreme Path thunder surrounding the domain barrier, not a single half-step sovereign-level esteemed power dared approach within millions of kilometers, fearful of being obliterated by the ferocious thunder. At that moment, the figure of Lei Daoqiong gradually appeared above the domain barrier. Subsequently, a colossal avatar, strikingly similar to him, coalesced behind him, towering endlessly, making even the formidable form of the Tianmu Emperor appear as a mere sapling in comparison. As the avatar of Lei Daoqiong ceased its expansion, he slowly produced a low-grade Extreme Path Imperial weapon. This weapon, infused with the essence of thunder and exuding the might of an Imperial weapon, emanated an overwhelming gravitational and sharp aura, its blade shining radiant gold. With the avatar of Lei Daoqiong wielding the magnificent golden Imperial weapon, streams of golden-blue Extreme Path runes surged forth like a torrent, swiftly inscribing themselves onto the Imperial weapon. Soon, as countless Extreme Path runes were etched into the Imperial weapon, the colossal avatar of Lei Daoqiong effortlessly placed the weapon above the Lei Yuan 9 Calamities Imperial Array. Subsequently, the domain barrier of the Lei Yuan 9 Calamities Imperial Array flickered with boundless Extreme Path thunder, gradually flowing into the low-grade Imperial weapon. At that moment, Lei Daoqiong hastily commanded the avatar, channeling the power of the thunderous Extreme Path essence to merge the low-grade Imperial weapon into the Lei Yuan 9 Calamities Imperial Array. In no time, as a terrifying aura radiated outward, the low-grade Imperial weapon was fully integrated into the Lei Yuan 9 Calamities Imperial Array. Thus, the Lei Yuan 9 Calamities Imperial Array was finally established, granting the Lei family of the Extreme Path Imperial Realm their own domain territory. Concurrently, Lei Daoqiong showcased his peak sovereign-level prowess to the quasi-Extreme Path clans. Chapter 785, The Extreme Path Imperial Clan, the Lei Family. Gazing upon the Thunder Source 9 Calamities Imperial Array, one could sense the profound yet concealed aura of the ultimate path within its dimensional barrier, which harbored countless ultimate thunderbolts and the pressure of low-grade ultimate Imperial weapons. Utilizing low-grade ultimate Imperial weapons as one of the foundational elements of the Thunder Source 9 Calamities Imperial Array not only elevated the upper limits of its power, but also augmented the offensive capabilities of the Imperial weapons themselves. Thus, even a formidable being at the pinnacle of the Triple Realm could withstand its might for a while. Thunder Daoqiong expressed his satisfaction, noting that the complete might of a low-grade ultimate Imperial Array was already the zenith of his current capabilities. It would suffice to accommodate the elders and disciples of the Lei family. In the Lei Zhe 10,000 Beasts Forest, there remained a necessity to establish numerous cultivation caverns and residential courtyards, which would require some time. He decided to let the elders and disciples of the Lei family manage these arrangements themselves. Having stated this, Thunder Daoqiong took a solitary step forward, effortlessly traversing the vast distance to arrive before the starship of the Imperial Lei family. At that moment, several elders of the Lei family were seated in the air, diligently refining the immense energy derived from the roasted beast flesh of half-step, sovereign-level creatures within their bodies. although they were astonished by the patriarch's prowess and methods. They had long since grown accustomed to such displays. Moreover, the sheer volume of energy within them was overwhelming. If not refined swiftly, it could easily harm their imperial bodies. As though sensing the patriarch's arrival, many elders of the Lei family opened their eyes. Patriarch, how is it that you have returned so swiftly? Has the ultimate imperial array been established so quickly? With the elders of the Lei family awakening from their meditative states, their gazes were drawn to the edge of the Lei's 10,000 beasts forest, where a barrier exuding a terrifying aura resided, leaving them in awe. They had not anticipated that within a mere span of a little over a year, the patriarch had constructed a vast low-grade ultimate imperial array. The sheer speed and strength displayed were enough to instill a sense of humility in them. Once the elders were fully attentive, Lei Daoqiong slowly spoke. The dimensional array has been successfully established, and the dimensional beasts within the Lei's 10,000 beasts forest have been temporarily suppressed and sealed. In the time to come, I will require each elder to exert their efforts in excavating cultivation caverns at the center of the Lei's 10,000 beasts forest, as well as establishing living quarters for rest. Upon hearing this, the elders nodded in agreement. Subsequently, under Lei Daoqiong's guidance, the starship of the Lei family gradually sailed into the Lei's 10,000 beasts forest, swiftly making its way toward the center. The patriarch alone has subdued every half-step sovereign-level beast in the Lei's 10,000 beasts forest and has erected a dimensional array, granting us a true domain stronghold in the ultimate imperial realm. The depth of the patriarch's strength is increasingly unfathomable. We must strive harder in our cultivation to catch up to his pace. Within the starship, Lei Li's words ignited a fervent desire to cultivate among the elders of the Lei family. They did not seek to surpass the patriarch, but at least wished to remain within a reasonable distance. Before long, as the Lei family starship reached the heart of the Lei's 10,000 beasts forest, the expansive flatland proved ideal for constructing courtyards for the Lei family members, as well as various halls for discussions and guest receptions. While the terrain was indeed suitable, its vastness rendered it somewhat monotonous. For the current contingent of Lei family members arriving in the ultimate imperial realm, it felt excessively expansive. I believe we should consider relocating some of the useless mountains from other areas of the Lei's 10,000 beasts forest, suggested Lei Rinchi, his gaze fixated on the seemingly endless flatland. We could establish both the patriarch's and our own cultivation caverns conveniently here. Given the vastness of this land, it would easily accommodate 1,000,000 peaks. Upon hearing Elder Lei Rinchi's proposal, many elders nodded in agreement. If that is the case, let us proceed as per Rinchi's suggestion. Each of you may search for suitable peaks within the Lei's 10,000 beasts forest, and after relocating them here, we shall excavate our caverns. Just as Elder Lei Hong finished speaking, an unexpected dimming of the sky caught their attention. As the elders of the Lei family exchanged puzzled glances, a colossal mountain, towering and expansive, descended slowly from the heavens, reaching heights of billions of kilometers. Is that the patriarch? The elders quickly spotted Lei Daoqiong standing beside the immense mountain. With a thunderous crash, the mountain landed, stirring up vast clouds of dust that soon began to dissipate. The elders gazed in astonishment at the majestic mountain now standing in the center of the flatland. Lei Daoqiong's towering imperial form gradually returned to normal, and he approached the elders, speaking with a measured tone. My cultivation cavern is prepared. All elders need to focus on readying their own and to procure additional peaks. Moreover, given that this location marks our Lei family's inaugural stronghold within the ultimate imperial realm, it requires careful arrangement from all elders. The elders nodded in affirmation, responding with respect. Indeed, it is our duty. Upon concluding their discussion, the elders of the Lei family dispersed, each heading to other areas of the Lei's 10,000 beasts forest in search of suitable mountains. With countless towering peaks within the forest and all half-step sovereign-level beasts temporarily sealed, the elders faced no danger and could freely select their preferred mountains. Meanwhile, as the Lei family busily set about establishing their caverns and residences, a considerable stir was brewing in the outside world. At that moment, within the Shura Hall of the Destruction Shura Imperial clan, a robust and corpulent figure with sharp fangs and keen eyes addressed Shura Qingwu. Presumably, you are well acquainted with information regarding the ultimate imperial clan. Why not share it with us? In the Grand Hall, over a dozen sovereign-level figures from quasi-ultimate imperial clans, each at the pinnacle of the half-step sovereign realm, had gathered to probe for information on the ultimate imperial clan within the Lei's 10,000 beasts forest. Shura Qingwu cast a glance at the imposing figure from the Lhasa imperial clan, displaying no interest in responding. Were it not for their previous ties with the Destruction Shura imperial clan, he would not have permitted them entry to the domain even for a moment. Seeing that Qingwu showed no inclination to speak, The expressions of the other powerful figures in the hall shifted subtly. After a brief silence, Tian Mu, clad in azure, could no longer contain himself. He produced a high-grade quasi-ultimate imperial herb and, addressing Shura Qingwu, stated in a hushed tone, "Qingwu, how about we exchange this high-grade quasi-ultimate imperial herb for information on the ultimate imperial clan in the Lei 10,000 Beasts Forest?" Noticing the herb, Shura Qingwu's eyes flickered with interest, yet he remained silent, surveying the other sovereigns before lapsing back into quietude. The dozen or so sovereign figures exchanged glances, revealing their internal conflict over the matter. However, the information regarding the ultimate imperial clan was critical for their quasi-ultimate imperial clan safety and could not be taken lightly. After considerable deliberation, the sovereign figures, seemingly in accord, each produced a high-grade quasi-ultimate imperial herb. Given our mutual ties, Qingwu, surely a dozen high-grade quasi-ultimate imperial herbs should suffice for details on an ultimate imperial clan? Shura Qingwu regarded the speaker from the Dark Flame Crow imperial clan, whose strength rivaled that of the Destruction Shura imperial clan. After a moment's contemplation, he deemed the offer reasonable and nodded in assent. Upon receiving the more than 10 exquisite quasi-ultimate emperor herbs, Shura Qingwu proceeded to divulge certain information regarding the time-space Great Emperor and the Extreme Dao imperial clan. The Lei family. The moment the attendees in the Grand Hall, comprised of several imperial powerhouses from other quasi-ultimate imperial clans, absorbed the intelligence about the Lei family, their expressions turned grave. The might of the Extreme Dao imperial clan, the Lei family, was indeed formidable. With 500 half-step Dominator-level emperors and 50 peak half-step Dominator-level emperors. Not to mention the time-space Great Emperor himself, a true paragon of Dominator-level supremacy. The atmosphere in the hall fell into a profound silence. The gazes of the imperial powerhouses brimming with awe, as if they were lost in contemplation. Chapter 786, Bountiful System Rewards. After accepting the exquisite quasi-ultimate emperor herbs, Shura Qingwu initially felt elated. However, the realization that he had inadvertently leaked information regarding the time-space Great Emperor and the Extreme Dao imperial clan, the Lei family, quickly instilled a sense of unease within him. Given the prowess of the time-space Great Emperor, he was certain that he could uncover the identity of the information leaker. If he were to incur the wrath of the time-space Great Emperor, he might not face death, but he would undoubtedly suffer severe consequences. It was the irresistible allure of the quasi-ultimate emperor herbs that had led him to disclose such critical information. The thought of the time-space Great Emperor's terrifying strength filled Shura Qingwu with trepidation. He did not wish to perish. After countless years of struggle, he had finally reached the pinnacle of half-step Dominator level, only a step away from becoming a supreme Dominator-level emperor. He could not afford to die. What if I were to seek forgiveness from the time-space Great Emperor? Would he grant me mercy? No, I must consult Shura Tsongfeng. He might possess a solution to extricate me from this predicament. In a state of urgency, Shura Qingwu abandoned any pretense of hospitality towards the gathered imperial dignitaries and solemnly addressed them, esteemed guests. Having acquired the information regarding the time-space Great Emperor and the Extreme Dao imperial clan, the Lei family, I must ask you to take your leave. My clan has pressing matters to attend to, and I cannot retain you any longer. The imperial dignitaries, upon hearing his words, gradually emerged from their reverie. They no longer had the inclination to linger in the Shura imperial clan, as they needed to relay the intelligence about the Lei family back to their own clans. Time was of the essence. The group of imperial powerhouses rose, clasped their hands in a gesture of respect towards Shura Qingwu, and promptly departed. Utilizing instantaneous movement to exit the Shura Grand Hall and swiftly vacate the boundaries of the Shura imperial clan, heading towards their respective quasi-ultimate imperial clan territories. Once they had departed, Shura Qingwu hastened towards the cultivation abode of Shura Tsongfeng, eager for assistance. Within the heart of a towering mountain, Shura Tsongfeng stared incredulously at Shura Qingwu and exclaimed, "What? You disclosed information about the time-space Great Emperor and the Extreme Dao imperial clan, the Lei family, to a dozen quasi-ultimate imperial clans? Qingwu, how could you be so reckless? Such a grave matter should have been deliberated with the other emperors." Shura Qingwu, aware of his folly, absorbed the reprimands from Shura Tsongfeng with a hint of regret in his eyes. I was blinded by the allure of those quasi-ultimate emperor herbs. I recognize my mistake, Tsongfeng. Given your favorable relationship with the time-space Great Emperor, could you intercede on my behalf and plead for my life? Observing Shura Qingwu's anxious and remorseful demeanor, Shura Tsongfeng felt a pang of sympathy. However, leaking information regarding the Extreme Dao imperial clan was a severe transgression. If the time-space Great Emperor were indifferent to it, that would be one matter. Yet, should he wish to keep this information confidential? Not only Shura Qingwu, but perhaps the entire Shura imperial clan, and even those imperial powerhouses from the quasi-ultimate clans who had already been informed, might face the time-space Great Emperor's wrath. With this realization, Shura Tsongfeng felt a wave of despair wash over him. Given the circumstances, we must proceed to the Lei family's domain in the Lei Zhe 10,000 Beasts Forest and humbly seek forgiveness from the time-space Great Emperor, hoping to gain his understanding. Upon hearing this, Shura Qingwu nodded weakly, feeling utterly powerless. In the presence of a time-space Great Emperor, escape was not an option. Seeking forgiveness was perhaps the most prudent course of action. As Shura Tsongfeng and Shura Qingwu arrived at the edge of the Lei family's territory, they were met with a sign indicating that no visitors had been received for a year. After all, the residences and cultivation abodes for the Lei family had yet to be established within the Lei Zhe 10,000 Beasts Forest, which would take time. A year without visitors was understandable. The time-space Great Emperor had just completed the layout of the domain's grand formation, which required meticulous arrangements. It seemed they would have to wait another year to return. The thought of enduring another year of anxiety made Shura Qingwu feel slightly relieved. Yet he was still on edge. He would rather face the time-space Great Emperor's punishment immediately than spend a year in such tension. As time slowly passed, several months went by. The news of the time-space Great Emperor and the extreme Dao imperial clan, the Lei family, had spread among the various quasi-ultimate imperial clans. In an instant, no quasi-ultimate imperial clan dared to disregard the might of the Lei family, which boasted a dominator-level emperor. The significance of an extreme Dao imperial clan was self-evident within their realm, perhaps presenting an opportunity for these quasi-ultimate clans. Within the domain of the extreme Dao imperial clan, at the center of the Lei Zhe 10,000 Beasts Forest, an expansive area that once lay barren now hosted thousands of towering peaks, each standing apart from the others. At this moment, atop the grandest peak, Lei Daoqiong had carved out numerous cultivation chambers. On the flattened summit stood a magnificent clan leader's hall along with an extravagant courtyard. Lei Xingda, Mo Linger, Lei Xinping, Lei Yan, and the disciples of Lei Daoqiong could reside and cultivate there. At this juncture, Lei Daoqiong, who had been engrossed in studying extreme Dao techniques and the secrets of imperial formations within his cultivation chamber, suddenly heard the system's voice. Ding! The Tianmu imperial clan has developed a sense of reverence towards the extreme Dao imperial clan, rewarding one ordinary extreme Dao gift package. Ding! The Luosa imperial clan has developed a sense of reverence towards the extreme Dao imperial clan, rewarding 2 ordinary extreme Dao gift packages. Ding! The Dark Flame Crow imperial clan has developed a sense of reverence towards the extreme Dao imperial clan, rewarding 1 intermediate extreme Dao gift package. The rewards have been placed in the system space. Would the host like to open them? Upon witnessing the sudden influx of numerous ordinary extreme Dao gift packages, including an intermediate one, Lei Daoqiong felt a surge of curiosity. However, noticing the abundance of gift packages he had accumulated, he promptly declared, "System, open all ordinary extreme Dao gift packages." Ding! 18 ordinary extreme Dao gift packages have been opened. Congratulations, host, you have received 100 billion high-grade extreme Dao stones, 10,000 varieties of extreme Dao essence, 1 million low-grade extreme Dao techniques, 10 million low-grade extreme Dao imperial weapons, 10 million low-grade extreme Dao herbs, 10 million low-grade extreme Dao pills, and 1 extreme Dao imperial puppet. Congratulations, host, you have received 300 billion high-grade extreme Dao stones, 3 million gene of low-grade extreme Dao holy spring, 30 million low-grade extreme Dao imperial talismans, 30 million low-grade extreme Dao herbs, 1 million low-grade extreme Dao formation secret texts, and 1 extreme Dao imperial puppet. Congratulations, host, you have received 1 trillion high-grade extreme Dao stones, 1 million gene of low-grade extreme Dao holy marrow, 100,000 gene of low-grade extreme Dao holy essence, 10,000 low-grade extreme Dao chaotic metal veins, and 1 extreme Dao imperial puppet. The rewards have been placed in the system space. Please check them at your convenience. As the system's voice ceased, Lei Daoqiong took a deep breath. Overwhelmed by the sudden windfall, with these 18 supreme imperial puppets, the Lei family shall find itself considerably more secure within the realm of the extreme Dao Emperor. After a moment of contemplation, Lei Daoqiong continued to address the system. System, activate those 2 intermediate supreme gift packs. Ding! The 2 intermediate supreme gift packs have been activated. Congratulations, host, you have acquired 100 million exquisite extreme Dao stones, 10,000 varieties of fused extreme Dao essence, 100,000 types of mid-grade extreme Dao techniques, 100,000 mid-grade extreme Dao imperial weapons, 1 million mid-grade extreme Dao medicinal herbs, 1 million mid-grade extreme Dao pills, and 1 supreme extreme Dao puppet. Congratulations, host. You have also received 10,000 upper-grade extreme Dao stone veins, 100 million pounds of extreme Dao holy marrow, 300 million mid-grade extreme Dao talismans, 10,000 mid-grade extreme Dao chaotic metal veins, 10,000 mid-grade extreme Dao array secret texts, and 1 supreme extreme Dao puppet. The rewards have been placed in the system space. Please collect them at your convenience. Upon gazing at these mid-grade extreme Dao treasures, Lei Daoqiong felt a surge of excitement. Although he had yet to break through to the sovereign realm, these resources would enable him to swiftly elevate his standing to that of an invincible sovereign after becoming the master of chaos. Furthermore, these resources would serve as invaluable cultivation treasures for the entire Lei family, aiding future breakthroughs into the sovereign realm. Their significance is self-evident. In a vast cultivation chamber, Lei Daoqiong extracted a single exquisite extreme Dao stone, astonished by the dense and supremely pure essence of extreme Dao power it contained. The power within this exquisite stone was not only overwhelmingly pure, but also bore a trace of true extreme Dao essence. Indeed, it lived up to its illustrious title. Having merely sensed the essence of the exquisite stone, Lei Daoqiong hesitated to absorb it, for the quality of its extreme Dao power was formidable, and forceful absorption would yield no benefits. Nonetheless, the exquisite extreme Dao stone held numerous applications. It could be utilized to arrange extreme Dao imperial formations or serve as a power source for the prohibitions within his cultivation chamber. However, as Lei Daoqiong had no shortage of extreme Dao stones, employing an exquisite stone for such purposes would be a waste. After stowing away the exquisite stone, Lei Daoqiong's interest peaked at the fused extreme Dao essences awarded by the system. Observing the radiant essences, each reminiscent of a sun, he noted their potency far surpassed that of ordinary extreme Dao essences. Gold Fire Extreme Dao Essence, Yin-Yang Extreme Dao Essence, Earthwood Extreme Dao Essence, and even Time-Space Extreme Dao Essence. Lei Daoqiong was taken aback. His current mastery encompassed solely the singular time and space extreme Dao essences, lacking any fusion of the two. Only their use might mislead others into believing he commanded the time-space extreme Dao essence. However, one particular fused extreme Dao essence puzzled him. The Yin-Yang extreme Dao essence should be a singular supreme essence, so how had it transformed into a fused one? With this query in mind, Lei Daoqiong placed both the singular Yin-Yang extreme Dao essence and the fused Yin-Yang extreme Dao essence together to discern their differences. As it turned out, the singular Yin-Yang extreme Dao essence represented the primordial forces of heaven and earth, embodying the utmost harmony of extreme Yin and extreme Yang. In contrast, the fused Yin-Yang extreme Dao essence was a combination of the singular Taiyin and Yang extreme Dao essences, fundamentally distinct from the supreme Yin-Yang extreme Dao essence. Despite their names being identical, they were, in essence, two entirely different extreme Dao essences. After resolving his doubts, Lei Daoqiong gazed upon the myriad fused extreme Dao essences and, with a mere thought, instructed the system to commence replication. Since they were treasures produced by the system, it was only natural that they could be replicated at will. Having familiarized himself with most of the treasures, Lei Daoqiong was preparing to enter seclusion when he suddenly sensed a figure kneeling outside the boundary of his family's realm. Shurachingwu? Why is he kneeling outside the boundary of my Lei family's realm? Besides Shurachingwu, Shured Songfeng appeared equally helpless. After all, leaking information about the extreme Dao imperial family was a grave offense, one that could result in dire consequences even for the quasi-extreme Dao families connected to him. At that moment, amidst a fluctuation of time and space, Shured Songfeng and the kneeling Shurachingwu vanished from sight. In the main peak of the extreme Dao family, within the Patriarch's Grand Hall, Lei Daoqiong harnessed the power of time-space extreme Dao essence to transport Shured Songfeng and Shurachingwu to this location, eager to discern their intentions. In the center of the hall, upon witnessing the sudden change in their surroundings, both Shured Songfeng and Shurachingwu were taken aback, tension gripping them. When they beheld the time-space emperor seated above, their realization dawned upon them, and they hastily bowed in reverence. Shured Songfeng pays respects to the time-space emperor. Hearing their titles, Lei Daoqiong raised an eyebrow, a faint smile gracing his lips. Ah, so you are already aware of my identity. Shured Songfeng quickly added. The means by which the time-space emperor arranged the extreme Dao imperial formations leaves us in awe. Understanding that their exposure stemmed from the formation arrangements, Lei Daoqiong nodded. His actions had indeed been deliberate, aimed at drawing the attention of certain quasi-extreme Dao families. However, he had not anticipated that Shurachingwu would kneel immediately upon meeting him, trembling as if gripped by fear. Noticing Shurachingwu's unusual demeanor, Lei Daoqiong inquired, Shurachingwu, do I instill such terror in you? Why do you kneel outside my family's realm? Is there something that requires my assistance? In response to the Time-Space Emperor's inquiry, Shura Qingwu, while prostrating, trembled and proclaimed, "I have sinned. Please punish me, Time-Space Emperor." Seeing this, Lei Daoqiong frowned slightly and raised his hand to halt Shura Qingwu's actions, then turned to Shura Tsongfeng. Speaking in a solemn tone, "Speak, what has transpired?" Shura Tsongfeng glanced at Shura Qingwu, sighed, and slowly explained. In response to the Time-Space Emperor, Shura Qingwu, after accepting benefits from several quasi-extreme Dao families, privately leaked information regarding you and the extreme Dao family, Lei, to these families. Upon hearing this, Shura Tsongfeng knelt on one knee, pleading on Shura Qingwu's behalf. "I implore the Time-Space Emperor to mete out your punishment as you see fit. But considering my role in bringing you to the realm of extreme Dao, I beseech you to spare his life." At this moment, Shura Qingwu produced the several quasi-extreme Dao upper-grade medicinal herbs he had collected, even revealing all his lifelong treasures, as if to preserve his very existence. Having absorbed Shura Tsongfeng's explanation, Lei Daoqiong quickly understood that the numerous ordinary extreme Dao gift packs and one intermediate gift pack he had received from the system were indeed the handiwork of Shura Qingwu. They were oblivious to the fact that it was precisely because of Shura Qingwu that Lei Daoqiong had acquired resources and treasures beyond imagination within the realm of the extreme Dao. Haha, I thought it to be a grave matter. It turns out to be merely a disclosure of my information. There is no need for you both to be so anxious. Upon hearing the Time-Space Emperor's words, Shura Qingwu and Shura Tsongfeng exchanged startled and bewildered glances. Observing their expressions, Lei Daoqiong smiled gently. "As I lead some of my kin into this new realm, unfamiliar with the intricacies of the extreme Dao, it is only fitting that I express my gratitude to you, Qingwu, for disseminating my information and that of the Lei family, thereby enhancing our reputation and standing within this realm." Upon hearing the words of the Time and Space Sovereign, Shura Qingwu found himself at a loss. Unsure whether to express joy or concern, he hastily replied, "Your Excellency, the Time and Space Sovereign, you flatter me. I shall continue to be addressed as Shura Qingwu. I am unworthy of being called the Sovereign of Qingwu." In response, Lei Daoqiong nodded slightly, regarding the title as inconsequential. "Enough of this. Rise and also, do gather your treasures." "Yes," replied Shura Qingwu and Shura Tsongfeng respectfully, before gradually standing up. Noticing that the Time and Space Sovereign did not impose any punishment, the two exchanged a glance, both unable to suppress a sigh of relief. Chapter 788, The Loyalty of the Two Then. Shura Qingwu glanced at the array of quasi-ultimate imperial medicines and treasures before him and quickly added, to the Time and Space Sovereign, "I voluntarily present these quasi-ultimate imperial medicines and treasures as a gesture of atonement for any information I may have inadvertently divulged. I cannot possibly reclaim them." Observing the earnestness in Shura Qingwu's demeanor, Lei Daoqiong shook his head. "While these treasures may indeed be invaluable to you, they are trifles to me. Moreover, I have no need for your recompense. If you do not gather them at once, I shall truly become displeased." Upon hearing this, Shura Qingwu dared not delay any longer and promptly collected the quasi-ultimate imperial medicines and treasures, expressing, "Thank you for your understanding, Time and Space Sovereign. I am eternally grateful." Lei Daoqiong nodded slightly, then produced 2 volumes of inferior ultimate cultivation techniques, gently offering them to Shura Qingwu and Shura Tsongfeng. As they beheld the techniques radiating the profound essence of ultimate paths, both Shura Qingwu and Shura Tsongfeng felt their hearts momentarily cease, their pupils trembling with disbelief. Noticing their speechlessness, Lei Daoqiong calmly spoke, "The sovereign realm is not as simple as you may think. Without the aid of ultimate techniques, you will never master an ultimate essence. Yet, even with these techniques, transcending to the sovereign realm remains a formidable challenge. It will all depend on your comprehension." Upon hearing this, Shura Qingwu and Shura Tsongfeng gradually regained their composure and, with trembling voices, responded, "To the Time and Space Sovereign, such treasures are far too precious. We cannot accept them without merit. We implore you to reclaim them." Understanding their hesitation to accept his treasures, Lei Daoqiong released a thread of imperial majesty, manifesting as an exceedingly imposing ultimate law form, and then stated, "In the starry skies and continents where I once resided, I was unrivaled for countless eons. Yet my cultivation did not advance in the slightest. Upon arriving in the ultimate emperor realm, merely transmitting my information has garnered me a modicum of insight and advancement due to the reverence instilled by those quasi-ultimate imperial clans. To be candid, beyond mastering the ultimate path of time and space, I also command the ultimate path of verbal spirit. Though the ultimate path of time and space is formidable, its elevation is immensely arduous. Conversely, while the ultimate path of verbal spirit may not rival the former, its ability to manifest reality through words is equally potent. The crux lies in that enhancing the ultimate path of verbal spirit is simpler than that of time and space. It merely necessitates an increase in my prestige and faith, thereby elevating the reputation of my clan, which in turn will uplift my verbal spirit path. At this juncture, Lei Daoqiong looked earnestly at Shura Qingwu and remarked, "Previously, I inadvertently sensed a slight enhancement in my verbal spirit path, which was directly due to you, Shura Qingwu, sharing my information with numerous quasi-ultimate imperial clans. This contribution is significant. You are deserving of the reward of the inferior ultimate techniques." The extensive explanation from the time and space sovereign left both men astounded and enlightened them to the arduousness of advancing their realms and power even after breaking into the sovereign realm. Even the formidable time and space sovereign had only experienced a slight enhancement in one aspect of his ultimate essence. Yet he generously bestowed upon them each a highly cherished ultimate technique. This revelation filled them with astonishment and profound respect for the time and space sovereign. "We are deeply grateful for the time and space sovereign's generous gift." The two knelt once more, bowing deeply in a show of utmost respect before daring to accept the inferior ultimate techniques. Upon witnessing them accept the inferior ultimate techniques, Lei Daoqiong's gaze shifted slightly, and with a gentle smile, he remarked, "My clan and I have only just arrived in the ultimate emperor realm and are entirely unfamiliar with this domain. Should there be any needs in the future, I trust one will have the privilege of relying on your assistance." Hearing this, Shura Qingwu was the first to respond. "Your Excellency, you overestimate my capabilities. Should you or your clan require anything, please do not hesitate to command me. I shall devote myself entirely to resolving your needs." Shura Tsongfeng, taken aback by Shura Qingwu's fervor, also chimed in, "Though my strength may not match that of Sovereign Qingwu, I pledge that whatever tasks the time and space sovereign or your clan may assign, I shall accomplish, even at the cost of my life." Not to be outdone, Shura Qingwu declared, "I too am willing to heed the time and space sovereign's summons. Even in confronting a quasi-ultimate imperial clan, I harbor no fear." Shura Tsongfeng was not one to shy away from challenges, or he would not have ventured from the ultimate emperor realm to the imperial ruins. "I vow to follow the time and space sovereign for eternity, never to betray, and to become the protector of the disciples of the ultimate imperial clan, Lei family, safeguarding them with my life." At these words, Shura Qingwu widened his eyes in astonishment, gazing at Shura Tsongfeng. Yet, he refused to concede defeat, contemplating briefly before exclaiming, "I, Shura Qingwu, likewise pledge my eternal allegiance to the time and space sovereign, aspiring to be your envoy in the ultimate emperor realm, spreading your faith and gathering followers." Observing the increasingly erratic trajectory of their declarations, Lei Daoqiong, who had been sipping tea, inadvertently sputtered, clearing his throat. Ahem. While he could understand their desire to follow him, and found Shura Tsongfeng's wish to become a protector of the Lei family somewhat reasonable, the notion of becoming his envoy to propagate faith and gather followers was utterly absurd. He was not a purveyor of a cult. Even in the realms of Buddhism and Taoism, one required strength and resources to disseminate faith. Without these, who would be inclined to believe in you in this world where the strong reign supreme? I merely seek reputation and prestige. I have no need for faith, and certainly no need for followers. Let this matter be laid to rest to avoid any misunderstandings. With the time and space sovereign's firm declaration, Shura Qingwu sighed inwardly and acquiesced. "Yes, I shall obey." Upon hearing Shura Qingwu refer to himself as a subordinate, Lei Daoqiong regarded the two men solemnly, asking, "In this ultimate emperor realm, I indeed require trustworthy, strong allies. Are you truly willing to follow me?" Without a moment's hesitation, Shura Qingwu and Shura Tsongfeng knelt down and proclaimed in unison, "We pledge our eternal allegiance to the time and space sovereign and the ultimate imperial clan, Lei family, never to betray. Should we harbor any thoughts of treachery, may we suffer the punishment of ultimate thunder and obliterate ourselves, ceasing to exist forever." Their resolute voices echoed throughout the grand hall, each word a testament to their unwavering determination. If they had not contemplated allegiance before their arrival, the moment the time and space sovereign presented them with the ultimate techniques, clarity dawned upon them. To transcend to the exalted sovereign realm, their greatest opportunity lay in complete submission and everlasting loyalty to the time and space sovereign. This was their only hope at present. Chapter 789. The time and space sovereign's reward. Seeing the two men vow their allegiance, Lei Daoqiong nodded with satisfaction. Both Xiao Luo Qingwu and Xiao Luo Tsongfeng have already submitted and expressed their unwavering allegiance. Thus, how far are we from the day when the entire destruction Xiao Luo imperial clan willingly aligns itself with him? To be prudent, Lei Daoqiong raised his hand and inscribed 2 servant marks into the quasi-extreme Dao imperial souls of the two. It is not that Lei Daoqiong harbors distrust towards them, With his strength and the power of 21 sovereign-level Imperial Guards, he fears no quasi-extreme Dao Imperial clan, save for those in the central region of the extreme Dao Imperial realm. The reason for inscribing the servant marks into their quasi-extreme Dao Imperial souls is due to the necessity of cultivation resources and treasures. At this moment, Lei Daoqiong produced 2 sets of supreme quasi-extreme Dao Imperial weapon sets, along with 2 supreme quasi-extreme Dao Imperial weapons, presenting them before Xiao Luoqing Wu and Xiao Luotsong Feng. Since they have pledged allegiance to this emperor, it is only fitting that their circumstances are not too meager. This is a treasure bestowed upon you by this emperor, and I hope you will utilize it well. Listening to the words of the time and space emperor, as they gazed upon the awe-inspiring quasi-extreme Dao Imperial weapon sets and weapons radiating potent Imperial might, Xiao Luoqing Wu and Xiao Luotsong Feng were filled with disbelief, their pupils trembling, utterly at a loss for words due to their overwhelming excitement. Their hearts raced wildly, clearly indicating that they were ecstatic beyond measure. Once they regained their composure, they hurriedly knelt in reverence, expressing their gratitude. We humbly thank our master for bestowing upon us the supreme, quasi-extreme, Dao Imperial treasures. We shall henceforth dedicate ourselves wholeheartedly to serve our master and the extreme Dao Imperial clan of the Lei family, unyielding even unto death. They spoke their most loyal vows in trembling tones, never having imagined that they would receive such an extraordinary opportunity today. At this juncture, Lei Daoqiong produced 2 quasi-extreme Dao upper-grade spatial Imperial rings, once again presenting them to Xiao Luoqing Wu and Xiao Luotsong Feng. These are cultivation resources bestowed upon you by this emperor, along with some life-preserving treasures. In this extreme Dao Imperial realm, as long as you do not encounter a true sovereign-level emperor, no half-step sovereign-level power should pose a threat to you. Taking their respective quasi-extreme Dao Imperial rings, Xiao Luoqing Wu and Xiao Luotsong Feng exchanged curious glances at the cultivation resources within, their pupils contracting once more, their heartbeats nearly suspended. The sheer quantity of supreme quasi-extreme Dao Imperial medicines, pills, holy essences, and holy talismans exceeding 10,000 left them astounded. Is this truly the foundation of the extreme Dao Imperial clan? Xiao Luotsong Feng was immensely shocked, realizing that his savior, the time and space emperor who brought him to the extreme Dao Imperial realm, possessed such terrifying depths. This was merely the reward for their cultivation resources and life-preserving treasures. And the sheer volume was already staggering. Throughout the entire history of their destruction, Xiao Luo Imperial clan, the total resources and treasures they had acquired paled in comparison to even a fraction of what the time and space emperor had granted them today. Most crucially, each of them now possessed a quasi-extreme Dao Imperial ring, and they could hardly fathom just how formidable the foundation of the Lei family truly was. The fact that the time and space emperor could entrust them with such an overwhelming quantity of resources and treasures was, in itself, a testament to his trust. In an instant, their loyalty to the time and space emperor soared to its zenith. Should the time and space emperor command them to perish, they would likely not hesitate to self-destruct without a second thought. For a long time, they held their breath, and as they regained their composure, preparing to bow in gratitude once more, they heard the voice of Lei Daoqiong. The cultivation resources and life-preserving treasures have been entrusted to you. How to utilize them is up to your discretion. This emperor has just arrived in the extreme Dao Imperial realm and has many matters needing attention, yet currently, only the 2 of you have pledged allegiance to this emperor. There are numerous significant tasks for which I cannot find capable individuals. If a quasi-extreme Dao Imperial clan willingly aligns with me, the situation would improve considerably. Xiao Luoqing Wu and Xiao Luotsong Feng, being astute individuals, naturally discerned the underlying meaning in the words of the time and space emperor. He was essentially advocating for the entire destruction Xiao Luo Imperial clan to willingly submit to him, since they had already submitted and pledged eternal allegiance to the time and space emperor and received abundant resources and treasures. It would be unthinkable to allow other quasi-extreme Dao Imperial clan members to benefit from such advantages. Naturally, they must first consider their own clan's stronghold. Thus, Xiao Luoqing Wu and Xiao Luotsong Feng promptly declared, "Rest assured, master. We shall ensure that the entire destruction Xiao Luo Imperial clan willingly follows you and alleviates your burdens." Seeing their cleverness, Lei Daoqiong spoke slowly, "From now on, address me as Emperor Ancestor. Remember, do not disclose your allegiance to me unless in critical circumstances. Do you understand?" "We understand and shall adhere to the Emperor Ancestor's decree," they replied earnestly. "Very well, go forth. I await your good news." Upon finishing his words, Lei Daoqiong raised his hand, and the power of the source of spatial extreme Dao surged, transporting the 2 to the periphery of the Lei family's domain. As they beheld the shifting scenery before them, Xiao Luozongfeng and Xiao Luoqingwu felt as though they were in a dream. Yet, the presence of the quasi-extreme Dao imperial rings and the resources and treasures within them assured them that all of this was indeed real. Songfeng. Our fate within the destruction Xiao Luo imperial clan hinges upon our actions. Xiao Luozongfeng nodded solemnly at the words. The Emperor Ancestor has granted us this opportunity. We must seize it. In the future, our destruction Xiao Luo imperial clan shall be the first quasi-extreme Dao imperial clan to follow the Emperor Ancestor. And our status shall be self-evident. Qingwu, we must act swiftly to showcase our capabilities to the Emperor Ancestor. Xiao Luoqingwu nodded with seriousness. And in an instant, he and Xiao Luozongfeng vanished from the location, returning to the realm of the destruction Xiao Luo imperial clan. After sending off Xiao Luozongfeng and Xiao Luoqingwu, Lei Daoqiong no longer needed to worry about the systematic task regarding the destruction Xiao Luo imperial clan following him, the Time and Space Emperor, and the extreme Dao imperial clan of the Lei family. He could now rest in peace and enter closed-door cultivation for a time. However, after Lei Daoqiong entered his retreat, two restless little beings cautiously departed from the main peak, unaware that Lei Daoqiong had prepared for them a thrilling journey of trials. Had I known you two would be so restless. I cannot be blamed for being harsh. Let you both experience a good training session in the Thunder Marsh Beast Forest. Lei Daoqiong beheld the stealthy antics of Lei Xianping and Lei Ian, to ensure they steered clear of the extreme Dao imperial clan of the Lei family and went unnoticed. Lei Daoqiong even set up a rudimentary teleportation array at their likely path. Brother, look, there's a teleportation array over there, Lei Ian exclaimed, pointing excitedly at the array ahead. However, Lei Xianping's expression shifted slightly. How could there be a teleportation array here, and why is there no one guarding it? Something feels off. Lei Xianping was cautious, but Lei Ian was too excited to care. Oh, don't overthink it. Perhaps it was set up by an elder for the convenience of the clan's disciples. Since there's a teleportation array, let us hurry and leave. I can't wait for this adventure. With that, Lei Ian grabbed Lei Xianping and entered the teleportation array. As the array activated, a flash of white light enveloped them, and Lei Xianping and Lei Ian were transported by Lei Daoqiong to a dense forest teeming with low-level realm beasts and a multitude of other life forms. Chapter 790. The first trial in the extreme Dao imperial realm. Where's this? Lei Ian and Lei Xianping gazed around at the unfamiliar surroundings, where towering ancient trees obscured the sky, and the dense forest was shrouded in shadow, the high branches blocking much of the light. Far away, within the cultivation cave of the Lei family's main peak, Lei Daoqiong observed the puzzled expressions of Lei Xianping and Lei Ian in the dense forest and could not help but let out a sigh, hoping that Xianping and Yian can garner some valuable experiences during their trials in the shadowy forest. We must ensure that they do not disrupt the ongoing establishment of the Lei family's new base. Moreover, it seems that Yi Xiao and his companions have been rather idle. It would be prudent to send them out for their own trials, allowing them to witness the perils of the extreme path Emperor realm. After all, they are merely a step away from breaking through to the half-step sovereign realm, and this might present an opportunity for them. With that, Lei Daoqiong directly transported Yi Xiao, Wen Haoyang, and the others, who were engaged in sparring within the martial arts space, to a more treacherous area of the Lei 10,000 Beast Forest, the Qianhuan Forest. Even Leng Ruoyao and Zishi were not exempt from this decision. Having all four disciples trained together was a meticulously considered decision by Lei Daoqiong, aimed at strengthening their bonds. Once these arrangements were made, Lei Daoqiong instructed the two-peak half-step sovereign realm imperial guards to ensure the safety of the disciples, advising them not to intervene unless absolutely necessary. Yes, we shall obey. After the imperial guards departed, Lei Daoqiong reviewed the conditions of Lei Xianping, Lei Yian, and the disciples once more before entering the time-space extreme path Emperor's sacred tower to commence his secluded cultivation. Establishing the Lei 10,000 Beast Forest as the Lei family's domain had not completed the system task, indicating that the difficulty of this task likely exceeded Lei Daoqiong's expectations. He needed to elevate his strength promptly. Meanwhile, within the Qianhuan Forest, Yi Xiao, Wen Haoyang, Leng Ruoyao, and Zishi remained highly vigilant, gazing around with expressions of astonishment and confusion. What is this place? Under the mounting tension, the four began to utilize their immortal holy senses to scout their surroundings. However, the Qianhuan Forest was imbued with extreme path rules, limiting the range of their immortal holy senses. Even the peak 9th stage Immortal Star Master could only cover 1,000 kilometers at most, which was trivial compared to the vast expanse of the Qianhuan Forest. What kind of place is this, where our senses can only reach a mere 1,000 kilometers? Yi Xiao resolved to ascend to the treetops to ascertain their location and the nature of their environment. However, Just as he soared upward, he was suddenly beset by an unseen, yet terrifying pressure of extreme path rules that forced him back to the ground. Upon landing, Yishio exhaled deeply, his expression now grave. There are indeed extreme path rules above the treetops. Flying is prohibited here. It seems this place is far more perilous than we anticipated. When Haoyang and the others exchanged serious glances, being transported directly here must have been the deliberate arrangement of our master. His intention is likely for us to undergo trials in this location, perhaps to discover the opportunity for breaking through to the half-step sovereign realm. Calm down, Lung Royale suggested, regaining her composure. With this hypothesis, Yishio and the others felt a slight easing of their anxiety, as it was their master's design. They need not worry excessively for their lives, but must commit fully to this trial. Perhaps, after this experience, they too could ascend to the ranks of half-step sovereign realm emperors. Let us proceed. Our master has orchestrated this trial for us. We shall uncover the mysteries and dangers that lie within this place. After hearing Yishio's words, when Haoyang and the others nodded in agreement, swiftly choosing a direction and carefully setting off. On the other side, within the shadowy forest, Lei Xianping and Lei Yian were surprisingly neither anxious nor fearful. In fact, they were quite exhilarated. They had already acclimatized to the environment of the shadowy forest. Brother, there is a large insect approaching us from 13 kilometers away, Lei Xianping remarked, sensing the presence. However, he had no intention of intervening and instead turned to Lei Yian. It is merely a third-stage Immortal Star Master Realm insect. You can handle it yourself. I have my sights set on a fourth-stage Immortal Star Master Realm peak, giant ape. I shall confront it. The siblings exchanged glances brimming with determination as they darted toward their respective prey, their terrifying speed and agility far exceeding that of ordinary fourth-stage Immortal Star Master Realm practitioners. In the blink of an eye, Lei Yian beheld the massive black spider beast, hundreds of zhang in size, and excitement flickered in her eyes. In the next moment, a colossal hammer, a pinnacle Immortal Star Master weapon, appeared in her hand, its tremendous weight creating a deep crater upon striking the ground. The black spider beast, upon noticing the diminutive human before it, emitted a series of piercing shrieks, unleashing sound waves that surged toward Lei Yian. Simultaneously, transparent strands, akin to hidden blades, sliced through the air toward her. Seeing the black spider beast strike first, Lei Yian smiled lightly, her pupils gleaming with golden light as she effortlessly perceived the beast's assault. Come at me. With ease, Lei Yian grasped the colossal hammer, her figure becoming ethereal as she executed an extraordinary movement technique, evading the black spider beast's silk attacks. She then executed a short-distance teleportation directly above the spider beast, wielding her hammer to press down with formidable force upon its head. Sensing the impending danger, the black spider beast, unable to react in time due to Lei Yian's blinding speed, could only raise its hardened mandibles in a futile attempt to withstand the hammer's devastating blow. With a resounding crash, accompanied by the sharp sound of shattering teeth, the black spider beast's jaws were obliterated by Lei Yian's strike, its immense body crashing to the ground as the sheer force sent shockwaves through the area. In the face of this unexpected turn of events and the overwhelming power of the diminutive human, a flicker of fear ignited in the black spider beast's eyes. Realizing the true strength of its opponent, it turned to flee without a moment's hesitation. However, Lei Yian would not allow it to escape. Grasping her hammer, she transformed into a blur of shadows, relentlessly pummeling the black spider beast. Despite its sturdy physique and tenacious life force, the creature continuously sought an escape route amidst the onslaught. You little black spider beast, as my first prey in this dense forest, I shall not permit you to leave alive. As she spoke, the hammer in Lei Yian's hand expanded and glowed a fiery red, resembling a falling star, crackling with terrifying thunderous power. Seeing that the black spider beast could not be subdued and sensing its strong urge to flee, Lei Yian activated her immortal sacred technique. The colossal hammer locked onto the black spider beast, leaving it with no avenue for escape. Moments later, the hammer descended like a meteor. Realizing it could not evade, the black spider beast's eyes turned crimson as it raised its four limbs in a desperate attempt to block the impending doom. With a thunderous roar, the battlefield erupted into a cloud of dust, and a terrifying shockwave radiated outward, distorting the very fabric of space. As the dust settled, Lei Yian gazed at the black spider beast lying lifeless beneath her hammer, a smile breaking upon her face. All done. Time to wrap up. Retrieving her hammer, Lei Yian scavenged the black spider beast for useful resources before swiftly making her way toward Lei Xianping's battleground. Chapter 791, Low-Level Realm Beast. Upon arriving at the battlefield of Lei Xianping, Lei Yian beheld her brother seated leisurely atop the colossal corpse of a giant ape, deftly toying with his dagger. The carcass bore few wounds, save for a lethal gaping hole in its brow. Little N, it appears you've been rather indolent of late. Even slaying a black spider beast of the same tier requires some effort from you, Lei Xianping remarked, casting a glance at Lei Yan. Humph. It's merely that I'm unaccustomed to the oppressive rules of this realm. In the Dongling Star District, that black spider beast would hardly have posed a challenge. Lei Yan pouted, a hint of defiance in her demeanor. Observing his sister's stubbornness, Lei Xianping smiled faintly, then leaped down from the giant ape's carcass and stored it away. Well then, this dense forest holds intrigue. It must be our father's intention to send us here for some rigorous training, Lei Xianping surmised, deducing the purpose behind their father's actions. Lei Daoqiong. Upon hearing this, Lei Yan glanced around. Brother, do you think father might be watching us from the main peak? Quite possible. With father's level of mastery and strength, anything is within his capabilities. I too shall become a formidable force like him, shielding our family and safeguarding the Lei clan forever, Lei Xianping declared, his eyes brimming with resolve, his aspirations firmly anchored in the towering figure of their father, Lei Daoqiong. Let us embark on a thorough trial in this forest. We shall not depart until we break through to the 7th tier of the immortal Star Lord realm. Upon hearing her brother's words, Lei Yan's expression grew serious, and she nodded emphatically. I was just beginning to find my rhythm. This time, I shall hammer to my heart's content. With that, the two of them unleashed their immortal spiritual senses, rapidly advancing in a chosen direction. Above them, an Imperial Guard observed closely, having temporarily diverted the more formidable beasts residing in this dark forest, which they were not yet equipped to confront. However, the Guard retained some dangerous lower-tier realm beasts, nearly on par with Lei Yan and Lei Xianping, some even slightly stronger, intended to invoke a sense of peril. Only through facing danger could they truly unleash their potential and achieve the desired training effect. The expanse of the dark forest was vast, teeming with countless exotic beasts, and a plethora of 7th-tier immortal holy herbs could be found within. Over the course of the following year, Lei Xianping and Lei Yan spent nearly every day in combat, their prowess ascending at an astonishing rate. Brother, my cultivation has finally broken through. Now, I can practice even more powerful immortal holy techniques and enhance my hammering prowess, Lei Yan exclaimed, her face aglow with excitement, standing over the flattened corpse of a giant lizard beast, utterly lifeless. Beside the lizard, Lei Xianping retrieved a mid-tier immortal holy herb, nodding in approval. Not bad. To have slain that giant lizard beast while crossing a small realm only took 17 strikes. Once your hammer technique advances further, your cultivation can continue to break through. At that moment, Lei Yan jumped down from the giant lizard's corpse, still somewhat dissatisfied with the creature's strength. These are merely ordinary exotic beasts. They're inherently weak. If only we could encounter a realm beast. Upon hearing this, Lei Xianping's eyes flickered slightly. He hastily stowed away the mid-tier immortal holy herb and turned his gaze toward a certain direction. Through his perception, he identified a colossal beast several hundred kilometers away. This beast exceeded 40,000 zhang in length, its entire body encased in black scales. Its head reminiscent of an ancient rhinoceros adorned with 3 massive black horns. Its physique resembled that of a giant elephant, imposing and seemingly heavy, with robust limbs that suggested immense strength. Its black claws glimmered ominously, and the most fearsome aspect was the enormous tail, reminiscent of a giant crocodile, studded with sharp black spikes that could inflict severe injury, if not death, upon impact. A peak 4th-tier immortal Star Lord realm beast exuded such terrifying might, clearly surpassing ordinary exotic beasts in ferocity. Lei Xianping turned to Lei Yan. My dear sister, next time, do speak up. With a realm beast as our opponent, this training will be far more engaging. At that moment, Lei Yan also caught sight of the massive realm beast, her eyes brimming with excitement. A realm beast. It truly is a realm beast. As Lei Yan reveled in her enthusiasm, Lei Xianping dashed forward, his form a mere blur as he swiftly approached the beast. Witnessing this, Lei Yan cried out, Brother, wait for me. Fearing that Lei Xianping might eliminate the realm beast before she had the chance to engage, she was determined to test her strength against it, even if she couldn't win. There was no way she would miss the opportunity to face a realm beast. For Lei Yan, the dangers of battling above her tier were of little concern. The life-preserving treasures she possessed would protect her from even a half-step dominator realm beast. However, in the course of training and fighting above her tier, injuries were inevitable. Otherwise, how could she reap the benefits of such trials? When Lei Yan arrived before the realm beast, the proximity allowed her to truly feel its oppressive might. At that moment, even Lei Xianping's expression became serious. Yan, this realm beast is formidable. Let us strike together and test its strength. Now, Lei Yan had drawn her massive hammer with fervor. Perfect. I shall use this realm beast to refine my hammer techniques. The realm beast, regarding the diminutive figures before it, exhibited a glimmer of disdain in its enormous eyes. How amusing. This creature dares to underestimate us. Sister, let us teach it a lesson and show it our true strength, Lei Xianping declared, slightly raising his hand, unleashing thousands of flying swords that cleaved through the air, launching an assault on the beast's limbs. Lei Yan was not to be outdone. Her massive hammer expanded to 100 zhang in size, and wielding it, she struck down upon the beast's formidable head. With the colossal hammer in hand, Lei Yan's speed remained unaffected, her movements fluid as if she were a phantom, landing a blow upon the beast's massive horn. A deafening crash reverberated. Yet the realm beast barely budged, its horn sustaining no damage whatsoever. As it registered humanity's attack, the creature's eyes glimmered with mockery, seemingly dismissing its adversaries entirely. However, in that instant, Lei Xianping's attack had arrived. Thousands of mid-tier Immortal Star Lord flying swords targeted the beast's limbs, while others aimed for its massive body. With the sounds of metal clashing echoing, the swords could only leave faint white marks upon the realm beast's black scales. Witnessing this and experiencing the realm beast's terrifying defensive capabilities firsthand, both Lei Xianping and Lei Yan's expressions shifted to one of gravity. Chapter 792, The Terrifying Power of the Realm Beast. Why was the defensive capability of this peak 4th-tier Immortal Star Lord Realm Beast so formidable? Even mid-tier Immortal Star Lord artifacts could not harm it. Must they resort to high-tier Immortal Star Lord artifacts? Lei Xianping found it hard to believe. Against ordinary 4th-tier Immortal Star Lord Realm Beasts and Giants, he could easily dispatch them, even if not with a single strike. Yet this Realm Beast instilled a fear that surpassed even that of late-stage 5th-tier Immortal Star Lord Behemoths. Lei Yan, wielding her colossal hammer, relentlessly hammered against the Realm Beast's body with unyielding fervor. Her terrifying innate immense strength, combined with the essence of matter, boundless forces, and the fundamental powers of the perfect Great Tao, was bestowed upon the colossal hammer of the advanced Immortal Star Master, augmenting its attack power to the extent that it felt as though a vast star domain was crashing down upon the beast of the realm, causing it to wince in pain. Letting out a roar, the realm beast, feeling the sharp sting radiating from every part of its body, could no longer endure, and its furious cry shattered numerous ancient trees in the vicinity. The overwhelming might of the beast erupted, sending both Lei Yan and Lei Xianping reeling backward. Indeed, this realm beast was peculiar. The power it wielded seemed infused with a rich essence of world force. Lei Xianping spoke solemnly, having retracted the thousands of intermediate Immortal Star Master Swords, replacing them with 100 superior Immortal Star Master Swords, each emanating a more formidable and sharper aura. Ian, let us vanquish it together. We can enjoy some fine delicacies in the coming year. With that, the 10 swords before Lei Xianping resonated, and in the next moment, they sliced through the air at incredible speed toward the realm beast, simultaneously growing in size. As the blades expanded to a length of 1,000 zhang, their might reached unprecedented heights, with the sword paths, thunder paths, and paths of slaughtering all elevated to their utmost potential. Not to be outdone, Lei Yan manipulated the massive hammer in her grasp, causing it to swell further. The larger it grew, the more terrifying its aura and pressure became. Finally, when the hammer reached 1,000 zhang in size, and she began to feel a slight strain, she slowly brought it to a halt. At this moment, the hammer exuded such an aura and terrifying gravity that it distorted the surrounding space, as if bearing the weight of an entire star region. But this was not the end. Lei Yan closed her eyes, and the various fundamental powers of the perfect Great Tao surged around her, swiftly coalescing behind her into a towering manifestation of the perfect Great Tao, reaching a height of 1,000 zhang. This manifestation was incredibly solid, resembling a true physical body, with countless intricate symbols of the perfect Great Tao clearly visible upon it. In just a few fleeting moments, as the realm beast sensed the threat posed by the hammer, it found itself unable to fend off the assault from Lei Xianping's colossal sword. At that moment, Lei Yan merged with the manifestation of the perfect Great Tao, effortlessly lifting the massive hammer, which matched the size of the manifestation itself. Then, she directed the manifestation forward, hammer in hand, charging at the realm beast. Although her body had grown enormous, her speed remained undiminished, only slightly less agile. However, the ferocity of her attacks had increased tenfold. In an instant, she wielded the manifestation of the perfect Great Tao and brought the hammer crashing down upon the realm beast's head. The hammer crushed through space, akin to an entire world plummeting, striking forcefully against the 3 colossal horns atop the realm beast's head. The thunderous clash reverberated like a great thunderstorm, shaking the very fabric of this space, the shockwaves obliterating countless ancient trees within a 1,000-mile radius and reducing them to splinters. revealing a patch of sky amidst the dense forest. Such a cataclysmic collision astonished the retreating Lei Xianping, causing his lips to twitch involuntarily. He had never understood why his younger sister, a mere girl, had such an affinity for the paths of strength and physicality, particularly favoring the hammer as her weapon. Now, he bore witness to such a violent strike. Even he, if he did not exert his full strength, might not achieve such a magnitude. At this moment, Lei Yan, controlling the manifestation of the perfect great Tao, found herself in a stalemate with the realm beast's 3 massive horns, neither party willing to yield. Observing this scene, Lei Xianping's gaze shifted slightly. It appears to be a world barrier. This realm beast can manipulate the essence of world power at will. It seems its mastery over the internal world surpasses ours by 100-fold. Nonetheless, he mused, regardless of how formidable this realm beast may be, it is merely sustenance for Ian and me. With that thought, a surge of ultimate slaughtering sword essence erupted from Lei Xianping's eyes, his aura swelling violently, shimmering with crimson lightning, as his formidable presence eclipsed that of both the realm beast and Lei Ian in an instant. Slaughtering Heaven's Sword Tao, with a resounding declaration, a manifestation of the perfect great Tao, towering 10,000 zhang, began to coalesce in midair. Its visage was cold and ruthless, permeated with the essence of the path of slaughter, its gaze icy, accompanied by flickers of lightning. Simultaneously, the 10 superior immortal star master swords expanded once more, swiftly merging into a colossal sword of 10,000 zhang, radiating a sharpness that carved white streaks into the surrounding space. Without hesitation, Lei Xianping commanded the gigantic sword, bringing it down with ferocious intent upon the realm beast's corporeal form, as if aiming to cleave it in twain. Sensing the lethal threat looming above, the realm beast grew alarmed and attempted to evade the dual onslaught. With a roar, it summoned all its world power, its essence surging wildly. Its massive claws struck the ground, while its gargantuan tail swung toward Lei Yi's manifestation of the perfect great Tao, seeking to eliminate the terrifyingly powerful human before addressing the formidable swordsman wielding the colossal blade. The colossal tail collided with the hammer, the sheer force sending Lei Yi staggering backward. Swiftly, the realm beast channeled a vast reservoir of world power, rapidly forming a world barrier above itself in an attempt to shield against the impending strike of the colossal sword. When the giant sword struck the world barrier, the tremendous force nearly shattered it. Though the barrier managed to thwart the sword's onslaught, the blade's murderous essence cut through, landing upon the realm beast's flesh. Its scales were effortlessly severed by the lethal blade, leaving deep gashes that allowed the terrifying sword aura to permeate its being, ravenously eroding its flesh. The excruciating pain ignited the realm beast's fury, compelling it to burn its bloodline, forcibly elevating its realm in a desperate bid to annihilate the 2 humans who had inflicted such wounds upon it. Chapter 793. The Conspiracy of Shura Qingwu and Shura Tsongfeng. However, Lei Xianping and Lei Yan would not grant it the opportunity. The instant the realm beast's world barrier shattered, both unleashed their mightiest immortal sacred techniques. In that fleeting moment, the hammer and sword surged forth with unparalleled terror, obliterating the realm beast's world barrier and striking directly at its corporeal form. With a resounding explosion, the ground trembled as Lei Yan's hammer, infused with the fearsome might of their immortal sacred technique, crushed the realm beast's skull. Lei Xianping's sword plunged deep into the beast, wreaking havoc with its murderous sword aura, shattering the internal world of the creature. Such cataclysmic assaults were beyond the realm beast's capacity to withstand. Its soul, tainted by the sword aura, could not resist Lei Yan's onslaught, and was utterly shattered by her boundless force. Thus, the harrowing confrontation with the realm beast, which had unfolded over several hours of fierce battle, finally reached its conclusion. As the realm beast perished, Lei Yan and Lei Xianping retracted the manifestation of the perfect great Tao, standing atop the creature's corpse, breathing heavily yet triumphantly. It was initially assumed that the boundary beast bore no significant difference from ordinary colossal beasts. However, after today's battle, it became evident that the lineage and innate talents of this boundary beast are likely comparable to those of ancient divine beasts. Lei Xianping, now restored to tranquility, analyzed this with considerable astonishment. No wonder the boundary beast has managed to progressively advance to the threshold of a half-step dominator realm. With such formidable and terrifying talents and bloodline, if the boundary beast cannot directly cultivate to the half-step dominator level, then such potential and gifts would indeed be a gross misallocation. Beside him, Lei Yan collapsed wearily upon the back of the boundary beast, her voice weak as she lamented. "Brother, I am hungry." Observing her, Lei Xianping couldn't help but smile faintly. He was well aware of his sister's nature. In the face of such a fierce battle, it was entirely normal for her to exert herself to the limit, and given their cultivation levels and strengths, recovery would come swiftly. Clearly, Lei Yian was yearning for the flesh of the boundary beast. With such a powerful bloodline and innate abilities, the meat of the boundary beast must be delectable. And even Lei Xianping found himself slightly tempted. Wait here, I shall roast some boundary beast meat for you. Meanwhile, in the Thousand Illusions forest, Yi Xiao and his companions encountered a pinnacle 9th-tier immortal star master boundary beast. This creature, facing 4 adversaries, surprisingly held its ground with terrifying defensive and combat capabilities. However, Yi Xiao and his companions were not using their full strength. As disciples of Lei Daoqiong, it was hardly conceivable that they would struggle against a boundary beast. Prior to this, they had slain several high-tier boundary beasts. At present, they were merely utilizing this boundary beast to hone their immortal sacred skills, deducing techniques, comprehending the power of the ultimate path, and seeking the opportunity for a breakthrough. Time swiftly elapsed, and a decade passed. In the realm of the destroying Shura Emperor clan, Shura Tsongfeng and Shura Qingwu emerged from their seclusion after refining the energies from the previously roasted boundary beast meat. During this period of retreat, Shura Tsongfeng had completely dispelled the lingering soul-devouring ultimate path energy from his brow and healed his injuries. Furthermore, with the invaluable resources bestowed by the Emperor ancestor Lei Daoqiong, he restored his original strength, and even sensed the faint signs of a potential breakthrough to the pinnacle of the half-step dominator realm. At this moment, Shura Tsongfeng was in Shura Qingwu's cultivation cave, deliberating on how to fulfill the Emperor ancestor's directive to ensure that the powerful members of the entire destroying Shura Emperor clan willingly follow the Time-Space Emperor and the entire Ultimate Path Emperor clan. The Lei family. Emperor Qingwu, I have been away from the destroying Shura Emperor clan for too long and am unfamiliar with some of the current imperial-level powerhouses. Do you have any strategies? Shura Tsongfeng inquired. His memories of the destroying Shura Emperor clan were anchored in epochs long past, and the passage of time had rendered him forgetful of many affairs pertaining to the clan. Upon hearing this, Shura Qingwu pondered for a moment and then looked at Shura Tsongfeng, asking, as the elder brother of Shura Tsongyuan and Shura Tsonghai, they should still heed your words, correct? Uncertain of Shura Qingwu's intent, Shura Tsongfeng contemplated briefly before nodding. As the eldest brother, his relationship with Shura Tsongyuan and Shura Tsonghai was exceptionally strong. They listened to him almost unconditionally, a fact he held with confidence. Noticing Shura Tsongfeng's nod, Shura Qingwu continued, in that case, you will handle Shura Tsongyuan and Shura Tsonghai. Once they are secured, you will have gained the allegiance of 1/3 of the imperial-level powerhouses within the entire destroying Shura Emperor clan. Upon hearing Shura Qingwu's words, Shura Tsongfeng instantly comprehended his meaning. After all, Shura Tsongyuan and Shura Tsonghai currently held considerable prestige within the destroying Shura Emperor clan and were both on the brink of breaking through to the pinnacle of the half-step dominator realm. I understand, I will take care of my 2 brothers. But what of the other imperial-level powerhouses, particularly the 4 at the pinnacle of the half-step dominator realm, including Shura Qingyu? Convincing them to willingly follow the Emperor ancestor and the Ultimate Path Emperor clan, the Lei family, will not be an easy task, Shura Tsongfeng remarked, his brow furrowed and his tone grave. In response, Shura Qingwu smiled faintly. Those old fellows are indeed troublesome, but once one reaches our level, one should understand what is most precious to us. Upon hearing Shura Qingwu's words, Shura Tsongfeng's pupils constricted, and he spoke solemnly. The true ultimate path techniques. Are you suggesting that you intend to share the ultimate path techniques bestowed upon you by the Emperor ancestor with them? Looking at Shura Tsongfeng, Shura Qingwu shook his head. Those ultimate path techniques were granted to me by the Emperor ancestor. How could I possibly give them away? All we need to do is convey a message to them, or perhaps inadvertently showcase the ultimate path techniques we are practicing. Provided they still wish to break through to the dominator realm, the Emperor ancestor will be their beacon of hope. We can use this to persuade them to follow the Emperor ancestor. Once they truly witness the Emperor ancestor's might, they will undoubtedly choose to follow. At that point, our task will be accomplished. Shura Qingwu's explanation was simple, yet the execution was complex. They could not disclose their allegiance to the Time-Space Emperor, nor could they coerce the imperial-level powerhouses of the destroying Shura Emperor clan into following him. To ensure that all the imperial-level powerhouses willingly aligned with the Time-Space Emperor and the Ultimate Path Emperor clan, they must instill in them a sense of hope, revealing that the Time-Space Emperor and the Ultimate Path Emperor clan possess what they desire most. Given the vast disparity in strength, the only path for the powerful members of the destroying Shura Emperor clan was to willingly align themselves and submit voluntarily to attain what they yearned for most. Whether this mission could be accomplished hinged upon the strategies of Shura Qingwu and Shura Tsongfeng. Their actions were intertwined with the fate of the entire destroying Shura Emperor clan. Chapter 794. The Challenges Facing the Destroying Shura Emperor Clan. After Shura Qingwu and Shura Tsongfeng had nearly concluded their discussion, both confirmed their respective tasks. Shura Tsongfeng returned to his cultivation cave, determined to break through to the pinnacle of the half-step dominator realm in the shortest time possible. During this interval, Shura Qingwu also had his own mission, to invite other imperial-level powerhouses within the destroying Shura Emperor clan for drinks. Within the mountaintop courtyard of Shura Qingyu, Shura Qingwu and Shura Qingyu sat facing each other, a jar of wine placed upon the table between them. Emperor Qingwu, where did you procure this top-grade imperial wine of the quasi-ultimate path? Shura Qingyu exclaimed, eyeing the jar hungrily. Haha, merely a stroke of fortune. I specifically brought it to savor with you, Emperor Qingyu. Upon hearing Shura Qingwu's words, Shura Qingyu burst into laughter. Haha, you, Shura Qingwu, who was once such a miser, now willingly shares this fine quasi-ultimate path imperial wine with me? What brings you here? At this, Shura Qingwu's expression darkened slightly, casting an irritable glance at Shura Qingyu. What? Can I not visit you for a drink if I have no other business? Shura Qingwu reluctantly opened the jar of wine, feeling a twinge of regret. This was the top-grade imperial wine of the quasi-ultimate path gifted to him by the emperor ancestor, which he had yet to taste. And now he was about to share it with the old rogue, which left him somewhat displeased. Observing Shura Qingwu carefully pouring the wine, wary of wasting a single drop, the fragrant aroma of the top-grade quasi-ultimate path imperial wine immediately stirred Shura Qingyu's appetite, and he eagerly responded, who are we to each other? Your willingness to bring this top-grade quasi-ultimate path imperial wine to share with me means you can count on me for anything in the future. Even if it involves dealing with a pinnacle half-step dominator realm boundary beast, it would be a trifling matter. After pouring the wine, Shura Qingwu let out a slow sigh. Alas, given our current level of cultivation, even the essence of a realm beast at the pinnacle of the half-step dominator realm merely serves to augment our extreme power. The prospect of transcending to the dominator realm seems utterly bleak. After uttering these words, Shura Qingwu raised his goblet and drained it in one swift motion, his eyes reflecting a profound sense of worry and resignation. Observing this, Shura Qingyu also lifted his cup, savoring a sip of the exquisite supreme-grade imperial wine, its rich flavor bringing him a considerable sense of satisfaction. However, witnessing the troubled and helpless demeanor of Shura Qingwu, he too couldn't help but feel a pang of empathy. Indeed, breaking through to the dominator realm is fraught with difficulty. Our clan, the Annihilation Shura Empire, suffers from a lack of extreme cultivation techniques and methods to harness the essence of the extreme path. Thus we are relegated to a corner, leading a rather carefree existence. With that, Shura Qingyu also downed his drink, his longing for a breakthrough to the dominator realm not as fervent as his yearning for the fine imperial wine before him. Refilling their cups with the supreme-grade imperial wine, Shura Qingwu remarked, somewhat pointedly, that with the arrival of a true extreme path imperial clan, the Time and Space Emperor's formidable strength could be advantageous. If only the Time and Space Emperor would bestow upon us an extreme cultivation technique, I would follow him for eternity without hesitation. Listening to Shura Qingwu's words while sipping his wine, Shura Qingyu's gaze shifted slightly, and he couldn't help but respond, ah. The Time and Space Emperor is a being of immense power. How could he casually accept those who wish to follow him? Moreover, you have witnessed the prowess of the extreme path imperial clan, the Lei family. They are not something our Annihilation Shura Empire can contend with. Most importantly, extreme cultivation techniques are exceedingly rare. Even the Time and Space Emperor and the Lei family may not grant them to us. At these words, Shura Qingwu sighed deeply once more. Alas, such an opportunity lies before us, yet we can only lament in vain. Hearing Shura Qingwu's sigh, Shura Qingyu felt a wave of sentiment wash over him. If we could indeed break through to the dominator realm and cultivate an extreme technique, it would not be an issue for our entire Annihilation Shura Empire to willingly submit and follow the Time and Space Emperor. It could alter the very fate of our clan. Yet, regrettably, we know very little about the Time and Space Emperor and the Lei family. Furthermore, they are external forces. If we were to rashly follow them, it could spell disaster for our Annihilation Shura Empire. With that, Shura Qingyu drained his cup. In response to Shura Qingyu's words, Shura Qingwu acknowledged the validity of his concerns and understood their apprehensions. You are correct. We indeed lack knowledge about the Time and Space Emperor and the Lei family. However, based on our previous encounter where the Time and Space Emperor treated us to roasted realm beast meat, it seems that he and the Lei family are quite amiable and approachable. If we could align ourselves with an extreme path imperial clan, our standing within the extreme path imperial realm would rise significantly. Moreover, we face formidable opponents, such as the soul-devouring Ghost Tooth imperial clan, which pose a substantial threat to us. After finishing his statement, Shura Qingwu glanced at Shura Qingyu, seeking his reaction. At that moment, Shura Qingyu furrowed his brow, seemingly deep in thought. After downing 3 more cups of wine, Shura Qingyu sighed once again. Oh, if only our Annihilation Shura Empire had an extreme path imperial clan backing us, we could withstand the threats posed by the soul-devouring Ghost-Tooth clan. Unfortunately, our Annihilation Shura Empire lacks a true emperor, making it impossible to unify the thoughts of over 100 imperial sovereigns. This indeed highlights the predicament of the Annihilation Shura Empire. Although there are 5 ancestors at the pinnacle of the half-step dominator realm, their opinions are not aligned. Some ancestors even harbor subtle conflicts among themselves, which is an inevitable dispute among quasi-extreme path imperial clans. After a lengthy discussion with Shura Qingyu, Shura Qingwu subtly brought up the Time and Space Emperor and the Lei family, even suggesting that Shura Tsongfeng had received considerable benefits from the Time and Space Emperor. Until Shura Tsongfeng revealed his true capabilities, Shura Qingyu remained skeptical. Thus, after the two finished a jar of supreme-grade imperial wine, Shura Qingwu took his leave. Could it be that Shura Tsongfeng has indeed received considerable resources from the Time and Space Emperor? Has he secretly pledged allegiance to the Time and Space Emperor? Despite his skepticism, Shura Qingyu couldn't help but speculate. Following Shura Qingwu's heartfelt gesture of treating all the imperial sovereigns of the Annihilation Shura Empire to a jar of supreme-grade imperial wine, he transmitted this information, leaving the next steps to Shura Tsongfeng. As time gradually passed, over a century swiftly elapsed. For beings at the half-step dominator realm, a century is but a fleeting moment. They often engage in seclusion for epochs, sometimes spanning billions of years. If there is hope for a breakthrough, they may even seclude themselves for an entire era or several epochs. However, Shura Tsongfeng, with his accumulation of tens of thousands of epochs and the abundant resources provided by Lei Daoqiong, would find his path to breaking through the pinnacle of the half-step dominator realm quite brief. Chapter 795, The Shock of the Mighty Beings of the Annihilation Shura Empire. In the blink of an eye, another decade had passed. Combined with the previous century, this period was remarkably tranquil within the Annihilation Shura Empire. The Extreme Path Imperial Clan, the Lei family, had completed all constructions within the Thunder Marsh Beast Forest, yet their number was a mere 10,000. A scant presence amidst the myriad of residences and caves. Moreover, many areas within the Thunder Marsh Beast Forest were exceptionally suitable for the Lei family disciples to cultivate. Even the elders at the half-step dominator realm had realm beasts available for their honing. The entire Thunder Marsh Beast Forest indeed stands as an ideal sanctuary for cultivation for the Extreme Path Imperial Clan, the Lei family. On this particular day, Shura Qingwu was preparing to seek out Shura Qingyu and other imperial sovereigns for another round of drinks. He felt that the subtle reminders over the past century had begun to sway the thoughts of the other 4 half-step dominator realm ancestors within the Annihilation Shura Empire. They all aspired to break through to the dominator realm, thereby augmenting the strength of the entire Annihilation Shura Empire. Yet, the limitations imposed by extreme cultivation techniques left them in a state of helplessness. At that moment, a sudden eruption of an overwhelmingly powerful and terrifying aura of destruction resonated throughout the Annihilation Shura Empire. Shura Qingwu turned his gaze towards Shura Tsongfeng's cultivation cave, a smile finally breaking across his face. He has finally broken through. Now, all that remains is to stoke the flames further. The breakthrough aura emanating from Shura Tsongfeng instantly stirred the attention of all imperial sovereigns within the Annihilation Shura Empire. Nearly every half-step dominator realm sovereign rushed from their respective cultivation caves to the vicinity of Shura Tsongfeng's cave. Wasn't Shura Tsongfeng gravely injured before? How could he have broken through to the pinnacle of the half-step dominator realm so swiftly? Many imperial sovereigns of the Annihilation Shura Empire were perplexed. Upon Shura Tsongfeng's return, they had witnessed him in a weakened state, his power reduced to almost nothing, and the grievous wound that pierced through his brow had left even them aghast. And yet, such an injury had seemingly healed within a mere century, allowing him to ascend to the pinnacle of the half-step dominator realm. The series of peculiar and extraordinary circumstances left the imperial sovereigns of the Annihilation Shura Empire in disbelief, their astonishment palpable. Could Shura Tsongfeng truly have recovered from his injuries in such a short span and achieved a breakthrough to the pinnacle of the half-step dominator realm? Has he genuinely received bountiful rewards from the Time and Space Emperor? As soon as these words were uttered, the countenance of nearly all the supreme beings of the Annihilation Shura Imperial clan present shifted slightly, yet they continued to fixate on the cultivation cavern of Shura Tsongfeng, seemingly eager to discern the answers they sought from him. At that moment, the figure of Shura Tsongfeng gradually appeared above his cavern, still seated in the air, eyes tightly shut, emanating a profound aura and oppressive force characteristic of one at the pinnacle of the semi-sovereign realm. Observing Shuret Songfeng in this state, his sharp demeanor starkly contrasted with the frailty he exhibited upon his return. Big Brother has finally broken through to the pinnacle of the semi-sovereign realm. The 36,500 epochs of waiting were not in vain. Shuret Songyuan exclaimed joyfully. Indeed, Big Brother has endured great hardships in pursuit of a breakthrough. He ventured alone from the extreme path imperial realm to the endless imperial ruins in search of opportunities, only to be ambushed by the soul-devouring Ghost Fong imperial clan, suffering severe injuries that left him with but a wisp of a remnant soul. Fortunately, he was rescued by the Time and Space Emperor. Otherwise, Big Brother might never have returned, and we would likely not witness his current splendor. Shuret Songhai also rejoiced for Shuret Songfeng, their brotherly bond appearing remarkably pure. Simultaneously, the other supreme beings of the Annihilation Shura imperial clan began to converse in astonishment. That Shuret Songfeng could ascend to the pinnacle of the semi-sovereign realm was not unexpected, but that he could recover from his grievous injuries and break through within a mere century was indeed beyond imagination. Indeed, Shuret Songfeng must have acquired an extraordinarily rare treasure, perhaps even one related to the Time and Space Emperor. Upon mentioning the Time and Space Emperor, many of the Supreme Beings' expressions subtly changed, their thoughts veiled in mystery. If this truly pertained to the Time and Space Emperor, the relationship between Shuret Songfeng and the Time and Space Emperor must be extraordinary. At present, Shuret Songfeng had become the sixth Supreme Being at the pinnacle of the semi-sovereign realm in our Annihilation Shura imperial clan. His proposals may hold unparalleled significance for our clan, Shura Qingwu deliberately hinted. Over the course of the past century, he had subtly revealed the connection between the Time and Space Emperor and Shuret Songfeng, intending to spark speculation among all supreme beings of the Annihilation Shura imperial clan. It now appeared that Shuret Songfeng's recovery and his remarkable breakthrough to the pinnacle of the semi-sovereign realm hinted at the vast and precious resources bestowed by the Time and Space Emperor. After all, to restore Shuret Songfeng's injuries and eliminate the remnants of the soul-devouring extreme path's power, even the finest imperial medicine of the quasi-extreme path might not suffice for such rapid recovery and breakthrough. Any treasure capable of achieving this would undoubtedly be extraordinarily precious, even beyond the reach of the Annihilation Shura imperial clan. Thus, the exceptional nature of the Time and Space Emperor and the Extreme Path imperial clan, the Lei family, became evident. Should Shuret Songfeng indeed align himself with the Time and Space Emperor and the Lei family, it might not bode ill for the Annihilation Shura imperial clan. Rather, it could present an opportune chance. The Extreme Path imperial realm appeared tranquil, yet it concealed boundless perils. Apart from the treasures within the domains of various quasi-extreme path imperial clans, resources and treasures in unclaimed territories or those shrouded by extreme path rules were fiercely contested by the supreme beings of the quasi-extreme path imperial clans. Furthermore, although the quasi-extreme path clans seemed peaceful among themselves, most harbored grievances, with some embroiled in perpetual warfare. The number of rival quasi-extreme path clans opposing the Annihilation Shura imperial clan was considerable. After all, the warriors of the Annihilation Shura imperial clan were innately combative, having instigated numerous wars within the Extreme Path imperial realm, incurring the ire of several quasi-extreme path clans. Of course, many of these conflicts arose from provocations by other quasi-extreme path clans against the Annihilation Shura imperial clan. Regarding the matter of the soul-devouring Ghost Fong imperial clan's warriors severely injuring Shuret Songfeng, although the Annihilation Shura imperial clan was furious, they refrained from directly waging war against the soul-devouring Ghost Fong imperial clan, as they were backed by a genuine Extreme Path imperial clan, the Shadow Phantom imperial clan. With the Shadow Phantom imperial clan supporting the soul-devouring Ghost Fong imperial clan, even the Annihilation Shura imperial clan dared not recklessly engage in war against them. However, if the Annihilation Shura imperial clan were to have a true Extreme Path imperial clan behind them, they would not fear the threats posed by the soul-devouring Ghost Fong imperial clan, even daring to demand consequences from the entire clan. As the discussions gradually subsided, Shuret Songfeng's aura began to stabilize, and he commenced cultivating to consolidate his realm. As he activated his cultivation techniques to solidify his position, Shura Qingwu suddenly exclaimed in astonishment. Is that the aura of Extreme Path techniques? Shuret Songfeng is no longer practicing his original quasi-extreme path supreme technique. It appears he has truly acquired an authentic extreme path technique. Upon hearing this, the eyes of all the supreme beings of the Annihilation Shura imperial clan widened in shock, their expressions serious as they began to sense the aura intently. Although they had never practiced extreme path techniques, they were well aware of the aura emanating from the supreme quasi-extreme path techniques. Any energy that completely surpassed that level could undoubtedly be identified as belonging to the extreme path. Indeed, it is an extreme path technique. How could Xianxiafangs possibly cultivate an extreme path technique? Could it truly be a gift from the Time and Space Emperor? To bestow such a precious extreme path technique upon Xianxiafangs, the Time and Space Emperor, is indeed remarkable. In an instant, all the supreme beings of the Annihilation Shura Imperial clan were filled with awe and envy. Chapter 796. The Killing Intent of the Demon Devourer. Not long after witnessing Xianxiafangs' breakthrough, many supreme beings of the Annihilation Shura Imperial clan took their leave, returning to their respective cultivation caverns. Even though they had begun to entertain the notion of following the Time and Space Emperor, they refrained from voicing their thoughts or divulging their intentions until a unified opinion was put forth by the clan's stronger members. After all, aligning with an extreme path Imperial clan could determine the fate of the Annihilation Shura Imperial clan. And no supreme being dared to be the first to propose such a suggestion. Once most of the supreme beings had departed, Xianxiaaudiobooks sighed. Alas, although the Annihilation Shura Imperial clan is formidable, we lack a true leader capable of uniting the entire clan. Without a consensus, the future of the Annihilation Shura Imperial clan will be difficult to navigate. After speaking, Xianxiaaudiobooks also left, leaving behind only a few other supreme beings at the pinnacle of the semi-sovereign realm, including Shura, Songhai, and others. As for a Shura Emperor, given the current state of the Annihilation Shura Imperial clan, none possessed the qualifications to ascend to that title. Unless someone could break through to the true sovereign realm and become a unique Shura Emperor, thereby wielding absolute power to unify the entire clan. Xianxiaaudiobooks gazed at the speaker, who was named Shura Zhenhuang, also a supreme being at the pinnacle of the semi-sovereign realm within the Annihilation Shura Imperial clan. Once, Shura Zhenhuang had been unmatched in power and possessed exceptional talent, being the first to reach the pinnacle of the semi-sovereign realm, nearly becoming the sole Shura Emperor of the Annihilation Shura Imperial clan. Regrettably, after enduring a protracted battle against quasi-extreme path Imperial warriors, two more powerful figures within the Annihilation Shura Imperial clan ascended to the pinnacle of the semi-sovereign realm. Since then, the Annihilation Shura Imperial clan had grown increasingly stronger and larger, with a rising number of semi-sovereign supreme beings. Yet unifying the entire clan had become ever more challenging. Following Shura Zhenhuang's departure, the other two supreme beings at the pinnacle of the semi-sovereign realm stole a final glance at Xianxiafangs before gradually departing as well. The demonic Shura Imperial clan now boasts 6 formidable half-step dominator-level emperor sovereigns. Apart from Shura Zhenhuang and Xianxiaaudiobooks, the other two sovereigns harbor ambitions of ascending to the throne of the Shura Emperor. Shura Qianxiang is fiercely combative, refusing to bow to anyone, while Shura Xuanji is a master strategist, whose cunning surpasses that of all others, making him a challenging adversary to contend with. Achieving unity among them to collectively follow the temporal sovereign and the extreme path Imperial clan, the Lei family, is no trivial task. Xianxiaaudiobooks sighed inwardly, fully aware of the complexities surrounding the demonic Shura Imperial clan. Observing Xianxiafangs, he pondered whether it was truly necessary to break through to the Dominator realm and become the Shura Emperor to unify the entire demonic Shura Imperial clan. If such a breakthrough were indeed so attainable, then why were he and Xianxiafangs striving so desperately to persuade the entire demonic Shura Imperial clan to willingly align themselves with the temporal sovereign and the Lei family of the extreme path? The arduous journey of comprehending and mastering the essence of the extreme path cannot be wholly compensated for by any single extreme path technique. Innate talent and the resources of supreme treasures are equally vital. In the ensuing years, as Xianxiafangs solidified his realm, the demonic Shura Imperial clan even hosted a grand banquet. This celebration extended an invitation to the temporal sovereign. However, since Lei Daoqiong was in seclusion, Elder Lei Hongyang brought Lei Su to attend the festivity. During the banquet, Lei Su made no effort to conceal his extraordinary aura befitting an emperor. This revelation astonished all the emperor sovereigns of the demonic Shura Imperial clan, who had not anticipated that the Lei family of the extreme path possessed another emperor sovereign in addition to the temporal sovereign. This revelation also took Xianxiaaudiobooks and Xianxiafangs by surprise, as it was information they had been previously unaware of. Nonetheless, the stronger the Lei family's power, the greater the benefits that the demonic Shura Imperial clan would reap by following the temporal sovereign and the Lei family. The appearance of Lei Su filled Xianxiafangs and Xianxiaaudiobooks with exhilaration, prompting them to indulge in considerable amounts of quasi-extreme path Imperial wine at the banquet. Had it not been for Lei Su's admonition, they might have inadvertently revealed their allegiance to the temporal sovereign. Once the banquet concluded, the demonic Shura Imperial clan returned to its usual state of affairs. It was not until news of Xianxiafans' safe return to the extreme path imperial realm reached the soul-eating Ghostfang imperial clan that the tranquility of the demonic Shura imperial clan was irrevocably shattered. Within the domain of the soul-eating Ghostfang imperial clan, in a dark underground chamber, a figure enveloped in eerie green mist floated in the air, lacking legs and instead possessing a tail resembling that of a fish. The entity appeared skeletal, with bony hands bearing sharp claws, an oversized head with deep green pupils, a flat nose, pointed ears, and a mouth filled with jagged teeth, exuding an aura of grotesqueness and malevolence. What did you say? Xianxiafans has actually returned to the extreme path imperial realm, and has even broken through to the pinnacle of the half-step dominator realm? The voice was frail yet imbued with shock, resentment, and a palpable murderous intent. This voice belonged to the soul-eating Ghostfang clan's assailant, Shimo. Indeed, the current Xianxiafans was basking in glory, having become the 6th emperor sovereign ancestor of the demonic Shura imperial clan. Meanwhile, you, Shimo, a half-step dominator-level emperor sovereign, are enduring the torment inflicted by the demonic imperial seal. Did you not proclaim that Xianxiafans was undoubtedly dead? Now he has returned, and his realm has experienced a significant breakthrough. How do you intend to address this situation? A member of the soul-eating Ghostfang clan spoke coldly, casting a glance at Shimo, their eyes betraying a hint of schadenfreude as they awaited his decision. Shimo's eyes trembled, blood vessels surfacing, his gaze filled with boundless murderous intent. He had endured the torment of the demonic imperial seal for tens of thousands of epochs and suppressed it for just as long. The presence of the demonic imperial seal limited him to exerting only the strength of a late-stage half-step dominator, which fueled his hatred for Xianxiafans and his deep-seated animosity towards the entire demonic Shura imperial clan. The fact that Xianxiafans had returned to life reignited his despair and intensified his resolve to obliterate the demonic Shura imperial clan. Transmit my imperial decree. Assemble all emperor sovereigns of the soul-eating Ghostfang clan, along with the 9 immortal soul-eating legions, and launch a direct assault on the domain of the demonic Shura imperial clan. Furthermore, relay this information to the Shadow Ghost imperial clan. They will undoubtedly be keen on the quasi-extreme path imperial souls of the over 100 emperor sovereigns from the demonic Shura imperial clan. If the Shadow Ghost imperial clan can dispatch emperor sovereigns to assist, the demonic Shura imperial clan will surely face annihilation. The murderous intent in Shimo's eyes coalesced into a tangible essence, warping the very space of the underground training chamber. In a mere few dozen days, the soul-eating Ghostfang clan had gathered nearly 100 emperor sovereigns and over 100 billion formidable beings from the 9 immortal soul-eating legions, whose aura of savagery and warfare coalesced into a dark cloud that enveloped much of the soul-eating Ghostfang clan's territory, creating a scene of chilling terror. Are we all prepared? Shimo stood respectfully behind a figure composed solely of shadowy essence, responding with utmost deference, reporting to the Nether Emperor Sovereign. The forces of the soul-eating Ghostfang clan are fully assembled and await your command to traverse the quasi-extreme path transmission imperial array, directly reaching the outskirts of the demonic Shura imperial clan's domain and commencing war against them. At this moment, 4 half-step dominator-level sovereigns from the soul-eating Ghostfang clan appeared behind Shimo, poised to activate the quasi-extreme path transmission imperial array at any moment. The Nether Emperor Sovereign nodded in approval. Excellent. For this campaign against the demonic Shura imperial clan, while the Shadow Ghost imperial clan has not led a full army, we have brought over 50 half-step dominator-level emperor sovereigns, including 4 peak half-step dominators and 10 late-stage half-step dominators, with the remainder being mid-stage half-step dominators. Coupled with your nearly 100 emperor sovereigns and the 9 immortal soul-eating legions, we should be adequately equipped to confront the demonic Shura imperial clan. As he spoke, the Nether Emperor Sovereign suddenly furrowed his brow, inquiring in a grave tone, by the way, there have been recent rumors suggesting that the Lei 10,000 Beasts Forest, located not far from the demonic Shura imperial clan, has been occupied by a force suspected to belong to an extreme path imperial clan. Is there truth to these rumors? Is there any connection between the demonic Shura imperial clan and this purported extreme path imperial clan? Upon hearing this, Shimo promptly replied, reporting to the Nether Emperor Sovereign. This rumor is indeed true. However, after investigations by the soul-eating Ghostfang clan's forces, we have not discovered significant interactions between the demonic Shura imperial clan and the unfamiliar extreme path imperial clan. It appears that the demonic Shura imperial clan has not allied themselves with this unknown extreme path force. Appears, should your findings be erroneous, this battle will not merely be a quasi-extreme path imperial conflict, but a genuine extreme path imperial war, the cost of which you should fully comprehend. The Nether Emperor Sovereign stated coldly. Yes, my subordinate understands. Shimo replied nervously, given the demonic Shura Imperial clan's pride. They would certainly not seek to ally with an unfamiliar extreme path Imperial clan in such a short span of time. Please rest assured, Nether Emperor Sovereign. In response, the Nether Emperor Sovereign remained unconvinced and discreetly tasked 2 Emperor Sovereigns from the Shadow Ghost Imperial clan to investigate the unfamiliar extreme path Imperial clan and clarify its relationship with the demonic Shura Imperial clan. Should the situation change, he would be prepared to summon aid from the Shadow Ghost Imperial clan at the fastest possible speed. Once all preparations were complete, the Supreme Emperor of the Netherworld notified the Soul Eater clan that they could commence a full-scale assault to annihilate the demonic Shura Imperial clan and initiate the quasi-ultimate path of Imperial warfare. Upon receiving the command from the Supreme Emperor of the Netherworld, a flicker of excitement finally graced the visage of the Soul Eater, his eyes brimming with animosity and murderous intent, prompting the formidable warriors of the Soul Eater clan to activate the quasi-ultimate teleportation Imperial Array. Meanwhile, within the domain of the demonic Shura Imperial clan, they remained blissfully unaware that the Soul Eater clan had gathered a formidable force and army, even allying with the Shadow Ghost clan, and were currently traversing through the quasi-ultimate teleportation Imperial Array towards their realm. Inside the cultivation chamber of Shura Tsongfeng, Shura Qingwu wore an expression of exasperation. He had exhausted all possible measures, even sacrificing hundreds of jars of quasi-ultimate Imperial wine. However, given the current state of the demonic Shura Imperial clan, reaching a consensus and following the time-space Great Emperor and the extreme path Imperial clan, the Lei family, seemed exceedingly difficult. Great Emperor Qingwu, if the demonic Shura Imperial clan can only have one Shura Emperor, would you be willing to support me? Or would you consider becoming the sole Shura Emperor of the demonic Shura Imperial clan? Shura Tsongfeng inquired solemnly. Given the present circumstances of the demonic Shura Imperial clan, change was imperative. Otherwise, they would forever remain stagnant, unable to fulfill the tasks entrusted by the time-space Great Emperor. Upon hearing this, Shura Qingwu pondered earnestly. After a long moment, he slowly shook his head, stating, "With my talent and disposition, I am not suited to lead the entire demonic Shura Imperial clan. Nor do I desire to become a Shura Emperor." At this point, Shura Qingwu turned his gaze towards Shura Tsongfeng, speaking earnestly, "With your talent and prestige within the clan, coupled with the extreme path techniques, you indeed possess the potential to become the first Shura Emperor of our demonic Shura Imperial clan. If you harbor such aspirations, I shall wholeheartedly support you." Upon hearing Shura Qingwu's words, a serious expression enveloped Shura Tsongfeng's countenance. "Very well, if that is the case, let us strive for the future of the entire demonic Shura Imperial clan. Should we succeed, perhaps our clan could truly ascend to the status of an extreme path Imperial clan." Just as the two were deliberating, outside the domain of the demonic Shura Imperial clan, the fabric of space was torn asunder, a dense aura of darkness surging forth from the rift. In an instant, the sky above the demonic Shura Imperial clan was shrouded in ominous clouds. This sudden turn of events was quickly detected by the powerful emperors of the demonic Shura Imperial clan. "What is happening?" "This is the aura of the Soul Eater clan. Their intentions are clearly hostile. It appears we are under attack." Immediately, the defensive barriers of the domain were bolstered to their maximum capacity, and all half-step Dominator Realm Emperors within the clan were roused to swiftly assemble the undying demonic Shura Legion to confront the impending threat alongside their emperor. Shura Zhongwang's commanding voice resonated throughout the entirety of the demonic Shura Imperial clan. His formidable battle spirit and imperial might, coupled with a calm demeanor, resembled that of a true Shura Emperor. Shura Tsongfeng and Shura Qingwu exchanged glances, both recognizing the chasm that lay between them. With little time to contemplate, they sent a message to the time-space Great Emperor requesting covert support, and then instantaneously moved towards the direction of the impending assault from the Soul Eater clan. At the southern edge of the demonic Shura Imperial clan's domain, 9 colossal rifts in space emanated a terrifying aura of darkness. Massive undying Soul Eater legions surged forth from these rifts like countless skeletal demons, continuously converging outside the realm of the demonic Shura Imperial clan, swiftly seizing vast expanses of space and territory. Simultaneously, from the 9 rifts, half-step Dominator Realm Emperors of the Soul Eater clan emerged intermittently, their towering forms radiating an overwhelming imperial might, distorting the very fabric of space and relentlessly pressuring the defenses of the demonic Shura Imperial clan. Chapter 798. The plea for aid from the demonic Shura Imperial clan. As more and more powerful figures from the Soul Eater clan made their appearance, half-step Dominator Realm Emperors from the Shadow Ghost clan also gradually stepped forth from the spatial rifts. The Shadow Ghost clan's emperors have arrived as well. It appears the Soul Eater clan has made extensive preparations, seemingly intent on annihilating our demonic Shura imperial clan. Upon hearing Shura Xuanji's words, the gathered emperors of the demonic Shura imperial clan exchanged solemn glances, concern etched into their expressions. A single Soul Eater clan would pose no significant threat to the demonic Shura imperial clan. However, with the addition of the Shadow Ghost clan, they were no match for a genuine Extreme Path imperial clan. With the Soul Eater clan and the Shadow Ghost clan combined, we may not stand a chance. Should we seek assistance from the Time-Space Great Emperor? Shura Qingwu suggested, directing his gaze towards Shura Zhangguang and several other peak half-step Dominator Realm emperors. At this juncture, Shura Tsongfeng interjected, in this life-and-death moment, we must unify our opinions. Given my relationship with the Time-Space Great Emperor, we may secure the support of the Lei family from the Extreme Path Imperial clan. The other emperors of the demonic Shura Imperial clan, recognizing the gravity of the situation, refrained from voicing their opinions, looking instead towards Shura Zhangguang and the other venerable half-step Dominator Realm figures. If the opinions of the esteemed emperors were discordant, then theirs would hold little weight. Undoubtedly, in light of the current crisis, seeking aid from the Time-Space Great Emperor was indeed the most prudent course of action, at least to address the pressing predicament at hand. Shura Zhangguang, observing the increasing number of emperors gathering outside, realized that for the survival of the demonic Shura imperial clan, he must set aside his pride and solemnly declared, we may seek assistance from the Time-Space Great Emperor, provided it secures the future of the demonic Shura imperial clan. I have no objections. The others, including Shura Qingyu and Shura Xuanji, exchanged astonished glances at Shura Zhangguang's unexpected concession. They had not anticipated that he would abandon his pride to agree to request aid from the Time-Space Great Emperor. Such a shift took the emperors of the demonic Shura imperial clan by surprise. Previously, Shura Zhangguang would have fought to the bitter end, yet now, the cost of clashing with the Soul Eater and Shadow Ghost clans could potentially spell the annihilation of the entire demonic Shura imperial clan. This was a price none could afford. With even Shura Zhangguang in agreement, Shura Qianxiang and the others naturally did not oppose the motion. Consequently, Shura Tsongfeng once more retrieved the Imperial Message Talisman to formally request aid from the Time-Space Great Emperor, marking this appeal as an overt plea for assistance. Within the domain of the Extreme Path Imperial Clan, as the forces of the Soul Eater clan amassed at the southern edge of the demonic Shura Imperial clan's territory, Lei Su and the other Dominator Realm figures became acutely aware of the situation. At this moment, Lei Daoqiong had also concluded his seclusion, having learned of the perilous state of the demonic Shura Imperial clan. The Soul Eater clan, along with the Shadow Ghost clan, is said to be a genuine Extreme Path Imperial clan. I wonder how formidable their emperor's strength is. Lei Daoqiong had developed a keen interest in the Shadow Ghost clan. If he could slay a single emperor and obliterate an Extreme Path Imperial clan, he could only imagine the rewards he would reap from the system. This was what truly concerned Lei Daoqiong. Since the demonic Shura Imperial clan had requested aid, it was imperative that he did not remain indifferent. Shura Tsongfeng had reached out to him twice for support, first covertly, and now publicly on behalf of the entire demonic Shura Imperial clan. In truth, Lei Daoqiong had initially planned to dispatch 2 Dominator Realm Imperial Guards to provide discreet assistance to the demonic Shura Imperial clan. However, now that Shura Tsongfeng represented the entirety of the demonic Shura Imperial clan in seeking aid, he deemed it appropriate to send not only the 2 Dominator Realm Guards, but also elders from the Lei family to participate in the imminent life-and-death struggle between the 2 quasi-extreme path Imperial clans. The life-and-death battle against the semi-dominion realm powerhouses of the soul-eating Ghost Fang Imperial clan and the Shadow Spectre Imperial clan presents an exceptional opportunity for the elders of the Lei family to hone their skills. As for the safety of the esteemed elders of the Lei family, they are well protected by a set of quasi-ultimate Imperial weapons, peak semi-dominion realm Imperial guards, and even Dominion realm Imperial guards, ensuring their considerable security. Were it not for the overwhelming number of formidable warriors from the Immortal Star Lord's realm armies of the 2 Imperial clans, Lei Daoqiong might have considered deploying thousands of Lei family disciples to partake in this quasi-ultimate Imperial war. However, due to the unpredictable dangers of this conflict, Lei Daoqiong opted against risking their safety, deeming it prudent for them to train within the Lei Zhe 10,000 Beasts forest instead. Lei Su, convey the order to dispatch 2 Dominion realm Imperial guards to lead 200 of our esteemed elders and 100 peak semi-dominion realm Imperial guards to provide immediate support to the destruction Azura Imperial clan. Additionally, inform the elders that this is a genuine quasi-ultimate Imperial war. They are not to hold back and may employ their quasi-ultimate supreme Imperial weapon sets, even utilizing quasi-ultimate Imperial talismans, at all costs. They must eliminate the semi-dominion realm powerhouses of the soul-eating Ghost Fang Imperial Clan and the Shadow Spectre Imperial Clan. Understood. Upon receiving the command, Lei Su acknowledged and departed from the clan leader's grand hall to relay the message to the elders. Meanwhile, the 2 Dominion Realm Imperial Guards and 100 peak Semi-Dominion Realm Imperial Guards were already prepared for action. Once the Lei family elders were ready, they could swiftly proceed to support the Destruction Azura Imperial Clan on the southern border of the Destruction Azura Imperial Clan's domain. As the ranks of the Soul-Eating Ghost Fang Imperial Clan and the Shadow Spectre Imperial Clan swelled, their 9 immortal soul-eating legions amassed a third of their forces. Without any unnecessary dialogue, the countless soldiers of the immortal soul-eating legions charged directly toward the barrier of the Destruction Azura Imperial Clan, causing ripples to surge across the protective barrier. Within the domain of the Destruction Azura Imperial Clan, the immortal Destruction Azura Legion had also gathered considerable forces, with more immortal Destruction Azura Legions continuously arriving via teleportation arrays at the battlefield's edge. Aside from the Semi-Dominion Realm esteemed elders, the battlefield of the immortal Star Lord's realm had ignited into war. However, under the protective barrier of the Destruction Azura Imperial Clan, the immortal Destruction Azura Legion could launch near unstoppable assaults against the countless skeletal demons of the immortal soul-eating legions. In a fleeting moment, the skeletal demons of the immortal soul-eating legion resembled live targets, suffering minimal casualties under the relentless attacks of the immortal Destruction Azura Legion. Witnessing this scene, the expression of the demon, Shimo, darkened with intensified murderous intent. He yearned to charge toward the Destruction Azura Imperial Clan. Yet, without the explicit order from the Underworld Sovereign, he refrained from acting impulsively. Within the domain's barrier, numerous esteemed elders of the Destruction Azura Imperial Clan, upon observing the over 100 esteemed elders of the soul-eating Ghost Fang and Shadow Spectre Imperial Clans, could not help but express their concerns. Even Shura Zhongguang turned to Shura Tsongfeng and inquired, will the Time and Space Great Emperor truly dispatch the powerful warriors of the quasi-ultimate Imperial Clan, the Lei family, to our aid? Does the Time and Space Great Emperor have any conditions? Seeing all esteemed elders turn their gaze toward him, Shura Tsongfeng replied earnestly, the warriors arranged for support by the Time and Space Great Emperor will arrive shortly, and he has not imposed any conditions despite our Destruction Azura Imperial Clan facing imminent annihilation. Simultaneously, Shura Tsongfeng straightforwardly articulated, you have all witnessed how the soul-eating Ghost Fang Imperial Clan, with the backing of the Shadow Spectre Imperial Clan, can directly wage war against our Destruction Azura Imperial Clan. If we do not receive support from the Time and Space Great Emperor and the quasi-ultimate Imperial Clan, the Lei family, our Destruction Azura Imperial Clan may indeed face total obliteration. If we manage to survive this battle, we must consider whether we ought to align ourselves with a quasi-ultimate Imperial Clan. The assistance from the Time and Space Great Emperor and the Lei family is unparalleled by any other quasi-ultimate Imperial Clan. Furthermore, our Destruction Azura Imperial Clan has numerous adversarial quasi-ultimate Imperial Clans, should we encounter such a crisis again. The Time and Space Great Emperor may not be able to aid us continuously. It is time for our Destruction Azura Imperial Clan to contemplate necessary changes. After hearing Shura Tsongfeng's words, all esteemed elders of the Destruction Azura Imperial Clan fell into deep contemplation. At that moment, the Underworld Sovereign also commanded a full-scale assault on the Destruction Azura Imperial Clan. The quasi-ultimate Imperial War was on the verge of eruption. Chapter 799. The quasi-ultimate Imperial War erupts. Destruction Azura Imperial Clan. This time we will ensure your complete annihilation. As the words of Shimo echoed through the heavens, for Semi-Dominion Realm peak esteemed elders of the soul-eating Ghost Fang Imperial Clan sprang into action. Their imperial bodies instantly expanded to a staggering size of 100,000 zhong. Their terrifying claws tearing through space as they ruthlessly struck against the barrier of the Destruction Azura Imperial Clan, seemingly intent on shattering it to pieces. Fortunately, the barrier of the Destruction Azura Imperial Clan was a quasi-ultimate supreme imperial array, powered by energy from low-grade extreme path stone veins, capable of withstanding their assault for a considerable duration. At that moment, within the domain of the Destruction Azura Imperial Clan, Shura Zhongguang observed this scene and solemnly declared, we cannot allow the soul-eating Ghost Fang Imperial Clan to breach our barrier. Otherwise, the battlefield will engulf our entire domain. We must confront them. With that, Shura Zhongguang locked onto a Semi-Dominion Realm peak powerhouse of the soul-eating Ghost Fang Imperial Clan and, without further hesitation, unleashed his imperial body, which surged to 1,000,000 zhong in size. His terrifying destructive giant palm bore down upon the semi-dominion realm peak esteemed elder of the soul-eating Ghost Fang imperial clan. Following Shura Zhongguang's lead, Shura Qianxiang also erupted with overwhelming battle intent and murderous aura, targeting another semi-dominion realm peak esteemed elder of the soul-eating Ghost Fang imperial clan. The remaining semi-dominion realm esteemed elders of the destruction Azura imperial clan showed no hesitation, each locking onto their targets, unleashing their imperial bodies as they charged toward the esteemed elders of the soul-eating Ghost Fang and Shadow Spectre imperial clans. In an instant, the quasi-ultimate imperial war erupted. The clash of over 200 semi-dominion realm esteemed elders instantly rent vast swathes of space outside the domain of the destruction Azura imperial clan, the terrifying shockwaves shattering the earth and pulverizing countless mountains. Shura Zhongguang led the esteemed elders of the destruction Azura imperial clan in diverting the battlefield of the quasi-ultimate imperial war, preventing the esteemed elders of the soul-eating Ghost Fang and Shadow Spectre imperial clans from threatening their protective barrier. Meanwhile, within the domain of the destruction Azura imperial clan, only Shura Xuanzi remained uninvolved, observing the entirety of the quasi-ultimate imperial war, coordinating the overall situation while controlling the grand array of the destruction Azura imperial clan. Utilizing the attack capabilities of the quasi-ultimate supreme imperial array, he crushed vast portions of the immortal soul-eating legions, while simultaneously providing support to the esteemed elders of the destruction Azura imperial clan. However, Shura Xuanzi was cautious not to unleash overly powerful attack energies from the grand array, as a concentrated attack from a peak semi-dominion realm would require the consumption of 1% of the energy from a low-grade extreme path stone vein. Moreover, it could not be guaranteed to strike the peak esteemed elders of the soul-eating Ghost Fang and Shadow Spectre imperial clans with absolute certainty, as the quasi-ultimate imperial war had only just begun. Conserving the energy of the grand array was paramount, as it was crucial for guarding the domain of the destruction Azura imperial clan. On the battlefield of the semi-dominion realm esteemed elders, Shura Zhongguang wielded a quasi-ultimate supreme imperial weapon greatsword, engaging two semi-dominion realm peak esteemed elders of the soul-eating Ghost Fang imperial clan without yielding an inch. Meanwhile, Shura Qianxiang brandished a war spear, radiating an overwhelming aura of destructive extreme path power, forcing one semi-dominion realm peak esteemed elder and one semi-dominion realm late-stage esteemed elder of the soul-eating Ghost Fang imperial clan into a defensive position, completely unable to counterattack. The might of Shura Qingwu is equally astounding. While engaging the pinnacle emperors of the Shadow Ghost Emperor clan, who stand at the threshold of the Dominator realm, he intermittently harasses other emperor-level warriors from the soul-eating Ghost Tooth clan, presenting a formidable threat to them. Shura Qingyu's prowess is not to be underestimated either, as he is capable of suppressing the peak emperor of the soul-eating Ghost Tooth clan at the half-step Dominator level. As for the recently ascended Shura Tsongfeng, he now casts aside all reservations, donning the exquisite quasi-ultimate imperial weapon set gifted by the Thunder Dao, wielding a quasi-ultimate imperial weapon in hand. His might surpasses even that of Shura Zhongguang, overwhelming the emperor of the Shadow Ghost clan and the Soul Devouring without giving them a chance to retaliate. They can only desperately defend themselves. The other emperor-level warriors of the Destruction Shura clan are equally formidable, almost capable of overpowering the emperor-level warriors of the Soul-Eating Ghost Tooth clan and the Shadow Ghost clan. After all, the power of the Destruction Dao is inherently aggressive, and it's even considered a quasi-supreme power. It is only natural that the emperor-level warriors of the Soul-Eating Ghost Tooth clan and the Shadow Ghost clan, who excel at ambush tactics, struggle in direct combat against the Destruction Shura clan's warriors. Although they are being pressured, the emperor-level warriors of the Destruction Shura clan cannot eliminate them in the short term. Once nearly 100 half-step Dominator-level emperor warriors from the Soul-Eating Ghost Tooth clan and over 50 from the Shadow Ghost clan arrive, the demise of the Destruction Shura clan is inevitable. Even if the 6-peak half-step Dominator-level warriors of the Destruction Shura clan can contend with 2 or more opponents, the remaining warriors of the Destruction Shura clan will surely fall victim to the ambushes from the Soul-Eating Ghost Tooth clan and the Shadow Ghost clan. Should enough of the Destruction Shura clan's emperor-level warriors be taken down by ambushes, the clan will inevitably face obliteration at the hands of their foes. On the battlefield where Shura Tsongfeng resides, the Emperor of the Underworld and the Soul Devouring engage in a defensive struggle against Shura Tsongfeng's relentless assault, attempting to disrupt his mental state with taunts. Shura Tsongfeng, I never expected you to return alive. I underestimated you, but this time, with the assistance of the Shadow Ghost clan, your Destruction Shura clan shall surely meet its end at our hands. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing the words of the Soul Devouring, a flicker of disdain crossed Shura Songfeng's eyes. Once the support from the Time-Space Emperor and the extreme Dao clan of the Lei family arrives, it's uncertain who will be the one facing destruction. Yet, observing the soul-devouring's weakened state, only capable of unleashing power at the late half-step dominator level, Shurat Songfeng couldn't help but mock. Heh, soul-devouring, how does it feel to bear the mark of destruction? After over 30,000 epochs, you have yet to break under the torment. You truly are remarkably resilient. At Shurat Songfeng's words, the soul-devouring erupted in fury, exuding a terrifying aura of murderous intent. Shurat Songfeng, had you not marked me with the seal of destruction, I might have already ascended to the dominator realm and become a true emperor. All of this is your doing. I let you escape last time, but this time, your death is assured. And I shall ensure that the entire Destruction Shura clan pays the price. In his rage, the soul-devouring's attacks became increasingly ferocious, his strength subtly returning to the peak of the half-step dominator level, causing even the emperor of the underworld to feel a hint of astonishment. No wonder the soul-devouring follows our Shadow Ghost clan. He likely seeks our emperor's aid to expunge the seal of destruction from within him. However, this is fortuitous. Once we obliterate the Destruction Shura clan, the vast resources we acquire shall allow our emperor to cleanse the soul-devouring's affliction. In time, should we manage to control the soul-devouring, even if he breaks through to the dominator realm and becomes an emperor-level powerhouse, he will still serve as a vassal of our Shadow Ghost clan. Perhaps our Shadow Ghost clan will grow even stronger, acquiring more supreme treasures within the extreme Dao Emperor realm. As the Emperor of the Underworld contemplated this, his aggression towards Shurat Songfeng intensified. With each emerging half-step dominator-level emperor from the Soul-Eating Ghost Tooth and Shadow Ghost clans stepping through the rifts in the spatial transmission array, the pressure on the Destruction Shura clan escalated significantly. As the quasi-ultimate emperor battle raged on, injuries began to manifest among the emperor-level warriors of the Destruction Shura clan, and the entire battlefield's dynamics subtly shifted. After the passage of 2 hours, on the half-step dominator battlefield, the emperor-level warriors from the Soul-Eating Ghost Tooth and Shadow Ghost clans had surpassed 120. Many of the formidable late half-step dominator-level warriors from the Destruction Shura clan opted to take on 2 opponents each, alleviating pressure on their fellow emperor warriors. However, as the numbers of the Soul-Eating Ghost Tooth and Shadow Ghost clan warriors swelled, the Destruction Shura clan's emperor-level fighters began to feel overwhelmed. They were not only tasked with confronting their adversaries, but also had to remain vigilant against stealthy ambushes, keeping all of the Destruction Shura clan's emperor-level warriors on high alert, wary of any complacency. In the emperor battlefield, the late half-step dominator-level warriors of the Destruction Shura clan wielded their destructive powers capable of easily shattering the spatial fabric of the extreme Dao Emperor realm, their attacks more concentrated and terrifying than ever. In contrast, the powers of the Soul-Eating Ghost Tooth clan and the Shadow Ghost clan could directly corrode the very fabric of space, should they touch an emperor's body. They could even rot flesh and blood, proving equally fearsome. At this moment, Shurat Songyuan faced 2 adversaries, wielding his double-bladed giant axe with fury, cleaving through the 2 late half-step dominator-level warriors of the Soul-Eating Ghost Tooth clan. His momentum was like an abyss, with each strike capable of splitting space itself. While evading the attacks from the 2 half-step dominator-level warriors, he adeptly shifted his axe blades, aiming to shatter them. In battles among half-step dominator-level warriors, thousands of clashes erupted every second, with each collision generating terrifying energy ripples. Although some emperor-level warriors fought in the skies, the energy surges from their clashes could obliterate vast expanses of ground and mountains, igniting explosive displays and clouds of dust. Fortunately, the majority of the outer regions surrounding the Destruction Shura clan were unclaimed territory, with hardly any human forces present. Only numerous low-level exotic beasts were annihilated beneath the remnants of the emperor-level battles. This terrifying battlefield encompassed a vast area, not accounting for the even more horrific battles occurring in the skies above. The sudden eruption of the quasi-ultimate emperor war instantly drew the attention of numerous quasi-ultimate emperor clans across dozens of realms. Another quasi-ultimate emperor war has ignited. Which faction dares to provoke the Destruction Shura clan? Uninformed quasi-ultimate emperor clans began dispatching strong warriors to investigate, eager to uncover the identity of the forces igniting this conflict and daring to challenge the Destruction Shura clan. It turns out to be the alliance of the Soul-Eating Ghost Tooth clan and the Shadow Ghost clan engaging the Destruction Shura clan. The Shadow Ghost clan is indeed a genuine extreme Dao clan. The Destruction Shura clan is truly in peril now. Though the Destruction Shura clan is immensely powerful and assertive, they pale in comparison to the Shadow Ghost clan. It would be wise for me to keep my distance from the battlefield to avoid any misinterpretation by the Emperor-level warriors of the Shadow Ghost clan. Upon concluding his thoughts, the formidable emperor of the Destruction Shura clan swiftly distanced himself from the impending battlefield, fearful that a moment's delay might draw him into the fray. However, some esteemed figures from the quasi-extreme Dao Emperor clans harbored differing views. They possessed their own agendas. The peril now confronting the Destruction Shura clan threatened to lead to their complete annihilation, should the Destruction Shura clan be vanquished. Allowing the soul-devouring Ghost Fang clan beyond the realms to continue their expansion, our own quasi-extreme Dao clans would find themselves in grave danger as well. Moreover, the Destruction Shura clan shares intricate ties with the newly emerged Extreme Dao clan, suggesting there may be deeper connections at play. Given the current crisis faced by the Destruction Shura clan, the Extreme Dao clan would undoubtedly intervene, presenting a potential opportunity for our own clan. Although this might incur the ire of the Shadow Phantom clan, it could also enable us to ally ourselves with the Extreme Dao clan that stands behind the Destruction Shura clan, to elevate our clan status. Leveraging our relationship with the Destruction Shura clan is an opportunity that must be seized. The Emperor took but a moment to contemplate before promptly utilizing the Imperial Communication Decree to summon the Emperor-level warriors within his clan. Many others amongst the quasi-extreme Dao clans shared this sentiment. The dozen or so quasi-extreme Dao clans with even slight connections to the Destruction Shura clan, informed by Shuraqing Wu of the Space-Time Emperor and the Extreme Dao clan Lei family, were all inclined towards supporting the Destruction Shura clan. Several of these quasi-extreme Dao clans had already begun to rally their respective Emperor-level warriors. Meanwhile, others hesitated, still weighing the risks and rewards of aiding the Destruction Shura clan. If the Extreme Dao clan Lei family failed to support the Destruction Shura clan, they too would face retaliation and cleansing from the Shadow Phantom clan and the soul-devouring Ghost Fang clan, with the threat of annihilation looming perilously close. In the battlefield, a semi-dominant realm emperor from the Shadow Phantom clan concealed his aura within the fabric of space, poised to ambush the warriors of the Destruction Shura clan. At this moment, the gathered Emperor-level warriors from the soul-devouring Ghost Fang clan and the Shadow Phantom clan had reached nearly 140. Leaving figures like Shura Zhanhuang struggling to hold their ground against overwhelming odds. Despite exerting their full strength, they could only manage a stalemate. In the center of the celestial battlefield, Shura Tsangyuan found himself fending off 3 foes simultaneously, barely managing to defend himself while utilizing half of his extreme Dao power for counterattacks, reserving the other half for defense. Without such caution, he would soon sustain injuries. And should that occur, the entire situation on the Emperor battlefield would shift dramatically. Yet, while Shura Tsangyuan valiantly faced the relentless assaults from the 3 Emperor-level warriors of the soul-devouring Ghost Fang clan, he remained oblivious to the concealed Emperor from the Shadow Phantom clan lurking in the shadows. After enduring a full-force strike from the 3 adversaries, Shura Tsangyuan was propelled backward, inadvertently heading towards the hidden position of the Shadow Phantom clan's Emperor. In that instant of unawareness, the Shadow Phantom Emperor conjured a shadow annihilation needle, devoid of any spatial fluctuations, which swiftly pierced through Shura Tsangyuan's head. Struck by the shadow annihilation needle, a gaping wound opened in the abdomen of Shura Tsangyuan's quasi-extreme Dao soul, as the terrifying power of the shadow annihilation swiftly corroded his very essence. It would not be long before his quasi-extreme Dao soul was entirely consumed, leading to his ultimate demise. The excruciating pain from the corrosion of his quasi-extreme Dao soul rendered Shura Tsangyuan powerless, his aura fluctuating between strength and weakness, gradually descending towards the ground as though death awaited him at any moment. This dire state incited furious outrage among numerous warriors of the Destruction Shura clan, igniting a fervent desire for vengeance that compelled them to unleash their extreme Dao powers in a frantic assault against the Emperor-level warriors of the soul-devouring Ghost Fang clan and the Shadow Phantom clan. As Shura Tsangyuan's elder brother, Shura Tsongfeng was consumed by rage, willing to pay any price to utilize the quasi-extreme Dao Supreme Imperial Talisman bestowed upon him by the Thunder Dao. With the explosive power of the quasi-extreme Dao Supreme Imperial Talisman unleashed, a vast expanse of space was shattered, forcing the Yomi Emperor and 3 others to retreat. During this critical moment, Shura Tsongfeng dashed to Shura Tsangyuan's side, producing a quasi-extreme Dao Supreme Imperial Essence and administering it to his brother. The 3 Emperor-level warriors of the soul-devouring Ghost Fang clan, who had been assaulting Shura Tsangyuan, rushed towards Shura Tsongfeng. Even the one who had stealthily attacked Shura Tsangyuan now slowly revealing himself, ready to unleash another shadow annihilation needle to eliminate Shura Tsangyuan once and for all. But just then, the battlefield was suddenly torn open by nearly 10 spatial rifts, through which voices emerged. The Tianmu clan has come to aid the destruction Shura clan. The Dark Flame Crow clan has come to aid the destruction Shura clan. The Earth Dragon Court clan has come to aid the destruction Shura clan. The Wanzi Finjuan clan has come to aid the destruction Shura clan. With the arrival of 10 renowned quasi-extreme Dao clans, the pressure on the destruction Shura clan diminished significantly, even allowing them to mount a counteroffensive. The 4 Emperor-level warriors who had aimed to repel Shura Tsongfeng and eliminate Shura Tsungyuan were caught off guard and swiftly driven back by the reinforcements from the 10 quasi-extreme Dao clans. Thank you all for your support. This great favor shall not be forgotten by the destruction Shura clan. Upon witnessing this turn of events, Shura Tsongfeng expressed his gratitude before hastily escorting Shura Tsungyuan back into the domain of the destruction Shura clan. Shura Xuanji, observing the critically wounded and unconscious Shura Tsungyuan, felt a pang of guilt. I apologize. I failed to notice the ambush by the emperor of the Shadow Phantom clan. Shura Tsongfeng shook his head, recognizing that there was no time for blame. He quickly retrieved a multitude of precious healing treasures to administer to Shura Tsungyuan. Shura Xuanji gazed at the vast array of invaluable items produced by Shura Tsongfeng, his eyes nearly bulging in disbelief. Quasi-extreme Dao Supreme Imperial Essence. Quasi-extreme Dao High-Grade Soul Condensing Elixirs. Quasi-extreme Dao Supreme Protective Soul Flowers. So many treasures of extraordinary value. Were they all bestowed upon Shura Tsongfeng by the Space-Time Emperor? At this moment, while Shura Xuanji was overwhelmed with astonishment, he still needed to keep his focus on the battlefield, though a glimmer of envy unmistakably shone in his gaze towards Shura Tsongfeng. Chapter 801. The Concerns of Shura Tsongfeng. After administering a plethora of treasures to Shura Tsungyuan, his life was finally secured. The shadow annihilation power within Shura Tsungyuan's quasi-extreme Dao soul had been eradicated by the formidable potency of the quasi-extreme Dao Supreme Imperial Essence, and he was now on the road to recovery. Phew. Thankfully, the Space-Time Emperor provided an abundance of precious treasures. Otherwise, Tsungyuan would have been in grave peril. Shura Tsongfeng exhaled deeply, then turned to Shura Xuanji, saying, Xuanji, I implore you to keep a watchful eye over Tsungyuan. I must seek vengeance for him. Upon seeing the murderous intent radiating from Shura Tsongfeng, Shura Xuanji nodded in agreement, offering a reminder. Indeed, exercise utmost caution. After receiving Shura Xuanji's response, Shura Tsongfeng departed the domain of the destruction Shura clan, charging directly towards the battlefield of the quasi-extreme Dao emperors. At this moment, bolstered by nearly 100 emperor-level warriors from the 10 quasi-extreme Dao clans, the entire battlefield underwent a transformation. Numerous emperor-level warriors from the soul-devouring Ghost Fawn clan and the Shadow Phantom clan found themselves in disarray, flustered by the sudden arrival of reinforcements for the destruction Shura clan. In mere moments, the combined forces of the destruction Shura clan and their quasi-extreme Dao allies surged close to 200 emperor-level warriors. The soul-eating Ghost Tooth Imperial clan and the Shadow Phantom Imperial clan launched an assault on the destruction Shura Imperial clan, bringing along merely over 150 esteemed emperors. In light of such a staggering disparity, it was astonishing that, within a short span, the esteemed emperors of the soul-eating Ghost Tooth and Shadow Phantom clans suffered injuries. Both the Nether Emperor and the Demon of Devouring were taken aback by this unforeseen turn of events. They gazed at the approaching quasi-extreme Dao Imperial clan's esteemed emperors with grim faces, their eyes ablaze with fury. I have yet to seek trouble with you, yet you dare come to the aid of the destruction Shura Imperial clan. Truly, you are courting death. Enraged, the Nether Emperor shattered the imperial decree of support from the Shadow Phantom clan, a genuine decree of the sovereign realm that would summon their sovereign realm emperors directly for assistance. At this moment, on the battlefield, Shura Tsongfeng, filled with wrath and a thirst for blood, disregarded the time-space emperor's warnings and unleashed hundreds of formidable quasi-extreme Dao high-grade imperial talismans, commencing a relentless assault on the soul-eating Ghost Tooth and Shadow Phantom clans. With the eruption of the quasi-extreme Dao high-grade talismans, the battlefield was instantaneously fragmented. Both the destruction Shura Imperial clan and the 10 quasi-extreme Dao Imperial clan esteemed emperors who came to their aid were repelled by the terrifying energy of the talismans, even retreating to the very edge of the destruction Shura Imperial clan's domain. Where did Shura Tsongfeng procure such precious quasi-extreme Dao high-grade talismans? They were exceedingly rare quasi-extreme Dao flame explosive talismans. Observing Shura Tsongfeng's relentless bombardment of the soul-eating Ghost Tooth and Shadow Phantom esteemed emperors with the quasi-extreme Dao high-grade talismans, Shura Tingyuan was filled with astonishment and envy, even feeling a twinge of sympathy. Over 100 esteemed emperors from the soul-eating ghost tooth and shadow phantom clans suffered considerable injuries under the horrific explosions of the quasi-extreme Dao high-grade talismans. In an instant, Shurat Songfeng single-handedly divided the battlefield, causing the quasi-extreme Dao imperial war to gradually halt, transforming into a standoff. The esteemed emperors of the soul-eating ghost tooth and shadow phantom clans clustered together, some of them gazing at Shurat Songfeng with terror in their eyes, seemingly greatly fearful of his quasi-extreme Dao high-grade talismans. Both the Nether Emperor and the Demon of Devouring were equally astonished, bewildered as to how Shurat Songfeng had acquired such a plethora of precious quasi-extreme Dao high-grade talismans, were it not for the quick retreat of their esteemed emperors, capable of concealing themselves within the fabric of space. They might have suffered significant losses among their half-step sovereign realm esteemed emperors due to the explosions of the quasi-extreme Dao high-grade talismans. Shurat Songfeng, utilizing such an abundance of quasi-extreme Dao high-grade talismans in this imperial war, you truly are shameless. The Demon of Devouring gritted through clenched teeth, filled with jealousy. In response, Shurat Songfeng gazed at the Demon of Devouring with surprise. Demon of Devouring, you led dozens of esteemed emperors from the Shadow Phantom clan to assault my destruction Shura Imperial clan, and you dare accuse me of being shameless? You truly have no shame. You, the Demon of Devouring, furious, attempted to retort, but was abruptly interrupted by Shurat Songfeng. What do you mean by you? The quasi-extreme Dao Imperial War has commenced, and there is no rationale for an arbitrary cessation. I still possess over 100 quasi-extreme Dao Supreme Grade talismans. Who among you wishes to test them? Upon finishing, Shurat Songfeng unveiled 10 quasi-extreme Dao Supreme Grade talismans, his imposing demeanor sending chills down the spines of all esteemed emperors present. Their gazes tinged with envy. Behind him, Shura Qingwu merely smiled faintly. The Time-Space Emperor had bestowed upon them a considerable number of quasi-extreme Dao talismans, and the quantity of quasi-extreme Dao Supreme Grade talismans far exceeded the mere hundreds Shurat Songfeng claimed. However, the utility of the quasi-extreme Dao talismans was manifold. Only 1/10 of them could match the full power of a half-step sovereign realm peak esteemed emperor's strike. Yet, even with just over 100 quasi-extreme Dao Supreme Grade talismans, if employed at the opportune moment, they might indeed slay several half-step sovereign realm mid or late esteemed emperors from the soul-eating Ghost Tooth and Shadow Phantom clans. Upon witnessing the 10 quasi-extreme Dao Supreme Grade talismans in Shurat Songfeng's grasp, the Nether Emperor and the Demon of Devouring signaled their respective esteemed emperors to refrain from any rash actions, their expressions revealing a touch of gravity. This battle might indeed hold a glimmer of hope. Many esteemed emperors from the Destruction Shura Imperial clan, observing the formidable and imposing Shurat Songfeng, breathed a slight sigh of relief, yet their expressions remained taut, unwilling to let their guard down. Gazing at the Demon of Devouring, Shurat Songfeng toyed with the quasi-extreme Dao Supreme Grade talismans and spoke slowly. Demon of Devouring, now my clan is supported by 10 quasi-extreme Dao clans and nearly 200 esteemed emperors. Do you still intend to continue this battle? Threatened by Shurat Songfeng, the Demon of Devouring's countenance darkened. Were it not for the Destruction Imperial seal within him severely hampering his strength, how could he allow Shurat Songfeng to act so audaciously? Moreover, Shurat Songfeng chose to fragment the battlefield rather than methodically hunt down the esteemed emperors of the soul-eating Ghost Tooth clan, for he was wary of the formidable presence of the Shadow Phantom clan. Should the sovereign realm emperor of the Shadow Phantom clan manifest, they would find themselves utterly powerless to resist. Most importantly, Shurat Songfeng wished to avoid causing excessive trouble for the Time-Space Emperor and did not desire to instigate war between the two extreme Dao clans. If the two extreme Dao clans engaged in battle, the ramifications could extend beyond 100 realms, and the conflict would not easily conclude, leading to untold suffering and devastation, an outcome Shurat Songfeng wished to avert. Chapter 802. The Emperor Descends. Support from the extreme Dao clan of the Lei family. The Demon of Devouring, enduring his rage, displayed a chilling smile as he regarded Shurat Songfeng. Shurat Songfeng, I am unaware of how you survived the Imperial ruins. Not only recovering from your injuries, but even breaking through to the peak of the half-step sovereign realm. Nonetheless, regardless of the circumstances, your destruction Shura Imperial clan shall undoubtedly face annihilation. As for those esteemed emperors from other quasi-extreme Dao clans who have come to support the destruction Shura Imperial clan, once this battle eradicates your clan, it shall be your demise. Madness flickered in the Demon of Devouring's eyes. He felt no fear or inclination to retreat. Even with the support of over 100 esteemed emperors from 10 quasi-extreme Dao clans and Shurat Songfeng's quasi-extreme Dao Supreme Grade talismans, even if several esteemed emperors from the soul-eating Ghost Tooth clan were to fall, he would spare no effort to obliterate the destruction Shura imperial clan. Just as Shura Tsongfeng and the others wore grave expressions, the sky above them transformed instantaneously. The atmosphere grew increasingly ominous, and an invisible pressure descended upon the space. In the next moment, the fabric of space was torn, revealing a colossal spatial rift before all eyes. Simultaneously, a terrifying aura of a sovereign realm emperor surged toward Shura Tsongfeng and the others like an unstoppable tide. Not good, it's a sovereign realm emperor. As the dreadful pressure enveloped them, the esteemed emperors of the destruction Shura imperial clan and many of their reinforcements wore expressions of horror. They had not anticipated that a sovereign realm emperor from the Shadow Phantom clan would partake in such a conflict. Clearly, their choices had led their quasi-extreme Dao clans into a catastrophic disaster. In an instant, under the overwhelming pressure of the sovereign realm emperor, all esteemed emperors from the destruction Shura imperial clan and the 10 quasi-extreme Dao clans that had come to aid were powerless to resist, succumbing to the ground. Concurrently, a towering figure, exuding an aura as deep as the abyss, emerged from the spatial rift, the sovereign realm emperor of the Shadow Phantom clan. Upon seeing this emperor, the Nether Emperor and the Demon of Devouring hurriedly led the esteemed emperors of the Shadow Phantom and Soul-Eating Ghost Tooth clans to kneel on one knee. Respectfully bowing to the emperor, we humbly greet the great Emperor of Shadows. The great Emperor of Shadows gazed upon Yuming and Shimo, his voice, imbued with the essence of ultimate power, resonating throughout the surrounding space. Arise. It is merely a matter of obliterating the destruction Shura imperial clan, and yet it appears that this emperor must intervene personally. It seems the trials within your clan have proven insufficient, leaving you devoid of the strength necessary to annihilate the destruction Shura imperial clan and even subjecting you to oppression. The great Emperor of Shadows shook his head, his eyes clearly reflecting his dissatisfaction with Yuming and Shimo. Shimo, trembling slightly, hastened to explain. I report to the great Emperor of Shadows that under the leadership of Emperor Yuming, our clan was indeed capable of eradicating the destruction Shura imperial clan, and we nearly vanquished the Shura Tsangyuan. However, due to the constraints imposed by the destruction imperial seal, my strength was significantly suppressed, rendering me incapable of posing a threat to Shura Tsongfeng. Moreover, the destruction Shura imperial clan received support from 10 quasi-ultimate imperial clans and over 100 imperial sovereigns, which compelled Emperor Yuming to seek your assistance. Upon hearing Shimo's words, the great Emperor of Shadows turned his gaze toward him and discerned the destruction imperial seal embedded within Shimo's quasi-ultimate imperial heart. Although this seal was merely at the late stage of half-step dominion, it clung to Shimo's quasi-ultimate imperial heart like a parasite. Should Shimo attempt to forcibly eradicate the destruction imperial seal, it could trigger a self-detonation, shattering his quasi-ultimate imperial heart, potentially leading to his complete ruin or even death. Such a trivial destruction imperial seal poses such a formidable threat. This is indeed a remarkable tactic. With a mere gesture, the great Emperor of Shadows summoned an invisible, ultimate force, effortlessly erasing the destruction imperial seal from Shimo's heart without inflicting any pain or peril upon him. Sensing the seal's disappearance, Shimo felt a surge of exhilaration and promptly bowed in gratitude, exclaiming, I am deeply thankful to the great Emperor of Shadows. This profound grace shall forever be remembered by me, Shimo. The great Emperor of Shadows nodded, then turned his attention to Shura Tsongfeng and the others. Oh, it seems there are quasi-ultimate supreme imperial talismans and a complete set of quasi-ultimate supreme battle armor. Quite impressive. Observing the 10 quasi-ultimate supreme imperial talismans beside Shura Tsongfeng, as well as the battle armor he donned, a glimmer of interest flickered in the eyes of the great Emperor of Shadows. He raised his hand, preparing to seize the treasures adorning Shura Tsongfeng. However, at that moment, a voice boomed, Impudence. Do you think you can lay hands on the possessions of Shura Tsongfeng? As the words echoed, an aura of imperial might, akin to that of the great emperor, instantaneously enveloped the space, shielding the destruction Shura imperial clan and the powerful sovereigns from the oncoming pressure of the great Emperor of Shadows. Feeling the imperial pressure dissipate, a glimmer of joy appeared on Shura Tsongfeng and his companions' faces. Another imperial powerhouse has arrived. Could it be that the Emperor of Time and Space has personally come to our aid, thus saving the destruction Shura imperial clan? Yet, upon hearing the voice, it seemed unlikely to be the Emperor of Time and Space. Could it be another imperial powerhouse from the Extreme Path imperial clan, the Lei family? As the crowd pondered this, the expression of the great Emperor of Shadows shifted slightly, shadows of ultimate essence swirling around him, distorting vast stretches of space as he intoned, Who approaches? Why do you not reveal yourself? No sooner had the great Emperor of Shadows spoken than a massive rift tore open in the space before him. In an instant, A radiant light burst forth, dispelling the dense shadows that loomed over the Destruction Shura Imperial Clan's domain, illuminating the entire battlefield. Simultaneously, a figure clad in purple-gold Imperial regalia, towering to a height of 10 million zhong, majestically emerged from the rift. The boundless Imperial pressure emanating from him even caused the Great Emperor of Shadows to feel a hint of strain. The numerous sovereigns behind the Great Emperor of Shadows felt as if they bore the weight of a colossal mountain, their movements significantly hindered by the overwhelming aura of the opposing emperor. It was indeed a pinnacle being of the first level of dominion. Which extreme path Imperial clan do you hail from, and why do you interfere with the affairs of my Shadow Soul Imperial clan? In response to the inquiry from the Great Emperor of Shadows, the Dominion-level Imperial Guardian showed no inclination to answer. At that moment, behind the Dominion-level Guardian, 200 elder sovereigns from the Lei family orderly emerged from the rift, positioning themselves before the sovereigns of the Destruction Shura Imperial clan. Lastly, over 100 half-step Dominion-level elite guardians appeared, exuding a terrifying aura that even Yu Ming and Shimo could not help but feel a chill run down their spines. This sight caused the Great Emperor of Shadows to furrow his brow, suddenly recalling something, his expression turning grave. I have heard that an extreme path Imperial clan has arrived at the Lei Zhe 10,000 Beast Forest. Could it be you? At this juncture, the Dominion-level Guardian finally spoke. Shurat Songfeng has rendered our clan a great favor. We cannot turn a blind eye to his plea for assistance. Upon hearing this, the Great Emperor of Shadows cast a reproachful glance at Yu Ming and Shimo. Their failure to gather such critical intelligence before launching an attack on the Destruction Shura Imperial clan was an utter embarrassment for the Shadow Soul Imperial clan. Chapter 803, The Might of the Extreme Path Imperial Clan, the Lei Family. The Great Emperor of Shadows surveyed the imposing figure before him, speaking slowly. I have no desire to be adversarial with you. However, the Destruction Shura Imperial clan must be eradicated. I kindly ask that you refrain from intervening in this matter, for my Shadow Soul Imperial clan shall express profound gratitude afterward. In response, the Dominion-level Guardian let out a cold snort. Humph, what is your Shadow Soul Imperial clan? How dare you instruct this emperor on his actions? I shall protect Shurat Songfeng and the entire Destruction Shura Imperial clan. What will you do about it? The expression of the Great Emperor of Shadows darkened instantaneously, a flicker of anger igniting in his gaze. You are merely an unknown extreme path Imperial clan, and you dare to offend my Shadow Soul Imperial clan? Humph. The Dominion-level Guardian sneered once more, tearing through space with a mere gesture to reveal an immense, resplendent sword, declaring, a mere Shadow Soul Imperial clan cannot threaten this emperor. You are but a late-stage Dominion-level being. How audacious you are. Why not engage in battle with this emperor and see what strength you possess? With that, the Dominion-level Guardian raised the colossal sword, cleaving through space and opening a vast chaotic void. The Great Emperor of Shadows, feeling the ire boil within him, retorted, if battle is what you seek, then let it be. Do you truly believe this emperor fears you? Without further ado, the two figures surged into the expansive chaotic void. In an instant, waves of terrifying shockwaves erupted from the still-healing rift in space, obliterating swathes of the surrounding area. Fortunately, the stability of the extreme path Imperial realm ensured that the shattered space quickly returned to its former state, posing no significant threat to the realm itself. This spectacle left all present sovereigns in awe, paralyzed by the sheer power of the conflict. Is this the scale of battle between Dominion-level emperors? Even the residual waves emanating from the chaotic void are sufficient to crush half-step Dominion-level sovereigns. The sovereigns gazed at the immense rift in the void, their eyes filled with reverence, and many harbored aspirations of breaking through to the Dominion level. The elders of the Lei family observed for but a moment before casting their gazes toward the sovereigns of the Shimo Ghost Fawn clan and the Shadow Soul Imperial clan, their eyes glimmering with a hint of intrigue. The clan leader has declared that for the elimination of a half-step Dominion-level foe from the Destruction Shura Imperial clan, a reward of 100,000 years of cultivation resources will be bestowed. Gentlemen, the number of sovereigns on the opposing side is limited. Whoever seizes their opponent first shall claim the prize. No sooner had Lei Hong spoken than he, adorned in quasi-ultimate supreme imperial armor and wielding a quasi-ultimate supreme imperial spear, charged toward a mid-level half-step Dominion-level sovereign of the Shimo Ghost Fawn clan, radiating an aura of terror. The remaining elders of the Lei family, upon witnessing the unfolding events, swiftly came to their senses and hastily drew forth their respective quasi-ultimate imperial weapons, charging towards the mere 150 or so imperial sovereigns of the soul-eating Ghost Fawn clan and the Shadow Phantom clan. This sudden turn of events caused the expressions of both the Nether Emperor and the Soul Eater to shift dramatically. The contingent of imperial sovereigns from the ultimate imperial clan arriving for support, numbered no less than 300, including a staggering 100 at the peak of the semi-dominion realm, radiating an aura of unparalleled terror. Moreover, the Destruction Shura clan and the 10 quasi-ultimate imperial clans that came to their aid boasted an additional 200 semi-dominion realm imperial sovereigns. Faced with nearly 500 semi-dominion realm sovereigns, the combined forces of the soul-eating Ghost Fang and Shadow Phantom clans barely exceeded 150. To worsen their plight, the Emperor of Shadows was detained by a powerful sovereign who had arrived to protect the Destruction Shura clan, leaving the Nether Emperor and the Soul Eater with no time to summon reinforcements. Confronted with such a formidable disparity, the imperial sovereigns of the soul-eating Ghost Fang and Shadow Phantom clans began to panic. Can the Nether Emperor still summon other sovereigns for aid? The anxious yet hopeful Soul Eater inquired. He had no desire to engage in battle against nearly 500 sovereigns, as such a confrontation could lead to his utter demise. The Nether Emperor, observing that the formidable sovereigns of the ultimate imperial clan were almost upon him, solemnly remarked, "First, let us survive. Perhaps the Emperor of Shadows can yet defeat that sovereign." With that, the Nether Emperor dashed forward to confront the adversary. If the Emperor of Shadows emerged victorious, they would never face defeat. Upon hearing this, the Soul Eater, who had just been freed from the Destruction Imperial Seal by the Emperor of Shadows, hesitated. But he realized that all the imperial sovereigns of the soul-eating Ghost Fang clan were involved in this campaign against the Destruction Shura clan. Should he flee now, the entire soul-eating Ghost Fang clan would be left facing extinction. Contemplating this, the Soul Eater swiftly followed suit, charging into battle against the sovereigns of the Lei family. However, what puzzled the Nether Emperor and the Soul Eater was the fact that the imperial sovereigns from the Destruction Shura clan and the 10 quasi-ultimate imperial clans had not yet made a move. For the moment, they only needed to contend with the over 200 sovereigns of the Lei family. Although this presented immense pressure, it was still more manageable than facing 500 sovereigns. Meanwhile, the imperial sovereigns from the Destruction Shura clan and the 10 supporting quasi-ultimate clans were equally perplexed. Why does the Emperor Gongong not allow us to engage? Is he intent on showcasing the prowess of the Lei family to the Shadow Phantom clan? Speculated Shura Qingyu. The other sovereigns shared similar thoughts. Yet, given the Lei family's directive, they dared not act rashly, lest they offend the ultimate imperial clan. Nevertheless, they observed the Lei family's sovereigns, noting the splendid quasi-ultimate imperial armors and weapons they wielded, their eyes betraying a flicker of envy. In an instant, 200 elders of the Lei family collided with the imperial sovereigns of the soul-eating Ghost Fang and Shadow Phantom clans, igniting an even more terrifying quasi-ultimate imperial battle. Over a dozen peak semi-dominion realm imperial guards of the Lei family were assigned to contend with the peak semi-dominion realm sovereigns of the soul-eating Ghost Fang and Shadow Phantom clans. The remaining semi-dominion realm sovereigns from these clans were met by the elders of the Lei family. Although the highest cultivation level among the Lei family elders was merely mid-semi-dominion realm, most were at the early semi-dominion realm. However, clad in quasi-ultimate imperial armor and wielding quasi-ultimate imperial weapons, they were capable of battling even late semi-dominion realm sovereigns. Most importantly, the Lei family as sovereigns possessed a plethora of quasi-ultimate imperial talismans, rendering them unafraid of offending the Shadow Phantom clan at any opportunity. They unleashed various quasi-ultimate imperial talismans upon the sovereigns of both the soul-eating Ghost Fang and Shadow Phantom clans. In an instant, the sovereigns of the soul-eating Ghost Fang and Shadow Phantom clans found themselves in dire straits, with many already injured, defeated, or even killed, a fate that seemed inevitable. Chapter 804. The Gravely Wounded Escape of the Emperor of Shadows. On another front, in the chaotic void battlefield, the clash between the sovereign realm emperors transcended the ultimate power. Engaging in a battle belonging to the very essence of the ultimate realm, two towering figures, each a billion feet high, loomed over the vast expanse of chaotic void. The two terrifying sources of ultimate power stirred violent storms within the chaotic void, relentlessly pressing towards one another. The collision of these ultimate forces could shatter the very fabric of the chaotic void, creating fissures capable of crushing even peak semi-dominion realm sovereigns. In the mere instant of contact, the countenance of the Emperor of Shadows grew exceedingly grave. He found himself at a disadvantage, being one minor realm lower than his adversary, who wielded the quasi-supreme ultimate source, the Annihilation Divine Thunder. An endless tide of black Annihilation Divine Thunder engulfed the chaotic void battlefield, incessantly devouring and obliterating the Emperor of Shadows' dark annihilation ultimate power. Faced with his already inferior realm, the Emperor of Shadows' attempt to compete with the sovereign realm Imperial Guard in ultimate source power was akin to courting disaster. Without a moment's hesitation, the Emperor of Shadows produced a massive bone claw, enveloped in deep, dark annihilation energy and exuding the oppressive aura of a low-grade ultimate imperial weapon, and charged towards the Sovereign Guard. Observing the dark giant claw, the Sovereign Guard's eyes flickered with disdain as he raised his towering greatsword, unleashing a torrent of black annihilation thunder that cleaved down upon the claw with ferocity. A thunderous crash reverberated throughout the chaotic void as the explosion of ultimate powers, combined with the terrifying might of the low-grade ultimate imperial weapons, shattered vast swathes of the chaotic void. Yet, the chaotic void quickly began to heal, and the Emperor of Shadows and the Sovereign Guard, in a flurry of fury, engaged in a tumultuous exchange. The speed of their clashes was astonishing. In the span of a single breath, they exchanged blows over 1,000,000 times. The two ultimate source powers, each striving to devour the other, resembled two endless legions locked in a fierce battle. Each strike and maneuver from the sovereign realm was a simplification of an ultimate emperor technique. Every inch of the chaotic void seemed as if two disparate worlds were engaged in a cataclysmic war of annihilation. As the battle raged on, the Emperor of Shadows increasingly felt overwhelmed. He could not breach his opponent's defenses, while each of the adversary's attacks struck him like a colossal world crashing down, erupting with terrifying annihilation thunder upon contact, threatening to obliterate him entirely. Though his dark annihilation ultimate source power was formidable, it paled in comparison to the annihilation thunder. Furthermore, the minor realm disparity rendered the Emperor of Shadows even more passive, barely managing to stave off the onslaught of the Sovereign Guard. This is untenable. His strength far surpasses mine, and his low-grade ultimate imperial weapon is equally formidable. Engaging him head-on would be exceedingly disadvantageous, pondered the Emperor of Shadows, seeking a method to counter the overwhelming force. He has now abandoned any thoughts of defeating his opponent, as long as he can evade being vanquished. He considers it a victory of sorts. After enduring several hours of relentless combat, the Emperor of Shadows finds it increasingly difficult to withstand the onslaught of the Dominator Realm Imperial Guardian, to the point where he no longer dares to engage him head-on. Each time he absorbs an attack from the Dominator Realm Imperial Guardian, he is sent flying, feeling as though his very imperial soul trembles. Why does he grow stronger with each encounter, exhibiting no signs of fatigue, resembling a monstrous embodiment of war? A shock courses through his mind. The Emperor of Shadows can't help but curse vehemently. Confronted with such a formidable war beast, thoughts of fleeing the chaotic void battlefield begin to take root. This cannot continue. My strength is indeed inferior to his. If I persist any longer, injury is inevitable. Escaping then will be even more arduous. With this realization, the Emperor of Shadows starts seeking an exit from this chaotic void, hoping to evade the terrifying assault of the Dominator Realm Imperial Guardian. Yet, how could the Dominator Realm Imperial Guardian easily allow the Emperor of Shadows to escape? His purpose and mission are to ensure that the Emperor of Shadows cannot return, showcasing the might of the extreme Dao Imperial clan, particularly the Lei family, to certain quasi-extreme Dao Imperial clans. Upon noticing the Emperor of Shadows' attacks growing increasingly feeble, even evading his strikes, the Dominator Realm Imperial Guardian instantly comprehends his intent. You wish to flee? Do you think I would grant you such an opportunity? With that, the assault of the Dominator Realm Imperial Guardian intensifies fiercely, occasionally employing authentic extreme Dao Imperial techniques. The waves of annihilating thunder and sword light, enveloping the entire chaotic void battlefield, seem intent on shredding the very fabric of this realm into oblivion. Witnessing this, the Emperor of Shadows hastily conjures an extreme Dao domain, attempting to shield himself from the onslaught of the inferior extreme Dao Imperial technique. With a deafening crash, amidst the horrific sounds of collision and slicing, the Emperor of Shadows' colossal imperial soul body is struck by countless sword lights, resulting in a multitude of wounds. What spills from those wounds is not the imperial blood of the Dominator Realm, but rather the soul marrow of the Dominator Realm. Yet, whether it be imperial blood or soul marrow, both are exceedingly rare treasures, invaluable to a half-step Dominator Realm peak imperial sovereign. As he feels the extent of his injuries and the soul marrow oozing from his wounds, a flicker of panic and fear finally crosses the Emperor of Shadows' gaze. This is bad. He intends to kill me. In a moment of urgency, the Emperor of Shadows manages to mend his injuries and swiftly dodges the second attack from the Dominator Realm Imperial Guardian. However, the endless sword lights, akin to maggots clinging to a corpse, manifest from the chaotic void, raining down upon his imperial soul body. In an instant, the Emperor of Shadows finds himself riddled with new scars, a copious amount of soul marrow dripping onto the chaotic void, encased by fragments of space, transforming into pure soul marrow crystals. Feeling the severity of his wounds, the Emperor of Shadows steels himself. You have forced my hand. With that proclamation, his aura surges. As boundless dark annihilation primal source power coalesces into innumerable shadow annihilation soul needles, which then rain down upon the Dominator Realm Imperial Guardian like a tempest. The shadow annihilation soul needles move with astonishing speed, seemingly transcending the limitations of time and space, appearing before the Dominator Realm Imperial Guardian in an instant. Yet, before the Emperor of Shadows can revel in his moment of triumph, the purple-golden Imperial armor worn by the Dominator Realm Imperial Guardian erupts with a blinding radiance, evoking an ethereal Imperial armor projection that successfully deflects all of the Emperor of Shadows' shadow annihilation soul needles. Observing this scene, the Emperor of Shadows, undeterred, resolves that if the shadow annihilation soul needles cannot breach the armor's defenses, he shall employ the even more formidable shadow annihilation soul spear. In an instant, an infinite number of shadow annihilation soul spears, imbued with boundless dark annihilation primal source power, surge forth like a torrential flood toward the Dominator Realm Imperial Guardian. With cataclysmic explosions engulfing the Dominator Realm Imperial Guardian, the Emperor of Shadows inhales deeply. In the entirety of the extreme Dao Empire, aside from the formidable emperors he cannot contend with, this individual is the most formidable adversary he has encountered. Nevertheless, what does it matter if he stands at a slightly higher realm? If struck by the shadow annihilation soul spear, the dark annihilation power will surely corrode the opponent's imperial soul, leading to grievous injuries. However, just as the Emperor of Shadows allows himself a moment of relaxation, several terrifying sword lights pierce through the torrent of shadow annihilation soul spears, swiftly landing upon the Emperor of Shadows' imperial soul body. The horrific blades, imbued with the devastating power of annihilating thunder, cleave through, severing the Emperor of Shadows' left arm in an instant. In that fleeting moment, terror grips the Emperor of Shadows. As he senses the chilling breath of death, without a moment's hesitation, he disregards the severed limb and forcefully tears open an exit from the chaotic void, escaping the battlefield. Seeing this, the Dominator Realm Imperial Guardian unleashes a torrent of annihilating thunder, obliterating the remaining shadow annihilation soul spears, and similarly rends the chaotic void in pursuit of the Emperor of Shadows. Chapter 805, A Desperate Escape. The war concludes. Passing through the rift in the chaotic void, the Emperor of Shadows returns to the battlefield outside the domain of the Annihilation Shura Imperial clan. Instantly, he becomes aware of the presence of dozens of fallen Imperial sovereigns from the Soul-Eating, Ghost Fang, and Shadow Soul Imperial clans. With a mere glance, he spots 200 half-step Dominator Realm powerhouses clad in exquisite quasi-extreme Dao Imperial armor, wielding formidable quasi-extreme Dao Imperial weapons on the battlefield. Simultaneously, he notices the Imperial sovereigns of the Annihilation Shura Imperial clan, who have yet to engage, and the Imperial sovereigns from the 10 supporting quasi-extreme Dao Imperial clans, all standing at the periphery of the Annihilation Shura domain, refraining from intervening. However, the battlefield is strewn with the corpses of numerous Imperial sovereigns from the Soul-Eating, Ghost Fang, and Shadow Soul Imperial clans. This sight ignites a surge of fury within the Emperor of Shadows, compelling him to confront the Imperial sovereigns of the Annihilation Shura clan directly. With a fierce gaze, he unleashes hundreds of shadow annihilation soul needles toward the hundreds of Imperial sovereigns at the edge of the Annihilation Shura domain. Should the shadow annihilation soul needles pierce their targets, the hundreds of Imperial sovereigns from the Annihilation Shura clan, along with nearly 100 from the 10 supporting quasi-extreme Dao Imperial clans, would meet instant demise. Just as the Emperor of Shadows believes victory is within his grasp, another Dominator Realm Imperial Guardian slowly emerges, effortlessly blocking the shadow annihilation soul needles with sheer pressure. Sensing the sudden appearance of this Emperor-level powerhouse, the Emperor of Shadows is momentarily stunned, a flicker of fear flashing through his eyes. A second-tier Dominator Realm Emperor. Without a hint of hesitation, the Emperor of Shadows quickly gathers all the immortal soul-eating Ghost Fang army and the remaining 100 Imperial sovereigns on the battlefield, determined to tear through space and escape. The second-tier Dominator Realm Imperial Guardian, upon witnessing this, gazes with eyes crackling with thunder as terrifying annihilation thunder transforms into spear shadows, launching across space toward the Emperor of Shadows. Simultaneously, the first Dominator Realm Imperial Guardian steps forth from the chaotic void, wielding blades of annihilating thunder primal source power that traverse space, seemingly intent on severing another of the Emperor of Shadows' arms. In this dire moment, the Emperor of Shadows, prioritizing survival, carelessly casts aside 2 half-step Dominator Realm Imperial sovereigns from the Soul-Eating Ghost Fang, sacrificing them to absorb the attacks from the 2 Emperor-level powerhouses. The 2 unsuspecting Imperial sovereigns of the Soul-Eating Ghost Fang are instantly overwhelmed by the spear's shadows and blades, their screams silenced as they are obliterated into dust. transformed into boundless pure extreme Dao power, merging into the fabric of the extreme Dao Empire's space. It is in this brief moment of distraction that the Emperor of Shadows seizes his chance to traverse the space, successfully fleeing the scene. I shall go and eradicate him. The first Sovereign Realm Imperial Guard tore through the fabric of space, intent on pursuing the Emperor of Shadows, Daoqiong. However, he was halted by the second Sovereign Realm Imperial Guard. Do not chase, he admonished. This impending extreme path Imperial War bears little relevance to our clan. We have merely come to provide support and protect the Destruction Shura Imperial clan. We must not initiate the extreme path Imperial War. Upon hearing these words, the first Sovereign Realm Imperial Guard ceased his pursuit of Daoqiong and effortlessly mended the rift in space. Observing Daoqiong, accompanied by the formidable leaders of the Shadow Phantom and Soul-Devouring Fawn clans, as well as a multitude of the immortal Soul-Devouring legions retreating in disarray, the esteemed members of the Destruction Shura Imperial clan could not help but exhale in relief. The elite sovereigns from the 10 supporting quasi-extreme path Imperial clans gazed at the 2 Sovereign Realm Emperors of the Extreme Path clan, the Lei family, their hearts brimming with exhilaration. They had wagered correctly. The Lei family would undoubtedly come to the aid of the Destruction Shura Imperial clan, presenting them with an opportunity to forge connections and align themselves with the Lei family. At this moment, Xianxiafans, accompanied by all the sovereigns of the Destruction Shura Imperial clan, approached the 2 Sovereign Realm Imperial Guards, kneeling on one knee in a gesture of respect and gratitude. We, on behalf of the entire Destruction Shura Imperial clan, thank the 2 emperors for their life-saving grace. The 2 Sovereign Realm Imperial Guards, upon hearing this, glanced at Xianxiafans and the other sovereigns of the Destruction Shura Imperial clan, nodding slightly. It is all by the command of the Imperial ancestor. No thanks are necessary. Hearing this, Xianxiaguang and the other sovereigns felt an even deeper reverence for the Emperor of Time and Space, while also recalling Xianxiafans' earlier admonition. Meanwhile, Lei Daoqiong and the other elders had finished clearing the battlefield, gathering the bodies of the half-step Sovereign Realm leaders from the Soul-Devouring Fang and Shadow Phantom clans. However, the Shadow Phantom clan, being soul entities, disintegrated into countless pure extreme path energy upon their demise, merging seamlessly into the spatial realm of the Extreme Path Empire. In contrast, the Soul-Devouring Fang clan possessed corporeal bodies. However, only the skeletal remains of their emperors were of any use, while the rest could be fed to the realm beasts. After a round of gratitude, Xianxiaguang and his comrades hastily invited the 2 Sovereign Realm Imperial Guards, the elders of the Lei family, and the hundreds of sovereigns from the 10 supporting quasi-extreme path Imperial clans to the domain of the Destruction Shura Imperial clan. Following their resounding victory, it was imperative to host a banquet in honor of all those who had aided the Destruction Shura Imperial clan. Lei Daoqiong and the others did not refuse, for they had also reaped considerable benefits from this battle, including dozens of corpses from the Soul-Devouring Fang clan and the promise of 100,000 years' worth of cultivation resources from their clan leader. Meanwhile, as the Destruction Shura Imperial clan prepared for the feast, the scene shifted. Daoqiong, severely wounded, emerged from a rift in space, landing clumsily at the edge of the Soul-Devouring Fang clan's domain. After releasing the Emperor-level powerhouses and the 9 immortal Soul-Devouring legions, he forcibly tore through space once more, heading towards the domain of the Shadow Phantom clan, for he needed to return swiftly to heal. Upon witnessing Daoqiong's departure, Shimo slumped to the ground, gazing at the less than 70 remaining half-step Sovereign Realm sovereigns within his clan, his eyes devoid of life. In that moment, Shimo appeared to ponder whether his fervent demand for the annihilation of the Destruction Shura Imperial clan had been right or wrong. Having lost 33 half-step Sovereign Realm sovereigns, I am the center of the entire Soul-Devouring Fang clan, he murmured, yet his eyes burned with hatred and murderous intent. An overwhelming torrent of soul-devouring extreme path energy swirling around him, his aura seemingly poised to pierce the heavens. Without the influence of the Destruction Imperial Seal, and compounded by this immense setback, Shimo appeared to have a moment of enlightenment. An influx of comprehension regarding the essence of the extreme path flooding into his quasi-extreme path Imperial soul. It was at this very moment that he unexpectedly perceived the opportunity to break through to the Sovereign Realm. To think that the extreme path technique I fortuitously acquired, coupled with the suppression of the Destruction Imperial Seal, has led me to this juncture, Shimo said coldly, a chilling resolve emanating from his gaze, his killing intent crystallizing. Once I transcend to the Sovereign Realm, I shall personally express my gratitude to Xianxiafans. With that, Shimo appointed several other peak half-step Sovereign Realm sovereigns to manage the internal affairs of the Soul-Devouring Fang clan while he retreated to his underground dwelling, preparing to enter seclusion and break through to the Sovereign Realm. In the Destruction Shura Imperial Clan, within the Shura Great Hall, Shura Tsongfeng unveiled the hundreds of jars of quasi-extreme path Imperial wine, along with a plethora of rare fruits and abundant quasi-extreme path Imperial fruits, to host a banquet for all the sovereigns who had come to their aid. As for the 2 Sovereign Realm Imperial Guards, they returned directly to the Lei family's 10,000 Beast Forest, for such festivities held no allure for them. Thank you all for coming to the aid of my Destruction Shura Imperial Clan and alleviating the threat of our annihilation. We raise our glasses in honor of you all, Shura Zhongguang proclaimed, and alongside all the sovereigns of the Destruction Shura Imperial Clan, they drained their cups of the quasi-extreme path Imperial wine. Upon witnessing this, Lei Honggang glanced at the other quasi-extreme path Imperial Clan sovereigns, noting their silence, and raised his cup. The Emperor Tsongfeng has shown great favor to our clan, and our ties are profound. His matters are naturally our Lei family's matters. When the Destruction Shura Imperial Clan is in peril, we cannot stand idly by. With that, he also drained his cup. After Lei Honggang had spoken, several other sovereigns from the quasi-extreme path Imperial clans began to voice their support. Given the relationship between my Dark Flame Ren Imperial Clan and the Destruction Shura Imperial Clan, it is only natural for us to come to their aid in their time of need. Indeed, the soul-devouring Fang clan has been excessively domineering, relying on the Shadow Phantom clan to impose their will in this realm, sowing fear amongst the quasi-extreme path Imperial clans. To witness our victorious triumph over the alliance of the soul-devouring Fang and Shadow Phantom clans brings great joy. The Emperor of Shadows, Daoqiong, who has bested the Shadow Phantom clan, is not without the support of the Lei family's emperor. Otherwise, we 10 quasi-extreme path Imperial clans would also face the threat of annihilation. We should raise a toast to the sovereigns of the Lei family. Shirkuei. Toast to the esteemed sovereigns of the Lei family, the Emperor from the Earth Dragon Court announced, raising his cup in a respectful bow toward Lei Honggang and the others before drinking deeply. Seeing this, the remaining sovereigns from the quasi-extreme path Imperial clans also raised their cups in salute. Tianmu. Toast to the esteemed sovereigns of the Lei family. Wufeng. Toast to the esteemed sovereigns of the Lei family. Fengyuan. Toast to the esteemed sovereigns of the Lei family. Witnessing the other quasi-extreme path Imperial clan sovereigns offering their toasts, the Lei family elders, including Lei Honggang, could only drink one cup after another, swiftly finishing an entire jar of wine. Observing this, Shura Tsongfeng felt no remorse for the quasi-extreme path Imperial wine bestowed upon him by the Imperial ancestor. He retrieved hundreds more jars, and even discreetly had Shura Qingwu provide him with additional jars of the exquisite wine. After all, it was their Destruction Shura Imperial clan hosting the banquet. Failing to entertain their guests adequately would surely invite ridicule. Thus, the grand banquet persisted for a full 10 days, with many sovereigns succumbing to the effects of the wine, collapsing within the Shura Great Hall after indulging in the quasi-extreme path Imperial wine. Fortunately, Lei Honggang and the other Lei family elders possessed specialized treasures for sobering, or they too would have fallen victim to the relentless toasts from the sovereigns. At this moment, upon the steps of the Shura Grand Hall, Shura Zhongguang, cradling a wine jar, reclined on the stairs, gazing at the vast expanse of the hall. Although he was somewhat inebriated, his mind remained remarkably clear. At this juncture, Shura Tsongfeng and Shura Qingwu, slightly tipsy, settled beside Shura Zhongguang. How does this quasi-extreme Dao Imperial wine taste, Zhongguang Emperor? It is one of the few treasures bestowed upon me by the Time-Space Emperor, and today I have deemed it worthy to entertain the benefactor who brought about the annihilation of the Shura Imperial clan. However, it is indeed worthwhile. If the entire Shura Imperial clan were to be obliterated, no matter how exquisite the quasi-extreme Dao Imperial wine, there would be no opportunity left to savor it. Shura Tsongfeng, leaning against the steps with one arm, took generous swigs from the wine jar, his eyes brimming with gratitude. Beside him, Shura Qingwu expressed his profound sentiments, reflecting on how, had Shura Tsongfeng not returned with the Time-Space Emperor and the formidable warriors of the Extreme Dao clan, their clan would have been perilously threatened by the onslaught of the soul-eating Ghost Fang Imperial clan and the Shadow Soul Imperial clan. Furthermore, through this battle of quasi-extreme Dao emperors, he had witnessed the overwhelming might of the Dominator Realm emperors, an existence unmatched by any quasi-extreme Dao clan. Without the support of the Dominator Realm emperors arranged by the Time-Space Emperor, the annihilation of the Shura Imperial clan would likely have succumbed to the assault of the Emperor Daoqiong. When will our Shura Imperial clan see the emergence of a true Dominator Realm Emperor? Listening to their conversation, Shura Zhongguang sighed deeply. Without the extreme Dao techniques, he lacked even the qualification to touch the essence of the extreme Dao. Given his talents and insights, the notion of self-creating an extreme Dao technique was but a fool's dream. He recognized the impossibility of such an endeavor. Presently, however, With Shura Tsongfeng having acquired the extreme Dao techniques granted by the Time-Space Emperor, given sufficient time, he might indeed break through to the Dominator realm and become a true extreme Dao Emperor, thereby completely transforming the fate of the Shura imperial clan. Yet, breaking through to the Dominator realm is no trivial matter, even with the assistance of the extreme Dao techniques. Comprehending and mastering the essence of the extreme Dao remains a formidable challenge. The Shadow Soul Imperial Clan and the Soul-Eating Ghost Fang Imperial Clan had suffered significant losses this time, and they would undoubtedly not let the Shura Imperial Clan off easily. Moreover, the Time-Space Emperor and the Extreme Dao Clan, the Lei family, could not perpetually extend their support to the Shura Imperial Clan. Unless the entirety of the Shura Imperial Clan was willing to wholeheartedly submit and pledge eternal allegiance to the Time-Space Emperor and the Extreme Dao Clan, their crisis would persist indefinitely. As Shura Zhanhuang pondered these matters, 3 additional figures approached, each bearing a wine jar. These 3 were Shura Qingyu, Shura Qianxiang, and Shura Xuanji. Finally, we can indulge in this exquisite quasi-extreme Dao imperial wine together. Let us engage in earnest discourse. Shura Xuanji initiated, already formulating ideas upon witnessing the treasures presented by Shura Tsongfeng, not only for the sake of the Shura imperial clan, but he too yearned to cultivate the extreme Dao techniques, for it was only through such techniques that he could harbor hopes of breaking into the Dominator realm. Shura Qianxiang's aspirations were more straightforward. He coveted the quasi-extreme Dao imperial weapon set belonging to Shura Tsongfeng and the Lei family of the Extreme Dao clan. As for Shura Qingyu, while he harbored numerous thoughts, his foremost desire was a stable Shura imperial clan. Witnessing Shura Tsongyuan gravely injured and on the brink of death had left him feeling utterly powerless. Yet, the appearance of the emperor from the Lei family of the Extreme Dao clan had filled him with a profound sense of reassurance. At this moment, the 6 most formidable emperors of the Shura imperial clan convened upon the steps of the Shura Grand Hall, engaging in earnest dialogue. They each articulated their thoughts, recognizing that to alleviate both their present and future crises, they must align themselves with an Extreme Dao clan. And the Lei family of the Extreme Dao clan stood as their sole option. Chapter 807. The Voluntary Submission of the Shura Imperial Clan. Through this battle, I have come to realize that our Shura Imperial Clan remains excessively weak, and the threats posed by the Shadow Soul Imperial Clan and the Soul-Eating Ghost Fang Imperial Clan are ever present. We cannot rely solely on luck for victory. Shura Zhanhuang paused momentarily, relinquishing all pride, and solemnly declared, for the safety and future of our Shura Imperial Clan, I consent to follow the Time-Space Emperor and the Lei family of the Extreme Dao clan. Upon hearing these words, both Shura Tsongfeng and Shura Qingwu exhibited subtle changes in their expressions, a flicker of excitement and exhilaration crossing their eyes. If even Shura Zhanhuang has spoken, could the other esteemed emperors possibly refuse? At that moment, Shura Qingyu inhaled deeply and spoke slowly. I share the same sentiments as Zhanhuang Emperor. Throughout countless epochs, our clan has lost numerous emperor-level warriors. The recent ambush that gravely injured Shura Tsongyuan has made it abundantly clear that our clan requires the backing of a powerful Extreme Dao clan. With the protection of the Time-Space Emperor and the Lei family of the Extreme Dao clan, what have we to fear from the Soul-Eating Ghost Fang Imperial clan and the Shadow Soul Imperial clan? Upon hearing this, the remaining 5 nodded in agreement. Shura Qianxiang then interjected, while most of the emperor-level warriors from the Lei family of the Extreme Dao clan are at the initial stage of half-step Dominator realm, and a few are at the mid-stage, with the assistance of the quasi-extreme Dao Supreme Imperial weapon set, they can indeed contend with those at the late stage of the half-step Dominator realm. If our clan could also possess such treasures, the Soul-Eating Ghost Fang Imperial clan and the Shadow Soul Imperial clan would find themselves utterly vanquished. At this, the group took a sip of wine to suppress the envy swelling within their hearts. Nonetheless, the other 5 cast furtive glances at Shura Tsongfeng, their eyes betraying a hint of jealousy as well. After a brief silence, Shura Xuanji turned to Shura Tsongfeng and inquired, Tsongfeng Emperor, I am curious to know, how many resources and treasures did the Time-Space Emperor bestow upon you? Upon hearing Shura Xuanji's question, Shura Tsongfeng's expression slightly tightened. He understood the significance of this inquiry for the entire Shura Imperial clan, as it pertained to their potential breakthrough to the Dominator realm. Thus, Shura Tsongfeng had to carefully consider his response, ensuring he neither divulged too much nor too little, but rather conveyed that as long as they could follow the Time-Space Emperor, they would possess hope for advancing to the Dominator realm. After a moment of contemplation, Shura Tsongfeng replied slowly, there are numerous resources and treasures, all at the quasi-extreme Dao level, comparable to the cumulative wealth of our Shura Imperial clan over 10,000 epochs. Yet, the most precious of all remains the extreme Dao techniques. Their value, I believe, is abundantly clear to you all. Upon hearing this, aside from Shura Qingwu, who feigned surprise, the remaining 4 were genuinely astonished. Such a vast array of resources and treasures allocated to a single individual. Truly, the Time-Space Emperor is remarkably generous, Shura Qingyu remarked, his eyes reflecting an unmistakable envy. Yet, who could blame Shura Tsongfeng for his connection to the Time-Space Emperor? After all, both the Time-Space Emperor and the Lei family of the Extreme Dao clan owed their presence in the Extreme Dao realm to Shura Tsongfeng. Although the Time-Space Emperor had saved Shura Tsongfeng's life, the advantages of the Extreme Dao realm were of far greater significance to the Time-Space Emperor and the Lei family than merely saving Shura Tsongfeng. Taking a deep breath, Shura Xuanji, while suspecting that the resources and treasures granted to Shura Tsongfeng were substantial, was still taken aback by their magnitude. If this were the case, then his reservations about submitting to the Time-Space Emperor and the Lei family of the Extreme Dao clan had dissipated, replaced instead by a sense of urgency. Esteemed colleagues, having deliberated for so long, it is time to unify our stance. Do you all agree to follow the Time-Space Emperor and the Lei family of the Extreme Dao clan? Upon hearing Shura Xuanji's inquiry, Shura Zhanhuang and the other 5 contemplated for a moment before solemnly nodding in agreement. Upon witnessing the situation, Xiao Luo Xianji spoke in a deep voice. Very well. Since everyone agrees on following the Temporal Sovereign and the Extreme Path Imperial Clan, the Lei family, let us swiftly convey our intentions to the other Imperial Sovereigns within our clan. Once we secure their unanimous consent, we shall promptly proceed to the Lei Zhe 10,000 Beasts Forest to seek an audience with the Temporal Sovereign and express our desire to follow him. After hearing Xiao Luo Xianji's arrangements, there were no objections from the others. After all, they all yearned for a formidable ally. The Temporal Sovereign and the Extreme Path Imperial Clan, the Lei family, represented the best choice for the annihilation of the Xiao Luo Imperial Clan. A few days later, the other 10 quasi-extreme path Imperial clans deemed the time ripe and bid farewell to the annihilation Xiao Luo Imperial Clan. Under the revelations from Xiao Luo Tsongfeng, Lei Honggang and his companions were already aware of the annihilation Xiao Luo Imperial Clan's intentions to follow. He had returned to the Lei family's domain with the esteemed elders and sovereigns of the Lei family to promptly inform the clan leader of this news. Oh, the 6 founding sovereigns of the annihilation Xiao Luo Imperial Clan have already expressed their willingness to follow, and they are currently seeking the opinions of other sovereigns. It should not be long now. Upon receiving this news, Lei Daoqiong's face revealed a hint of joy. After all, the task of securing the voluntary allegiance of the annihilation Xiao Luo Imperial Clan came with a reward of 10 mid-tier extreme path gift packages. The resources and treasures contained within being immensely significant for Lei Daoqiong and the Lei family at this moment. Moreover, during this quasi-extreme path imperial battle, the Lei family sovereign elders had annihilated dozens of sovereign-level experts from the soul-devouring Ghost Tooth clan and the Shadow Phantom clan, which had significantly enriched Lei Daoqiong's system space with numerous quasi-extreme path gift packages. Resources and treasures at the quasi-extreme path level were equally vital, as both the Lei family's sovereign elders and disciples required them for breakthroughs and cultivation. This was also crucial for the future subjugation of other quasi-extreme path imperial clans. Merely a few days later, the 6 sovereigns of the annihilation Xiao Luo Imperial Clan led over 100 sovereigns from their clan to the edge of the Lei family's domain. We, the sovereigns of the annihilation Xiao Luo Imperial Clan, accompanied by 105 sovereigns at the half-step dominator level, have come to seek an audience with the temporal sovereign. The Imperial Guard stationed at the edge of the domain seemed to have anticipated their arrival, waiting for a moment before opening the barrier and approaching Xiao Luo Zhanhuang and the others, solemnly stating, "Come. The Imperial Ancestor has been waiting for you for quite some time." Upon hearing this, Xiao Luo Zhanhuang and his companions were astonished. They had not expected the temporal sovereign to be aware of their arrival. Meanwhile, excitement flickered in the eyes of Xiao Luo Tsongfeng and Xiao Luo Qingwu, as they realized they were finally about to fulfill the task entrusted to them by the temporal sovereign. They wondered what rewards awaited them this time. Following the Imperial Guards, the sovereigns of the annihilation Xiao Luo Imperial Clan soon arrived at the main peak of the Extreme Path Imperial Clan, the Lei family. Inside the clan leader's grand hall, Lei Daoqiong sat upon the highest seat, while below, only Lei Honggang, Lei Daoqiong, and Lei Shengda, among a dozen or so sovereign elders, occupied the circular seats. When Xiao Luo Zhanhuang and the others entered the hall and beheld the temporal sovereign, they promptly approached and knelt on one knee, respectfully saluting. "We pay our respects to the temporal sovereign. Rise, there is no need for excessive formalities," Lei Daoqiong said, observing Xiao Luo Zhanhuang and the others. "What brings you to seek my audience?" Not rising, Xiao Luo Zhanhuang directly replied upon hearing the inquiry from the temporal sovereign. We, the Annihilation Xiao Luo Imperial Clan, comprising a total of 111 half-step dominator-level sovereigns, pledge our eternal allegiance to the Temporal Sovereign and the Extreme Path Imperial Clan, the Lei family, and vow never to betray. Upon Xiao Luo Zhan Huang's declaration, the remaining 110 sovereigns of the Annihilation Xiao Luo Imperial Clan echoed loudly. We pledge our eternal allegiance to the Temporal Sovereign and the Extreme Path Imperial Clan, the Lei family, and vow never to betray. Gazing upon the more than 100 sovereign-level experts from the Annihilation Xiao Luo Imperial Clan, a satisfied smile emerged on Lei Daoqiong's face, and he nodded in approval. Subsequently, he casually inscribed over 100 servant seals and infused them into the quasi-extreme path imperial souls of the other sovereigns from the Annihilation Xiao Luo Imperial Clan, excluding Xiao Luo Cangfeng and Xiao Luo Qingwu. Having completed this, Lei Daoqiong slowly spoke. Since you have expressed your desire to follow, I, the Imperial Ancestor, have no reason to refuse. Furthermore, I have only recently arrived in the Extreme Path Imperial Realm and am not yet familiar with it. There are indeed matters that require assistance. Xiao Luo Cangfeng and Xiao Luo Qingwu promptly responded in unison. We, the Annihilation Xiao Luo Imperial Clan, are willing to brave fire and water for the Temporal Sovereign and the Extreme Path Imperial Clan, the Lei family, without hesitation. The other sovereigns of the Annihilation Xiao Luo Imperial Clan quickly echoed. We are willing to brave fire and water for the Temporal Sovereign and the Extreme Path Imperial Clan, the Lei family, without hesitation. With a gentle smile, Lei Daoqiong glanced at Xiao Luo Cangfeng and Xiao Luo Qingwu, saying, very well. I hold a favorable impression of your Annihilation Xiao Luo Imperial Clan. In that case, I shall grant my consent for your allegiance. Upon hearing the Temporal Sovereign's agreement, Xiao Luo Zhan Huang and the other sovereigns of the Annihilation Xiao Luo Imperial Clan finally breathed a sigh of relief, promptly expressing their gratitude. We thank you, Imperial Ancestor. From now on, we shall remain loyal to you and the Extreme Path Imperial Clan, the Lei family. Should we harbor any thoughts of betrayal, we willingly accept the punishment of Extreme Path Thunder, leading to our self-annihilation, never to exist again. Once the sovereigns of the Annihilation Xiao Luo Imperial Clan had fully pledged their allegiance and declared their loyalty, the voice of the system finally resonated in Lei Daoqiong's mind. Chapter 808, A Vast Bounty of Resources. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the task. The Annihilation Xiao Luo Imperial Clan has voluntarily followed and submitted to you and the Extreme Path Imperial Clan, the Lei family. Reward, 10 mid-tier Extreme Path gift packages. The rewards have been placed in the system space. Do you wish to open them? Lei Daoqiong shook his head, realizing that opening these 10 quasi-extreme path mid-level gift packages now would not maximize their potential. He decided to wait until his strength was further enhanced, allowing the system's rewards of Extreme Path Emperor puppets to reach their full might. Looking at Xiao Luo Zhan Huang and the others, Lei Daoqiong produced over 100 sets of quasi-extreme path imperial weapon sets, the majority being upper-tier quasi-extreme path, with only around 30 sets being top-tier quasi-extreme path, and presented them before them. Next, he retrieved 10 volumes of extreme path cultivation techniques and stated, since you have sincerely pledged your allegiance, I, the Imperial Ancestor, shall not treat you unfairly. Each of you shall receive a set of quasi-extreme path imperial weapon sets. Sovereigns at the initial and mid-level of half-step dominator can utilize the upper-tier quasi-extreme path weapon sets, while those at the late and peak stages can obtain a set of top-tier quasi-extreme path weapon sets. Furthermore, I understand that breaking through to the dominator realm and comprehending and mastering the essence of the extreme path is arduous. Hence I bestow upon you 10 volumes of lower-tier extreme path cultivation techniques. Each of you may select one that suits you for cultivation. After Lei Daoqiong's announcement, he paused, observing the astonished expressions of the sovereigns from the Annihilation Xiao Luo Imperial Clan, allowing them a moment to collect themselves. After all, even the mere sight of the 100-plus sets of quasi-extreme path imperial weapons had thoroughly astonished them. The 10 volumes of extreme path cultivation techniques left all the sovereigns of the Annihilation Xiao Luo Imperial Clan in disbelief. Is this really true? Am I not dreaming? Slap. It truly is not a dream. Having regained his composure, Xiao Luo Songyuan slapped himself across the face. The genuine sting confirmed the reality of the situation. After a considerable time, once the sovereigns of the Annihilation Xiao Luo Imperial Clan had regained their senses, they knelt and bowed once more, expressing their gratitude. We thank you, Imperial Ancestor. Lei Daoqiong nodded, raising his hand to indicate they should accept the treasures. After the assembly of the esteemed individuals received their respective quasi-imperial Dao weapon sets, the ferocious Shura Zhanhuang cast a glance at Shura Tsongfeng and the others. Once their consent was obtained, He stepped forward to retrieve the 10 inferior-grade Imperial Dao techniques. Observing that the atmosphere among the members of the Destruction Shura Imperial clan had somewhat calmed, Lei Daoqiong then produced 6 quasi-imperial-grade supreme rings, distributing them to Shura Zhanhuang and the other 6 individuals before stating, "These 6 quasi-imperial-grade supreme rings each contain distinct resources and treasures. Among you, the 6 individuals hold the highest realms and the greatest strength in the Destruction Shura Imperial clan. Therefore, the 6 resources and treasures within these rings are entrusted to your care, and how you choose to allocate them is entirely up to you." Upon hearing this, Shura Zhanhuang and the others hastily accepted the quasi-imperial rings before curiously inspecting their contents. To their astonishment, they were utterly shocked. "I have an abundance of quasi-imperial Dao pills, along with countless immortal Saint Xian pills," Shura Zhanhuang exclaimed as he gazed at the hundreds of thousands of quasi-imperial Dao pills within the ring, his heart trembling as if he had been momentarily stunned. Beside him, Shura Xuanji was equally astonished. "I possess solely quasi-imperial medicinal herbs, numbering over 1,000,000, in addition to numerous immortal saint medicines." He stammered in disbelief. Shura Qianxiang, overwhelmed, cried out this. Tens of thousands of quasi-imperial weapons and billions of immortal Star Master artifacts. Could this truly be real? Am I not dreaming? No one acknowledged Shura Qianxiang. They were all engulfed in profound shock. 100 million quasi-imperial talismans. This alone could annihilate the entire soul-devouring Ghost Fang Imperial clan. Shura Qingyu remarked as he surveyed the countless quasi-imperial talismans, feeling an inexplicable sense of reassurance. Only Shura Tsangfeng and Shura Qingwu maintained a somewhat composed demeanor, though their reactions were still far from neutral. 1 billion inferior-grade imperial stones, 10 inferior-grade imperial stone veins, and even over 100 million medium-grade imperial stones, along with a medium-grade imperial stone vein. This is simply unfathomable. The value of the medium-grade imperial stone vein is nearly comparable to that of inferior-grade imperial techniques. Both are exceedingly precious. Entrusting it to Shura Tsangfeng for safekeeping would significantly enhance his standing within the Destruction Shura Imperial clan. As for Shura Qingwu, he was even more astounded. Quasi-imperial divine essence. Such a precious treasure has been entrusted to me. Besides the quasi-imperial divine essence, there were also quasi-imperial divine springs and numerous exquisite wines capable of enhancing comprehension and elevating realms, truly invaluable. After a brief moment, as Shura Zhanhuang and the others remained ensnared in their astonishment, all the imperial lords of the Destruction Shura Imperial clan present in the hall were also stirred by what they had overheard, their excitement palpable. Witnessing this, Lei Daoqiong felt compelled to remind them, these resources and treasures are indeed granted to the entirety of the Destruction Shura Imperial clan. Yet they must not be disclosed or misused. Entrusted to your 6 hands, how they are utilized should be left to your judgment. Should anyone misuse these ancestral treasures for malevolent purposes, do not blame this ancestral lord for being unfeeling. As Lei Daoqiong's words echoed, a wave of sovereign pressure instantly roused all the imperial lords of the Destruction Shura Imperial clan, their expressions turning grave with profound respect as they pledged, "We shall heed the admonition of our esteemed ancestral lord." Seeing them regain their composure, Lei Daoqiong nodded approvingly and continued, "While these resources and treasures are indeed precious and plentiful, do not let the allure of the small distract you from the grand. Compared to the treasures and opportunities that could facilitate a breakthrough into the sovereign realm, as well as true imperial treasures, they pale in significance. If you desire to attain the treasures and opportunities for a breakthrough into the sovereign realm, it will depend on your own capabilities. As long as you devote yourselves wholeheartedly to the Lei family, one day, you shall all have the opportunity to transcend into the sovereign realm." Upon hearing this, Shura Zhanhuang and the others were invigorated, promptly kneeling in reverence as they solemnly declared, "We are willing to brave fire and water for our esteemed ancestral lord and the imperial clan of the Lei family, without hesitation." Observing the fervor of the imperial lords of the Destruction Shura Imperial clan, Lei Daoqiong turned to Lei Honggang, offering a slight nod to indicate that the ensuing matters would be arranged by him. Following this, with a flicker of pressure, Lei Daoqiong vanished from the hall. As Shura Zhanhuang and the others were left in a state of confusion, Lei Honggang spoke, "Ladies and gentlemen, now that you have chosen to follow the imperial clan of the Lei family, it is imperative that you quickly familiarize yourselves with our customs and your duties." He then produced 6 imperial decrees, presenting them to Shura Zhanhuang and the other 6 individuals. These imperial decrees will enable direct communication with this elder. Should you wish to meet with our clan leader, your esteemed ancestral lord, prior consent from this elder is required. For minor matters, do not disturb our clan leader. Simply notify this elder instead. In the ensuing time, Lei Daoqiong elaborated on many of the customs of the Lei family to all the imperial lords of the Destruction Shura imperial clan, and they could glean further tasks from the imperial decrees. Chapter 809, New System Mission. After Lei Daoqiong departed the Grand Hall and returned to his cultivation chamber, the voice of the system resonated in his mind once more. Ding! A new system mission has been triggered. Mission 1. Annihilate the imperial clan of the Extreme Dao, the soul-devouring Ghost Fang clan. Eliminate the sovereign-level emperor, Shimo. Mission deadline, 1 epoch. Mission reward, 10 intermediate extreme Dao gift packs. Penalty for uncompleted mission. The host and the entire Extreme Dao imperial clan, including all affiliated forces, will be unable to advance in realm or cultivation for 1 epoch. As Lei Daoqiong absorbed this news with astonishment, the system's voice echoed once more. Mission 2. Annihilate the imperial clan of the Extreme Dao, the Shadow Ghost clan. Eliminate 3 sovereign-level emperor powerhouses within the Shadow Ghost clan, including Emperor Yushang. Mission deadline, 1 epoch. Mission reward, 5 advanced extreme Dao gift packs. Penalty for uncompleted mission. The host and the entire Extreme Dao imperial clan, including all affiliated forces, will be unable to advance in realm or cultivation for 1 epoch. Once the system's voice finally ceased, a glimmer of illumination flickered in Lei Daoqiong's gaze. A mere quasi-imperial battle could indeed provide Shimo with the insight necessary for a breakthrough into the sovereign realm. Such fortune and opportunity are truly extraordinary. Lei Daoqiong was somewhat acquainted with Shimo previously in the quasi-imperial battle against the Destruction Shura imperial clan. He had needed to collaborate with the Emperor of the Netherworld just to barely contend with Shura Tsongfeng. Even under the suppression of Shura Tsongfeng's Destruction Imperial Seal, Shimo could only exert half-step sovereign-level late-stage strength. Remarkably, a single quasi-imperial battle not only alleviated Shimo of the torment inflicted by the Destruction Imperial Seal, but also granted him clarity toward transcending into the sovereign realm. However, it would likely take Shimo some time to achieve this breakthrough. In light of this, I shall lend assistance to the Destruction Shura imperial clan. I am certain that Shura Tsongfeng and Shura Zhenhuang will be keenly interested in annihilating the soul-devouring Ghost Fang clan. With that resolved, Lei Daoqiong sensed the presence of the clan leader's Grand Hall and promptly retrieved a violet golden imperial decree, issuing their first mission to all the imperial lords of the Destruction Shura imperial clan. Within the clan leader's Grand Hall, all the imperial lords of the Destruction Shura imperial clan were attentively listening to Elder Lei Daoqiong as he elucidated the customs of the Extreme Dao imperial clan. At that moment, the imperial decrees in their hands suddenly illuminated. What is happening? As Lei Daoqiong, who was expounding on the customs of the Lei family, noticed the situation, he promptly ceased his explanation and began to elucidate slowly. The imperial decree glimmers, indicating that this task has been personally issued by the patriarch, making it the most significant of all tasks, with rewards that are equally substantial. You may now examine the details of the task. Upon hearing Elder Lei Daoqiong's elucidation, Xiao Luo Zhanhuang and the others hastily grasped their imperial decrees, which they had already pledged allegiance to delve into the tasks set forth by the esteemed patriarch. Patriarch's Task 1. Currently, our Extreme Path imperial clan, the Lei family, stands isolated and vulnerable. We require more individuals of impeccable character, unwavering loyalty, and a willingness to follow our Extreme Path imperial clan, the Lei family. Any who can persuade a quasi-extreme path imperial clan to voluntarily align with us shall earn an opportunity to break through to the sovereign realm. In addition to this task, there was another. Patriarch's Task 2. Our Extreme Path imperial clan, the Lei family, has recently arrived in the Extreme Path imperial realm, where we lack considerable prestige. Spread the name of our Extreme Path imperial clan, the Lei family, across the surrounding hundreds of realms, and you shall receive an opportunity to break through to the sovereign realm. Upon witnessing these two tasks, Xiao Luo Zhanhuang and his companions could not help but draw sharp breaths. The potential to break through to the sovereign realm was a task of great significance, leaving them momentarily agitated. Particularly for Xiao Luo Zhanhuang and his peers, they had awaited this opportunity for countless epochs. Little did they expect that by following the time and space sovereign and the Extreme Path imperial clan, the Lei family, they would merely need to undertake a task to gain a chance to ascend to the sovereign realm. Furthermore, as per the task description, the first task did not even impose a cap on the number of completions, meaning that the more quasi-extreme path imperial clans they could convince to voluntarily follow the Lei family, the more powerful individuals could also seize the opportunity for a breakthrough. They yearned to express their gratitude to the esteemed patriarch, yet he had already departed, so they could only transform their heartfelt appreciation into reverence for the patriarch. continually enhancing their loyalty to the time and space sovereign and the extreme path imperial clan, the Lei family. Observing that Xiao Luo Zhanhuang and the others had calmed down somewhat, Lei Honggang recognized that they were no longer receptive to his explanation of the Lei family's customs. Thus, he retrieved a small tower from the quasi-extreme path imperial ring and presented it before Xiao Luo Zhanhuang, introducing it as, "This is the quasi-extreme path supreme imperial weapon, the time and space thousandfold imperial sacred tower. It is an exceedingly precious treasure of time and space, containing 1,000 layers of time and space, or perhaps 1,000 worlds, each with its own adjustable flow of time. You do not yet possess the qualifications to claim this treasure, but the spirit of the quasi-extreme path imperial weapon will assist you in utilizing the time and space thousandfold imperial sacred tower. I hope you can leverage this tower to elevate yourselves to even greater heights. Remember, this treasure of time and space is of paramount importance and unmatched value. You must not disclose any details to the outside world, lest you face dire consequences." Upon hearing Elder Lei Honggang's introduction and admonition, and gazing at the small tower before them, rich in the essence of time and space, Xiao Luo Zhanhuang and the others were utterly astounded. It was indeed a quasi-extreme path treasure of the time and space category. The fact that such a treasure was entrusted to them, who sought to obliterate the Shura imperial clan, spoke volumes about the trust bestowed upon them by the time and space sovereign and the extreme path imperial clan. The Lei family. We express our deepest gratitude to the esteemed patriarch, and thank you, Elder Honggang. We shall make the utmost use of the time and space thousandfold imperial sacred tower, and we vow not to reveal any information regarding this treasure of time and space. Should anyone transgress, they shall meet their demise and cease to exist within the river of time and space." Upon hearing Xiao Luo Zhanhuang's assurances and oaths, Lei Honggang nodded. However, with the patriarch's servant seal in place, they would find it impossible to leak any information. "Very well, since the patriarch has assigned you this task, you may depart. As for the customs and prohibitions of our extreme path imperial clan, you can learn all from your imperial decrees." Upon hearing Elder Lei Honggang's words, Xiao Luo Zhanhuang and the others felt a sense of relief, quickly bowing respectfully as they replied, "Yes, we take our leave." Subsequently, under the guidance of the imperial guards, Xiao Luo Zhanhuang and his companions swiftly exited the realm of the extreme path imperial clan, returning to the domain of the obliteration Shura imperial clan. Within a mere day, the entire obliteration Shura imperial clan was aware that they had pledged allegiance to the extreme path imperial clan, the Lei family. This revelation did not incite discontent among the members of the obliteration Shura imperial clan. Rather, it invigorated them. For from this moment forth, they had the backing of an extreme path imperial clan, rendering them fearless against the threats posed by the Soul Devourer Ghost Tooth imperial clan and the Shadow Phantom imperial clan. Chapter 810. The Sovereign Assembly of the Obliteration Shura imperial clan. Upon returning to the Obliteration Shura imperial clan, Xiao Luo Zhanhuang and the other 6 esteemed sovereign ancestors immediately set about reforming the clan. While the cultivation resources for all members of the Obliteration Shura imperial clan had increased significantly, the tasks for acquiring these resources had also multiplied. Alongside numerous prohibitions regarding the extreme path imperial clan, the Lei family. After a century, the Obliteration Shura imperial clan, under the generous provisions bestowed by Lei Daoqiong, had transformed into a well-ordered entity, with everything progressing towards a brighter future. At this moment, within the Shura Great Hall, Xiao Luo Zhanhuang and the 6 esteemed sovereign ancestors were seated in the 6 highest seats, while below them sat over 100 sovereigns of the Obliteration Shura imperial clan. Xiao Luo Zhanhuang spoke slowly. "After a century of utilizing the resources provided by the esteemed patriarch, our Obliteration Shura imperial clan has gradually stabilized. Now, we can commence the task set forth by the esteemed patriarch. Do any of you have good ideas?" After he spoke, he turned his gaze towards the others. The over 100 sovereigns in the hall, having utilized the resources bestowed by the esteemed patriarch, were highly invested in the tasks laid out by the patriarch and the extreme path imperial clan, the Lei family. They deemed it necessary to convene the sovereign assembly of the Obliteration Shura imperial clan. At this moment, Xiao Luo Zongyuan interjected. "The esteemed patriarch's tasks not only require us to persuade certain quasi-extreme path imperial clans to willingly follow and submit to the extreme path imperial clan, the Lei family, but also to elevate the prestige of the Lei family within the surrounding hundreds of realms. I believe these 2 tasks can be undertaken simultaneously, and the rewards, opportunities for breaking through to the sovereign realm, should be prioritized for Xiao Luo Zhanhuang and the other 6 esteemed sovereign ancestors." Upon hearing this, many sovereigns in the hall nodded in agreement. After all, currently, Only Xiao Luo Zhanhuang and the other 6 esteemed sovereign ancestors held the prospect of breaking through to the sovereign realm. Even if others were to gain the opportunity, they could not immediately ascend to the sovereign realm, nor could they rapidly enhance the strength of the Obliteration Shura imperial clan. For the long-term considerations of the Obliteration Shura imperial clan, it was essential to solidify their standing among the numerous quasi-extreme path imperial clans that would follow the esteemed patriarch and the extreme path imperial clan, the Lei family, ensuring that they remained at the forefront. Thus, it was imperative that the 6 esteemed sovereign ancestors break through to the sovereign realm first. I concur with Xiao Luo Zhangyuan's proposal. However, we must also deliberate on which quasi-extreme path imperial clans to choose to follow the extreme path imperial clan, the Lei family. Furthermore, we need to consider how to elevate the prestige of the Lei family within the hundreds of realms, where countless sacred clans and nearly 100 quasi-extreme path imperial clans, even several extreme path imperial clans, exist. Xiao Luo Tingyuan remarked, a serious expression gracing his features. The challenges posed by these 2 tasks were not trivial for the Obliteration Shura imperial clan, given their current prestige in the surrounding hundreds of realms. Should they attempt to spread the name of the extreme path imperial clan, the Lei family, they might not only fail to earn respect, but could also face ridicule from certain quasi-extreme path imperial clans. Even some quasi-extreme path imperial clans that stand in opposition to the Destruction Shura imperial clan would unhesitatingly choose to pursue and hunt down the formidable beings of the Destruction Shura imperial clan, even igniting a series of battles at the semi-dominant realm. Such scenarios are almost entirely foreseen by the esteemed emperors of the Destruction Shura imperial clan. After a brief silence, Shura Xuanji spoke up. Since the mission issued by the imperial ancestor bears no time constraints or limitations on quantity, we can afford to take our time. Following our previous skirmishes with the soul-eating Ghost Fang imperial clan and the Shadow Phantom imperial clan, many quasi-extreme path imperial clans in the surrounding realms have become aware of the existence of the extreme path imperial clan, the Lei family. The fact that the Emperor Yuzhong suffered severe injuries at the hands of a powerful member of the Lei family, losing even an arm, is crucial information we can leverage. Upon hearing these words, the emperors present in the hall exchanged glances of realization, silently acknowledging Shura Xuanji's astuteness as the intellectual backbone of their Destruction Shura imperial clan. At that moment, Shura Xuanji continued, furthermore, the 10 quasi-extreme path imperial clans that previously lent us their support have grown somewhat familiar with the elders of the Lei family during the celebratory banquet. I believe they may harbor intentions of aligning themselves with the Lei family. Given our relationship with these 10 quasi-extreme path clans, we can persuade them one by one to willingly follow the Lei family. Should they remain hesitant, we can subtly reveal aspects of our connection with the Lei family, as well as share some information regarding quasi-extreme path treasures. The resources and treasures granted by the imperial ancestor to our Destruction Shura imperial clan will not be bestowed upon other quasi-extreme path clans. Yet if showcased to these familiar clans, it is highly likely that they will voluntarily submit to the Lei family. Upon hearing Shura Xuanji's analysis and proposal, the emperors in the hall deemed it feasible, recognizing it as a potential key to the steady advancement of the Destruction Shura imperial clan. Indeed, Xuanji's insights are sound. Yet we must avoid haste. I suggest we first approach the Tianmu imperial clan and the Earth Dragon Court imperial clan, as they rank among the weaker quasi-extreme path clans. They are most in need of the Lei family's protection. Shura Tsongfeng proposed, expressing his understanding of both the strength and character of these 2 clans. Deeming them worthy of following the Lei family, the assembled emperors considered his words thoughtfully before nodding in agreement. Should the Tianmu imperial clan and the Earth Dragon Court imperial clan choose to align with the Lei family, the 2 opportunities for breakthroughs into the Dominion realm can be allocated to Emperor Zhanhuang and Emperor Xuanji, who stand the best chance of achieving such a breakthrough. There remain 8 other quasi-extreme path clans, and we shall have other opportunities. However, if Emperor Zhanhuang and Emperor Xuanji can ascend to the Dominion realm, the prestige of our Destruction Shura imperial clan will significantly increase, enabling us to better fulfill the tasks assigned by the imperial ancestor and the Lei family. Shura Qingwu remarked, emphasizing that he generally refrains from competing for matters that benefit the Destruction Shura imperial clan, prioritizing the clan's utmost interests. The other emperors of the Destruction Shura imperial clan nodded in agreement, recognizing that they too have opportunities, and given the substantial resources and treasures bestowed by the imperial ancestor, there is no need for contention over the order of precedence. Seeing that the emperors were in accord, Shura Zhanhuang spoke solemnly. We are currently serving the imperial ancestor and the Lei family. It is evident that the imperial ancestor can freely offer opportunities for breakthroughs into the Dominion realm. reflecting the immense power of both the imperial ancestor and the Lei family. We must consistently maintain our reverence for the imperial ancestor and the Lei family and harbor no dissenting thoughts. Additionally, given that our Destruction Shura imperial clan possesses numerous resources and treasures graciously bestowed by the imperial ancestor, we cannot allow disputes over these resources to arise within our ranks. Beyond basic cultivation resources, to acquire more resources and treasures, we must complete more tasks and serve the Lei family diligently, ensuring we obtain even greater rewards. Upon hearing this, the emperors of the Destruction Shura imperial clan rose in unison, proclaiming loudly, "We shall heed the ancestral decree of Emperor Zhanhuang." At this moment, the Destruction Shura imperial clan has undergone a profound transformation, and their loyalty to Lei Daoqiong and the Lei family is steadily increasing. Chapter 811, 10,000 Years. The Breakthrough of the Soul-Eating Demon. As time flows by, both the Lei family of the Extreme Path and the Destruction Shura imperial clan are undergoing significant transformations. 10,000 years later, within the realm of the soul-eating Ghost Fang imperial clan. Shurjin, do you believe that the soul-eating demon can break through to the Dominion realm? In a dim underground hall, peak semi-dominant emperors of the soul-eating Ghost Fang imperial clan are gathered to discuss the soul-eating demon's potential. If the soul-eating demon cannot achieve a breakthrough, then we have even less hope. Shurgawei, are you afraid of the currently flourishing Destruction Shura imperial clan? Upon hearing Shurjin's words, Shurgawei immediately retorted loudly, would this emperor fear the Destruction Shura imperial clan? If not for the soul-eating demon's lack of breakthrough, they would not be so arrogant. Once the soul-eating demon breaks through to the Dominion realm, he will surely lead us to annihilate the Destruction Shura imperial clan in one fell swoop. Noticing Shurgawei's bravado, a strong emperor from the Destruction Shura imperial clan spoke solemnly, once the soul-eating demon breaks through, we will naturally fear no one from the Destruction Shura imperial clan. However, the Lei family behind them possesses several dominant emperors. With their assistance, obliterating the Destruction Shura imperial clan will not be an easy feat. Upon hearing this, another emperor voiced his concerns. Shurjin's worries are not unfounded. According to intel gathered by Shireen, there exists a mysterious temporal and spatial emperor within the Lei family, whose strength is unfathomable. Even if the soul-eating demon achieves his breakthrough, we may not stand a chance against the Lei family. Shurjin, hearing this, chuckled lightly. Shurjin, your concerns are somewhat unwarranted. While the Lei family is indeed powerful, we have the Shadow Phantom imperial clan to contend with. We need only focus on the destruction of the Destruction Shura imperial clan. The thought of the formidable might of the Shadow Phantom imperial clan instantly reassured the four, dispelling their anxieties. They envisioned that it would not be long before they, under the leadership of the soul-eating emperor, would eradicate the entire Destruction Shura imperial clan. Brother, are you certain that we won't be discovered dressed like this? Lei Yan questioned, glancing skeptically at the black robe in her hands, which bore a striking resemblance to that of the soul-eating Ghost Fang imperial clan. At this moment, Lei Xianping had donned his black robe, and indeed, he appeared indistinguishable from the powerful emperors of the soul-eating Ghost Fang imperial clan. Little girl, I am an emperor of the soul-eating Ghost Fang imperial clan. You should surrender at once. Lei Xianping mimicked the voice and demeanor of the soul-eating Ghost Fang imperial clan's emperors, even exuding the unique soul-eating path force of the clan to demonstrate its authenticity to Lei Yan. It truly looks convincing. You can even imitate the soul-eating path force. What treasure is this black robe? Lei Yan inquired, her eyes alight with curiosity. This 1000 illusion emperor saint robe is a treasure I exchanged from my father. It allows me to mimic any clan's powerful beings, even replicating their aura, presence, and path forces. These 2000 illusion emperor saint robes are incredibly precious, so you must not damage them. They cost me a significant amount of contribution points. Lei Xianping explained with careful attention, a hint of distress evident in his voice. Gazing at the 1000 illusion emperor saint robe in her hands, and then at the realm of the soul-eating Ghost Fang imperial clan ahead, Lei Yan couldn't help but smile, a smirk gracing her lips. Brother, what if we disguise ourselves as the esteemed emperor of the Shadow Phantom race? Perhaps we may stumble upon unexpected gains. As Lei Xianping was familiarizing himself with the various stances of the soul-devouring tooth race's powerful beings, a glimmer of excitement flickered in his eyes. Indeed, the soul-devouring tooth race is a vassal of the Shadow Phantom race. By masquerading as an emperor of the Shadow Phantom race, we might relish the thrill of being in a position of authority. Without a moment's hesitation, Lei Xianping activated the 1000 Illusions Emperor robe, altering his aura and immense power, swiftly transforming into a semi-dominant late-stage emperor of the Shadow Phantom race. I am Emperor Yuping. of the Shadow Phantom race. Upon your encounter with me, why do you not pay your respects? Seeing Lei Xuanping's imitation was remarkably convincing, almost indistinguishable. Lei Daoqiong donned his own Thousand Illusions Emperor robe, shifted his aura, and soon became a semi-dominant late-stage emperor of the Shadow Phantom race as well. I am Ghost Emperor, here to pay a visit to the soul-devouring tooth race. Lei Daoqiong exchanged a knowing smile with Lei Xuanping. Then they soared toward the soul-devouring tooth race. Before they could touch the boundary barrier of the soul-devouring tooth race, a semi-dominant early-stage emperor, tasked with guarding the barrier, materialized before them in an instant, respectfully declaring, I am Xianxiaaudiobooks, here to greet the two esteemed emperors of the Shadow Phantom race. Startled, Lei Xuanping and Lei Daoqiong exchanged glances, giving Xianxiaaudiobooks a look of disdain. Yet, noticing the deep respect in his demeanor and the absence of any suspicion, Lei Xuanping spoke in a grave tone. I have come to visit your soul-devouring tooth race. Hasten and summon Xianxiaaudiobooks to greet me. Upon hearing this, Xianxiaaudiobooks hastily responded, I beg your pardon. Esteemed emperors, Ancestor Xianxiaaudiobooks is currently in seclusion, at a critical juncture, and cannot be disturbed. I kindly ask for your understanding. Hearing this, Lei Xuanping furrowed his brow, inwardly lamenting, it has been over 10,000 years. Has Xianxiaaudiobooks still not broken through to the dominance realm? Did he not already grasp the opportunity to ascend? How slow he is. I wonder how much longer we must wait. After a moment's contemplation, Lei Xuanping spoke firmly, since Xianxiaaudiobooks is in seclusion, I shall not intrude. However, my visit is at the behest of Emperor Yuxiang, to discuss the annihilation of the destruction Shuro race. Upon hearing this, Xianxiaaudiobooks' pupils contracted, and he quickly stepped aside to open the boundary barrier, exclaiming, so you are here to discuss significant matters. Please, enter. I shall escort you to meet the other four esteemed ancestors. After several instantaneous movements, Lei Xuanping and Lei Daoqiong arrived at a somewhat dim underground hall, where four powerful emperors of the soul-devouring tooth race awaited them. Being daring enough to venture into the soul-devouring tooth race, Lei Xuanping and Lei Daoqiong naturally recognized these four peak semi-dominant emperors. Emperor Xianxiaaudiobooks, I have come to convey the will of Emperor Yuxiang. Upon hearing this, the four of them promptly stood, gazing at the two esteemed emperors of the Shadow Phantom race, inquiring, the will of Emperor Yuxiang? Did we not deliver trillions of souls to him 500 years ago? Has he already exhausted them? What further instructions does he have? How many souls does he require this time? At Xianxiaaudiobooks' words, Lei Xuanping and Lei Daoqiong's pupils trembled slightly, a hint of murderous intent flickering in their depths, though they skillfully concealed it. Suppressing the fury within, Lei Xuanping replied solemnly, souls are not needed at this moment. I have come to discuss with you how to annihilate the destruction Shuro race. Just as Lei Xuanping finished speaking, a terrifying imperial pressure suddenly descended, instantly stirring the entire soul-devouring tooth race. This is the pressure of an emperor. Ancestor Xianxiaaudiobooks has finally broken through. Xianxiaaudiobooks and the others were filled with immense excitement, disregarding the two emperors of the Shadow Phantom race, as they hastily exited the underground hall. Lei Xuanping and Lei Daoqiong felt the overwhelming imperial pressure, their eyes equally filled with joy and excitement. Finally, that ghostly being has broken through. Now we can finally take action against the soul-devouring tooth race. After speaking, Lei Xuanping discreetly shattered a disposable imperial decree in his hand, sending a precise signal to the Lei clan and the destruction Shuro race. Chapter 8:12. The arrogant soul-devouring tooth race. At this moment, within the realm of the soul-devouring tooth race, in a vast abyss, boundless power of the soul-devouring path surged violently, rendering the heavens and earth colorless. Bolts of thunder, flickering with black mist, roamed the endless space, continually tearing it apart. Simultaneously, a colossal phantom, embodying the law, slowly emerged, channeling the energies of heaven and earth, surrounded by countless sources of soul-devouring path power. The threads of thunder seemed to refine this phantom, filling the entire realm with the aura of primal essence. As the space tore apart, Xianxiaaudiobooks' figure gradually revealed itself, his imperial body growing even larger, still enduring the refinement of the thunder, while the surrounding soul-devouring path power constantly influenced the space, warping it merely with its presence. Ha 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 ha! Xianxiaaudiobooks laughed maniacally, his exuberant laughter reverberating through the space, unable to be contained even as he endured the thunder's refinement, filled with excitement and joy. After merely a millennium of seclusion, I have seized control of the soul-devouring path's primal essence, breaking through to the dominance realm, achieving the status of an emperor. With this unparalleled form, I shall one day stand atop the peak of the imperial realm, commanding all imperial clans to bow before me. Ha 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 ha! Xianxiaaudiobooks' laughter echoed throughout the soul-devouring tooth race. As Xianxiaaudiobooks and the others approached the abyss's edge, Sensing the terrifying aura emanating from Shur-Mo, they became immensely exhilarated. Ancestor Shur-Mo has truly broken through. From this day forth, we, the soul-devouring tooth race, are a true imperial clan. With Ancestor Shur-Mo's presence, the destruction Shuro race can be obliterated with a mere gesture. And even the imperial clan Lei would not dare to lay a finger on us. Shurlin and the others expressed their elation, having awaited this day for so long. A millennium ago, their campaign against the destruction Shuro race failed due to the imperial clan Lei. Now, with Ancestor Shur-Mo's breakthrough and the backing of the Shadow Phantom race, they no longer feared the imperial clan Lei. Once Ancestor Shur-Mo solidifies his realm, it shall be the day the destruction Shuro race is utterly annihilated. At this moment, the disguised Lei Xianping and Lei Yian also arrived at the abyss's edge. Feeling the pressure of Shur-Mo's breakthrough to the dominance realm, they were somewhat astonished. Is this the pressure of breaking through to the dominance realm? Indeed, it is as terrifying as rumored. Yet, their surprise was fleeting. They had witnessed even grander scenes than this breakthrough of Shur-Mo's. Approaching Shurlin and the others, Lei Xianping hastily clasped his hands in salute, stating, "Congratulations, congratulations. Emperor Shur-Mo has broken through, and henceforth, the soul-devouring tooth race is indeed a true imperial clan. A formidable power in the imperial realm." Still caught in their excitement, Shurlin and the others beamed even more upon hearing Lei Xianping's words. The arrival of this day for our soul-devouring tooth race is all thanks to the protection of your Shadow Phantom race. Had it not been for the Shadow Phantom race, our soul-devouring tooth race would have likely been obliterated by the destruction Shuro race long ago. Today marks the most significant day for our soul-devouring tooth race, a day that will alter our fate. Ancestor Shur-Mo's breakthrough to the dominance realm marks the dawn of our first soul-devouring emperor. From this day forth, my soul-devouring ghost-tooth imperial clan shall rise in its entirety. Let us see which unwitting quasi-imperial clan would dare to provoke us. Lei Xianping and Lei Yian observed the jubilant expressions of Shurlin and others, their hearts filled with disdain, and a faint smile crept upon their lips. At last, we have awaited the breakthrough of that old wretch, Shimo. If we delay any longer, we might even find ourselves stepping into the sovereign realm. Lei Xianping conveyed to Lei Yian through thought. Is that not the truth? Yet, I wonder why our father insists on waiting until Shimo breaks through to the sovereign realm before annihilating the entire soul-devouring ghost-tooth imperial clan. Lei Yian responded mentally, her eyes reflecting a hint of puzzlement. After millennia of cultivation, her youthful visage had long since faded, replaced instead with an air of wisdom, as if she were perpetually contemplating the intentions of her father, Lei Daoqiong. Lei Xianping glanced at his sister, shook his head, and communicated, "You are still too young to grasp this. Although our Lei clan is an imperial clan of the utmost caliber, our foundation in this imperial realm is still unstable, and our prestige remains inconspicuous. Over these millennia, while our Lei clan has attracted numerous quasi-imperial clans to ally with us, greatly enhancing our reputation, the annihilation of two malevolent imperial clans would elevate our name across numerous realms within the imperial realm. At that time, our prestige would be irrevocably transformed, and even more quasi-imperial clans would flock to our side." Upon hearing Lei Xianping's elucidation, Lei Yian merely nodded in agreement. Perhaps this is indeed what our father considers. Yet she could not shake off the feeling that he harbored ulterior motives. As Lei Xianping and Lei Yian engaged in their telepathic exchange, Shurlin unexpectedly produced an imperial communication order, initiating contact with their allied quasi-imperial clans, inviting those formidable beings to visit the soul-devouring ghost-tooth imperial clan. After notifying several emperors, Shurlin suddenly recalled something and turned towards the two emperor-level figures of the Shadow Ghost clan, inquiring, "Might I ask how the injuries of Emperor Yushang are faring? Would it be possible to invite him to our soul-devouring ghost-tooth imperial clan as a guest?" In response, Lei Xianping replied slowly, "Following the battle millennia ago, Emperor Yushang sustained grave injuries. Although he has recovered significantly, he is still in seclusion for healing. After all, the injuries of a sovereign realm emperor are not easily remedied." Upon hearing this, Shurlin's eyes flickered with disappointment, but soon transformed into anticipation as he remarked, "Since Emperor Yushang is still recuperating, I wonder if the other two emperors of the Shadow Ghost clan might have the time. With the breakthrough of our progenitor, if we could host an emperor-level guest, it would further accentuate our clan's standing. During this gathering, our soul-devouring ghost-tooth imperial clan aims to subjugate several quasi-imperial clans to become our vassals. In the future, when we annihilate the destruction Shura clan and the Lei clan of the imperial realm, we shall possess even greater strength. At that time, it would greatly benefit your Shadow Ghost clan as well." Hearing this, Lei Xianping and Lei Yian inwardly mused that the audacity of the soul-devouring ghost-tooth imperial clan was indeed remarkable, as they dared to aspire to eradicate their Lei clan. Little did they know, both the soul-devouring ghost-tooth clan and the shadow ghost clan had already been inscribed on their death list alongside the destruction Shura clan. This is a matter of great significance. We may need to return to our clan to personally consult the opinions of the two emperors. Should any emperor express a willingness to visit the soul-devouring ghost-tooth imperial clan, we shall certainly notify Brother Shilin. Lei Xianping replied, feigning contemplation. Their primary task had been accomplished, and now they merely awaited the arrival of the Lei clan and the forces of the destruction Shura clan to obliterate the soul-devouring ghost-tooth imperial clan. Chapter 813, The Death of Shilin. Upon hearing Lei Xianping's words, Shilin contemplated briefly before stating, "Then I shall trouble you both to report back. This banquet is of great importance to both our clan and the Shadow Ghost clan, as it pertains to our standings in the surrounding realms for centuries to come. I implore you to take it to heart." Lei Xianping and Lei Yian exchanged faint smiles, yet quickly responded, "Rest assured, Brother Shilin. We shall personally return to inform our two emperors." With that, Lei Xianping and Lei Yian took their leave, swiftly departing from the edge of the abyss. Observing the departure of the two emperor-level figures from the Shadow Ghost clan, Shilin felt a lingering sense of inadequacy. After all, apart from Emperor Yushang, the other two emperors of the Shadow Ghost clan possessed the greatest strength. Although the progenitor had made his breakthrough, significant disparities remained between him and the Shadow Ghost clan, and it was imperative not to let any misunderstandings arise among the two emperors of the Shadow Ghost clan. Though Shilin and his companions were arrogant, they were acutely aware of their standing relative to the Shadow Ghost clan. I must personally extend an invitation to the two emperors of the Shadow Ghost clan to demonstrate our sincerity. After instructing the Ghost Guardians to protect the progenitor, Shilin set off in pursuit of the two emperor-level figures from the Shadow Ghost clan. Shortly thereafter, beyond the domain of the soul-devouring ghost-tooth imperial clan, Shilin found himself unable to detect the two Shadow Ghost clan figures, marveling at their adeptness in concealing their presence. Indeed, the emperor-level figures of the Shadow Ghost clan are unparalleled in their mastery of stealth. Just as Shilin finished speaking, he became aware of two peculiar auras. Why is there an aura of human emperors outside the domain of my soul-devouring ghost-tooth imperial clan? As he sensed these two auras, a hint of concern flickered across Shilin's features, yet he felt emboldened, swiftly concealing his form and pursuing the two auras. Soon, in a secluded valley, Lei Xianping and Lei Yian, oblivious to Shilin's pursuit, removed their Thousand Illusions Emperor's robes after confirming their surroundings were devoid of any witnesses. The emperor of the soul-devouring ghost-tooth clan is indeed easily deceived. He failed to see through our disguise, Lei Xianping remarked with a hint of pride. Lei Yian sighed, lamenting, "What a pity that the progenitor's breakthrough came at such an opportune moment. We lost the chance to glean more information from the soul-devouring ghost-tooth clan, not to mention acquiring any treasures." Lei Xianping dismissed her concerns, asserting, "What treasures could the soul-devouring ghost-tooth clan possibly possess? They are all sinister artifacts. Do you truly desire them?" Just as the two conversed, Shilin arrived at their concealed valley and caught sight of the two human emperors discussing matters concerning his soul-devouring ghost-tooth clan, as well as the peculiar black robes they donned. They are not the emperors of the Shadow Ghost clan. Shilin's heart sank, a flicker of anger igniting within him. It was this very anger that inadvertently revealed a trace of his aura. Instantaneously, Lei Xianping and Lei Yian, who had been engaged in conversation, turned their attention to Shilin's direction. "It seems we have been discovered." Through Lei Xianping's perception, he swiftly located Shilin's figure, who was now fixated upon them. The atmosphere in the valley grew tense. Yet in the next moment, Lei Xianping suddenly chuckled lightly, saying, "Well, since you found us, allow us to send you on your way." Upon hearing this, Shilin's eyes brimmed with disdain. "You two mere late-stage quasi-sovereign human emperors are utterly deluded. This is the realm beyond my soul-devouring ghost-tooth imperial clan." Observing the confidence radiating from Shilin, Lei Xianping and Lei Yian merely exchanged faint shakes of their heads. The next instant, a terrifying pressure descended, and before Shilin could even think of alerting the soul-devouring ghost-tooth clan, he found himself instantaneously immobilized in space, unable to move. His imperial order still clutched in his hand, unshattered. At that moment, a sovereign realm imperial guard materialized from the fabric of space, primarily tasked with ensuring the safety of Lei Xianping and Lei Yian, ready to confront any adversaries beyond their capacity. "Shall we eliminate him, my young masters?" Upon hearing the inquiry from Emperor Wei, both Lei Xianping and Lei Yian nodded in agreement. Given that the demon devourer had already achieved a breakthrough, The xianxiaaudiobooks imperial clan was destined for annihilation. Thus, the existence of Lin had become inconsequential. Noticing the ascent of the two young masters, Emperor Wei's gaze flickered slightly, and an overwhelming force of annihilation enveloped Lin. In an instant, under the terrified gaze of Lin, his physical form was reduced to dust, and his quasi-ultimate imperial soul was utterly obliterated. The only remnant, intact and untouched, was a quasi-ultimate imperial ring. Witnessing Emperor Wei effortlessly eliminate a peak emperor of the half-step dominion realm, both Lei Xianping and Lei Yayan inhaled sharply, their eyes filled with awe, tinged with a hint of anticipation. Once they regained their composure, Lei Xianping cupped the quasi-ultimate imperial ring in his palm. With Lin's demise, the ring had naturally become a thing without an owner. As he examined it, Lei Xianping couldn't help but shake his head, reflecting on how a peak emperor of the half-step dominion realm possessed so few treasures of quasi-ultimate quality. Just as he was about to stow away the quasi-ultimate imperial ring, Lei Xianping suddenly noticed several black jade vials within it. What could this be? Lei Xianping mused, pulling one of the black jade vials out, his brow furrowed in confusion. Lei Yayan, standing beside him, shared a similar expression of concern. Just as Lei Xianping was about to open the black jade vial, he was halted by Emperor Wei's warning. Do not open that black jade vial. Why not? Both Lei Xianping and Lei Yayan queried, their eyes alight with curiosity. Observing the black jade vial, Emperor Wei's discerning gaze pierced through to its contents, and he explained. Within this black jade vial lies the souls of over 100 million beings, unborn souls yet to depart this world. Upon hearing Emperor Wei's explanation, Lei Xianping and Lei Yayan's pupils constricted in disbelief as they stared at the black jade vial. Over 100 million souls, Lei Xianping murmured, glancing at the thousands of black jade vials within the quasi-ultimate imperial ring, then directing his gaze towards the realm of the xianxiaaudiobooks imperial clan, his eyes brimming with fury and murderous intent. The xianxiaaudiobooks imperial clan are beasts, they deserve death, Lei Xianping declared through gritted teeth. Seeing her brother so enraged, Lei Yayan took hold of the quasi-ultimate imperial ring, and upon witnessing the thousands of black jade vials, her own eyes mirrored his murderous resolve directed at the xianxiaaudiobooks imperial clan. At that moment, a nearby ultimate transmission imperial array suddenly radiated with light. In the next instant, numerous powerful emperors from the Lei clan and the Destruction Shura imperial clan materialized within the transmission array, accompanied by other quasi-ultimate imperial clan emperors. Within a mere 15 minutes, as the ultimate imperial array ceased its scintillation, over 1,000 half-step Dominion Realm emperors and 10 Dominion Realm emperors had gathered in the valley. Chapter 814, The Wrath of the Lei Clan. Lei Hongang gazed towards the realm of the xianxiaaudiobooks imperial clan, and through his perception, he indeed sensed that the Demon Devourer had achieved a breakthrough. The Demon Devourer had indeed advanced to the Dominion realm, currently refining its ultimate imperial body and solidifying its realm, a process that would still require some time. Approaching Lei Xianping and Lei Yayan, he expressed his commendation. Xianping, Yayan, you two have performed admirably in this task. However, venturing alone into an ultimate imperial clan is far too perilous. Such tasks should henceforth be entrusted to Yixiao and Lei Xuanwu. Hearing this, Yixiao and Lei Xuanwu, who stood behind Lei Hongang, exchanged bewildered glances. Isn't it dangerous for Xianping and Yayan? Why is it not dangerous for us? Moreover, they have the protection of a Dominion Realm Emperor. Who could harm them in the entire ultimate imperial realm? Elder Hongang seems to be displaying a degree of favoritism, Yixiao stated candidly, feeling comfortable given his close relationship with Lei Xianping and Lei Yayan. In response, Lei Hongang shot a stern look at Yixiao. And you dare to speak? If you don't put in more effort, Xianping and Yayan will soon catch up to you. As their senior, is it not a source of shame for you? Unfazed, Yixiao retorted, what shame is there? Xianping and Yayan's talents far exceed mine. It is no surprise that they could catch up to me. Observing Yixiao's nonchalant demeanor, Lei Hongang chose to remain silent. Meanwhile, Lei Xianxia noticed the anger and murderous intent in the eyes of Lei Xianping and Lei Yayan, prompting him to inquire, Xianping, Yayan, what has incited such fury in you? You seem barely able to contain your murderous intent. In response to Elder Lei Xianxian's query, Lei Xianping presented the black jade vial before him and solemnly declared, the xianxiaaudiobooks imperial clan deserves death. They have been siphoning the life souls of countless beings to serve as sustenance for their cultivation. Such heinous acts warrant their complete eradication from the ultimate imperial realm. Taking the black jade vial, Elder Lei Xianxian, with his Dominion realm late-stage prowess, easily discerned the contents. Observing the weak souls filled with resentment within, he noted their spiritual power was diminished, evidently having been drained by the xianxiaaudiobooks imperial clan and now appearing as if they awaited recovery. The others, including Lei Daoqiong and his companions, glimpsed the souls within the black jade vial, and a flicker of anger appeared in their eyes, intensifying their murderous intent towards the xianxiaaudiobooks imperial clan. With so many souls, including many from the human race, the xianxiaaudiobooks imperial clan truly deserves to perish. Lei Daoqiong spoke in a tone laced with cold gravity. Yet there was more to come. Lei Xianping extracted thousands of black jade vials from Shi Lin's quasi-ultimate imperial ring, each densely packed with the souls of countless beings, existing solely in the form of lingering souls. As they observed the multitude of souls within the thousands of black jade vials, not only the Lei clan's powerful figures, but also those of the Destruction Shura imperial clan and other imperial clans were consumed by profound rage. Elder Daoqiong, please issue the order. Let us strike and completely eradicate this heinous xianxiaaudiobooks imperial clan. Shura Zhanhuang urged, barely able to restrain his fury and murderous desire. After all, he knew of the xianxiaaudiobooks imperial clan's numerous transgressions against the countless souls within those thousands of black jade vials. Even within his own Destruction Shura imperial clan, countless kin had perished at the hands of the xianxiaaudiobooks imperial clan. This was not only a quest for vengeance, but also a necessary cleansing of the malignant tumor from the ultimate imperial realm. At that moment, fueled by the provocation of the billions of souls contained within the black jade vials, the anger and murderous intent of all the emperors present surged to new heights. They awaited but a command from Elder Lei Daoqiong to charge forth against the xianxiaaudiobooks imperial clan. Currently, Lei Daoqiong focused intently on the xianxiaaudiobooks imperial clan's realm, where the demon devourer was refining its ultimate imperial body. In truth, the demon devourer had already transcended the dominion realm, yet its realm remained unsteady, and it had only just begun the process of refining its ultimate imperial body. Initially, Lei Daoqiong had contemplated waiting until the demon devourer had completely broken through, delivering a fatal blow at the height of its triumph. However, sensing the fervor and rage radiating from the assembled powerful figures, he recognized that the time had come. Thus, he declared in a deep voice, "Let us act. Spare not a single soul of the xianxiaaudiobooks imperial clan, nor their affiliated forces." With that command, the figures of several powerful emperors, including Shura Zhanhuang, vanished in an instant, while Yi Xiao and over 1,000 emperors surged forward, infused with boundless fury and murderous intent, teleporting towards the realm of the xianxiaaudiobooks imperial clan. The speed of the Azura War Emperor and other formidable sovereigns was unparalleled as they reappeared, their colossal imperial forms seemingly tearing through the fabric of space. With a mighty lift of their enormous foot, they forcefully crushed down upon the boundary barrier of the soul-eating Ghost Fang imperial clan. Boom, 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 with a series of explosive sounds. The mere quasi-ultimate imperial barrier was shattered beneath the weight of the Azura War Emperor's foot, instantly transforming the entire barrier into countless fragments. Such an abrupt turn of events immediately alerted the Demon Slayer, who was refining his imperial body, along with all the sovereigns of the soul-eating Ghost Fang imperial clan. "Who dares to invade the domain of my soul-eating Ghost Fang imperial clan?" roared the Demon Slayer, his eyes ablaze with fury as he gazed in the direction of the Azura War Emperor. In a mere instant, the Azura War Emperor, Azura Xianxiang, and Azura Tsangfeng appeared before the Demon Slayer. The immense imperial presence radiating from their formidable forms caused the Demon Slayer's pupils to constrict sharply, his mind shaken. "How is this possible? You have all surpassed me and ascended to the sovereign realm." Ignoring the Demon Slayer's astonishment, the trio of Azuras was singularly focused on vengeance. Azura Tsangfeng, recalling the solitary 36,500 epochs spent in the imperial ruins, felt an intensifying murderous intent. Unfazed by the boundless ultimate thunderclaps surrounding the Demon Slayer, he swung his ultimate imperial weapon, a massive blade, condensing vast destructive foundational powers, and struck fiercely towards the Demon Slayer. Sensing the overwhelming intent to kill from the trio, the Demon Slayer, in a state of panic, could only desperately defend himself. He was oblivious to the reason why Azura Tsangfeng and his companions had managed to break through to the sovereign realm before him. All he understood was that if he did not fight with all his might, he would indeed perish at their hands. "I have just broken through to the sovereign realm. My future is still bright. I cannot die." Without any ultimate imperial weapon, the Demon Slayer, faced with no means of evasion, could only withstand the trio's onslaught with his imperial body. As the three terrifying attacks struck him, the devastating foundational powers instantly shattered his bones and sent him reeling backward. The excruciating pain jolted the Demon Slayer back to clarity, and he swiftly unleashed his ultimate domain, attempting to vanish into the folds of space to escape. However, the trio of Azuras would not allow him to flee. They traversed space, simultaneously employing their ultimate domains to envelop the Demon Slayer in a triangular formation. Chapter 8:15, Killing the Demon Slayer. The annihilation of the soul-eating Ghost Fang Imperial clan. Seeing himself surrounded with no avenue of escape, the Demon Slayer immediately crushed the Imperial summons for aid from the Shadow Ghost Imperial clan. He did not wish to die. With his strength, he could hold out until the formidable sovereigns of the Shadow Ghost Imperial clan arrived to assist him. Meanwhile, after the Azura War Emperor shattered the boundary barrier of the soul-eating Ghost Fang Imperial clan, the Lei clan and the demise Azura Imperial clan, along with over 1,000 sovereigns, surged into the domain of the soul-eating Ghost Fang Imperial clan. With no mercy, all the sovereigns from the Lei clan and the demise Azura Imperial clan unleashed their terrifying ultimate powers, transforming them into waves of devastating attacks that mercilessly bombarded the entire soul-eating Ghost Fang Imperial clan. Such annihilative assaults instilled fear even in the hearts of the sovereigns from the soul-eating Ghost Fang Imperial clan. This is impossible. How can there be over 1,000 half-step sovereign realm sovereigns? This is beyond our capability to counter. Quickly flee, the demon Ming bellowed, without a moment's hesitation. He tore through space, attempting to escape the domain of the soul-eating Ghost Fang Imperial clan. However, before he could slip through the spatial rift, it unexpectedly healed instantaneously, leaving him grasping at empty air. What is happening? As the demon Ming pondered, the figure of Azura Qing Wu emerged slowly from the spatial void, exuding an unmistakable sovereign realm aura. Upon witnessing the sudden appearance of Azura Qing Wu, the demon Ming's pupils dilated, filled with terror and disbelief. Azura Qing Wu, you have actually broken through to the sovereign realm. Paying no heed to the demon Ming's shock, Azura Qing Wu raised his hand, enveloping the demon Ming in an ultimate domain. The overwhelming destructive foundational power surged over the demon Ming's imperial body like a torrential flood. After the initial shock, the demon Ming had no time to react before his flesh was reduced to mere dust beneath the weight of such terrifying ultimate force, and his quasi-ultimate imperial soul was obliterated. A peak half-step sovereign realm sovereign had been effortlessly dispatched by Azura Qing Wu across the battlefield. Aside from the demise Azura Imperial clan, only the Lei clan sovereigns refrained from engaging, not out of disdain, but rather because the enemy was simply too few for them to intervene. Should Lei Hong and the others choose to act, they could easily obliterate the entire soul-eating Ghost Fang Imperial clan in an instant. Yet, there was no necessity for a clan as deeply mired in sin as the soul-eating Ghost Fang Imperial clan. Personally witnessing its annihilation served as a form of training for the disciples of the Lei clan, allowing them to align with their true selves and temper their mental fortitude. In a brief moment, after releasing their pent-up anger, the sovereigns of the Lei clan and the Tianmu Imperial clan ceased their attacks, all instinctively positioning themselves at the edge of the soul-eating Ghost Fang Imperial clan's domain to prevent any survivors. The entire battlefield of the soul-eating Ghost Fang Imperial clan was thus entirely entrusted to the formidable beings of the demise Azura Imperial clan. Although you are now a sovereign realm emperor, you cannot kill me, for my clan has the backing of the Shadow Ghost Imperial clan. Despite his overwhelming fear, the demon Wei still dared to threaten, attempting to dissuade Azura Xianxia. Upon hearing the demon Wei's threats and observing his fearful demeanor, Azura Xianxia could not help but smile faintly. How laughable, to threaten me when death is imminent. Do you believe I fear the Shadow Ghost Imperial clan? Rest assured, since you are so loyal to them, once I obliterate your entire soul-eating Ghost Fang Imperial clan, the Shadow Ghost Imperial clan will be next. I will ensure you reunite in another world. After a brief pause, Azura Xianxia recalled something and continued. By the way, considering the sins of your two imperial clans, you shall have no chance of reincarnation. You will never meet again. This time, Azura Xianxia did not afford the demon Wei the opportunity to respond, directly striking to annihilate his quasi-ultimate imperial soul and pulverizing his imperial body into dust. Meanwhile, Azura Qing Yu also raised his hand to eliminate the demon ghost before the latter could utter a single word, dispersing into fine powder in the air. The other sovereigns of the demise Azura Imperial clan exerted their full strength, launching frenzied assaults upon the remaining sovereigns of the soul-eating Ghost Fang Imperial clan. The terrifying aftermath of the battle nearly shattered the entire domain of the soul-eating Ghost Fang Imperial clan, with countless underground caverns and grand halls obliterated. Numerous mountain peaks collapsed under the horrific shockwaves, some even being annihilated entirely by the overwhelming destructive foundational power, turning into vast clouds of dust. As they witnessed the fall of each sovereign from the soul-eating Ghost Fang Imperial clan, a thick layer of dark clouds enveloped the skies above the clan's territory. Within those ominous clouds flashed endless ultimate thunder, as if both celebrating and mourning. The fallen sovereigns of the soul-eating Ghost Fang imperial clan infused their ultimate powers into the world, enriching the battlefield with a dense concentration of soul-eating ultimate power. The Demon Slayer continuously evaded the attacks from Azurat Songfeng and his companions, only choosing to withstand their strikes when evasion was impossible. After all, each of the Azuras wielded inferior ultimate imperial weapons. Enduring even one of their blows would leave the Demon Slayer injured, compelling him to keep dodging. Moreover, Azurat Songfeng and his comrades were all mid-tier sovereigns, while the Demon Slayer had just broken through, rendering him no match for them. His ability to endure thus far was solely to await the support from the Shadow Ghost Imperial clan. As the emperors of the soul-eating Ghost Tooth Empire fell one after another, the power of the soul-eating extreme path in the heavens and earth grew increasingly potent. Simultaneously, the Soul Eater was compelled to voraciously absorb this concentrated power to replenish the depletion of his own soul-eating extreme path essence, in order to withstand the onslaught of the three Azura warriors. Yet, merely moments later, the Soul Eater found himself on the verge of collapse. Why had the Emperor of the Shadow Phantom Empire not yet arrived to offer support? What advantage would their demise bring to them? The Soul Eater initially assumed that the formidable emperors of the Shadow Phantom Empire were reluctant to intervene. Little did he know that, at that very moment, the Shadow Phantom Empire dared not make the slightest move. For outside their domain, a Dominator-level Imperial Guard hovered in the air, his towering figure casting a shadow over the Shadow Phantom Empire, exerting a terrifying pressure that constantly bore down upon their domain's barriers. Although their inferior extreme path Imperial array could withstand this Dominator-level Imperial Guard, the three emperors of the Shadow Phantom Empire were equally hesitant to assist the Soul-Eating Ghost Tooth Empire. The battlefield of the Soul-Eating Ghost Tooth Empire had transformed into a stage for emperors. The entire domain had been razed to the ground. All the emperors and beings of the Soul-Eating Ghost Tooth Empire had been obliterated by the might of the Azura Empire's emperors. Except for the surviving Soul Eater, the Soul-Eating Ghost Tooth Empire was effectively extinct. Witnessing the destruction of his empire, the Soul Eater was consumed by grief and fury, momentarily forgetting to flee and instead launched an assault against Azurat Songfeng. However, before the three mid-tier dominators, his attacks were utterly insignificant. After being struck and sent flying by Azura Zhongguang, the Soul Eater's essence surged uncontrollably, and he roared, "You have annihilated my soul-eating Ghost Tooth Empire. I shall take you down with me." Observing the Soul Eater's frenzied demeanor and the tumultuous surge of his essence, the expressions of Azurat Songfeng and his companions turned grave. "This is bad. He intends to self-destruct." Azurat Songfeng spoke with urgency, glancing at Elder Lei Daoqiong. The self-detonation of a mid-tier dominator would equate to a full-force strike from a peak dominator, a feat beyond their capacity to withstand. At the edge of the battlefield, Elder Lei Daoqiong quickly turned to the nearby dominator-level Imperial Guard. Before he could utter a word, the Imperial Guard raised a hand, and an invisible force of spatial essence promptly imprisoned the Soul Eater's chaotic power. Seizing the opportunity, Azurat Songfeng and his allies swiftly unleashed their most formidable attacks upon the bound Soul Eater. In an instant, 3 terrifying strikes descended upon him, shattering his imperial form. The Soul Eater's imperial soul was obliterated under the cataclysmic force of destruction. Thus, the Soul Eater met his ultimate demise. Chapter 8:16. The Manifestation of Extreme Path Rules and the Extreme Path Thunder Tribulation. With the fall of the Soul Eater, the essence he controlled returned to the Extreme Path Imperial realm, saturating the entirety of the Soul-Eating Ghost Tooth Empire. Gazing upon the now leveled expanse, reduced to mere ruins, Azurat Songfeng and his comrades finally exhaled a sigh of relief. We have finally eradicated the Soul-Eating Ghost Tooth Empire. The grudges that have accumulated over countless epochs have, at last, dissipated. Azura Zhongguang and the others stood in a daze, reflecting on the desolate domain devoid of any remnants of the Soul-Eating Ghost Tooth Empire and feeling a sense of melancholy. The Soul-Eating Ghost Tooth Empire was known for its brutal malevolence, consuming countless souls, an act intolerable under the laws of the Extreme Path Imperial realm. Their annihilation was, indeed, their destined end. Equally culpable were the Shadow Phantom Empire, whose sins were even more profound, as the Emperor Yoshang exploited the souls of innumerable beings for his own healing. It is evident how deeply corrupted the entire Shadow Phantom Empire had become. The Extreme Path Imperial realm inherently possessed extreme laws that exerted immense suppression over powers below the Dominator level, even wielding punitive forces against them. While cultivating the power of the soul-eating Extreme Path was not inherently wrong, employing it for the slaughter of sentient beings was an affront that even the laws of the Extreme Path Imperial realm would not tolerate. The reason the Soul-Eating Ghost Tooth Empire and the Shadow Phantom Empire had not faced punishment from the laws of the Extreme Path Imperial realm was due to the presence of 3 emperor-level powers within the Shadow Phantom Empire, allowing them to defy these laws and conceal their transgressions. Now that the soul-eating Ghost Tooth Empire had been utterly vanquished, their domain shattered, and the vast power of the soul-eating extreme path returned to the imperial realm. The empire that had thrived on the consumption of countless souls could no longer evade the scrutiny of the extreme path imperial realm's laws. The resentment of countless souls manifested like blood-written pleas to the laws of the extreme path imperial realm. In an instant, dark storm clouds gathered above the domain of the soul-eating Ghost Tooth Empire, enveloping it entirely. Witnessing this spectacle, Azura Zhangguang and his companions hastily retreated from the ruins of the soul-eating Ghost Tooth Empire. Upon returning to the side of Elder Lei Hongang and the other elders of the Lei family, they beheld the ominous clouds of thunder, the flickers of extreme lightning within, rendering them apprehensive. This is the manifestation of the extreme path thunder tribulation, Azura Zhangguang exclaimed in astonishment. He had not anticipated that the annihilation of the soul-eating Ghost Tooth Empire would provoke such a thunderous response. This thunder tribulation was beyond the endurance of even peak dominator-level powers. Could it be that this thunder tribulation is directed at us? We have just eradicated the vile soul-eating Ghost Tooth Empire, and instead of receiving rewards from the laws of the extreme path imperial realm, we are faced with this manifestation of thunder tribulation. Surely, it cannot be a punishment for us. Yi Xiu expressed his confusion, tinged with trepidation and dissatisfaction. They had vanquished a thoroughly wicked empire, yet found themselves confronting the manifestation of the extreme path thunder tribulation, leaving even those who had obliterated the Azura Empire feeling somewhat disgruntled. At that moment, Azura Xianxia elucidated, if we are locked onto by the thunder tribulation, we would likely be suppressed by the laws and rendered incapable of even speaking. Upon hearing his explanation, the group sighed in relief, their anxieties somewhat alleviated. If it is not a punishment for us, then who could it be intended for? The soul-eating Ghost Tooth Empire has already been obliterated, surely. The laws of the extreme path imperial realm would not manifest such a terrifying thunder tribulation merely for amusement or intimidation. Yi Xiu pondered, perplexed. In response, Azura Xianxi refrained from elaborating, as he was well aware of the nature of this disciple of the imperial ancestor. Should he answer, Yi Xiu would undoubtedly continue to press for explanations, while the other powerful Lei clan members remained silent. Even the talkative Lei Xianping and Lei Ian were reluctant to engage with Yi Xiu. Suddenly, the dark storm clouds roiled, and in the next moment, countless bolts of extreme lightning cascaded down like a deluge, mercilessly striking the ground of the soul-eating Ghost Tooth Empire's domain. In an instant, the already raised domain was pulverized into fine dust beneath the relentless onslaught of the extreme thunder. The earth was torn asunder, revealing vast chasms, while beneath the surface lay countless white bones and an overwhelming atmosphere of vengeful spirits. Gazing at the multitude of bleached bones, Lei Hongang, Shura Zhangguang, and all the formidable beings present could not help but draw a sharp breath. The palpable aura of vengeful spirits coalesced into a tangible force, rivaling even the might of a peak emperor at the threshold of the sovereign realm. The former cultivations of these skeletal entities, at their zenith, barely reached the level of the undying Star Master, with the lowest among them being the remains of countless beings from various realms, reduced to mere heaps of bone dust. Witnessing this scene, Lei Hongang, Shura Zhangguang, and the other powerful figures were once again engulfed in a tempest of righteous fury. Had it not been for the annihilation of the soul-eating Ghost Fang imperial clan, they would have ensured that the clan faced a far more torturous demise, subjecting them to the excruciating trial of the extreme path thunder tribulation, relishing in their gradual downfall beneath its wrath, rendering them unable to seek life or death. Now, the heinous deeds of the soul-eating Ghost Fang imperial clan had been unmasked, calling forth the retribution of the extreme path rules, thereby justifying the actions taken by the Lei family. Every sentient being possesses the right to pursue the pinnacle of martial arts. Should the higher imperial clans be allowed to slaughter the lower saintly factions unchecked, the cosmos would inevitably spiral towards oblivion. In mere moments, the domain once belonging to the soul-eating Ghost Fang imperial clan transformed into a realm entirely shrouded by the extreme path thunder tribulation. The ominous power of the soul-eating path and the countless vengeful spirits were systematically obliterated by the relentless thunder, striving to eradicate the sins committed by the soul-eating Ghost Fang imperial clan. Taking a deep breath, Lei Hongang solemnly remarked, before the demon devourer breaks through to the sovereign realm, the soul-eating Ghost Fang imperial clan is merely a quasi-extreme path imperial clan. To possess such grave transgressions, what unspeakable horrors must the Shadow Soul imperial clan have committed? He concluded with fervor. This time, The Shadow Soul Imperial clan must also taste the bitterness of the extreme path Thunder Tribulation. With that, Lei Daoqiong extended his hand, tearing through the fabric of space as he advanced towards the Shadow Soul Imperial clan. The other powerful beings, witnessing this, followed closely behind the elder, all directing their steps towards the domain of the Shadow Soul Imperial clan. At this moment, the Shadow Soul Imperial clan found its emperor, Yuxiang, emerging from seclusion. After millennia of recuperation and healing, Yuxiang had restored more than 80% of his injuries, and the arms severed by the Sovereign Realm Guardian had healed. Although he still bore an air of fragility, the Demon Devourer has just broken through to the Sovereign Realm and has sought our aid. It seems he has encountered trouble. The soul-eating Ghost Fang Imperial clan is likely facing dire straits. A powerful emperor of the Shadow Soul Imperial clan intoned gravely. Just then, Yuxiang suddenly sensed something. Retrieving a shattered quasi-extreme path life soul token from the Extreme Path Emperor ring, his expression growing grave. The Demon Devourer is dead, unsurprisingly. The entire soul-eating Ghost Fang Imperial clan has likely been utterly annihilated. The gravity of his words cast a pall over the two other Emperor-level beings, their expressions shifting to one of profound apprehension as they regarded the ominous figure outside. Chapter 817. The Assault on the Shadow Soul Imperial Clan. From which Extreme Path Imperial Clan does that powerful being hail? Why does he appear outside our Shadow Soul Imperial Clan's domain? Is he intending to strike against us? Pondered a nascent early-stage sovereign emperor of the Shadow Soul Imperial Clan, his gaze laden with trepidation. Yuxiang regarded the familiar silhouette, his heart jolting with a flicker of realization. Yet, another emperor began to analyze the situation, stating, in the surrounding hundreds of realms, there are only 5 extreme path forces. The other 4 are at odds with us. However, aside from the Xuanxu realm's Xianling Imperial Clan and the Tianfeng realm's Shenfeng Imperial Court, the other 2 extreme path forces lack any emperor-level beings above the second sovereign realm. Moreover, the Zaiwenshan Blood Imperial Clan from the Yinzhi realm and the Longshuat Tianyin Imperial Clan from the Wanyan Mountain realm are situated nearly 500 realms away. They would not dare to provoke our Shadow Soul Imperial Clan. Upon hearing this, Yuxiang inhaled deeply and replied, Inghan Emperor, Yuing Emperor, have you forgotten the Extreme Path Imperial Clan, the Lei family? A millennium ago, I was grievously wounded by a powerful being of the Lei family. The peak Sovereign Realm Emperor who inflicted that injury bears a striking resemblance to the external being of the Third Sovereign Realm. Aside from the differences in aura, realm, and weaponry, their imperial garb is nearly identical. As he spoke, vivid memories of the moment he was closest to death flooded back to him, a stark reminder of the grievous injury he had suffered. Seeing the Emperor of the Extreme Path Lei family once again sent a shiver down his spine, a flicker of fear piercing his gaze. The Yinghun and Yuing Emperors exchanged glances, their brows furrowing at Yuxiang's visible fear. Isn't the Lei family just a newly emerged Extreme Path Imperial clan? How could they possibly possess a powerful being of the Third Sovereign Realm? Questioned Inghan Emperor, his tone rife with confusion and concern. He had never regarded the Lei family with much seriousness. But if the external Third Sovereign Realm being truly hailed from the Lei family, they would need to reassess their stance entirely. In response to Inghan Emperor's inquiry, Yuxiang shook his head. The Lei family is shrouded in mystery. Aside from the 3 known Emperor-level beings and 1 temporal emperor, little useful information can be gleaned. For Emperor-level beings, Yuing Emperor exclaimed, astonished. Why were we not informed of such news? Inghan Emperor turned to Yuxiang, a questioning glint in his eye, observing their ignorance. Yuxiang spoke with a hint of reproach. You have been in seclusion, indifferent to clan affairs while endlessly consuming the clan's cultivation resources. Even while I lay grievously injured, you showed no concern. The information jade slips regarding the Lei family have long been delivered to your secluded abodes, yet you likely never bothered to peruse them. Feeling the weight of Yuxiang's words, both Inghan and Yuing Emperors exchanged awkward glances. Let us set this matter aside for now and deliberate on how to contend with that being of the Third Sovereign Realm, Inghan suggested gravely. In hearing this, Yuing and Yuxiang turned their gazes towards the formidable figure outside the boundary, whose terrifying presence loomed large, devoid of any inclination to strike. I am merely at the late stage of the Second Sovereign Realm, and Yuing has only just begun. Furthermore, Yuxiang is still injured. Even if we combine our strengths, we are no match for that being of the Third Sovereign Realm. Inghan spoke, his tone heavy with foreboding, acknowledging the vast chasm in their power, leaving them without any hope of victory or even the courage to engage in battle. Are we to remain in this stalemate indefinitely? How can we continue our cultivation? Yuing voiced his dissatisfaction, yet Yuxiang merely cast a glance at him, choosing silence. If the being of the Third Sovereign Realm remained outside their Shadow Soul Imperial clan's domain, they would be unable to cultivate or even venture beyond their realm to gather resources. As Yushang and the others contemplated their predicament, the space outside the Shadow Soul Imperial clan's domain suddenly tore apart, releasing an overwhelming aura from the fissure. This spectacle instantly alerted the three emperors of the Shadow Soul Imperial clan. A spatial rift? Could another powerful being be approaching our Shadow Soul Imperial clan? As the three pondered, Lei Daoqiong and the other formidable beings gradually emerged from the spatial tear. Soon, 12 formidable sovereign realm emperors and over 1,000 half-step sovereign realm emperors emerged from the spatial rift, their gazes fixed in unison upon the Shadow Soul Emperor clan. At this moment, the aura of Lei Daoqiong and his companions became unmistakably evident. The oppressive presence of the 12 emperors causing the three members of the Soul Emperor to involuntarily narrow their eyes, their expressions laden with gravity. It appeared as though the likes of Shura Zhanhuang and the 6 ancestral emperors who annihilated the Shura Emperor clan had all ascended to the sovereign realm. Beside them, the Soul Emperor gasped in disbelief, his eyes brimming with envy and jealousy. The three members of the Soul Emperor clan, confronted by the sudden influx of powerful adversaries, couldn't shake off an ominous feeling. There were 10 sovereign First Realm Emperors, along with 2 others whose realms remained inscrutable. The Soul Emperor furrowed his brow and gradually approached the boundary of the barrier, addressing the foremost figure, Lei Daoqiong, with a solemn tone. You must be the formidable warriors from the Extreme Path Emperor clan, the Lei family. Such an imposing arrival. Might I inquire about your intentions? In response to the Soul Emperor's inquiry, Lei Daoqiong remained silent, merely casting a glance at Yishio beside him. Observing this, Yishio turned to the Soul Emperor and bellowed, the Shadow Soul Emperor clan, which devours countless living souls for cultivation while obscuring the heavenly secrets, seeks to shroud its heinous acts from the laws of the extreme path. Your clan is steeped in egregious sins and deserves no mercy. Annihilating you outright would be too lenient. You must endure the most brutal punishment from the Extreme Path Emperor realm. Let us, the Lei family of the Extreme Path Emperor clan, unveil the heavenly secrets you have concealed and expose your transgressions to the laws of the Extreme Path Emperor realm. Before the Soul Emperor could utter a word, the 9 other emperors immediately sprang into action, unleashing a barrage of attacks infused with the primal powers of the Extreme Path upon the barrier of the Shadow Soul Emperor clan. Boom, boom. As the relentless explosions erupted, even the fabric of space began to fracture under the onslaught of the 9 sovereign First Realm Emperors. Yet, astonishingly, the boundary of the Shadow Soul Emperor clan remained unscathed. Upon witnessing this, Lei Daoqiong turned to the sovereign Third Realm Imperial Guard, nodding to signal that he could proceed. Chapter 8:18, Shattering the Heavenly Secrets. The return of the Extreme Path laws. The sovereign Third Realm Imperial Guard, having awaited this moment, finally took action upon receiving Lei Daoqiong's cue. Observing the barrier of the Shadow Soul Emperor clan, which even 9 sovereign First Realm Emperors couldn't budge, the Imperial Guard raised his hand. A colossal palm, eclipsing the sun, descended upon the space, imbued with boundless primal powers of the Extreme Path, bearing down upon the Shadow Soul Emperor clan. Within the confines of the Shadow Soul Emperor clan's domain, the Soul Emperor and his companions watched in sheer panic as the immense palm approached the barrier. This is bad. The barrier cannot withstand the assault of a sovereign Third Realm Emperor. Quickly, stand with me to resist that mighty hand, the Soul Emperor cried. Producing his most treasured low-grade Extreme Path defensive Imperial weapon, a massive shield resembling a tortoise shell, which instantly expanded to an enormous size, positioning itself before the colossal palm. With a deafening crash, the palm of the sovereign Third Realm Imperial Guard slammed down upon the massive tortoiseshell shield, the terrifying shockwave obliterating vast swathes of space. The shield merely sank a short distance, nearly touching the barrier, yet it remained largely unharmed. However, within the barrier, a trickle of crystalline soul essence escaped the Soul Emperor's lips, for he alone comprehended the true terror of that strike. Even through the low-grade Extreme Path weapon and the low-grade Extreme Path formation of the barrier, the impact had injured the Soul Emperor. Had it not been for that tortoiseshell shield and the barrier, even the Soul Emperor would have faced the risk of demise. Wiping the soul essence from his lips, the Soul Emperor's expression grew increasingly grave. At this moment, the sovereign Third Realm Imperial Guard had drawn a mid-grade Extreme Path Imperial weapon, a broad blade that spanned the heavens, its terrifying sharpness cleaving through space as if to split the world in twain. Witnessing the overwhelming power of the mid-grade Extreme Path Imperial weapon, fear flickered in the eyes of the Soul Emperor and his companions. The nearly 250 half-step Sovereign Realm Emperors, facing the insurmountable might of the mid-grade Extreme Path Broadblade, trembled uncontrollably, sensing the breath of death looming over them. How is this possible? They possess a mid-grade Extreme Path Imperial weapon. Are we truly facing annihilation? the Shadow Emperor uttered, his tone laced with reluctance. In the face of a sovereign Third Realm Emperor, they might have managed to hold their ground, but against a mid-grade extreme path Imperial weapon, they stood no chance of defense. In mere moments, the sovereign Third Realm Imperial Guard wielding the broad blade struck down decisively upon the tortoise-shell shield without any restraint. Despite the Soul Emperor and his companions desperately attempting to fend off the blow, channeling their vast reserves of primal power into various attacks to halt the blade's advance. The mid-grade extreme path Imperial weapon, imbued with terrifying might, met no resistance and cleaved through the tortoise-shell shield. With a resounding crack and thunderous collision, the mid-grade extreme path broad blade shattered the shield into fragments, delivering a devastating blow to the barrier. The tortoise-shell shield's destruction sent a recoil that injured the Soul Emperor, causing him to involuntarily spit out a mouthful of soul essence. The Shadow Emperor and the Soul Sorrow Emperor were also affected, their conditions deteriorating as they each bled soul essence from their lips. The already wounded Soul's Sorrow Emperor, now resembling a spent force, gazed helplessly as the broad blade ground against the barrier, his eyes filled with despair and reluctance. With a crack, the sound of the barrier fracturing resonated, sending a jolt through the hearts of all the members of the Shadow Soul Emperor clan. They could scarcely believe their eyes. The barrier that had sheltered them for countless epochs was shattering before them. The relentless barrage of blades unleashed by the mid-grade extreme path Imperial weapon surged like a tempest into the domain of the Shadow Soul Emperor clan. Just as the Soul Emperor and his companions prepared to make a desperate stand, and countless members of the Shadow Soul Emperor clan awaited their doom in despair, they discovered that the countless blades did not strike any of their kin, but instead shattered upon the foundation of the low-grade extreme path formation. Many blades even cleaved through the intangible space, seemingly dismantling the invisible shackles within. As the Soul Emperor and his companions beheld this scene, their pupils constricted in horror. This is disastrous. He is breaking our concealed heavenly secrets. Quickly stop him, the Soul Emperor shouted in terror. He hastily retrieved his final low-grade extreme path Imperial weapon, desperately attempting to intercept the blades. The Shadow Emperor and the Soul Sorrow Emperor did the same, even willing to face death beneath the onslaught of those blades. Should their concealed heavenly secrets be utterly shattered, they would have to confront the punitive measures of the Extreme Path Emperor Realm's laws. They would rather perish than endure the punishment meted out by the laws of the Extreme Path Emperor Realm. Given their heinous transgressions, the laws would not grant them an easy death. The torment of being unable to live or die would be the most dreadful fate of all. Yet, it was all too late. As the barrier collapsed, the sovereign Third Realm Imperial Guard unleashed a terrifying imperial pressure that enveloped the entire Shadow Soul Emperor clan. This pressure did not slay a single member of the Shadow Soul Emperor clan, but instead imprisoned everyone within its grasp. The once fervent attempts of the three emperors of the Shadow Soul Empire to thwart the onslaught of blades were rendered sluggish beneath an overwhelming pressure. The already weakened and grievously injured Emperor, Yushang, found himself utterly immobilized, helplessly witnessing the endless blades shatter the celestial shackles that had shielded them. His eyes filled with despair. Observing the struggles of the Emperor of Souls and the Emperor of Shadows, Lei Daoqiong intervened, enlisting the aid of an Imperial Guardian who commanded the primal essence of spatial dominion to prevent their potential self-destruction born of desperation. As the power of spatial dominion enveloped the entirety of the Shadow Soul Empire, the two struggling emperors were instantaneously confined in midair. Before they could even comprehend the situation, their control over the primal essence and cultivation was sealed, rendering them incapable of self-detonation. For an emperor adept in the mastery of spatial dominion, this was a task devoid of difficulty. This sudden turn of events instilled profound terror in the emperors of Souls and Shadows. As the prospect of punishment from the rules of the primal imperial realm loomed ominously, the thought of impending doom prompted Emperor Yusol to cry out in panic, "Predecessor! Master! We of the Shadow Soul Empire are willing to submit to the Lei clan of the primal imperial family. Please spare our lives." In a bid to survive and evade the penalties of the primal imperial realm's laws, he was compelled to cast aside his dignity, even expressing a willingness to bow to the Lei clan. However, Lei Daoqiong remained unmoved, responding with indifference, "You wretched beings are unworthy of servitude to my primal imperial clan." As he spoke, he observed the shattered celestial chains that had once shielded the three emperors, while an endless tempest of thunderclouds coalesced above the domain of the Shadow Soul Empire. He then directed his gaze toward them, articulating slowly, "To annihilate the devouring Soul Fong Empire would be a leniency. Henceforth, you shall endure the punishment of the primal imperial realm's laws. I hope that, upon the eradication of your boundless sins, you may still cling to life." Immediately following Lei Daoqiong's declaration, the rules of the primal imperial realm unleashed their fury. and the atmosphere of the tempestuous thunderclouds bore a pressure far more terrifying than the tribulation faced by the devouring Soul Fang Empire. In an instant, it locked onto the three emperors of the Shadow Soul Empire along with all half-step sovereign-level experts, extending its reach to encompass every member of the Shadow Soul Empire and its vassal forces, all ensnared by the wrath of the primal thunder tribulation. The terrifying suppressive force of the primal imperial realm's rules rendered them utterly incapable of resistance, leaving them to await their fate in despair. Chapter 819. The Punishment of Primal Thunder Fire. Once the rules of the primal imperial realm had fully subdued the three emperors of souls and shadows, as well as the entirety of the Shadow Soul Empire, the sovereign-level imperial guardian withdrew swiftly to avoid being caught in the backlash of the primal imperial realm's regulations. Above the domain of the Shadow Soul Empire, chains of primal rules bound the emperors, stripping them of their control over three primal essences, rendering them powerless to resist. Furthermore, the dreadful chains of primal rules imprisoned nearly 250 sovereign-level experts within the Shadow Soul Empire, along with all its denizens and vassals. No, please, I cannot bear such punishment. Kill me, kill me. Emperor Yushang cried out in terror and despair toward Lei Daoqiong and others, trembling with the dread of facing the penalties of the primal imperial realm. At that moment, the sky above the Shadow Soul Empire roiled with ominous thunderclouds, shimmering with strands of purplish-golden lightning that rent the very fabric of space. The oppressive aura of the primal thundercloud descended, its pressure extending to encompass dozens of realms surrounding it. This oppressive force targeted only the Shadow Soul Empire, sparing all other beings and experts, yet instilling a profound sense of intimidation. Which powerful entity has angered the rules of the primal imperial realm? Many strong beings pondered, feeling a mix of trepidation and excitement, as they sensed the overwhelming pressure emanating from the Shadow Soul Empire. Realizing that the sins of the Shadow Soul Empire had been laid bare before the eyes of the primal imperial realm's laws, a multitude of powerful beings, filled with anticipation, hastened toward the Shadow Soul Empire, eager to witness whether the empire had indeed provoked the wrath of the primal imperial realm. Should the Shadow Soul Empire truly face the judgment of the primal imperial realm's regulations, then perhaps their own clan could finally break free from its dominion. Ideally, the complete annihilation of the Shadow Soul Empire would usher in peace for the surrounding realms. Half-step sovereign-level experts rapidly tore through space toward the Shadow Soul Empire, their expressions a mix of excitement and expectation. Meanwhile, above the Shadow Soul Empire, alongside the primal thunder tribulation, the ominous presence of primal purple flames flickered, capable of incinerating the very essence of primal emperors. What heinous acts had the Shadow Soul Empire committed to invoke not just the primal thunder tribulation, but also the primal purple flames? It seemed the rules of the primal imperial realm had indeed been thoroughly enraged, Lei Daoqiong remarked solemnly. Initially, they had thought that simply annihilating the Shadow Soul Empire would be far too lenient. After the events involving the devouring Soul Fang Empire, they sought for the rules of the primal imperial realm to punish the Shadow Soul Empire. However, they had not anticipated the depth of the Shadow Soul Empire's transgressions, which had incited the full wrath of the primal imperial realm's regulations. The primal thunder tribulation inflicted physical torment, while the primal flames were a unique agony reserved for the essence of the primal emperors. Both forms of punishment were capable of bringing any powerful being to the brink of despair. Even those at the sovereign level could not escape such fates. Only by transcending the rules of the primal imperial realm or mastering the primal laws could one potentially evade such punishing judgments. For the rules of the primal imperial realm, all beings existing within its domain were regarded as equals. Yet in the realm of the living, the strong dominated, and survival favored the fittest. Ordinary conflicts over resources and wars between mighty clans were deemed equitable battles, unmonitored by the rules of the primal imperial realm. However, should one engage in the indiscriminate slaughter of the weak or absorb countless souls for their own ascension, that would constitute sin, intolerable to the primal imperial realm. Though emperor-level beings could shroud their actions from the scrutiny of the primal imperial realm's laws, should they be discovered, they would face the most horrifying punishments imaginable. No sin could remain unpunished. The day of ultimate judgment would inevitably arrive. Evil cannot endure indefinitely. Every transgression shall meet its final obliteration, Elder Lei Xianxian stated gravely. Upon hearing Elder Lei Xianxian's admonition, all present nodded solemnly in agreement. The destruction of the Shura Empire and other quasi-primal imperial clans caused their hearts to race with relief. Thankfully, they did not share the greed of the devouring Soul Fang Empire or the cruelty of the Shadow Soul Empire. They adhered to their own clan's principles. Otherwise, they too might find themselves facing the same obliteration as the Shadow Soul Empire and the devouring Soul Fang Empire. Suffering the penalties of the primal imperial realm, a fate truly worse than death. Before long, endless purplish-golden lightning flashed within the tempest of thunderclouds, striking down upon every member of the Shadow Soul Empire. In the blink of an eye, countless members of the Shadow Soul Empire, whose cultivations were tragically insufficient, were utterly obliterated beneath the onslaught of the primal thunder. After all, the Shadow Soul Emperor clan is fundamentally a soul entity, possessing an exceedingly frail corporeal form in a considerably low realm, rendering them incapable of enduring the assault of the Supreme Thunder. Only those members of the Shadow Soul Emperor clan who have ascended to the immortal Star Lord realm or above can withstand the immensely suppressed punishment of the Supreme Thunder. The survivors among the Shadow Soul Emperor clan now suffer indescribable torment, wishing for nothing more than to perish under the relentless onslaught of the Supreme Thunder. Yet, the higher one's cultivation and the graver one's sins, the more the rules of the Supreme Emperor realm prevent them from meeting a swift death. Following a singular Supreme Thunder tribulation, the Supreme Purple Flames also unleashed their might. Without any grandiose display of power, the Supreme Purple Flames directly targeted the soul, subjecting all who survived from the Shadow Soul Emperor clan to the agonizing torment of their souls being scorched. Even their perceptions were magnified 1,000-fold, leaving them no possibility of slipping into unconsciousness. Such punishment marks merely the inception of the Shadow Soul Emperor clan's tribulations, unless their sins are thoroughly eradicated. The rules of the Supreme Emperor realm shall not easily grant them reprieve. Lei Daoqiong and others had been guarding this place for a month, during which many other quasi-supreme Imperial clan experts visited. Let us depart. The punishment of supreme thunder and fire imposed on the Shadow Soul Emperor clan by the rules of the Supreme Emperor realm may persist for a protracted duration, and remaining here holds no significance. Upon Lei Daoqiong's pronouncement, he led the group away, yet left behind a sovereign realm Imperial Guard to prevent any potential survivors from the Shadow Soul Emperor clan. Chapter 820. The Rise of the Lei Family's Prestige. Once the powerful members of the Lei family and their vassal Imperial clans departed, numerous Imperial experts, previously hesitant to approach the Shadow Soul Emperor clan, cautiously drew near the periphery of their domain. Thousands of semi-sovereign realm Imperial experts, along with more than a dozen unfathomably powerful elites, likely true sovereign realm emperors, gathered. Many Imperial experts bore expressions tinged with trepidation, despite their careful investigations. They likely had already been detected by the sovereigns. Numerous closely affiliated Imperial experts began to engage in conversation. The 6 ancestral emperors of the Annihilation Shura clan, including Shura Zhanhuang, seem to have ascended to the sovereign realm. I too have noticed. However, they appear to show great deference to the leading human emperor, indicating that the Annihilation Shura clan has aligned themselves with a tremendously powerful Supreme Imperial clan. If the 6 from the Annihilation Shura clan have all advanced to the sovereign realm, just how formidable must the Supreme Imperial clan they follow be? In an instant, many Imperial experts present narrowed their eyes, well acquainted with the Annihilation Shura clan's reputation. Unless compelled by extraordinary circumstances, the Annihilation Shura clan would not willingly submit to any Supreme Imperial clan. At this moment, one of the Imperial experts seemed to recall something, and a jolt coursed through him. Could that human emperor be from the Supreme Imperial clan Lei family? Upon hearing this, numerous Imperial experts were taken aback. The Lei family of the Supreme Imperial clan? Are you referring to the clan that appeared in the Thunder Marsh Beast Forest a myriad of years ago and established it as a domain? One Imperial expert incredulously inquired. Our understanding of the Lei family is rather limited. Yet the Annihilation Shura clan is the closest quasi-supreme Imperial clan to the Thunder Marsh Beast Forest, and they are likely to have pledged their allegiance to the Lei family. The other Imperial experts, upon hearing this, felt incredulous. If following the Lei family enables one to break through to the sovereign realm, I too would willingly lead my entire clan to follow them. The assembly of Imperial experts predominantly consisted of late semi-sovereign realm individuals, with only a few at the pinnacle of that realm, all harboring an intense yearning for advancement. Once the powerful gathered had settled their thoughts, they turned their gaze towards the beleaguered Shadow Soul Emperor clan, enshrouded in the Supreme Thunder Tribulation. The anguished cries of the Soul Emperor and other strong figures sent shivers down their spines, particularly as they sensed the wrath of the Supreme Emperor realm's rules and witnessed the punitive thunder and supreme purple flames. Many Imperial experts involuntarily shuddered. What heinous deeds has the Shadow Soul Emperor clan committed to warrant such retribution from the rules of the Supreme Emperor realm? Given the atrocities committed by the Shadow Soul Emperor clan, enduring the tribulation of eternal thunder is but a fitting retribution. Indeed, with the punishment imposed by the Supreme Emperor realm, even the 3 emperors, Soul, Shadow, and Death, are doomed to perish. The Shadow Soul Emperor clan is effectively obliterated. Good riddance. The Shadow Soul Emperor clan deserved annihilation long ago. Had it not been for the supreme imperial clan Lei family, we might still be languishing under the shadow of the Shadow Soul Emperor clan, unaware of how many more of our kin would perish at their hands. Upon hearing this, many imperial experts cast furious glances at the Shadow Soul Emperor clan enshrouded in supreme thunder tribulation, their eyes blazing with wrath, wishing to rend them asunder. However, witnessing the Shadow Soul Emperor clan already suffering the punitive wrath of the Supreme Emperor realm, in a state worse than death, many imperial experts felt a sense of satisfaction. The punishment meted out to the Shadow Soul Emperor clan by the Supreme Emperor realm serves as a form of vengeance for our billions of kin. Many imperial experts exhaled deeply, relieved that with the destruction of the Shadow Soul Emperor clan and the soul-biting Phantom Tooth clan, they would no longer be subjected to their threats. A year passed. The tremors of the Supreme Emperor realm's punishment against the Shadow Soul Emperor clan spread across a radius of 500 realms, alerting all quasi-supreme imperial clans within that area. Even the 4 supreme imperial clans' emperors turned their gaze toward the direction of the Shadow Soul Emperor clan. Upon failing to discern anything, even the emperors personally manifested their avatars to investigate the Shadow Soul Emperor clan. The fact that the Shadow Soul Emperor clan was subjected to the rules of the Supreme Emperor realm's punishment indicates that their sins are intolerable to the other supreme imperial clans. Perhaps it is time to pay a visit to the Lei family of the Supreme Imperial clan. In an instant, numerous factions expressed their gratitude toward the enigmatic Lei family of the Supreme Imperial clan, while the 4 Supreme Imperial clans grew increasingly intrigued by them. After all, to effortlessly unravel the secrets concealed by the 3 powerful emperors of the Shadow Soul Emperor clan, the Lei family of the Supreme Imperial clan is undoubtedly remarkable. In the blink of an eye, a century passed. The remaining strong members of the Shadow Soul Emperor clan continued to endure the punishment of supreme thunder and fire. Meanwhile, the Lei family of the Supreme Imperial clan and the Annihilation Shura clan garnered immense acclaim across the surrounding hundreds of realms. Remarkably, the Lei family had achieved considerable prestige even without any overt actions. The Annihilation Shura clan indeed found fortune in aligning with the Lei family, as it allowed the 6 from Shura Zhanhuang to ascend to the sovereign realm. Now that a century has elapsed, the punishment from the Supreme Emperor realm against the Shadow Soul Emperor clan shows no signs of abating. No one knows how much longer it will persist. Everyone, it has been quite some time. Why not visit the Lei family of the Supreme Imperial clan together? The gathered dozen or so quasi-supreme Imperial clan experts fell into contemplation. At that moment, one of the peak semi-sovereign realm experts spoke up. We are still not well acquainted with the Lei family of the Supreme Imperial clan, and besides, they are not so easily accessible. I propose that we first visit the Annihilation Shura clan to inquire about the Lei family and perhaps request an introduction from them. What do you all think? The remaining powerful beings of the Emperor realm furrowed their brows upon hearing this. The current Destruction Shura Imperial clan is no longer what it once was. The 6 supreme sovereigns of this clan outnumber the emperors of the former Shadow Soul Imperial clan. Are you truly so confident that the Destruction Shura Imperial clan would be willing to receive us? At this moment, one of the powerful beings felt a contraction in his pupils, a hint of embarrassment flashing across his gaze. He had momentarily forgotten that the 6 imperial ancestors of Shura Zhanhuang had already broken through to the sovereign realm. Realizing this, he spoke again, acknowledging that the standing of the Destruction Shura Imperial clan has indeed seen a substantial elevation, placing them on a different tier than us. However, there is more than just the Destruction Shura Imperial clan that follows the Extreme Dao Imperial clan, the Lei family. Upon hearing this, the other Emperor realm beings turned their attention to him. Oh, you are aware of other quasi-extreme Dao Imperial clans that follow the Lei family? The speaker's face broke into a proud smile as he slowly replied, according to the information I have gathered, besides the Destruction Shura Imperial clan, there are 10 other quasi-extreme Dao Imperial clans that have also aligned themselves with the Lei family. Perhaps we could seek their introduction. Many Emperor realm beings revealed expressions of excitement. Their curiosity about the mysterious Extreme Dao Imperial clan, the Lei family, piqued, but more so was their profound awe towards it. Chapter 821. The Visit to the Extreme Dao Imperial Clan. As the reputation of the Extreme Dao Imperial clan, the Lei family, spread across hundreds of realms, numerous quasi-extreme Dao Imperial clans found themselves unable to restrain their eagerness, flocking to those who followed the Lei family to seek introductions and opportunities to visit. In the heart of the Yinzai realm, within a grand purple-patterned hall, 5 towering emperors sat in meditation, their terrifying auras capable of distorting space itself. Their forms resembled that of humans, yet were adorned with purple-golden runes that exuded an air of dominance and majesty. At this moment, The hall echoed with profound Dao sounds as the 5 emperors engaged in discourse. The Shadow Soul Imperial clan has faced the punitive measures of the rules of the extreme Dao Imperial realm. Their demise is merely a matter of time. Our focus now should be on the extreme Dao Imperial clan, the Lei family. What thoughts do you all have? The figure on the far left, Li, was the first to voice his opinion. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the other 4 emperors grew serious, as they possessed very little information about the Lei family. From what we currently know, the extreme Dao Imperial clan has showcased 8 emperors, including 2 who have reached the pinnacle of the sovereign triple realm. The most enigmatic among them, the time-space emperor, is likely unfathomably powerful, remarked Xianxian, his brow furrowing in concern. With those 2 sovereign triple realm emperors alone, the extreme Dao Imperial clan, the Lei family, is not an entity we, the purple-patterned celestial blood Imperial clan, can afford to offend, interjected Zishuan gravely. Moreover, let us not forget that the Destruction Shura Imperial clan under the Lei family's banner also boasts 6 emperors who have broken through to the sovereign realm. In response, Zifeng, seated beside Zitianxian, nodded and added solemnly, the strength of the extreme Dao Imperial clan, the Lei family, is truly immeasurable. In just a mere 10,000 years, they have enabled 6 peak emperor sovereigns of the Destruction Shura Imperial clan to ascend to the sovereign realm. Their foundation is likely far stronger than we can imagine. If we could forge an alliance with them, we might gain significant benefits. Upon Zifengling's conclusion, the 4 of them turned their gazes toward the central figure, the highest-ranking and oldest ancestor of the purple-patterned celestial blood Imperial clan, Xianxia. Having listened to the discussions, Xianxia had already made a resolute decision. The extreme Dao Imperial clan, the Lei family, must not be offended. Furthermore, with the impending opening of the Tianshu secret realm, we require a more formidable ally. He turned to Zifeng and Zitianxian, speaking in a grave tone. Fengling, Tianxian, you 2 shall proceed to visit the extreme Dao Imperial clan, the Lei family. Whether we can establish a good relationship with them now rests upon your shoulders. Upon hearing this, Zifeng and Zitianxian's expressions turned serious and solemn as they responded in unison. Understood. After Xianxia had imparted additional instructions, Zifeng and Zitianxian wasted no time. They tore through the fabric of space, heading directly toward the realm of the extreme Dao Imperial clan, the Lei family, simultaneously sharing similar aspirations as the purple-patterned celestial blood Imperial clan. The dragon blood celestial flame Imperial clan from the Wanyan Mountain realm also sought to forge ties with the Lei family after witnessing their might. Days later, outside the realm of the extreme Dao Imperial clan, as several spatial fissures appeared simultaneously, 4 powerful emperors gracefully emerged from the cracks. In an instant, the 6 emperor-level beings of the Destruction Shura Imperial clan, including Shura Zhanhuang, sensed the presence of the 4 emperors and swiftly appeared outside the realm of the Lei family. Their imperial might fully displayed as they regarded the newcomers with vigilance. Who goes there? With the sound of a resonant Dao voice, a peak sovereign realm presence flickered, and then a sovereign realm imperial guard materialized before Zifeng and the others. Shura Zhanhuang and the others offered a respectful bow to the sovereign realm guard, before turning their serious gazes towards the 4 powerful emperors. Sensing the aura of the peak sovereign realm emperor, Zifengling's expression turned grave as he quickly stated, I am Zifeng, from the purple-patterned celestial blood Imperial clan, here to pay a visit to the extreme Dao Imperial clan, the Lei family. Following Zifengling's introduction, the other 2 emperors also introduced themselves. I am Long Daoyan, from the Dragon Blood Celestial Flame Imperial clan, here to meet the Time-Space Emperor and the extreme Dao Imperial clan, the Lei family. Upon hearing this, Shura Zhanhuang and the others could not help but widen their eyes in surprise. The purple-patterned Celestial Blood Imperial clan and the Dragon Blood Celestial Flame Imperial clan are both stronger than the Shadow Soul Imperial clan. Their visit to the extreme Dao Imperial clan, the Lei family, raised questions about their intentions. The Sovereign Realm Guard remained silent for a moment before relaying the message that their master, Lei Daoqiong, was currently in seclusion. He then communicated this development to Elder Lei Hongang within the clan. Upon learning that 2 major extreme Dao Imperial clans had come to visit, Elder Lei Hongang was taken aback. The purple-patterned Celestial Blood Imperial clan and the Dragon Blood Celestial Flame Imperial clan are actually here in person to visit my extreme Dao Imperial clan, the Lei family. It seems they are already aware of the situation with the Shadow Soul Imperial clan. After contemplating for a moment, Lei Hongang instructed the Sovereign Realm Guard to allow them entry and guide them to the Grand Hall of the Lei family. Once arrangements were made, Lei Hongang left his training chamber and summoned several elders of the Lei family who had broken through to the Sovereign Realm. Along with a few unfathomably powerful Sovereign Realm Guards, and proceeded to the grand hall of the Lei family. Outside the realm of the Lei family, the sovereign realm guard, having received Elder Lei Honggong's instructions, turned to Zifeng Ling and Long Daoyan and spoke slowly, "Follow me." With that, the sovereign realm guard opened the boundary of the realm and flew directly towards the grand hall of the Lei family. Zifeng Ling and Long Daoyan, seeing this, dared not delay for even a moment, swiftly following behind the powerful being as they entered the realm of the extreme Dao imperial clan, the Lei family. Seeing this, Shura Zhanhuang and the others did not follow into the Lei family realm, but instead returned to the realm of the destruction Shura imperial clan. Their responsibility was merely to guard the boundary of the Lei family's realm, preventing any imperial clan powers from infringing upon the Lei family. They had no authority to interfere with those visiting the extreme Dao imperial clan. Within the realm of the Lei family, Zifeng Ling and Long Daoyan followed the sovereign realm guard at a measured pace. Although they were immensely curious about the extreme Dao imperial clan, they did not dare to probe too deeply into the inner workings of the Lei family's realm and carefully restrained their auras. Suddenly, a terrifying beast roar echoed through the air as a colossal figure, carrying an overwhelming imperial might, crushed entire mountain ranges and charged directly at Zifeng Ling and Long Daoyan. The imposing figure of the colossal realm beast, coupled with the terrifying pressure exerted by the sovereign emperor, left both Zifeng Ling and Long Daoyan momentarily stunned. A sovereign realm beast. Just as their astonishment set in, a calm voice resonated. "Beast, do not act disrespectfully." The sovereign realm imperial guard promptly subdued the realm beast, rendering it immobile before continuing to lead the way ahead. Witnessing this, the expressions of Zifeng Ling and Long Daoyan grew even more solemn. A flicker of reverence for the extreme Dao imperial clan, the Lei family, evident in their eyes. Chapter 8:22. The Secret Realm of Tianxiu. Throughout their journey, Zifeng Ling and Long Daoyan encountered no fewer than 4 sovereign realm beasts, though all were of the first tier within the sovereign realm. The mere sight of them left them profoundly astonished. After all, despite the might of their 2 great extreme Dao imperial clans, they had yet to subdue even a single first-tier sovereign realm beast for their own use. The fact that the extreme Dao imperial clan, the Lei family, possessed 4 sovereign realm beasts intensified their desire to forge a connection with them, even contemplating an alliance. Upon arriving at the grand hall of the Lei family, Zifeng Ling and Long Daoyan were greeted by nearly 20 emperors of the Lei family, among whom were 4 formidable emperors surpassing the 3rd tier of the sovereign realm. Their expressions shifted slightly, the astonishment in their eyes deepening, along with an involuntary tension. At this moment, even the somewhat proud Long Daoyan dared not be arrogant. Hastily bowing in greeting, "I, Long Daoyan of the Dragon Blood Heaven Flame Imperial Clan, pay my respects to the esteemed emperors of the Lei family." Seeing this, both Zifeng Ling and Zi Tianxian reined in their surprise, unwilling to fall behind, and quickly echoed the gesture. "I, Zifeng Ling of the Purple Patterned Blood Imperial Clan, pay my respects to the esteemed emperors of the Lei family." In response, the leading figure, Lei Honggong, offered a faint smile. "There is no need for excessive formalities. I am Lei Honggong, the elder of the Lei family. Please, take a seat." He gestured towards the seats flanking the hall, indicating that they should sit. Nodding in acknowledgement, Zifeng Ling and Long Daoyan took their places on either side. Once seated, Lei Xianxian signaled the 4 imperial guards at the half-step sovereign realm to serve them tea. After a round of hospitality and introductions, Lei Honggong inquired, "You have traveled from afar. May I ask the purpose of your visit?" At his question, Zifeng Ling's demeanor grew serious as he was the first to respond. "To be candid, Elder Lei Honggong, we have come regarding the forthcoming opening of the secret realm of Tianxiu." The secret realm of Tianxiu? The elders of the Lei family exchanged glances, their brows furrowing slightly, a hint of confusion flickering in their eyes. At that moment, Long Daoyan interjected, "The secret realm of Tianxiu is an evolution of the extreme Dao Emperor realm's rules. Its vast expanse is filled with countless precious resources and treasures, with the minimum being quasi-extreme treasures, and opportunities to gain insights beyond the 4th tier of the sovereign realm." As Long Daoyan spoke, his eyes shone with longing, but the thought of the dangers within the secret realm caused a flicker of fear to cloud his gaze. Although the secret realm of Tianxiu is abundant with treasures and opportunities, it is equally fraught with peril, where even emperors risk falling. Zifeng Ling stated gravely, "Oh, a secret realm born from the evolution of the extreme Dao Emperor realm's rules. Might I request a more detailed explanation?" Lei Honggong asked curiously. All the Lei family elders turned their attention to Zifeng Ling and Long Daoyan, their expressions revealing an interest. In response, Zifeng Ling began to elaborate. "The secret realm of Tianxiu is located within the Tianxiu domain, opening once every epoch and lasting for merely 100 years each time. Though it is a secret realm, it exists as an independent space, so vast that even our clan's emperors have yet to fully explore it. The strength of the spatial intensity and suppression within the secret realm of Tianxiu is over 100 times stronger than that of the extreme Dao Emperor realm. Even peak half-step sovereign realm emperors cannot teleport within it. Only sovereign realm emperors possess that capability, yet even they cannot tear apart the fabric of space within. During a brief pause, Lei Daoqiong continued, "Moreover, the secret realm of Tianxiu harbors various treacherous locations, each containing tests of extreme Dao rules. Successfully passing these trials yields copious precious resources or treasures, while failing results in immediate demise. Furthermore, beyond the sovereign realm beasts, the realm also nurtures Tianxiu beasts, all of which possess strength at least equivalent to the sovereign realm, and one must remain vigilant, lest they be devoured and refined. However, should one succeed in slaying a Tianxiu beast of the sovereign realm, the extreme Dao essence contained within is sufficient to enable an emperor to break through once more. Its flesh is also incredibly precious, surpassing even that of beasts of the same level." As he spoke, a glimmer of both fear and yearning danced in Lei Daoqiong's eyes, clearly hinting at past experiences within the secret realm of Tianxiu. At this juncture, Zifengling added, "Despite the myriad dangers within the secret realm of Tianxiu, quasi-extreme Dao medicinal herbs are abundant, and extreme Dao medicinal herbs are not rare. Additionally, there exist mid-grade and higher extreme Dao, or veins, if one possesses the strength. They might even extract an entire mid-grade extreme Dao, or vein. Beyond that, there are various chaos metals suitable for forging extreme Dao imperial weapons, as well as extreme Dao imperial essence and numerous other invaluable resources." Upon finishing, Zifengling's eyes gleamed with fervor, though it quickly faded as he turned his gaze towards Elder Lei Daoqiong. After absorbing the information shared by the two, the expressions of Lei Daoqiong and the other elders were filled with intrigue. However, their primary interest lay in the sovereign realm beasts and the Tianxiu beasts within the secret realm, rather than the resources and treasures it contained. The Lei family, with their own extreme Dao realm and the treasures cultivated from their temporal extreme Dao imperial weapons, had no shortage of extreme Dao medicinal herbs. Having grasped the details of the secret realm of Tianxiu, Lei Daoqiong surmised the true purpose behind Zifengling and Lei Daoqiong's visit. Fixing his gaze upon them, he directly stated, "I appreciate your sharing of information regarding the secret realm of Tianxiu. However, given the vast treasures and opportunities it offers, why would you choose to inform our Lei family? An additional extreme Dao imperial clan as a competitor seems to offer you no advantages." At this moment, Zifengling and Lei Daoqiong exchanged glances, rising simultaneously to declare, "We, the Purple Pattern Blood Imperial Clan, have come with sincerity, seeking to ally with the extreme Dao Imperial Clan, the Lei family, to jointly explore the secret realm of Tianxiu. Our clan shall only require 30% of the resources and treasures obtained." Upon concluding their statements, they both cast surprised and discontented looks at one another. Elder Lei Daoqiong, "Our Purple Pattern Blood Imperial Clan has documented information on 28 treasure locations within the secret realm of Tianxiu, including at least 15 mid-grade extreme Dao, or veins, with the potential for high-grade extreme Dao, or veins. One such treasure location may even harbor low-grade extreme Dao imperial essence. Should the extreme Dao imperial clan, the Lei family, agree to ally with our clan, we would only require 20% of the high-grade extreme Dao, or veins, and low-grade extreme Dao imperial essence." Zifengling asserted resolutely, willing to go to great lengths to forge an alliance after witnessing the might of the Lei family. Given the current display of strength by the extreme Dao imperial clan, the Lei family undoubtedly possessed the capability to acquire resources and treasures within the secret realm of Tianxiu far exceeding their own Purple Pattern Blood Imperial clan. Even a mere 20% allocation of resources and treasures would be significantly more advantageous than their previous desperate pursuits within the Tianxiu realm. Most crucially, the protection afforded by the Lei family's sovereign emperors would likely ensure their safety within the secret realm of Tianxiu, which was their ultimate objective. Chapter 8:23, Establishing Cooperation. Lei Daoqiong's expression darkened as he absorbed Zifengling's words, his pupils narrowing in apprehension. However, in pursuit of securing greater resources and treasures within the ethereal realm of Tianxiu, he spoke solemnly, "Elder Lei Daoqiong, although my Dragon Blood Tianyan Imperial clan has documented merely 26 sacred locations, we have also recorded the territories of nearly 100 sovereign-level beasts and 12 sovereign-level Tianxiu creatures. Should we form an alliance with your clan, we would only require a mere 10% of the corpses of the slain sovereign beasts and Tianxiu creatures." Upon hearing Lei Daoqiong's words, the eyes of the elder members of the Lei family glimmered with intrigue. Even Lei Daoqiong himself felt a flicker of contemplation. At that moment, Zifengling glared at Lei Daoqiong, Her teeth clenched in anger as she retorted, Long Daoyan, have you no shame? In your eagerness to ally with the extreme path imperial clan, you propose such terms. After a brief pause, Zi Fengling turned to Elder Lei Hongang. Her voice trembling as she said, Elder Lei Hongang, our clan possesses substantial information regarding the territories of sovereign-level beasts and Tianshu creatures as well. Should we ally? We would only require 50% of the corpses of the slain sovereign beasts and Tianshu creatures. Long Daoyan's gaze shifted to Zi Fengling, a flicker of fury igniting within his eyes. Zi Fengling, how dare you so shamelessly imitate the terms I have proposed? If you have the capability, you ought to relinquish any claim to the corpses of the sovereign beasts and Tianshu creatures. Long Daoyan declared with a deep voice. Zi Fengling scoffed. I am conversing with Elder Lei Hongang. Your interest in the corpses of the sovereign beasts and Tianshu creatures is irrelevant to me. Long Daoyan's aura surged, exerting the oppressive force of a mid-level sovereign, which bore down upon Zi Fengling. Long Daoyan, do you dare to engage me in combat within the Lei family hall? Zi Fengling exclaimed in shock and anger, countering with her own sovereign-level pressure. Just as their energies were on the verge of colliding, an imperial guard seated above in the hall merely shifted his gaze, and an intangible force of spatial origins swiftly extinguished the oppressive energies of both Zi Fengling and Long Daoyan. He then unleashed a peak-level sovereign pressure, intoning gravely. No violence is permitted within the Lei family hall. Should there be a next time, you will face death. Feeling the overwhelming presence of the peak sovereign, both Zi Fengling and Long Daoyan were engulfed by a sense of impending doom, beads of cold sweat forming on their foreheads. Once they regained their composure, they hastily spoke in unison. Yes, we were overly emotional and have caused offense. We beg the esteemed emperors of the Lei family for forgiveness. Upon hearing this, the peak sovereign guard gradually retracted his oppressive aura. Elder Lei Hongang regarded both Zi Fengling and Long Daoyan with a faint smile and slowly remarked, there is no need for such formality, esteemed ones. If the Tianshu realm truly harbors boundless resources, we could indeed collaborate. The resources acquired would see the Lei family claiming a mere 40%, while the remaining 60% could be evenly divided between your two imperial clans. Upon hearing this, both Zi Fengling and Long Daoyan's eyes were filled with disbelief. Elder Lei Hongang, does your family truly require only 40% of the resources from the Tianshu realm? Zi Fengling inquired, her gaze brimming with hope. Even Long Daoyan and the two other emperors accompanying them shared the same look of anticipation. Elder Lei Hongang nodded, but added, of course, however, based on the information you provide, the corpses of the slain sovereign beasts and Tianshu creatures would only yield 10% to your two imperial clans. With my Lei family retaining 90%, can you accept this condition? Upon hearing this, Zi Fengling and Long Daoyan exchanged glances, and after a brief moment, they reached a consensus. In unison, they declared, our clan agrees to Elder Lei Honggang's terms and is willing to provide all information regarding the Tianshu realm. Collaborating with the Extreme Path Imperial clan of the Lei family to explore the Tianshu realm would effortlessly yield them 30% of valuable resources and half of the corpses of sovereign beasts and Tianshu creatures. A veritable windfall they had no reason to refuse. Seeing their agreement, Lei Hongang nodded with a smile, his heart secretly musing, these two Extreme Path Imperial clans are rather intriguing. If I can subjugate them within the Tianshu realm, it would significantly bolster my Lei family, as long as they did not conceal their vital secrets and were not guilty of heinous crimes. The Extreme Path Imperial clan of the Lei family sought to subdue any Extreme Path Imperial clan. When Zi Fengling and Long Daoyan entered the Lei family hall, the four Imperial guards discerned that the sovereign emperors from both Extreme Path Imperial clans bore no traces of concealing their secrets, thus prompting Lei Honggang's willingness to collaborate with them. Naturally, there remained the need to probe the formidable sovereign entities behind these two Extreme Path Imperial clans. Should they meet the conditions set by the Lei family, they could directly subjugate these two clans within the Tianshu realm. Do not doubt the strength of the Lei family. The mere presence of four guards within the hall who surpassed the third level of sovereignty rendered both Zi Fengling and Long Daoyan's respective clans powerless to resist. By the way, at that moment, Lei Hongang abruptly inquired, I forgot to ask, how long until the Tianshu realm opens? Upon hearing this, Zi Fengling promptly replied, Elder Lei Hongang, there remain but 3,000 years until the next opening of the Tianshu realm. 3,000 years. Lei Hongang pondered, then continued, in that case, let us prepare to jointly explore the Tianshu realm 3,000 years hence. That sounds splendid. It is an honor for the Ziwen Tianshua Imperial clan to collaborate with the Extreme Path Imperial clan of the Lei family. May our cooperation be fruitful. Zi Fengling and Long Daoyan articulated simultaneously. Their eyes now sparkled with excitement and anticipation for the joint exploration of the Tianshu realm 3,000 years later. Subsequently, the Lei family extended lavish hospitality to Zi Fengling and Long Daoyan, and for a full 10 days, they indulged in the exquisite imperial wine, leaving them reluctant to part. However, they had arrived with a mission. After bidding farewell to elder Lei Honggang and the other emperors of the Lei family, they returned to their respective clans to report. A decade later, Lei Daoqiong emerged from his seclusion, his aura now even more unfathomable, and even Lei Su's cultivation had grown deeper. Upon learning of the Tianxu realm, Lei Daoqiong was instantly intrigued. Having resided in the extreme path imperial realm for over 10,000 years, he had spent over 10,000 epochs cultivating within the temporal sovereign imperial weapon. Aside from obliterating the soul-devouring Tooth and Shadow Phantom imperial clans, Lei Daoqiong had yet to lead the Lei family in exploring the entirety of the extreme path imperial realm. Now that he had become aware of the Tianxu realm and its abundance of sovereign-level beasts and unique Tianxu creatures, it was only natural for him to venture forth and explore the secrets within. Chapter 824, The Opening of the Tianxu Realm. Thus, with less than 3,000 years remaining, Lei Daoqiong once again entered seclusion, for the next time he emerged would be the moment to journey to the Tianxu realm. Meanwhile, the elders of the Lei family diligently engaged in their own cultivation. Aided by the temporal sovereign imperial weapon, the strength of the Lei family was rapidly ascending. Soon, 2,989 years had elapsed. As the opening of the Tianxu realm approached within a year, Lei Daoqiong and all the elders of the Lei family concluded their periods of seclusion. Within the Patriarch's Hall, Lei Daoqiong gazed upon the newly advanced cohort of over 600 sovereign-level elders and nearly 8,000 half-step sovereign disciples, a glimmer of satisfaction flickering in his eyes. Although most remained at the first level of sovereignty, with fewer than 100 elders having attained the second level, even Lei Xianxiang and Lei Yan had broken through to the sovereign level, which greatly pleased Lei Daoqiong. It appears that over the span of 3 millennia, your gains have been substantial. However, the vast realm of the extreme path is boundless, and our Lei clan must continually enhance our strength to secure a foothold within this domain. Lei Daoqiong offered this reminder, hoping to dissuade the members of the Lei clan from succumbing to arrogance and complacency. We shall adhere to the Patriarch's teachings. With a nod to the gathered assembly, Lei Daoqiong then turned his gaze towards elder Lei Honggang, who had reached the pinnacle of the second tier of the sovereign realm, and inquired, Elder Lei Honggang, have we selected candidates for the expedition to the secret realm of the Sky Void? Upon hearing this, Elder Lei Honggang rose and replied, reporting to the Patriarch, the candidates have been chosen. In addition to Xianping and Yan, there are also 200 elders at the sovereign realm accompanying us. As this will be our first venture into the secret realm of the Sky Void, it is prudent not to bring too many formidable warriors. As for the sovereign realm imperial guards, they will be arranged personally by the Patriarch. Nodding in agreement, Lei Daoqiong acknowledged the unfamiliarity of the secret realm of the Sky Void and deemed it wise to proceed with caution on this inaugural exploration. With a decisive thought, in mere moments, 100 imperial guards of the 4th tier of the sovereign realm and above materialized within the grand hall of the clan. These 100 guards donned imperial armor, exuding a terrifying aura. Among them were even those of the 6th tier of the sovereign realm. This formidable contingent should suffice to address the majority of threats within the secret realm of the Sky Void. After concluding his remarks, Lei Daoqiong suddenly remembered something and looked once more at elder Lei Honggang, asking, by the way, do the Destruction Azura Imperial Clan and other allied Imperial clans harbor intentions to venture into the secret realm of the Sky Void? Elder Lei Honggang seemed to anticipate this inquiry, responding slowly, in answer to the Patriarch, among the 27 Imperial clans allied with us, there are indeed strong practitioners who have ascended to the sovereign realm, with the most powerful, the Destruction Azura Imperial Clan, boasting 12 sovereign realm experts. They have all heard of the secret realm of the Sky Void and are quite intrigued, yet previously lacked the qualifications to explore it. Thus, this time, I have requested that each clan dispatch 2 to 5 of their strongest sovereign realm practitioners to accompany us. They should be awaiting us just outside the Lei clan's domain. Pleased with Elder Lei Honggang's arrangements, Lei Daoqiong nodded in satisfaction. Since Elder Lei Honggang has made the necessary preparations, let us depart immediately for the Sky Void realm. With this command, the entire Lei clan set their plans into motion. Before long, Lei Daoqiong, accompanied by 200 elders from the Lei clan and 100 imperial guards of the 4th tier of the sovereign realm and above, embarked upon the Extreme Path battleship, subsequently joining nearly 70 sovereign realm powerhouses from the Destruction Azura Imperial Clan and the other 27 Imperial clans, swiftly traversing space toward the Sky Void realm. Simultaneously, outside the Sky Void realm, several formidable sovereign realm emperors from the Extreme Path Imperial clans had already been awaiting for some time. Even the Xianxian Blood Imperial Clan and the Dragon Blood Flame Imperial Clan had sent 4 sovereign realm emperors each to participate, as their cooperative relationship had brought them closer together. At this moment, the leading figure, Xianxia, turned to the Dragon Blood Flame Patriarch, Long Ziyuan, and spoke slowly, Patriarch Long. This collaboration with the Extreme Path Imperial Clan, the Lei Clan, presents us with a splendid opportunity. Do not act foolishly upon encountering treasures. If you offend the formidable warriors of the Lei Clan, even 100 lives would not suffice to atone for your folly. Long Ziyuan, upon hearing this, let out a cold snort. Humph, I am no fool and do not require your reminders. You should concern yourself with your own affairs. Their brief exchange was laden with tension, indicating a history of discord between these two imperial clans. As time passed, another month slipped by. Soon, a massive vessel resembling the vermilion bird emerged from the depths of space, emanating an aura of terror. Observing this grand ship, Xianxia and Long Ziyuan's expressions became serious. The Xianling Imperial Clan had arrived, signaling that the opening of the secret realm of the Sky Void was imminent. Xianxia spoke in a hushed tone, his anxiety beginning to surface. Long Ziyuan and the others mirrored his tension, though they concealed it well, awaiting the arrival of the Lei Clan's formidable warriors. Shortly after the arrival of the Xianling Imperial Clan, a vessel resembling a leaf also reached the outskirts of the Sky Void realm. It was evident that 10 Sovereign Realm practitioners were aboard, including 2 emperors of the 3rd tier of the Sovereign Realm. Even Feng Su and Feng Qing from the Xinfeng Imperial Court had come, without a collaboration with the Extreme Path Imperial Clan, the Lei Clan. We would likely not acquire much in resources and treasures within the secret realm of the Sky Void, spoke Xianfengling, her tone grave yet relieved. Upon hearing this, Long Ziyuan surprisingly nodded in agreement, refraining from rebutting Xianfengling's words. The Xianling Imperial Clan and the Xinfeng Imperial Court are no trifles. Until the arrival of the Extreme Path Imperial Clan's emperors, we must remain vigilant, Long Ziyuan declared solemnly. As he gazed at the vessels of the Xianling Imperial Clan and the Xinfeng Imperial Court, a flicker of animosity crossed Long Ziyuan's eyes, quickly masked. As time continued to pass, other distant Extreme Path Imperial Clans arrived at the fringes of the Sky Void realm, with some reclusive Sovereign Realm emperors slowly manifesting. Each sought opportunities for breakthroughs within the secret realm of the Sky Void. Even if they could not attain breakthroughs, they aimed to procure resources and treasures within. After another half-month, the Extreme Path battleship of the Lei Clan finally reached the outskirts of the Sky Void realm. At the moment the Lei Clan's battleship appeared, all emperors present turned their attention towards it. An Extreme Path battleship? Which Extreme Path Imperial Clan does it belong to? As many emperors pondered, Lei Daoqiong, accompanied by several elders and imperial guards, stepped before the assembly. Upon sensing the overwhelming aura emanating from the imperial guards at the pinnacle of the 4th tier of the Sovereign Realm, all emperors present were taken aback, their faces immediately reflecting a somber seriousness. Recognizing the familiar elder Lei Hongang, Xianxia and Long Ziyuan's expressions brightened as they hurried forward to pay their respects. Greetings to all esteemed members of the Lei Clan. Elder Lei Hongang, seeing their reactions, promptly introduced, "This is our clan's patriarch, Lei Daoqiong. You may address him as the Emperor of Time and Space." At this announcement, a spark of excitement ignited in Xianxia and Long Ziyuan's eyes as they quickly bowed. "We bow before the Emperor of Time and Space." Nodding at Xianxia and Long Ziyuan, Lei Daoqiong directly inquired, "No need for excessive formalities. By the way, how long until the secret realm of the Sky Void opens?" As the Emperor of Time and Space inquired, Xianxia and Long Ziyuan were prepared to respond when suddenly, a terrifying surge of energy rippled from within the Sky Void realm, startling all the emperors present. A voice roared, stirring excitement among all the emperors. "The secret realm of the Sky Void is opening. Within lie countless resources and treasures, along with abundant opportunities and legacies. Fellow Taoists, rely on your own capabilities. I shall proceed first." Upon hearing this, Lei Daoqiong gazed at the magnificent vortex forming before them, resembling a galaxy, and remarked, "It seems we have arrived just in time." Perfectly coinciding with the opening of the secret realm of the Sky Void. Let us enter the secret realm. Chapter 8:25. Entering the secret realm of the Sky Void. Without further hesitation, the assembly promptly boarded the Extreme Path battleship and swiftly navigated into the vast starry vortex. As the battleship traversed a shadowy, illusory space, mere moments later, they were greeted by an expansive and peculiar realm unfolding before their eyes. "This is indeed the secret realm of the heavenly void, truly remarkable," the onlookers exclaimed. Within the confines of the Extreme Dao Imperial ship, the powerful emperors of the Lei family, along with all the emperors of their allied imperial clans, gazed ahead at the scene within the heavenly void secret realm, filled with excitement and curiosity. Even Lei Daoqiong, observing the spectacle before him, felt a flicker of interest. The spatial intensity and suppressive force of the Heavenly Void secret realm surpassed that of the extreme Dao imperial realm by 100-fold. Should a peak emperor of the half-step dominator realm venture here, they would likely find themselves merely wasting time acclimatizing to the formidable spatial pressures. Which explains why not a single peak emperor of the half-step dominator realm was visible among the powerful who entered the Heavenly Void secret realm. Lei Daoqiong murmured. After observing for a moment, many powerful emperors who had entered the Heavenly Void secret realm had already quietly departed, delving deeper into its mysteries. Noticing this, Lei Daoqiong employed his extreme Dao imperial consciousness to sense the surroundings, only to quickly realize that even the range of his imperial consciousness was suppressed over 100-fold, allowing him to scan no further than approximately 10 realms ahead. The elders of the Lei family's dominator realm could only perceive an area of about 1 realm, which explained why the Heavenly Void realm could not be thoroughly explored. Even dominator realm emperors were subjected to such severe restrictions, coupled with lurking dangers, making it impossible to fully investigate the entirety of the Heavenly Void secret realm within a century. Before long, Lei Daoqiong sensed over a dozen dominator realm beasts within the 10-realm area ahead, as well as the extreme Dao imperial medicine guarded by these beasts, along with 5 precious mid-grade extreme Dao mineral veins. Among them, only a peak dominator realm beast was currently under siege by several emperors from the extreme Dao imperial clans, who sought not only the imperial medicine but also the carcass of the dominator realm beast, which was considered a treasure. At this moment, Long Zuyuan, feeling somewhat anxious yet exhilarated, was the first to speak. I report to the Time and Space Emperor, in the area directly ahead, 1/10 of a realm away. There is a peak dominator realm beast, guarding the dragon lizard emperor's essence flower, which can enhance the qualifications of dominator realm emperors. It is exceedingly rare. Hearing this, Xianxiai hastily added, I report to the Time and Space Emperor, in the left front area, 1/5 of a realm away, there is also a peak dominator realm beast, guarding the 7-colored heavenly source Emperor Lotus, a treasure capable of elevating one's realm and even refining a clone. Upon hearing this, Lei Daoqiong instantly perceived the locations of the mentioned dominator realm beasts and treasures, yet he felt no particular interest. His curiosity lay solely in the depths of the Heavenly Void secret realm. Thus, he slowly articulated, Elder Lei Daoqiong, I entrust the Lei family's team to you. You may divide them into 2 squads, exploring the entirety of the Heavenly Void secret realm based on the information provided by Xianxiai and Long Zuyuan. I shall embark on my own exploration. Nodding in acknowledgement, Lei Daoqiong responded, understood. After arranging everything, Lei Daoqiong, accompanied by 10 Dominator Realm Imperial Guards, departed from the extreme Dao warship, vanishing from sight in an instant. Subsequently, Lei Daoqiong instructed everyone to leave the extreme Dao warship, and after retracting it, divided the 200 powerful emperors of the Lei family into 2 teams. Lei Daoqiong led a team of 100 Lei family emperors, augmented by half of the powerful emperors from the 27 allied imperial clans, including the Destruction Shura clan, totaling 135 Dominator Realm emperors. The remaining emperors were led by Elder Lei Xianxian. Each team was protected by 45 imperial guards of at least the 4th level of the Dominator Realm, ensuring their safety. Xianxiai, lead the way. The quantity of resources, treasures, and the carcasses of Dominator Realm beasts we can acquire depends on your guidance, Elder Lei Daoqiong declared. Observing the more than 100 Dominator Realm experts, Xianxiai and his companions were left speechless, their bodies trembling slightly in awe. After a moment of composure, they nodded and led Lei Daoqiong's team toward the left front. Meanwhile, after Xianxiai departed with Lei Daoqiong's team, Lei Xianxian, who remained behind, turned to Long Zuyuan. Long Zuyuan, lead the way. You wouldn't want to fall behind the purple patterned Blood Emperor clan, would you? Lei Xianxian said in a calm tone. However, Long Zuyuan was far from composed, hastily suppressing his astonishment and fear, replying with utmost seriousness, Elder Lei Xianxian, rest assured. I, Long Zuyuan, will never be outdone by the purple patterned Blood Emperor clan. With that, he swiftly took flight with 3 other emperors from the Dragon Blood Heavenly Flame clan, heading straight ahead. Seeing this, Lei Xianxian gestured for the Lei family elders to follow. At this moment, as they explored the Heavenly Void secret realm, they genuinely required the information provided by Long Zuyuan and his companions. On the other hand, Lei Daoqiong, accompanied by 10 Dominator Realm Imperial Guards, swiftly arrived at a location devoid of other extreme Dao Imperial Clan Emperors after several teleports. Observing the area below, shrouded in mountains and dense forests, Lei Daoqiong's brows furrowed slightly. He found his perception unable to penetrate this region. The spatial chaos here was considerable, even affecting the flow of time and space. Could this be a place of inheritance? With this thought, Lei Daoqiong raised his hand, summoning an unseen force of the extreme Tao's original power of time and space, attempting to restore order to the chaotic temporal realm. Yet, as soon as he made contact with the spatial rules of this location, it incited a violent upheaval throughout the area. Countless spatial rules twisted rapidly, forming void fissures that aimed to crush the colossal hand he had conjured using the original power of time and space. The fact that the spatial rules here could autonomously resist and counterattack was indeed intriguing. Lei Daoqiong's eyes glinted as he solidified the colossal hand formed from the original power of time and space, opting to confront the spatial rules head-on. In mere moments, the hand collided with the void fissures created by the spatial rules. The terrifying force of time and space instantly froze the area. Following this, the fissures transformed into a force of temporal strangulation, directly traversing the dimensions to ensnare Lei Daoqiong, seemingly intent on annihilating him at the very core. In this critical moment, hundreds of layers of purple-gold barriers, formed from mid-grade extreme Dao imperial talismans, appeared around Lei Daoqiong, the outermost layer even reinforced by a high-grade extreme Dao imperial armor barrier. As the strangulation force from the spatial rules bore down, the defensive barrier of the imperial armor showed signs of cracking, yet it withstood the assault from the spatial rules. However, the colossal hand he had conjured from the original power of time and space was completely shattered. Feeling the might of the spatial rules, Lei Daoqiong inhaled deeply, then chose to refrain from further action. Indeed, the spatial rules were formidable. Merely a fragment forced me into full defense. With my current strength, altering the spatial rules is utterly impossible. As this realization dawned on him, Lei Daoqiong's gaze shifted back to the area ahead, his expression sharpening as he conceived another thought. If each inheritance is safeguarded by the extreme Dao rules, it could be fortuitous news for the Lei family and the numerous emperors among the allied clans. With this in mind, Lei Daoqiong transmitted a message to the Dominator Realm Imperial Guards of the other two teams, instructing them to utilize the power of the extreme Dao rules to seek out the inheritance locations within the Heavenly Void Secret Realm. Chapter 826, The Zephyr Realm Beast. Once the temporal stability of this area was restored, Lei Daoqiong slowly departed, harboring little personal interest in the inheritance site, but recognizing its potential benefits for the Lei family and the many emperors under their banner. Gliding through the air, Lei Daoqiong continued his journey deeper into the Heavenly Void Realm. Along the way, he collected mid-grade extreme Dao medicines, while those lower-tier Dominator Realm beasts were captured alive and confined within his extreme Dao space for careful breeding. Yet, despite Lei Daoqiong's extensive exploration of the myriad realms, even capturing over 100 realm beasts, he had yet to catch a glimpse of a single Tianshu beast. This Tianshu beast, indeed, epitomized the unique fauna of the Tianshu realm. One could only ponder its survival should it venture into the extreme Dao Emperor realm. With a sigh of contemplation, Lei Daoqiong resumed his forward quest. After all, time was still on his side, for the Tianshu realm's secret domain would unfold over a century, granting him ample opportunity to seek out the sovereign-level Tianshu beasts. Meanwhile, the Lei family contingent, led by Xianxiaaudiobooks and his companions, arrived at the periphery of the first treasure site. Before them lay a lake shrouded in a delicate mist, yet its vast expanse was unmistakable. The lake appeared dark and profound, its surface undisturbed, immense and seemingly boundless, with colossal phantasms occasionally gliding beneath, imparting an aura of mystery and peril. This lake does not seem to be a treasure site, Lei Xianping expressed his skepticism. However, upon hearing this, Xianxiaaudiobooks and the others grew serious and began to elucidate. What you may not know is that while the surface of the lake seems tranquil, it conceals two exceptionally fearsome Ziyuan realm beasts, both at least at the late stage of the sovereign second realm. Even powerful emperors at the third sovereign realm dare not tread here lightly. Yet, at the center of this lake lies a pool of extreme Dao lotuses, containing no less than 100 inferior-grade Luoyan Emperor sacred lotuses, and even 9 mid-grade Hunyuan Tiansui Emperor sacred lotuses. If we could secure a mid-grade Hunyuan Tiansui Emperor sacred lotus, our expedition would be deemed worthwhile. Upon concluding, Xianxiaaudiobooks and his companions turned their hopeful gazes towards Lei Daoqiong and the multitude of Lei family emperors. The latter, upon hearing Xianxiaaudiobooks' account, displayed a flicker of interest in their eyes. Initially, they had presumed that the Tianshu realm's secret domain harbored no precious treasures. However, the mere presence of those two late-stage sovereign second realm Ziyuan beasts was sufficient to spur the Lei family emperors into action. Moreover, the extraordinary extreme Dao medicinal herbs nestled within the lotus pool were unlike anything they had ever encountered, further revealing the marvels of the Tianshu realm. Who is willing to engage those two late-stage sovereign second realm Ziyuan beasts? Lei Daoqiong inquired, brimming with a fervent desire to gauge the beast's might. Although the Lei family boasted a considerable number of emperors, most were at the pinnacle of the sovereign first realm, with fewer than 40 at the sovereign second realm. As soon as Lei Daoqiong's words fell, several elder emperors from the Lei family, all at the late stage of the sovereign second realm, stepped forward, exuding an overwhelming battle intent and an awe-inspiring aura. The sheer pressure was enough to rattle even Xianxia and his companions, clad in inferior-grade extreme Dao imperial armor. It was no wonder they felt emboldened to challenge beasts of equal standing, Xianxia mused, casting envious glances at the Lei family emperors. Just as Lei Daoqiong and the elders prepared to advance towards the lake, an imperial guard hastily intervened, cautioning, "Elder Lei Daoqiong, there are not merely 2 Ziyuan realm beasts in this lake. There are at least 9, with the strongest among them at the mid-stage of the sovereign third realm. Additionally, 1 Ziyuan beast has reached the early stage of the sovereign third realm, while 5 others are at the sovereign second realm, leaving only 2 at the sovereign first realm. Any action must be meticulously orchestrated." Upon hearing this, the Lei family elders furrowed their brows, casting scrutinizing glances laden with pressure towards Xianxia. The latter, sensing the weight of their gazes, grew anxious and hastily clarified, "Elder Lei Daoqiong, our clan indeed only detected the 2 late-stage sovereign second realm Ziyuan beasts. Unaware of the 9 present in the lake, we would never dare deceive you, given our clan's strength." Upon hearing this, Lei Daoqiong turned to the imperial guard, and upon receiving a nod of affirmation, he accepted Xianxia's words. "It appears that the information you previously gathered regarding various treasure sites within the Xianxiu realm is likely incomplete," Lei Daoqiong remarked, his tone taking on a grave tone. Had they chosen to engage directly, they would have faced not merely the late-stage sovereign second realm Ziyuan beasts, but rather those at the mid-stage of the sovereign third realm. The consequences could range from severe injury, necessitating rescue by the imperial guard, to potential demise at the jaws of a mid-stage sovereign third realm Ziyuan beast, an outcome far beyond what the purple-patterned Celestial Blood Emperor clan could withstand. Fortunately, the presence of imperial guards at the pinnacle of the sovereign fourth realm provided a safety net. Otherwise, Lei Daoqiong and the other elders would have found themselves in dire peril. Once Lei Daoqiong recalibrated their strategy, over a dozen Lei family elders at the sovereign second realm, accompanied by 2 imperial guards at the pinnacle of the sovereign fourth realm, traversed the air towards the dimly lit lake. As they crossed into the lake's domain, the previously serene waters erupted into tumult, churning with waves. Suddenly, a roar resounding as if capable of rending space shattered the tranquility of the locale. In the next instant, an immense Ziyuan beast burst from the depths of the lake, its gargantuan maw seemingly spanning the heavens, intent on devouring the Lei family emperor's whole. The creature resembled a colossal serpent, its body draped in ebony scales, with broad fins akin to wings adorning its back, and a tail resembling a scythe, as if it could slice through the fabric of space itself. "Vile beast, you seek death." With a thunderous shout, the imperial guard raised his blade. In an instant, the heavens and earth shifted, revealing a slender white line that cleaved through the massive Ziyuan beast. Before the creature could react, the very fabric of space was severed, and its form was bisected in one swift motion. A deluge of Ziyuan beast blood sprayed forth, cascading into the vast expanse, only to be swiftly collected by the imperial guard before it could touch the lake. The Ziyuan beast at the pinnacle of the sovereign first realm struggled momentarily before succumbing, its severed body promptly absorbed into the imperial guard's extreme Dao space. Chapter 827, Hunyuan Tiansui Emperor Sacred Lotus. As the Ziyuan beast at the pinnacle of the sovereign first realm fell, the entire lake erupted in chaos. The surface roiled, transforming the once calm waters into a series of colossal whirlpools. Within those swirling depths, ominous silhouettes darted about, and a wave of oppressive sovereign beast aura descended upon the realm, engulfing it in darkness once more. With a series of earth-shattering roars reverberating through the air, hordes of Ziyuan beasts surged forth from the massive whirlpools. Soon, 8 Ziyuan beasts circled overhead, their deep-set eyes fixated on Lei Daoqiong and his companions, emanating an unfathomable pressure as if to intimidate them into retreat. The 2 largest Ziyuan beasts at the forefront cast wary glances towards the 2 imperial guards at the pinnacle of the sovereign fourth realm, momentarily refraining from any hasty actions. The presence of 8 sovereign realm Ziyuan beasts, coupled with the one slain by the imperial guard, signified that this expansive lake treasure site was undoubtedly the territory of these 9 formidable creatures. With a serious demeanor, Lei Daoqiong declared, "Let us engage. We must ascertain the strength of these Ziyuan beasts. If they prove suitable, we shall capture them alive. Should they exhibit undue ferocity, we shall eliminate them." Upon concluding their words, the 6 elders of the Lei family, adorned in inferior-grade imperial attire, suddenly erupted in a dazzling display of radiance. Subsequently, the fabric of space was torn asunder, and the elders extracted their respective weapons from the rifts in the void, each targeting a beast from the abyssal realm, launching an immediate assault. As for the two leading abyssal beasts at the initial and mid-stages of the Dominator's third realm, they were swiftly subdued by the two peak Imperial Guards of the fourth realm, who inflicted severe injuries and captured them, confining them within the Imperial Guard's profound space. The remaining 6 Dominator-level abyssal beasts, witnessing this, exhibited expressions of both terror and fury. The capture of their strongest ancestors within their territory was a profound humiliation. The audacity of the seemingly insignificant humans to attack them incited even greater wrath. Roars reverberated, nearly fracturing the very essence of space, as torrents of lake water were whipped into a frenzy, transforming into swirling vortexes that charged towards the Lei elders. In response, the elders wielded their weapons, severing the space with radiant blades of light, cleaving through the water vortexes and advancing towards the abyssal beasts. One elder, at the mid-stage of the Dominator's second realm, summoned an overwhelming chill from the source of extreme cold, instantly manifesting a frigid domain that froze the lake waters into solid ice. The remaining 6 Dominator-level abyssal beasts found themselves momentarily restrained before hastily shattering the thick layers of ice, engaging in fierce combat with the Lei elders. In an instant, the clash of 12 Dominator-level emperors shattered the heavens and split the space itself, while the frozen lake was ground into countless fragments, perpetually melting into water and solidifying back into ice. The entire expanse of the lake became a battleground for the Lei family's emperors and the abyssal beasts, save for the central area where the profound lotus pool remained untouched, thanks to a defensive barrier established prior by a Dominator-level Imperial Guard to protect the precious Imperial medicine within. Observing the fierce battle between the Lei emperors and the abyssal beasts from the lake's edge, Xianxia and others were filled with awe and trepidation. The formidable might of the Lei family's emperor was indeed terrifying, capable of contending with abyssal beasts of the same level without yielding an inch. Their combat prowess was genuinely remarkable. Zifengling expressed his deep admiration, while Shura Tsongfeng and others, hearing his words, could not help but elevate their heads slightly in pride. Xianxia, with a hint of envy, mused that if he possessed such weapons and equipment, he too could challenge the abyssal beasts of the same realm. Just as their conversation of envy unfolded, a sudden wail echoed from the battlefield, as a peak Dominator-level abyssal beast plummeted like a meteor onto the frozen lake surface, shattering vast expanses of ice and enveloping the area in a cloud of icy debris. Once the Lei elder dispersed the icy mist, the abyssal beast lay within a colossal icy pit, battered and barely clinging to life. The elder, choosing not to deliver a fatal blow, opted instead to capture it alive, confining it within his profound space. With the first Lei elder successfully capturing an abyssal beast, the remaining 5 elders ceased their playful tactics and began to unleash their full power against the remaining 5 abyssal beasts. As dazzling imperial techniques manifested, the 5 beasts, despite their utmost efforts, could not escape the fate of severe injury and subjugation. Within a mere hour, Elder Lei Daoqiong severed the head of the last abyssal beast of the late stage of the Dominator's second realm, concluding the battle entirely. After collecting the remains of the fallen beast, Lei Daoqiong casually wiped the abyssal blood from his imperial blade and sheathed it, directing his gaze toward the center of the lake. At this moment, Xianxia and others approached him, their voices tinged with excitement, proclaiming, "Elder Lei Daoqiong, your imperial might is overwhelming. You have triumphed over abyssal beasts of the same realm. We are in awe." In response to Xianxia's praises, a subtle smile graced Lei Daoqiong's face, though he remained indifferent at heart, stating, "Enough with the flattery. All the Dominator-level abyssal beasts within this lake have been dealt with, posing no further threat to us. Do you possess any knowledge regarding other treasures hidden within this lake?" Xianxia replied promptly, "According to our clan's investigations, the only treasure of note in this lake is the profound lotus pool, within which lies the most precious treasure, 9 superior-grade mixed primordial heavenly marrow imperial lotuses. As for other treasures within the lake, I cannot rashly conclude." Upon hearing this, Lei Daoqiong found that his findings aligned closely with Xianxia's. Yet, he pondered the possibility of treasures that even their investigations could not uncover. Thus, he turned to a nearby Imperial Guard, gesturing for a thorough search to ascertain whether any other treasures remained. "Let us proceed to examine the profound lotus pool." With that, Lei Daoqiong and his companions soared toward the profound lotus pool. Soon, at the edge of the profound lotus pool, an Imperial Guard stood vigil. The pool itself spanned several 100 million kilometers, teeming with countless quasi-profound golden lotuses, swaying with vitality. The closer one ventured to the center of the pool, the higher the quality of the quasi-profound golden lotuses, some towering to heights of 10,000 zhang, resplendent in shades of azure and violet. Boasting 7 lotus leaves and a delicate purple lotus flower atop a green seed pod, the inferior grade flowing imperial holy lotus. Within the green seed pod of the flowing imperial holy lotus, 18 flowing imperial holy lotus seeds were nurtured, significantly aiding the cultivation of those at the dominator level. As they delved deeper into the central area of the profound lotus pool, Lei Daoqiong and his companions beheld the 9 colossal superior grade, mixed primordial heavenly marrow imperial lotuses. Each of these magnificent lotuses exceeded 100,000 zhang in height, their forms exuding an ethereal beauty reminiscent of the starry sky. The 9 lotus leaves shimmered brilliantly, resembling small islands, while the lotus flowers exhibited a faint black-golden hue, profound as a cosmic void. The superior grade mixed primordial heavenly marrow imperial lotuses also possessed black golden seed pods, within which resided 9 seeds that resembled black holes, exuding a rich aroma of imperial medicine. Merely inhaling this fragrance could enhance the source power of emperors below the 4th realm of domination. Truly, the superior grade mixed primordial heavenly marrow imperial lotus is exceedingly rare and extraordinary. After expressing his astonishment, Lei Daoqiong turned his gaze to Xianxia and the others.